Chapter 1. The cosmos is vast, harboring countless worlds, and the realm we inhabit is referred to as the game world. Chun-Yi felt a surge of irritation. Who had the audacity to clandestinely play videos while he was asleep? Did they not understand that hospitals prohibited external sounds? Hospital? Wasn't I still a student? And at merely 16 years of age, where did I acquire over 20 years of work experience? An influx of unfamiliar memories surged forth. Chun-Yi groggily opened his eyes. And who was that balding figure at the podium? Ah, it seemed to be the old homeroom teacher. His classmate, Wang Zhanbois, precariously balanced a pencil between his lips, attempting to stabilize it with his nose and mouth to prevent it from falling yet. The pencil evidently had its own agenda and rolled away. Noticing Chun-Yi's gaze, Wang Zhanbois coughed tactically. Leaning in closer, he whispered to Chun-Yi, "The old teacher has begun his usual monotony. I knew all this back in elementary school, by the way. You've been a bit dazed these past few days. Are you feeling any better?" Chun-Yi, who is this person? Seeing Chun-Yi's silence, Wang Zhanbois seemed to realize his diversionary tactic had failed, yet he stubbornly persisted. "Actually, my highest record was maintaining focus for an entire class. I simply didn't perform well just now." Before he could finish, a piece of chalk struck him sharply on the head. Wang Zhanbois clutched his head in pain, tears welling up. "Ouch, teacher! You nearly deprived Blue Star of its most precious talent." The old teacher scoffed, although this group of students was on the verge of graduation. As long as they had not yet graduated, they remained as students. Whispering right under my nose, how audacious. Since Wang Zhanbois, the genius, enjoys talking so much, let him take over this lesson. If he misrepresents anything, he can have a word with his parents. And remember, refer to me as homeroom teacher. Wang Zhanbois quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, teacher, but is it possible to avoid calling my parents? Actually, I was just worried about Chun-Yi. You see, he hasn't been feeling well lately." Upon mentioning Chun-Yi, the teacher's tone softened. "Has Chun-Yi begun feeling dizzy again? Perhaps he should rest in the infirmary." This perfectly illustrated the differential treatment a homeroom teacher offers to underperforming and high-achieving students. Chun-Yi shook his head, his gaze regaining clarity. He had absorbed the additional memories. "Teacher, I'm fine now." The teacher observed Chun-Yi, sensing he was not feigning, so he refrained from further comment and turned his fierce gaze back to Wang Zhanbois. "Begin speaking." Wang Zhanbois, unable to express his anger, forced a smile. "All right, teacher, no problem." Centuries ago, the sky split open, and countless gates fell upon the planet, ushering Blue Star into the gaming era. All Blue Star citizens who have reached the age of 16 may pass through these gates to enter the game world. In the game world, some elements are pre-programmed, featuring fixed NPCs and monsters. Others, however, are genuine realms. Yet, without exception, these worlds are imbued with the essence of the game world. Vanquishing monsters and completing quests grants experience points and equipment, allowing one to grow stronger, akin to truly playing a game. Becoming a superhero within the game is not merely a dream, however. Upon exiting, one can only carry forth a minuscule fraction of their power. The teacher nodded, momentarily sparing Wang Zhanbois. "Now, I shall share some information you may not be aware of. Upon your first entry into the game world, you will be presented with a choice of realism, which essentially pertains to pain sensitivity. You may select any value from 0 to 100, but once a choice is made, it cannot be altered." At this point, the teacher paused, his expression grave. "From today onwards, you will be considered adults. Though it may not be appropriate for a homeroom teacher to say this, I encourage you to raise your pain sensitivity as much as possible." The classroom erupted in chaos, but the commotion was short-lived. After years of interaction, the students still held a strong trust in this teacher. The teacher's hands instinctively rubbed together, reflecting his inner turmoil. "I trust you all have played games and understand the significance of equipment, but do you believe your families possess the means to provide you with suitable gear? Even if you were to exhaust your family's resources to purchase equipment, do you have the capability to safeguard it? Sometimes, the greatest threat in the game world is not the monsters, but rather other players." At this juncture, the teacher took a moment to compose himself. The moment you enter the game, the disparities between individuals become apparent. To bridge this gap, one must strive in two realms: effort and realism. A higher degree of realism can lessen the materials required for leveling up, potentially saving your families a significant sum. Avoiding a fate like mine where I expended all my revival coins, yet could not gather the materials for advancement, lacking the courage to re-enter the gate and remaining stuck at level 19 for eternity. This failure earnestly imparted his experiences. Though it is referred to as the game world, once realism is heightened, it transforms into a battlefield. Do not perceive it as an ordinary game. Do not regard players as glamorous professionals. Its essence is that of a battlefield. If you lack the courage, I would actually recommend you lead the life of an ordinary person. If you never possessed it from start, perhaps you would not feel so despondent. Lastly, under no circumstances should you max out your realism. Even if it reaches 99, you will only be entering the game as a soul projection. Once realism hits 100, it signifies your physical body has entered the game, and the tasks assigned will become exceedingly arduous. Moreover, it is rumored that in the novice village, there is no option for revival coins. In other words, once you die, it is true death. The silence persisted until the teacher exited the classroom. This information starkly contrasted with what they had previously understood, and many students bore expressions of conflict. An information cocoon. Having assimilated the memories, Chun-Yi found no recollection of the information the teacher had just conveyed in his past memories. This was true both online and in reality. Regardless of whether the teacher had lied, Chun-Yi would remain vigilant. In truth, the teacher had much more to say. He understood that the initial entry was into the simplest novice village, yet would still eliminate a significant portion of students due to their lack of the appropriate mindset and skills to learn. Fairness had never existed from the outset, not merely in terms of equipment, but also in knowledge and preparation. Children from ordinary families would expend their revival coins in the novice village, lacking the courage to re-enter the gate to continue their gaming journey. Those with talent, in search of advancement, would ultimately become part of a guild. This cycle repeated annually, without exception, as Chun-Yi pondered the teacher's words. A genuine battlefield? Yet he had undergone no form of training whatsoever. On one side lay the option of his soul entering as a failure to become an ordinary person, and on the other, his true self entering, leading to either death or transcendence. How should he choose? Uncertain whether it was the result of a hasty concoction of Meng Pai soup, Chun-Yi, who had lived for 16 years, suddenly recalled memories from his previous life. Chun-Yi remained Chun-Yi, yet his mindset had undergone a profound transformation. In his previous life, he toiled tirelessly for a glimpse of a future, laboring day and night for mere handfuls of silver. Only upon lying in a hospital bed did he realize that a lifetime of busyness had left him unable to afford even medical fees in that moment. He felt like a mere joke. That day, he adamantly refused his parents' offer for funeral funds, ripped out the foreign needle, his body racked with pain, yet he smiled joyfully. For in that moment, he felt he had truly begun to live. In his youth, he once harbored lofty aspirations, considering himself the finest in the world. No one lives merely to work overtime. If given a choice, I would definitely choose otherwise. After school, Wang Zhanhua, ever the chatterbox, continued to prattle. Hey Chun-Yi, do you think I'll awaken an ancient century talent when I enter the game tomorrow? Then all the major guilds will be vying for me. Which one should I choose? Hey. I can already envision myself as CEO, marrying a wealthy beauty, ascending to the pinnacle of life. Just thinking about it gets me a bit excited. Chun-Yi was left speechless. However, he found himself quite patient with Wang Zhanhua. In this life, he began as an orphan without the intermittent assistance from Wang Zambo's parents. Whether he could grow up smoothly remained uncertain. Chun-Yi grasped Wang Zhanhua, who was attempting to float away, his expression serious. Listen, you must earnestly discuss the issue of realism with your parents today. This could very well be a turning point in your life. Sure to take it seriously. Upon seeing Chun-Yi's solemn demeanor, Wang Zhanhua began to realize that the issue seemed rather grave. Those who have never experienced a turning point in life can hardly comprehend its significance. Upon returning home, Chun-Yi summoned his interface. Chun-Yi, Constitution, 4. Strength, 3. Intelligence, 5. Agility, 3. Spirit, 10. Ordinary individuals max out at 5 skill. Soul energy, 0. Deduction, insufficient soul energy. This is the late arriving cheat for Chun-Yi, a basic attribute panel. Despite not knowing how this panel came into existence, he instinctively understands how to utilize it. This sensation is quite peculiar. Soul energy is a unique energy produced by the fusion of dissipated souls and fortunes upon the death of a strong individual. Chun-Yi is unclear on how to define a strong individual, here whether it refers to genuine powerhouses or merely foes he perceives as formidable. On his way back, Chun-Yi attempted to hypnotize himself, convincing himself that insects and ants were strong beings, and then proceeded to crush them. The continued 0 soul energy indicates the futility of such attempts. A night passed without incident, and soon, the next day arrived. The school organized students to enter a door, which was merely a frame painted in a dark red hue, estimated to be 8 meters tall and 4 meters wide. Due to the hollow center of the frame, the scenery beyond was visible. However, the students who entered did not emerge from the other side. Standing beside Chun-Yi, Wang Zhanhua appeared rather disinterested. evidently having experienced a disagreement with his parents the previous day. He melancholically brushed aside his bangs, saying, Do I resemble a brooding male protagonist like this? No, no. This level of melancholy is insufficient. How can I enhance the feeling? Otherwise, I always feel like I'm not the main character. To be honest, even after living another life, Chun-Yi found it challenging to comprehend the adolescent angst at such an age. Nonetheless, some individuals prefer to express their concerns through jest. Chun-Yi patted his shoulder, asking, Have you made up your mind? Wang Zhambua spread his palms wide and then clenched his fist with determination. My parents only set my realism to 0, just aim for level 9, and most importantly, to be safe and sound. I don't blame them, they've been through this as well. But I want to strive for something. I don't want to leave behind too many regrets like the old class monitor. Moreover, wouldn't the game world be rather dull without a protagonist like me? The brooding youth did not seek comfort from others, but instead turned the question back to Chun-Yi. What are your plans? Chun-Yi merely smiled. If you were the protagonist, how could the friends of the protagonist possibly hinder your progress? The youthful dreamer beamed with joy, affirming that he was indeed teachable. Before long, it was their class turn to enter. Chun-Yi stepped through the door and found himself in a blank space. This was the first time Blue Star players entered the door, a place designated for loading the game panel and undergoing bodily modifications. Unlike regular players, Chun-Yi experienced a sudden blackout upon entry. He could see nothing, save for the panel flickering incessantly before him. He sensed something intangible flowing away continuously. Though he was unsure what it was, he felt its immense significance. Fully aware of its importance, yet unable to act, he succumbed to a wave of intense pain and lost consciousness. Upon awakening, the light returned to his vision. The panel, what he had considered a cheat, seemed to have transformed. Chun-Yi, profession, none. Physique, 4 related to health, armor, and resistance. Strength, 3 related to physical attack power and carrying capacity. Intelligence, 5 related to spell construction speed and elemental particle accumulation. Agility, 3 related to movement and attack speed. Spirit, 10 related to mana and mental perception. Talent, fire affinity increases mastery of fire skills. Fire elemental damage increases by 10. Skills, soul energy, 0. Deduction, insufficient soul energy. Recommended profession, mage. The font of the panel appeared somewhat dimmed. It seemed that his cheat was in conflict with the game world. Uncertain of who would prevail, he realized that his traversal might not have been mere happenstance. Moreover, after the modification from the game world, his body felt distinctly altered. Boom! Without granting Chun-Yi time to ponder, several colossal statues materialized from thin air on the ground. Each statue wielded a different weapon, representing various professions. Warrior, mage, cleric, archer, assassin. Without hesitation, he opted for the mage, heeding the panel's advice to fill his belly first. Chun-Yi approached the statue holding his staff and placed his hand upon it. The other statues vanished, and the mage statue illuminated, flooding Chun-Yi's mind with a torrent of information. Fireball, basic meditation. These 2 skills were also loaded onto the panel. Fireball consumes 10 MP, summons a fireball, dealing damage equal to 100 magical attack power. Basic meditation, no cost, allows meditation outside of combat, restoring 5 MP per minute. At the same time, a surge of energy filled his mind, bypassing the meditation process of a mage apprentice and directly granting him mana. In a certain sense, Chun-Yi had already diverged from the ordinary populace. Ultimately, it was a matter of selecting the level of realism, and Chun-Yi decisively opted to set it to the lowest. He immersed himself fully, embodying his true self. This was the choice he made. Even when complications arose with external modifications, Chun-Yi remained steadfast in his decision. He recalled his mentor's words, "One cannot truly thrive without embracing madness. To surpass the starting line, one must venture beyond the familiar and strive." Furthermore, after much effort, he could finally conjure a fireball, who would choose to engage in mere virtual reality instead. As soon as he made his selection, a wave of disorientation washed over him. Upon regaining his senses, he discovered a multitude of players around him, individuals who had arrived before him. Is this the game world? It bears a striking resemblance to reality. Are there others who, like me, have set their realism to 50? A sudden fear gripped him. A 4-member team was recruiting. They would embark once fully gathered. And they still required a frontline warrior. Brothers, care to join? What is your class? We still need a mage for backline damage. The players appeared youthful, their faces alight with excitement, as if they were genuinely here to play a game. Moreover, the town was a safe zone, where attacks were prohibited. This is indeed the game that has been heralded online. Had it not been for his mentor's admonitions, perhaps Chun Yi would have counted himself among them. Perceiving all of this as mere entertainment and viewing players as glamorous professionals. Soon, someone extended an invitation to Chun Yi. However, he politely declined, expressing a desire to explore on his own. The novice village was designated as 101-101. He had long heard of the novice village, which was essentially a replicated program, yet he still found it somewhat intriguing. The village was modest in size, hosting only 5 NPCs: Aunt Wang, who sold food; Apothecary Li, who offered potions; Master Zhang, the weaponsmith; the innkeeper, Xiaohua, and the village chief. These NPCs recited their scripted lines periodically and occasionally assigned repetitive tasks. Chun Yi initially believed that the game would resemble the novels he had read, where NPCs were either mere souls or characters portrayed by real individuals. After an extensive period of testing, he was disappointed to find no unique dialogues emerging, let alone any special quests. He did not expect the novice village of the game world to be so lackluster. As he undertook various tasks, Chun Yi received a staff of summoning. Subsequently, he accepted the only available quest task. Granny Wang requires 5 rabbit legs. Quest reward: experience points and copper coins. Chun Yi made his way toward the rabbit plain on the western side of the village. The rough staff, categorized as a limited world item, bore the following attributes: quality, gray; physical attack, 2 to 3; magical attack, 2 to 5; assessment, perhaps only marginally superior to a mere branch found by the roadside. Upon grasping the staff, his attributes experienced a slight enhancement. Physical attack, 3, 2 to 4; 8, strength 35-1, weapon attack power, magical attack, 4 to 10, intelligence 55-1, weapon attack power, HP, 100, the physical form cannot be entirely quantified. MP, 100, mental power 10. Though the meaning of limited world displayed after the weapon data remained unclear, possessing a weapon provided him with a semblance of confidence. As Old Ban had remarked, entering the true realm without resurrection coins meant that venturing into this unknown world unarmed would inevitably instill a sense of unease. Upon reaching the outskirts of the village, Chun Yi attempted to employ a skill. He refrained from uttering the name of the fireball spell, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Drawing from the newfound knowledge within his mind, he spent 10 seconds conceptualizing the structure of the fireball spell. As his magical energy waned, a flickering fireball materialized before him. Its instability was a result of the imperfect nature of his conceptualization. Chun Yi hastily hurled the fireball, which descended towards the ground at a decidedly brisk pace, accompanied by a resounding boom that left a charred mark on the earth. Although the fireball technique proved to be considerably more challenging than he had anticipated, the sight of the scorched earth plunged Chun Yi into a contemplative silence. The flickering light in his eyes, however, betrayed the tumultuous thoughts that surged within him at the moment he beheld the flames. After an extended period, he gradually regained his composure, only to be confronted by a perplexing query. Why was there no instruction in combat skills at school, with the curriculum limited to subjects such as literature, history, and mathematics? Upon utilizing the skill, Chun Yi became acutely aware that the toll it exacted was not solely in terms of mana. His spirit also felt undeniably fatigued. In addition to the gradual casting of spells, he discovered the existence of a swift casting ability, akin to the addition of a button in his mind. With a mere press of this button, a fireball coalesced before him in less than 1.5 seconds, exhibiting remarkable stability without any indication of an impending explosion. As he mentally guided the fireball forth, it detonated upon impact, creating a small crater in the ground. However, after employing the swift casting technique, the button in his mind became unresponsive. Was it on cooldown? Chun Yi endeavored to reconstruct the structure once more. After a mere 10 seconds, a crooked fireball materialized. Beads of sweat adorned his brow as he swiftly unleashed it. Boom! It appeared that his spell casting was devoid of any cooldown period. However, lacking experience, Chun Yi took an inordinate amount of time to cast his spells. In the questing landscape, aside from his staff, there was nothing else at his disposal. The cheapest black bread from Grandma Wang was priced at 2 copper coins each, and he was determined not to succumb to starvation, at the very least. He needed to earn 2 copper coins today. Despite this resolution, Chun Yi refrained from immediately hunting for rabbits. He reluctantly entered a state of meditation, taking a long while to calm his mind and gradually restore the mana he had just expended. Though dubbed a plain, the rabbit plain was not particularly flat. the grass, adorned with droplets of water, exuded a pleasant aroma, indicating recent rain. Chun Yi, staff in hand, tiptoed across the plain, mindful to leave as few footprints as possible before finally retreating into a lush thicket. The grass grazed his skin through the gaps in his clothing, an uncomfortable sensation. Yet he remained motionless, attempting to suppress the sound of his breathing. The rabbits he sought to eliminate for experience were evidently not ordinary. Chun Yi was cautious not to expose himself recklessly. Forming a party was out of the question, should other players harbor malicious intent or abandon him. His fate would be sealed. Time ticked away, but Chun Yi did not have to wait long before a trio appeared on the rabbit plain. Judging by their weapons, the team consisted of a male warrior, a female archer, and a male cleric, all seemingly young and belonging to the same age group. This somewhat eased Chun Yi's anxiety, as their youth implied a lack of seasoned experience, making it less likely for him to be detected in his unskilled hiding. The warrior led the charge with his sword, followed closely by the cleric, while the archer took up the rear. Zhou Su, please take this seriously. The instructor warned us that the game world is perilous. The female archer, Zhou Xiaoxiao, furrowed her brows, noting Zhou Su's lackadaisical demeanor. Zhou Su scoffed, isn't the game just about leveling up? There's no need for excessive caution. The instructor isn't always right. Don't worry, no rabbit will breach my defenses. The cleric, Zhou Weirong, remained silent, yet his expression suggested he supported Zhou Su's bravado. What was there to fear from rabbits? Suddenly, a shadow darted from the thicket, colliding directly with Zhou Su's chest, sending him flying over a meter. In a graceful backflip, the shadow landed on the ground, revealing itself as the target rabbit. This creature was significantly larger than the ordinary rabbits, its dark gray fur coupled with blood-red eyes, utterly devoid of any charm. Is it truly that powerful? Zhou Su wiped the blood from his mouth and, seemingly unscathed, charged at the rabbit. Though the rabbit was swift, it had yet to exceed the limits of visibility. Zhou Weirong used his enormous cross to block the impending charge. As Zhou Su swung his sword downwards, the rabbit kicked off the cross, deftly evading the strike and creating distance between them. The archer, having waited for the opportune moment, released her arrow, which whistled past the rabbit before embedding itself in the ground. Use your skills, Zhou Xiaoxiao cried out, her voice tinged with desperation. I already did. As the rabbit advanced again, Zhou Su clicked his tongue and surged forward. Behind him, Zhou Weirong raised the cross aloft, casting a radiant light upon Zhou Su, visibly enhancing his condition. With a modicum of skill, Zhou Su wielded his sword, though his technique was far from masterful, resulting in only occasional hits. The rabbit's ears occasionally struck him, causing health loss, yet with the cleric's support, his overall vitality remained relatively stable. However, Zhou Su's growing frustration from his inability to land a hit was palpable. Die, die, die. With a furious shout, Zhou Su paused momentarily, then unleashed two swifter strikes. The rabbit, unable to evade, was struck at the throat, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. A resonant chime echoed as its body transformed into light, leaving behind 2 copper coins. The trio collected the coins and took a brief respite before pressing deeper into the plain. After what felt like an eternity, Chun Yi finally emerged from the thicket, relieved he had refrained from recklessly pursuing the rabbits. Their speed far surpassed that of an inexperienced fighter like himself. Observing the numerous players who had formed parties in the novice village had sharpened his instincts. It became evident that exercising caution in the game world was prudent. These rabbits had clearly undergone enhancement, yet they were not insurmountable for novice players. The method the warrior employed to dispatch the rabbit offered Chun Yi inspiration. The rabbit retained biological vulnerabilities. It was not a purely data-driven entity, and any strike to its weak points would yield equal damage. If he could target those vulnerabilities, even Chun Yi could deliver a fatal blow. With a newfound strategy, Chun Yi once more concealed himself within the grass. The frequency of rabbit appearances here was low, rendering it the most suitable location for him. Time slipped by, and his legs grew numb, yet his gaze remained fixed on his surroundings, determined not to miss any signs of movement. A rustle stirred the grasses, setting Chun Yi's taut nerves on edge. A black rabbit cautiously emerged from the thicket, its head swiveling to ensure the coast was clear before it began nibbling on the verdant grass. Chun Yi dared not move, fearing that any sound might startle the rabbit or even provoke it to charge. The distance remained too great. He needed to get closer, just a little closer. The rabbit, oblivious to Chun Yi's concealed presence, continued its search for fresh grass, ultimately drawing near without a hint of caution. This distance was sufficient. His heart raced, and his mind swiftly constructed the incantation for the fireball technique. The moment the fireball took shape, he hurled it forth. As the rabbit heard the unusual noise and raised its head, an unstable fireball loomed before it. It desperately kicked its legs in an attempt to flee. But it was already too late. Boom. The explosion's force sent the rabbit soaring through the air, and the sudden surge of heat caused several blisters to form on parts of its body, particularly its head, which bore the brunt of the impact and left it in a state of evident disorientation. Chun-Yi hurriedly emerged from the thicket, opting not to employ the swift spell of fireball to eliminate the rabbit, as he wished to leave himself an avenue of retreat. Instead, he raised his staff and struck down with force upon the creature. The rabbit, not in its prime, attempted to evade, yet its body betrayed it, and its weary legs faltered, collapsing onto the ground. With each successive blow from Chun-Yi, the rabbit ultimately succumbed, transforming into a burst of white light, leaving behind a rabbit leg and a single copper coin. Experience points increased by 5. To ascend to level 2, 100 experience points are required, thus indicating that another 19 kills would be necessary for advancement. Chun-Yi picked up the rabbit's leg and the copper coin, proceeding to the next location. The recent explosion may have frightened away other rabbits, making it unsuitable to remain in hiding. Although Chun-Yi's inaugural battle was not particularly glamorous and appeared somewhat disheveled, he smiled with great delight. The tension, excitement, unease, and ultimately the satisfaction of victory that accompanied the battle were experiences previously unknown to him. He did not despise these sensations, but rather found himself somewhat enchanted by them. This is precisely what I yearn for. Once again crouching in the grass, Chun-Yi opened the damage record on his panel, a newly added feature. The fireball spell inflicted an explosive damage of 15 points to the rabbit's head, resulting in a stun, impact damage of 10 points and burn damage of 5 points, followed by critical hits inflicting 3 points, 4 points, and 5 points respectively. The total damage amounted to 34. Although the final blow's damage might have overflowed, individual differences among the rabbits could also account for variations in their health. In his cautious approach, Chun-Yi calculated the health of a rabbit to be approximately 35. The damage inflicted by his fireball spell and a portion of his staff strikes surpassed his base attack power, a consequence of targeting the creature's vulnerabilities. However, given his current combat prowess, the odds of successfully slaying a rabbit were rather slim, as he could not guarantee consistent luck in inducing a stun. The available means to enhance his combat capabilities were limited. Task: Ant Wong's rabbit legs, 15. Relying on the task seemed futile, prompting Chun-Yi to focus on his fireball spell, which, when cast by himself, had virtually no cooldown. Was it merely a matter of casting swiftly and repeatedly? Observing the rabbit reappear, Chun-Yi contemplated for a moment before refraining from attacking. The gray rabbit, as if affirming its territory, circled around before disappearing into the underbrush. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, he finally rose to depart. Returning to the village with the concealed rabbit legs, he found the novice village far less lively than before, instead enveloped in an atmosphere of sorrow. Numerous players, who had naively envisioned a delightful gaming experience, found themselves on the receiving end of the rabbit's brutal assaults. I've exhausted my revival coins. If I die again, is it truly the end? One lamented. Why do rabbits dare to attack women? Is there any semblance of balance in this game? Another player, with a 50 realism rating, felt as if they would perish from the slightest damage, while those with 0 realism retaliated with impunity. Is there anyone who could lend me 2 copper coins for a black bread? Why must there still be hunger levels? One complained. Why did I choose the mage class? The intelligent casting takes 5 seconds, and even when I cast slowly, I still miss. At least archers have system assistance. I haven't hit a single arrow thus far. Amidst the cacophony, many players exited the game, transforming into white light and choosing to become ordinary citizens. Chun-Yi was not surprised by these developments. In the real world, the portrayal of the gaming universe was idyllic, suggesting that merely becoming a player elevated one to a higher status, akin to an esteemed occupation. Consequently, most entrants approached the experience with the mindset of a job interview rather than that of a warrior, preoccupied with his own challenges. Chun-Yi had little inclination to concern himself with the plight of others. After all, they still possessed revival coins, affording them a buffer for error. Chun-Yi, however, perceived the world of gaming as quite benevolent. It filtered players through the mechanism of a novice village, rather than imposing mandatory dispatch. Even the monsters gradually increased in strength. In this manner, The desire to transcend was entirely contingent upon one's choices. As long as one did not recklessly enter the fray like Chun-Yi, retreating unscathed was not particularly challenging. After a brief pause, Chun-Yi rose and made his way to a tree at the edge of the village. This area still fell within the safety zone of the novice village, alleviating concerns about rabbits emerging to attack. And being near the periphery meant that no players would disturb him. He once again envisioned the fireball spell in his mind, this time prioritizing precision over speed. Meticulously sketching its structure, which took 25 seconds to manifest a fireball. With a mana cost of 10, the fireball's form was stable, devoid of the previous flickering that signaled an impending explosion. He committed the structure to memory and gradually increased his pace. As he hurled the fireball, Chun-Yi continued to refine his thoughts. This process continued until the 7th iteration, at which point his mana dwindled below 30 points, and his mental state deteriorated significantly. After 2 consecutive failures, he was compelled to pause, reminding himself that mental acuity significantly affects spellcasting. At present, the only method for Chun-Yi to replenish his mana is through basic meditation. According to the introduction to basic meditation, there are 2 options available. The first involves harnessing elemental particles. Chun-Yi sat cross-legged on the ground, emptying his mind and leveraging his formidable innate spiritual advantage. He soon became attuned to the elemental particles surrounding him. Although the area appeared devoid of anything to the naked eye, it was actually teeming with various luminous specks, which could be identified as elemental particles. According to the teachings of meditation, one could channel specific elemental particles into their body to expedite mana recovery, while simultaneously imbuing their internal mana with the characteristics of those particles. This process would enhance the potency of corresponding spells. For instance, if Chun-Yi were to continuously draw in fire elements, the damage of his fireball spell would see a significant increase. However, the drawback lies in the fact that in environments lacking fire elements, Chun-Yi would be unable to restore his mana at all. Chun-Yi harbored grand ambitions, unwilling to leave himself with any apparent weaknesses. Thus, he opted for the second choice, to renounce external distractions, cultivate tranquility within, and soothe his spirit through an inward approach. This method replenished his magical energy by expending physical strength. The advantage lay in its independence from environmental constraints, while the drawback was its sluggish recovery rate, devoid of any enhancement from spell damage. After half an hour, Chun-Yi finally rose, resuming his practice. However, the recovery of his magical energy fell far short of the system's assertion of 5 points per minute. As he continued this cycle, his stomach soon lamented with hunger, prompting him to pause and search for dry twigs. Yet, in this area, which had recently experienced rainfall, the branches were all damp. He attempted to stack these twigs together and unleashed a fireball spell upon them, resulting in an explosive eruption that scattered the pile. In that instant of intense heat, several spots became parched, yet none ignited. Continuing to dry the twigs with fireballs proved impractical, not to mention the strain on his mana and physical endurance. The twigs would merely shatter into fragments before catching fire. Chun-Yi personally experienced why the damage record of the fireball spell is categorized into impact and burning. In a state of desperation, he turned his attention to the food-selling Wong grandma's house, pondering whether borrowing the NPC's food could be considered theft. With a resounding crack, the rabbit legs sizzled on the iron frame, with droplets of fat occasionally splattering onto the wood, resulting in faint explosions. Chun-Yi casually brushed chili oil on the rabbit's leg, as he preferred a bit of spiciness. Although the novice village was a mere construct of the game world, it still possessed all the essential elements one would expect. Upon arriving at Aunt Wong's residence, Chun-Yi refrained from engaging in conversation with the visibly tense Aunt Wong, opting instead to proceed directly into the house to borrow some tools and ingredients. After savoring a bite of roasted vegetables and a morsel of rabbit leg, even Chun-Yi had to concede that he had previously misjudged Aunt Wong. Moreover, he might need to stay overnight at her home, although he presumed she would not mind. The more he utilized the structure of the fireball spell, the more he appreciated its meticulous design. At first encounter, the complexity of the spell seemed daunting, particularly for a low-tier magic. One could only imagine how intricate higher-tier spells must be. However, as Chun-Yi's attempts resulted in a growing number of errors, he began to perceive an unexpected beauty within it. This structure must have been refined countless times, as any alteration could lead to significant repercussions. On one occasion, a fireball detonated unexpectedly, but fortunately, Chun-Yi's frailty meant he was spared from any serious harm. It seemed as though the world refreshed daily, likely to ensure that players had sufficient monsters to defeat for leveling up. This serendipitously resolved Chun Yi's concerns about sustenance, as the food in Aunt Wang's house had also replenished. With these worries alleviated, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to mastering the fireball spell. As time progressed, the population in the novice village dwindled, and by the 7th day, fewer than 40 players remained, with a roughly 70% elimination rate. Many of those who reached level 5 had done so without prior training or knowledge, indicating a certain innate talent. During this week, the eccentric Chen Yi, who had not sought to level up but instead practiced the fireball spell daily, began to attract attention. Some were curious about how he managed to stay at Aunt Wang's, while they were automatically triggered into conversation upon approach. Others expressed disdain, believing he was merely seeking attention. Nonetheless, these opinions did not sway Chen Yi. The remaining players in the novice village had mostly reached level 4, drawing closer to level 5, and their curiosity about him waned. A few well-meaning players offered to assist Chen Yi in leveling up, yet he declined their offers, unwilling to gamble his life on the goodwill of others. Given his current progress, leveling up alone no longer seemed an unattainable goal. The casting time for the fireball spell was now 1 second. Although his attire was tattered and reminiscent of a beggar, Chun Yi's eyes shone with increasing brilliance. Over the past few days, he had experienced several premature explosions of the fireball due to miscasting. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have faced dire consequences. Additionally, the frequent casting and meditation were honing his mental fortitude. Chun Yi occupation, none physique, 4 strength, 3 intelligence, 6, 1, agility, 3 spirit, 12 talent, affinity for fire, enhances mastery of fire skills, increases fire elemental damage by 10, skills, fireball, basic meditation soul energy, 0 projection, insufficient soul energy. Recommended occupation, Mage. For reasons unknown, the occupation panel still displays none. Although he has not leveled up, Chun Yi's fundamental attributes have been strengthening, a testament to the results of his physical training. On the 12th day, a player ascended to level 5, transforming into a radiant white light and departing from the novice village, leaving Chun Yi as the sole player in the village numbered 101101. It was also on this day that Chen Yi successfully compressed his casting time to 0.5 seconds, raising his intelligence to 8 and spirit to 16. It is time to seek out some rabbits. Chen Yi concluded this session of training and ventured alone onto the rabbit plain, opting to remain concealed within the thicket. As he passed the spot where he had first encountered a rabbit during his initial hunt, he unexpectedly found himself face to face with another rabbit. Remarkably, this one was also black. Chun Yi gazed upon the rabbit, and the rabbit, in turn, beheld Chun Yi. In an instant, a burst of speed propelled the rabbit forward, rendering it a mere shadow, darting in a zigzag pattern. Chun Yi was in a state of heightened concentration, his mental acuity enhanced, allowing him to discern the rabbit's position and movements with great effort. The rabbit swiftly approached him, its hind legs bending as if coiling like a compressed spring. Now is the moment. Chen Yi swiftly rolled to the left, evading the rabbit's charge. He then raised his staff, and in an instant, a fireball materialized. The fireball hurtled towards the predicted landing spot, colliding with the rabbit, which could not alter its course midair. Boom. The fireball detonated behind the rabbit, the force combined with its inherent momentum creating a small crater in the ground. Fortunately, it did not strike a fatal area. The rabbit shook its head in the pit and quickly propelled itself away, dodging the second fireball. Although its speed remained impressive, it was nowhere near its previous swiftness. As the second fireball missed its target, Chun Yi realized the rabbit was not dazed and promptly abandoned the notion of engaging in close combat. While retreating to create distance, he continued to cast spells, anticipating the rabbit's movements. This time, the fireball landed beside the rabbit's foot. The gap between them narrowed, yet Chun Yi remained composed, his gaze steady upon the rabbit as he mentally constructed a strategy he had executed countless times before. The fourth fireball erupted upon the rabbit, successfully hitting the predicted location. Struck once more, the rabbit's condition deteriorated. A significant portion of its fur bore the signs of scorching, rendering it surprisingly pitiable. Nevertheless, its adversary was unfazed, and the fireball detonated on the rabbit once again. EXP 5 Chinesian acutely sensed her newfound strength. Picking up 2 copper coins, this time no rabbit legs were summoned. Exiting the rabbit plane, she casually tossed the coins into her own jar. Reflecting on the experience of this venture, she entered a meditative state to fully restore her energy before returning to the rabbit plane. That night, Chun-Yi stumbled back to the novice village, exclaiming, "Li the apothecary. I wish to purchase some potions." Not every endeavor unfolded as anticipated. That white rabbit had the audacity to feint an attack. It performed a downward motion as if to charge, luring Chun-Yi into a dodge, only to reveal the true charge thereafter. Chun-Yi felt as if his abdomen had been struck by a massive hammer. His mind was blank, and though he was familiar with the structure of the situation, he could not seem to piece it together. Yet, the instinct for survival compelled him to act. He barely managed to locate the rabbit's position, using his staff as a makeshift club to fend off its attacks, creating a brief distance that allowed him a moment to breathe. The intense pain caused cold sweat to bead on his forehead. At that moment, the white rabbit charged at him once more. The gap between them was minimal, and in an instant, it was upon Chun-Yi. His eyes and senses caught the telltale signs of the rabbit's feigned assault. Instinctively, he prepared to evade. But he held back. No, it was merely a feint. The legs, which were truly poised to deliver power, remained uncoiled. The rabbit once again executed a deceptive maneuver. Maneuvering past Chun-Yi, if he were to evade and expose a weakness, the rabbit would immediately launch a genuine charge. After several more feints, the rabbit continued its charade, none of which were authentic attacks, while Chun-Yi absorbed the subtleties of its tactics. However, being merely a rabbit, it grew visibly agitated after several failed feints. Chun-Yi raised his staff, and a fireball materialized instantaneously, predicting the trajectory of the white rabbit. The fireball erupted before him, causing the rabbit's pupils to constrict slightly, if it possessed pupils at all. The explosion created an aura of intimidation, rendering the rabbit more cautious. A stalemate ensued between the two. As Chun-Yi's body began to secrete hormones, the pain from his injuries dissipated, replaced by a sensation of warmth. Unburdened by pain, the casting time for his fireball spell diminished significantly. Observing Chun-Yi raise his staff, the white rabbit swiftly altered its course and leapt high, realizing that the imagined fireball had yet to strike, merely forming before the staff. "Thank you for your guidance, and farewell." The fireball detonated upon the rabbit, and as it plummeted, another fireball was conjured. Just as it attempted to rise once more, another fireball met it. EXP 5. The white rabbit's form shattered into fragments, leaving behind a rabbit's leg and 2 copper coins. Is this creature truly capable of mass duplication? No one could answer Chun-Yi's query as he hastened toward the novice village. Presently, he felt no pain, entirely due to the hormones coursing through his body. Once these hormones subsided, Chun-Yi would likely lose the ability to move, potentially succumbing to the perils of the plains. Returning to the present, an unsteady Chun-Yi approached Apothecary Li. After a brief exchange, a translucent screen appeared, displaying only 2 items, a vial of red potion and a vial of blue potion. Straightforward and comprehensible. Upon selecting the red potion, he read, "Rough Life Potion, gradually restores 20 HP. Evaluation, a novice's practice product, aside from its dreadful taste. Its efficacy is lacking. Are you certain you wish to consume this? Price, 10 copper coins." Feeling increasingly fatigued, Chun-Yi disregarded the review and made the purchase. Witnessing a red potion materialize in his grasp, observing the glass-like exterior of the vial, it was clear it was not meant to be chewed. He uncorked the vial and poured the red liquid into his mouth, immediately grimacing. How utterly vile. What had Apothecary Li included to render it so distasteful? Such an accomplishment in awfulness could be deemed a talent. Nevertheless, the potion's effects were palpable, and he could sense his condition steadily improving. He casually opened the blue vial. Rough Mana Potion. Gradually restores 15 MP evaluation. I can't fathom who would purchase this unless they were on the brink of death. Price, 10 copper coins. Chun-Yi approved of the review. How dare such rubbish be sold for 10 copper coins? Subsequently, he approached Aunt Wong to submit the collected rabbit legs. Congratulations on completing the quest, Aunt Wong's ingredients. You have received 20 copper coins and gained 20 EXP. It must be said that Aunt Wong was rather frugal. Chun-Yi reassured himself, regarding the rabbit legs as compensation for his lodging over the past few days. With no system storage available, Chun-Yi cast the copper coins into Aunt Wong's basin. Thus far, he had accumulated a total of 26 copper coins, with only 25 experience points required for the next level. However, given the current pace, reaching level 2 by the morrow seemed assured. Rather than resting immediately, Chun-Yi reflected on his reactions during the encounter with the white rabbit and his perception of its attacks. A feigned assault could indeed expose vulnerabilities in the enemy. Chun-Yi was previously an ordinary individual, lacking any combat experience, thus requiring gradual accumulation. It was not merely a deficiency in coping strategies. The strength of the rabbit did not surpass his own to a significant degree. With sufficiently swift reflexes, he could withstand its onslaught. Sometimes, refraining from casting spells could prove to be a viable option. Perhaps enhancing his physical attributes was also necessary, for if he were to sustain injuries, the repercussions could be severe. It remained uncertain whether an increase in physical prowess would also enhance the efficacy of his meditative practices. The elevation of his mental faculties had greatly transformed his perceptual abilities, and with further improvement, he would be able to accurately detect the movements of the rabbits. Ultimately, Chun Yi came to comprehend the intrinsic value of the novice village's staff. After spending several days in this gaming realm, his repeated practice of the fireball spell had left his garments riddled with holes. He utilized the staff daily for spell casting and occasionally wielded it as a makeshift club against the rabbits, yet it remained utterly unscathed, devoid of any indication of durability. Moreover, this staff possessed other functions for Chun Yi, its absurdly low attributes rendering the fireball spell incapable of instantly vanquishing the rabbits. However, from another perspective, this presented an opportunity. Engaging in battles of equal footing would continually augment his combat experience. After a night of silence, Chun Yi awoke the following morning, his previously painful abdomen completely healed. After a brief breakfast courtesy of Aunt Wang, he grasped his staff and once more ventured onto the rabbit plains. Having undergone the trial by the white rabbit, Chun Yi suddenly perceived that the ordinary rabbits were not so formidable after all. Their evident charging wind-up did not exceed his own strength by much. In such a comparison, the white rabbit from yesterday appeared increasingly suspicious. Chun Yi persistently endeavored to parry the rabbit's assaults with his staff, aiming to minimize mana expenditure and thereby enhance his efficiency in farming wild creatures. After several skirmishes, a fireball effortlessly struck the weary rabbit. Experience increased by 5. Rabbit leg gained by 1, and copper coin acquired by 1. He picked up the copper coin, disregarding the rabbit leg, as the quest had already been fulfilled, rendering the rabbit leg obsolete. As time gradually passed, after yet another rabbit succumbed, Chun Yi ultimately attained level 2. Chun Yi level, LV2 class, None Constitution, 5, 1, Strength, 4, 1, Intelligence, 9, 1, Agility, 4, 1, Spirit, 17 Talent, Fire Affinity, increases mastery of fire skills. Fire elemental damage increased by 10. Skills, Fireball, Basic Meditation Soul Energy, 0 Projection, Insufficient Soul Energy. Recommended class, Mage. All attributes have seen a modest increase, seemingly insignificant. Yet collectively they enhance overall strength considerably. It is no wonder that players previously dared to assist others in leveling up after a comprehensive enhancement. It indeed becomes much easier to farm rabbits. As the rabbits re-emerged, his eyes barely managed to register their presence. However, guided by his heightened spirit perception, he discerned that their speed was not particularly formidable. Anticipating their landing, Chun Yi decisively cast a fireball. In the next moment, the fireball erupted above the rabbit's head, dissipating in a flash of white light. EXP2 The fireball inflicted a staggering 35 points of critical damage to the rabbit's head. Although the rabbits were mere clones in this gaming realm, their biological characteristics remained intact. The head, throat, and heart were still the critical points for a one-hit kill. Yet, the sensation he experienced moments ago. Fireball. In an instant, a fireball formed. The time it took was beyond mere physical estimation, but it undoubtedly took less than 0.5 seconds. The increase in intelligence had shortened the original casting time. It felt as though an upgrade in hardware allowed Chun Yi to construct the fireball spell with remarkable speed. For a moment, it felt as though he could conjure it effortlessly. The enhancement of his spirit had raised his mana limit, thereby accelerating the flight speed of the fireball. Following the upgrade, the experience gained from rabbits diminished, signaling the time to change maps. The next destination, Wild Chicken Forest. If the rabbit plains could be likened to an assassin, then Wild Chicken Forest resembled a warrior. The half-man-tall wild chickens, with their sharp beaks, could easily peck through trees to feast on the insects within. The wild chickens exhibited none of the rabbit's caution, strutting about with an air of arrogance. Upon spotting Chun Yi, they charged forward without hesitation. However, their speed proved too sluggish for him. With a distance of over 100 meters before the wild chicken could reach him, it had already been struck by the fourth fireball, each impact causing a noticeable pause in its movement. As the fifth fireball detonated, the wild chicken fell, unwillingly disintegrating into fragments, which vanished to reveal a pair of shimmering white shoes. Equipment had dropped. After days of hunting rabbits without seeing any equipment, Chen had almost resigned himself to purchasing gear from the blacksmith in the novice village. EXP 10 copper coins for. The experience and copper coins exceeded those from the rabbits, but that was not the focal point. Wild Chicken Forest Parkour Boots Quality. White Agility 1 Durability. 1919 Evaluation. One should not expect much strength from a white quality shoe. Disregarding the evaluation of the equipment, Chen joyfully washed his feet by the river before donning the new shoes. The slightly larger size quickly adjusted to fit him well. What a marvelous world! At last, he was free from shoes destined for wear and tear. Returning to Wild Chicken Forest, as soon as he entered, a wild chicken charged directly at him. Moments later, it vanished in a flash of white light. EXP 10 Though he had upgraded to a higher level map, the threat posed by the wild chickens was surprisingly lesser. The fireball caused an explosive damage of 25 points to the wild chicken's head, impact damage 14 points, burn damage 11 points. The fireball inflicted an explosive damage of 15 points to the wild chicken, impact damage 4 points, burn damage 11 points. The fireball again struck the wild chicken's head, dealing 25 points of explosive damage, impact damage 14 points, burn damage 11 points. The wild chicken boasted a health pool of around 120 points, and its attack power was not to be underestimated. Yet, such foes posed no real threat to Chen. Distance remained the lifeline of a mage. After spending over 10 days to reach level 2, he ascended from level 2 to level 3 in just one day. The pitiful equipment drop rate yielded no second piece of gear. The new map, Angry Turtle Coast, was puzzlingly named, as it was merely a freshwater riverbank. If Chen's casting speed had somewhat countered the wild chickens, it would be exceedingly effective against the angry turtles. The angry turtles, half the height of a man, were spiked shells, exhibiting remarkable physical resistance and health. Once they clamped onto an enemy, they would never let go, their only drawback being their sluggish movement. In other words, they were merely live targets. Chen directed his spell at the retreating position of the enraged turtle, opting not to hurl a fireball at its evidently formidable shell. Before long, it transformed into experience, facilitating Chen Yi's growth. The level 4 Goblin Mage was an enigma to Chen Yi, as it had never managed to unleash a single spell. Confronted by a fellow mage who required approximately 1 second to cast, Chen Yi swiftly launched a fireball to preemptively interrupt the incantation, followed by engaging in close combat. A day later, the Goblin Mage before Chen Yi shattered into fragments, enabling him to ascend to level 5. Chen Yi level, LV 5 Occupation, None Constitution, 8, 1, Strength, 7, 1, Intelligence, 13, 1, Agility, 7, 1, Spirit, 21 Talent. Affinity for Fire, increases mastery of fire-based skills and enhances fire elemental damage by 10, Skills, Basic Meditation. Fireball Soul Energy, 0 Projection, insufficient soul energy. Recommended occupation, Mage. Prolonged meditation has yielded a slight enhancement in intelligence and spirit, yet it pales in comparison to the attributes gained from leveling up. As I prepare to depart from the novice village, I remain uncertain of what the future holds. After conversing with the village chief while holding a basin, Chen Yi vanished from the beginner's village. At the very moment of his departure, an invisible wave swept through, and soon after, the beginner's village, designated as number 101101, began to distort. This distortion rapidly spread to all nearby regions. The space transformed into a mere illusion amidst the distortion, disappearing without a trace, as if it had never existed at all. Ding! Congratulations to player Chen Yi for successfully passing through the beginner's village. Completion time. C-Team. 0 player cooperation. 0 detection in progress. Ding! It has been detected that player Chen Yi has entered the game in his true form, meeting the participation requirements. Would you like to join the seed program of the game world? Upon observing the summary interface before him, Chen Yi realized that the game world encourages players to form teams. However, it is only by remaining solo that one can partake in this so-called seed program. A certain contradiction emerged. Adhering to the principle of seeking knowledge through inquiry, he wondered, what is the seed program? Ding! Participation in the seed program will yield the support of the game world, yet the tasks encountered will become significantly more challenging. Seed program prerequisites. Entry into the game in true form. Successful departure from the beginner's village without forming a team. Ding! Countdown to participation. 30, 29. I will participate. Chen Yi did not hesitate for long. As his words fell, a sharp pain pierced his chest, as if something had forcefully burrowed inside. After a prolonged moment, the agony began to subside. With trembling hands, Chun Yi peeled away his beggar's disguise, revealing a dark brand etched upon his collarbone, resembling a necklace adorned with thorns from a distance. Ding! The soul imprint has been successfully inscribed. Welcome, player Chun Yi, to the realm of the game. Evaluating player. Combat awareness. C. Learning ability. B. Talent. Exceptional intelligence and spirit. Recommended class. Mage. Completion assessment. A. Congratulations on achieving the Mage class transition. You have received a random skill selection X1 and an enhancement of privileges. You have acquired a resurrection coin X1. The backpack function is now activated alongside chat functionality. The arena, enhancement hall, and residence. Disclosure of information related to the seed project is strictly prohibited. Violators will face annihilation. A torrent of information flooded his vision as Chun Yi finally embraced his identity as a true player in this virtual world, with numerous foundational functions unfolding before him. Had he possessed these features earlier, his journey through the novice village might have been considerably more effortless. Yet, there is no room for what-ifs. The Mage class transition commenced, and without warning, the surrounding white expanse vanished, transforming into a dark, shimmering surface of water. Plop. Chun Yi fell into the water. Unable to control his body, with only his eyes to see and ears to hear. Though surrounded solely by water, it felt as if countless voices were present. Who is speaking? A sharp female voice declared, "The mage is omnipotent. If there is something unattainable, it is merely a reflection of your insufficient knowledge." A gentle old woman's voice chimed in, "Mages were not born for combat. Magic is merely a fade, while the essence lies in the mastery of rules." A voice brimming with arrogance proclaimed, "Elemental particles are the true companions of a mage. If you do not harness them for battle, how dare you call yourself a mage?" After a prolonged silence, a magnetic male voice emerged. "Why must you define a mage by your own limited understanding?" Chun Yi abruptly sat up, panting heavily. He felt as though he would drown if he remained any longer, as a torrent of knowledge flooded his mind, insights pertaining to mages, the apprentices of mages, the art of meditation, and the intricate spells themselves. All the fundamental knowledge that Chun Yi lacked has been comprehensively instilled in his mind. He has successfully transitioned careers. He has acquired the skills of wu-wei meditation, spell analysis, mental telekinesis, blink, and fire resistance ring. He has also obtained the Mage growth template and opened the interface. Chun Yi level, LV5 profession, Mage constitution, 8 strength, 7 intelligence, 15-2, agility, 8-1, spirit, 25 talent, affinity for fire, increases mastery of fire skills, and fire elemental damage by 10, skills, wu-wei meditation, spell analysis, psychic power, blink, fire resistance ring, fireball soul energy, 0 projection, insufficient soul energy. Wu-wei meditation, rejecting the enhancement of spirit through elemental particles, the Mage Chun Yi chooses to delve within himself, enhancing mana recovery speed, intelligence, and the effects of spiritual training, while simultaneously allowing mana to strengthen his physical form. Cooldown, 0, consumes a certain amount of stamina. Spell analysis, dissatisfied with merely using skills. The Mage Chun Yi wishes to understand their components. Cooldown, 0, consumes a substantial amount of mana. Psychic power, utilization of mental strength. Cooldown, 0, consumes a small amount of mana. Blink, a preliminary understanding of space, facilitating a short distance displacement. Cooldown, 60s, mana consumption is related to the distance moved, with a maximum distance of 1 meter. Fire resistance ring, flames explode around, repelling nearby enemies and inflicting 75 damage. Cooldown, 15s, mana consumption, 40 EP. Mage growth template, with each level up, intelligence increases by 2, spirit by 2, and 1 free attribute point is awarded. After leveling up, no attribute will increase by 1, which is a benefit granted to players by the game world. Without class changing, leveling up after level 5 will only yield 1 point. Likewise, the novice village does not constitute a true class change. It serves to allow players to experience the combat style of this profession. In Chun Yi's words, "The game world is indeed benevolent." Wu-wei meditation is a special meditative technique acquired by Chun Yi following his decision upon entering the Mage heritage grounds. The efforts made in the novice village have finally borne fruit at this moment. Habitually reaching for his staff, he was dismayed to find nothing in his grasp. Upon checking his panel, he realized that the novice village staff had been reclaimed. Chun Yi felt a deep sense of regret, while its attributes were lackluster. Its durability implied that it could serve as a formidable shield. Nevertheless, he resolved to purchase another staff in due course. He decided to experiment with the skills. Blink. The intricate structure rapidly formed in his mind, and Chun Yi vanished from his position, reappearing 1 meter behind. The mana consumption was a staggering 100 points. Indeed, a daunting expenditure. However, he pondered the mechanics of this skill's cooldown. Was it his body that could not withstand the fluctuations of space? Or did the space itself require time to stabilize? Following this, Chun Yi endeavored to try his other skills. Spell analysis yielded no tangible results, as his understanding of spells was too rudimentary to facilitate any meaningful analysis. Upon separating the components of the fireball spell, he recognized each structure. Yet they remained unfamiliar to him. Notably, Wu-Wei meditation is a skill that Chun Yi has comprehended through meditation and his own volition. In the depths of water, a torrent of knowledge, previously incomprehensible to him, surged into his mind, with spell structures shifting and ultimately coalescing into this self-created skill, the principles of which remained elusive. Mana now flowed not merely within his mind, but coursed through his body, enabling swifter recovery during meditation. This flowing mana also gradually nourished his physical form. After familiarizing himself with his skills, he proceeded to explore some newly acquired functionalities. Chun Yi, with a flicker of thought, opened his backpack, which contained 20 slots for stacking a single type of item, yet the weight limit was capped at 50 kilograms. At the bottom left of the slots, the copper coins accumulated by Chun Yi were displayed, 1,952 coins. Although referred to as copper coins, they were actually a unique medium within the gaming realm, devoid of any weight restrictions. On the right side of the slots, a resurrection coin was showcased, a secure safeguard. This coin was a gift from the game world. And as a player entering with a real body, the cost of purchasing resurrection coins far exceeded that of other players. Moreover, this price would increase exponentially as Chun Yi grew stronger. Even at his current weak state, the price for a resurrection coin stood at 7,000 copper coins, while players of the same level entering without a real body only needed 500 copper coins. It seemed that both had a margin for error, yet in reality, a genuine entry allowed for only one chance at life. Using the spoils from multiple gaming sessions to acquire resurrection coins was merely a slow march towards demise. The game would only grow more challenging with each attempt. Meanwhile, the resurrection coin option in the marketplace interface was grayed out, indicating that he already possessed one and could not purchase another. The chat interface was abuzz with numerous voices, as if they were truly immersed in the game. Xia Fangjia LV25, Gentleman S House sincerely seeking blue quality rifles. The price is negotiable. Wu D LV7, Lone Wanderer, why do I only receive 1 attribute point for leveling up after level 5? How can I actually change classes? Yang Shino. 1125 LV50, Dynasty, if I enhance again, I'll be a dog. If I enhance again, I'll be a dog. If I enhance again, I'll be a dog. Important things must be repeated thrice. I heard this enhancer was truly used by Kelly. I'm planning to confront her in the dungeon world next time. With a casual wave, he closed the chat interface. After briefly familiarizing himself with the various functions, Chun Yi turned his gaze to the last item of support, Random Skill Selection 1. For reasons unknown, the sight of the word random made Chun Yi feel slightly dizzy and his heart raced, as if he were on the verge of collapsing. Licking his dry lips, he admonished himself, don't frighten yourself. The lack of equipment drops isn't my fault. It must be the abysmally low drop rate in the novice village. Strangely, Chun Yi always found himself recalling the moments when his external aid conflicted with the game world, evoking a sense of losing something crucial. Chun Yi selectively disregarded the sight of novice village players, each equipped with a full set of gear at level 5. Use. Ding. Skill inclination selected. Fire. Skill extraction in progress. Ding. Please choose one of the following skills. Great Fire Destruction from the Naruto universe. Channeling mana through hand seals. Then expelling fireballs from the mouth. Damage and area depend on intelligence and mana used. Inflicting 120 to 300 magical attack damage over a range of 2 to 50 meters. With a cooldown of 90 seconds. 100 Style. Demon Burn from the King of Fighters universe. A fusion of martial arts and flames. Damage is determined by strength and intelligence. Each attack causing 110 physical damage plus 150 magical damage, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Ignite from League of Legends. A continuous damage skill cast on a single enemy target, reliant on understanding of fire, inflicts 10 to true damage to enemy heroes over 5 seconds and reduces the target's healing and recovery effects. Cooldown of 300 seconds. The random outcome this time was unexpectedly favorable. The second option was promptly dismissed. Although some melee practice had been undertaken, there was no intention to pursue that path. The first skill, Great Fire Destruction, could be considered a powerful ability for the early game, useful for both clearing monsters and battling bosses. Thus, Chen Yi opted for Ignite, after all. No one could refuse true damage. Ding. Following evaluation, player Chen Yi was unable to master Ignite. Chen Yi's heart sank in an instant. Ding. This skill was acquired through the seed program support, granting priority access. Ding. It enabled the player, Chen Yi, to master the art of ignition. Having traversed through the depths of water, Chen Yi now found himself engulfed in flames, with fiery serpents wildly enveloping him. The heat was searing, the pain excruciating, the burning relentless. Yet, despite this torment, Chen Yi would not perish. A mysterious force continuously restored his body, only for it to wither away in the flames. Repeating this cycle ad infinitum. To truly comprehend fire, there is no more convenient method than to experience it firsthand. Upon returning to the game world, Chen Yi felt a sense of disorientation. Ding. The support has been fully allocated. The first game session will commence in 3 days. Chen Yi was placed in a room that belonged to him, a space protected by the game world within the confines of a town area. In other words, until the destruction of the game world, this place remained absolutely safe. Upon exiting the game world, Chen Yi, clad in new attire, staggered out through the door. The flames had consumed his clothing and shoes entirely, and the shoes that he had struggled to obtain had vanished from him. Fortunately, even in the game world, there were delivery services. Otherwise, Chen Yi might have made headlines the following day. Entering the game world in the nude raised questions of moral decay or the distortion of human nature. In the real world, character attributes were considerably suppressed. A deliberate design of the game world. Some speculated that this was to provide players with a stable foundation while continuously supplying them with resources. As he opened the dilapidated door of his home, he returned to see if there was anything he wished to take with him. For he would rarely leave the game world again. The door emitted an irritating creak, having been away for less than 20 days. The house appeared as though it had been abandoned for 6 months. The dust-covered floor bore a few letters, likely left by that one individual who would write to him. Chen Yi mused that he had hoped to flaunt his black iron longsword to this person. This weapon boasted a noble white quality. Wasn't it enviable? If he were to reveal that the weapon had an added attack power of 25, wouldn't he that evoke a pang of jealousy? Chen Yi smiled, observing that this fellow seemed to be faring quite well, and picked up the next letter. Still, I have not awaited your return. Some have claimed that you have passed away, yet I refuse to believe it. With the authenticity set to 90, I often feel as though I am on the brink of death. However, I have managed to crawl back to the novice village. So I cannot accept that you have perished in such a manner. After all, I am the protagonist, and my designated companions are not so easily dispatched. The next game is about to commence, and you have yet to return. Surely, you are not off to the novice village for matchmaking. Very well. I shall await the moment to elevate you. By the way, my in-game name is Wu Di. I initially intended to name myself Invincible. Alas, I do not know who claimed that name first, nearly driving this protagonist to despair. The town bustles with life at night, teeming with players below level 20. Some hurry about, while others indulge in a revelry of inebriation. The array of weapons is diverse, ranging from melee to firearms, from staffs to hidden blades, anything you can imagine. And then some is wielded by players. We are recruiting. The Dynasty Guild is seeking new members, offering excellent benefits and high rewards. We provide novice gear that is undoubtedly cheaper than what is sold in the official shops of the game world. Brother, this sharpshooter job transfer certificate is worth at least 1,000 copper coins. Imagine, for early-stage players, having a gun versus not having one is a world apart. As an experienced player, I assure you, I speak the truth. What is the point of stacking attributes? Have you played games before? If not, allow me to enlighten you. In gaming, there are 2 essential elements, equipment and skills. Early on, stacking attributes may only yield a few extra points of damage, but powerful equipment makes a significant difference, aiding you through the initial phases of the game. Furthermore, with diligent effort, one can typically accumulate the primary attributes to 49 points before reaching level 20. Why is the cap 49 points, you ask? Ahem. Well, don't my gear appear rather impressive? Chen Yi continuously absorbs knowledge from the realm of gaming like a sponge, and has come to comprehend the predominant factions among players. The mainstream consists of traditional gaming archetypes, where players strive to level up and enhance their equipment, with the aim of acquiring superior gear. Due to physical constraints, Once a player's base attributes reach 49, a breakthrough becomes necessary, as further investment in points yields no benefit. Although Chun Yi has yet to discover how to achieve this breakthrough, he remains unhurried, as 49 points is still early in his journey. While character attributes are limited, equipment is not. And the mantra among these players is that maximizing the intricacies of gear can lead to astonishing enhancements. Traditional gaming players progress swiftly, yet their ultimate strength is ultimately tethered to their financial resources and luck. The second faction is that of scholars, who primarily focus on skills, akin to Chun Yi's own approach to understanding abilities, eschewing the automated casting offered by the gaming world. Players of this faction possess skills that often surpass those of their counterparts in the first faction at the same level. However, the weaker players, including novices, often find themselves unable to leave even the starting village, struggling to find allies for team play. Nonetheless, Chun Yi is resolute in his plan to strengthen himself. As the majority of players engage in cooperative gameplay, Chun Yi, still in search of trustworthy companions for his team, understood the necessity of concealing any evident weaknesses. Subsequently, he stumbled upon a stall where he procured a staff and a ring. Withered Vine Staff quality, white physical attack, 10 to 12 magical attack, 15 to 21 effect. When casting Fireball, it significantly increases the chance of igniting the opponent. Durability, 15 level, 5 evaluation, a wooden staff for casting Fireball, a commendable weapon that enhances Chun Yi's combat prowess immensely. In the gaming realm, players' bodies underwent a transformation, enabling them to earn experience points by vanquishing monsters or adversaries. However, there is a trade-off. Without a weapon, a player's true potential remains largely untapped. Weapons serve as the medium through which one's abilities are manifested. As players grow stronger, they require even more formidable mediums, thus necessitating the pursuit of superior equipment. Meditative ring quality, green intelligence bonus, 1 effect, enhances meditation effects to a certain degree. Level, 5 durability, 55 evaluation, a gift from a mentor to an apprentice. Although this ring is of green quality, its effects are rather lackluster, having lingered on the stall for several game cycles. Upon noticing Chun Yi's interest in the ring, the stall owner eagerly extolled the benefits of faster mana regeneration, claiming an instant rapport with Chun Yi, and offered it for a mere 200 copper coins. With the staff costing 900 copper coins, Chun Yi felt a sudden pang of poverty, realizing he lacked sufficient funds to fully equip himself. After reserving a small amount of copper for emergencies, he spent the remainder on red and blue potions. Large red potion X3 restores 25 health points within 10 seconds. Evaluation, a subpar item brought from another world. At least it tastes decent. Price, 150 copper coins. Large blue potion X1 restores 20 mana points within 10 seconds. Evaluation, is this even useful without mana? Price, 100 copper coins. After leaving the bustling street, Chun Yi returned to his humble abode. This was a basic privilege afforded to players as he surveyed his surroundings. He noted that while modest, it possessed all essential amenities. For those desiring a larger space, copper coins could easily procure it, and the prices were quite reasonable. In the realm of gaming, space seemed as malleable as clay. After resting for a night in his home, Chun Yi set out to explore the various functionalities within the novice town. His first destination was the arena. Chun Yi's opponent was a level 12 sharpshooter, positioned a mere 50 meters away. The adversary wore a relaxed expression, casually spinning the revolver in his hand. Kid, have you wandered into the wrong arena? This is a battleground for those beyond level 10. You ought to be frolicking with the other newcomers. Chun Yi remained silent. His presence here was purposeful. The taunts from his opponent did little to sway him as the countdown in the air gradually dwindled. 2, 1. At the precise moment the countdown concluded, Chun Yi executed a Z-shaped dash, his previous location now marked by bullet holes. Despite the sniper's disdainful demeanor towards him, there was no leniency in their shots. Snipers and mages of this caliber operated at a mid-range, capable of striking from a stationary position. Thus, the competition hinged on reaction time and bullet velocity, with the latter evidently superior. Whoosh, whoosh. The bullets from the revolver zipped through the air. Utilizing his far superior mental acuity, Chun Yi managed to perceive these projectiles, though his evasive maneuvers lacked grace. Damn it, it's like trying to evade an eel. Each revolver contained merely 6 bullets, and he was now nearly out of ammunition. The sniper swiftly retrieved an ice grenade from a pouch at his hip and hurled it towards Chun Yi, simultaneously retreating to distance himself and expertly reloading. However, the ice grenade, which was expected to thwart Chun Yi's movements, failed to detonate. Instead, It reversed direction under Chun Yi's mental control. What? With a sound reminiscent of shattering glass, a small patch of ice formed on the ground, ensnaring the sniper's feet within. Before he could shatter the ice with his revolver, a barrage of fireballs rained down upon him. You have sustained 25 points of damage from fireball attack. You have sustained 20 points of damage from fireball attack. You have sustained 22 points of damage from fireball attack. You have lost the match. As the sniper regained his senses, he found himself expelled from the arena. Damn it. A mage of the scholarly faction? Wasn't it said that such individuals possess little combat prowess in the early stages? He failed to consider that perhaps his own ineptitude was to blame. Meanwhile, the victorious Chun Yi reflected on the issues encountered during the battle. Distance was the lifeblood of mages, but it also served as a vital factor for other professions. When faced with foes who struck faster, he realized he lacked adequate countermeasures. Chun Yi has been immersed in the arena for 2 days, experiencing more defeats than victories. The myriad of professions and the peculiar skills they wield, not to mention the wealthy players from the second generation of guilds, have left him in a state of envy. As he reflects on his own inability to even gather sufficient equipment, tears of longing well up in his eyes. The library serves as another facet of the town. Within its walls lie countless tomes, catering to both mages and warriors alike. During this period, Chun Yi has been immersed in the arena or absorbed in his reading. Setting aside his essential text for mage apprentices, he received a notification from the gaming world prompting him to play. He approached the front desk, inquiring, "Teacher me. May I borrow this book?" The front desk was unoccupied, save for a plump tabby cat, whose weight was surely comparable to that of an orange cat. Teacher me opened its eyes in discontent, seemingly oblivious to the importance of a midday nap for felines. Nevertheless, it forgave Chun Yi, as it dutifully fulfilled its role as the librarian. Stretching lazily, it attempted to elongate its body like any ordinary cat, though the excess around its waist jiggled incessantly. The notebook beneath it fluttered into the air, unfolding of its own accord, while an ink-stained quill glided across the pages, recording notes. "You're off to the game, aren't you?" It was more of a statement than a question. Teacher me, having spent considerable time at the library front desk, possessed a deeper understanding of the gaming world than Chun Yi. The deposit for this book is 100 copper coins. Would you prefer to pay in coins or collateral with equivalent items? Chun Yi had previously kept some copper coins, however. After the recent expenditures in the arena and leaving behind a deposit, he had completely become destitute. The game commences. Chun Yi vanished into the library with a book in hand, while the tabby cat, affectionately referred to as Teacher Me, curled up again, pressing its reluctant notes beneath its body, seemingly prepared to reclaim its earlier slumber. Ugh! Chun Yi, feeling as though the world was spinning, knelt on the ground, retching in discomfort. Could the game world not be a bit gentler during the teleportation? A total of 25 individuals had joined the game. Although some were puzzled by Chun Yi's reaction, they did not dwell on it excessively. Location: Plants vs. Zombies. World objective: survive for 4 days. Zombies were emerging from all directions around Dave's house, and the task was to safeguard both Dave's abode and one's own brain. Recommended level: 10 to 19. Quest rewards: copper coins, green quality equipment. It appeared that this was a lucrative level, with indeed bountiful rewards. With the assistance of plants, even with fewer players, the mission could be accomplished with ease. He Daosan, bearing a cross, stepped forward and declared, "Everyone, please be quiet. I am He Daosan from the Iron Fist Guild. Are there any members of the same guild participating in this game?" Mu Qingna, adorned in a form-fitting qipao, followed suit, exclaiming, "I am Mu Qingna from the Rose Guild. Are there any fellow sisters from the same guild here?" In an instant, players began to seek their respective guilds, while those without a guild or solitary players sought to temporarily join a favored faction. What is your profession? Mage. How does one prove to be of the mage profession? Chun Yi raised his staff, and after a brief moment of 1.5 seconds, a fireball manifested. He Sun welcomed Chun Yi with open arms. At this level, it is uncommon for individuals to squander resources on unnecessary weapons or to learn skills outside their primary attributes. The reason is simple: they are newly transitioned and financially constrained. Among the players present, aside from Chun Yi, most fell within the 10 to 12 level range, representing their first foray into the game post-transition. The players instinctively divided into 2 teams, led by He Sun from the Iron Fist Guild and Mu Qingna from the Rose Guild. Experiencing such a scene for the first time, Chun Yi discreetly positioned himself at the back, feigning an air of seasoned expertise while actually mirroring the movements of the other players. This is a typical method of team formation among players. Those from the same guild take precedence, followed by members of larger guilds. Players from larger guilds have access to a wealth of exclusive information. Hence their default assumption as team leaders. In the game world, solo players often lack a voice. As the preparation time concluded, the language function activated, and the chat channel opened. The protective shield surrounding the group dissipated, prompting He Sun and Mu Qingna to approach the only house nearby, the ownership of which was unequivocally clear. Ding dong. As the two leaders prepared to communicate with Dave, Chunyi stealthily surveyed his surroundings. The sun shone brilliantly today. Yet for some inexplicable reason, it failed to impart warmth upon him. Having endured the inferno of the fiery hell, Chunyi had grown sensitive to temperature. Dave's courtyard bore no plants, likely cleared away after fending off a zombie attack. The absence of trees surrounding the house afforded a clear line of sight. Yet, this very openness raised questions. Where would the zombies emerge from? While playing, the limited perspective of the courtyard had seemed unremarkable. But standing in Dave's yard now felt distinctly eerie. Clang. The door slammed against the wall as Dave, eyes bloodshot and weary, emerged from within. His condition was evidently far from optimal. Mr. Dave, hello. Mu Qingna began, but before she could finish, Dave enveloped the two leaders in a warm embrace. Oh, my friends, warriors from another world, you have finally arrived. It was not mere coincidence. The language enhancement had taken effect. He Sun and Mu Qingna exchanged knowing glances. The narrative of this world diverged from the records of their guild. Rua, those wretched zombies have been assaulting my home. I have not slept in ages. Surely, you will safeguard my abode so that I may finally rest, right? Ha ha ha. I knew it. Dave released the two as he rambled on, his excitement prompting him to spin in delight. Do you know? These zombies seem to be drawn to a madman's intellect. If you ask me, they must be mad themselves. And I don't know which fool installed 3 extra doors in my house, allowing the zombies to come at me from 4 directions. Oh, my poor brain. If I discover who that fool is, I shall surely dunk his head in a toilet. Mu Qingna's lips parted slightly. Her allure intensified even further. The gazes of the players were magnetically drawn to her. Unfazed by the fervent attention, Mu Qingna expressed with a hint of melancholy, "Rest assured, Mr. Dave. We will assist you. However, I wonder if there is anything that might aid us in return." Player Mu Qingna cast a charm on Player Yi, and the mental resilience check was passed. Player Chun-Yi remained immune to this indiscriminate enchantment. Chun-Yi felt a pang of trepidation. Had it not been for his mental fortitude assessment, he would undoubtedly have fallen prey to the situation. Indeed, one must not underestimate this group of players. In the face of the alluring Dave, he exhibited no other emotion, his head bobbing as if he were on the verge of slumber. Suddenly, he widened his eyes in revelation. "Are you seeking assistance from a madman? Ah, ha 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 ha, truly befitting of my friend. But I am merely a fool. Wow, Arua." As Mu Qingna involuntarily twitched her lips, Dave shut the door behind him. Is there truly a madman who would declare himself as such? At the moment the door closed, a notification echoed in Chun-Yi's mind from the game world. Ding! A quest has commenced. The players of this world have faced repeated annihilation. Seek the cause of this calamity. Quest rewards, contingent upon completion. This is a task for seed players. The allure spell did not linger for long, and once the players regained their senses, they regarded Mu Qingna with caution. Truly, those from the Rose Guild are a sight to behold. Exquisite, yet bristling with thorns. In an instant, the players who had joined Mu Qingna's team stowed away their ulterior motives, and the group appeared harmonious. He curled his lip. The members of the Rose Guild always favored such tactics. One must concede, though the stratagems may be old, they remain effective. It is far more reassuring to engage with members of one's own guild. Players are often pretentious individuals, and temporary alliances are inherently unreliable. Thus, it typically requires a firm hand to keep them in line, and nothing is more suitable than formidable strength. Mu Qingna's demeanor turned serious. Those present should be familiar with the game plants versus zombies. The premise is that zombies seek to devour Dave's brain, while players can plant special flora to thwart them. However, as you all witnessed, the Dave who could have provided us with plants has encountered an unforeseen mishap. He nodded in agreement. Many players from the Iron Fist Guild have traversed this world, under normal circumstances. Dave would supply players with plant seeds and offer new ones after repelling the zombies. The challenges in this realm primarily tested players' reflexes and their strategic use of plants. The players from both teams remained silent, eager to discern the intentions of their leaders. Mu Qingna continued, The absence of plant assistance signifies that this endeavor is no longer a tower defense game but has transformed into a survival challenge. Hidashin added, while some unexpected events have unfolded, it also implies that the rewards upon task completion may be more substantial. Such scenarios have arisen in other games. As long as we unite in purpose, it is not impossible to achieve victory. The two leaders' initial course of action was to send individuals to survey the surrounding environment, ideally locating the zombies' whereabouts so that the players could proactively confront them. However, their hopes were dashed, for the area was nothing but desolate ground, devoid even of the so-called gravestones. As time inexorably slipped away, the two teams designated a contingent each, with 4 groups guarding a single direction of the house. The team to which Chen-Yi belongs consists of merely 6 members, 3 in the front line, 1 dedicated to healing, and 2 positioned in the rear. Hidashin, brimming with confidence, believes he can single-handedly maintain the health of the front line. Consequently, this team is composed of only 6 individuals, while another team is comprised of 8. Chen-Yi, with nothing to occupy his time, retrieved the essential tome for mage apprentices from his backpack. Acknowledging that the path of a mage is still a long and arduous journey, Hida's son raised an eyebrow but did not deter Chen-Yi. However, the tranquility of the moment did not endure for long, as Wu Shiyong, positioned at the front wielding a shield, was the first to cry out, "There's a situation." Soon, shouts echoed from various directions throughout the courtyard. Chen-Yi closed the book in his hands and tucked it back into his spatial backpack. The once bright weather suddenly turned dark. Was this the sign that day had passed and night had arrived? The darkness descended abruptly, shrouding the yard in an impenetrable blackness. To make matters worse, the sound of zombies echoed through the stillness, as if the shadows themselves had brought them forth. Wu Shiyong, quick-witted, clutched his shield tightly, exclaiming, "Something has touched me." The 2 others in the front row began to panic as well. Hidashin shouted urgently, "Stay calm. Does anyone have a flashlight? Anything that emits light will do." Yet, the players were the type to stretch a single coin to its limits. Who would think to toss such items into their backpacks? Before Hidashin could utter another word, Chen-Yi lightly tapped the ground with his staff, summoning a larger fireball that glowed brightly and was pushed to the center of the yard by his mental force. The fireball emitted no heat, instead radiating light akin to that of an incandescent bulb, illuminating the entire yard. The 3 in the front row, weapons raised, nearly clashed with one another, having inadvertently bumped into each other, while the true enemy, the zombies, had yet to reveal themselves. The trio exchanged awkward glances, adhering to a silent agreement that remaining quiet would keep their uncertainties hidden. Meanwhile, the female gunner in the back row suddenly felt her rifle lose its allure. Chen-Yi lacked the copper coins necessary to study the art of illumination. However, he could still manage to release a variant of the fireball spell by altering its structure. With his skill in spell analysis and the essential textbooks for mage apprentices, Chen-Yi had successfully deciphered the framework of the fireball spell. Magic is not merely a cumbersome tool. Hidashin wore a cheerful expression and inquired, "What is your name, my friend?" Chen-Yi has not spoken in the channel, leaving Hidashin unaware of the name Chen-Yi has chosen for the game. The reason for his silence lies in the fact that participating in the chat would reveal his level, thus Chen-Yi has remained reticent. Simply put, there is only the character E. "Brother E, how long can this fireball be sustained, and what is the extent of its consumption?" Chen-Yi pondered for a moment. It could last approximately 10 minutes, consuming 40 points of magical energy. Chen-Yi exaggerated the amount of mana required. Hidashin quickly inquired, "Is it possible to maintain 4 simultaneously?" The public channel has descended into chaos, and it is evident that the issue of the light source has not been resolved in other areas. Chen-Yi nodded, acknowledging the situation regarding mana consumption. Upon witnessing his agreement, Hidashin erupted with joy. The rest were mere trifles. "Hidashin, Iron Fist, LV-12. Is the madwoman still alive?" Mu Qingna, Rose, LV-12. Release. The chaos was not confined solely to Chen-Yi's position. Mu Qingna endeavored to stabilize her allies through her charm. However, maintaining the current state was unsustainable, as her responses revealed her mounting frustration. "Hidashin, Iron Fist, LV-12. Brother E can resolve the light source issue, but the mana consumption needs addressing." Mu Qingna, Rose, LV-12. "Leave the consumption to me." Before long, Chen-Yi had ascended to the rooftop of the Dave residence, casting 4 fireballs to illuminate the yard from all angles. For the first time, Mu Qingna appreciated the beauty of light, simultaneously feeling vexed as she shot a fierce glare at a certain individual. Her own team also possessed a mage, yet they were incapable of accomplishing even this simple task of illumination. A fireball struck one of her teammates, successfully disrupting their formation before the zombies arrived. The mage standing nearby wore an awkward yet polite smile. It was inconceivable for a typical mage at this stage to learn skills devoid of combat prowess. After much deliberation, it was determined that Chen Yi's position must remain unchanged. Losing the light source would render them defenseless against the zombies. Yet, sustaining the fireballs would undoubtedly deplete some of Chen Yi's energy, thereby reducing their monster-slaying efficiency. To compensate for this loss, Mu Qingna presented Chen Yi with a necklace, while other players offered him some mana recovery potions. Rejuvenating necklace quality. Green intelligence, 2 mana 50 effect. Restores 1 mana per minute level. 10 durability. 12 evaluation. And essential for novice mages. Chen Yi decisively labeled Mu Qingna as a wealthy lady. His demeanor noticeably softened. It was not that Chen Yi was superficial. Rather, his financial situation was rather dire. The potions provided by other players originated from various realms, yet they consistently ensured satisfactory mana recovery. Soon, the other players vacated the rooftop, leaving only Chen Yi to sustain the fireball. With a gentle mental exertion, he levitated the fireball, positioning it centrally in each courtyard to enhance its illuminating effect. He then commenced meditative restoration, mindful of his own level being a mere 5. Rendering him unable to equip the necklace. The peculiar atmosphere of this world necessitated the preservation of his well-being. Here it begins. Chen Yi, now in a meditative state, opened his eyes to witness bizarre, grotesque zombies emerging from the shadows into the courtyard. Despite their demise, they emitted wails resembling mournful cries. Meanwhile, the frontline tank players bore expressions of bitterness, repulsed not only by the sight, but also by the foul stench. Wu Shiyong raised his shield with both hands and bellowed, "Holy shield!" A larger-than-usual luminous barrier materialized, which subsequently shrank and melded into his shield, casting a faint glow. The fastest among the zombies, resembling a rugby player, was halted by Wu Shiyong, its claws clashing against the shield, sending sparks flying. Beside him, 2 warriors swung their longswords at the zombies, and despite the corpses being lifeless, the impact resonated as if striking metal, producing a sharp clang. Hidaisen forcefully drove his cross into the ground, and a subtle halo emanated from it, slowing the movement of the zombies within its radius. Yet, Hidaisen's preparations did not cease there. He assumed a posture of prayer, bestowing buffs upon his teammates. Gentle Breeze. Effect. Increases movement and attack speed by 10. Knight's Oath. Effect. Increases defense by 10. Roar of Glory. Effect. Enhances physical attack power by 30. Bolstered by these enhancements, the frontline quickly unleashed their skills to maximize their effects. Unfortunately, there was no augmentation for magical abilities, which explained why Hidaisen had only assigned a single mage to their team. Chen Yi was not inclined to remain idle. Every zombie represented a valuable source of experience points. Boom. A fireball erupted amidst the horde of zombies, followed by a relentless barrage of explosions. Chen Yi chose a position approximately 4 body lengths away from the front line of his team, skillfully avoiding any potential collateral damage while simultaneously disrupting the zombies' attack rhythm. The fireball inflicted 39 points of damage on ordinary zombies, 15 points from impact and 24 points from burning, followed by a burn damage of 15 points. Another fireball struck, causing 42 points of damage, 18 points from impact and 24 points from burning. Upon glancing at the damage record, Chen Yi's eyes gleamed with excitement. The zombies exhibited a high resistance to physical damage, as evidenced by the metallic clang when a warrior's weapon struck them, indicating that the impact from the fireball was also physical damage, and thus significantly diminished. However, the burn damage was extraordinarily high, with several zombies ignited directly by the fireball spell. These zombies were indeed fearful of fire. With a decisive thought, Chen Yi ceased his fireball attacks and redirected his focus towards refining the structure of the fireball spell. This aspect was critical to maintaining its stability, yet he realized that he did not require its stability as much as he initially thought. Instead, he needed to enhance the spell's range. As Chen Yi pondered over the structure, Hidaisen cast a curious glance at the ceiling but soon returned to his thoughts. The characteristic of mages at early levels was their high damage output coupled with rapid mana depletion. Once their skills were exhausted, they could only await mana regeneration. It was at this moment that the advantages of physical classes became apparent. As long as their stamina and health were intact, they could continue to deal damage. The duration of output for a gunner class depended entirely on the number of bullets the player had prepared. On the public screen, Hidaisen shared the speculated data regarding the zombies. He Dason, Iron Fist, LV 12. Here are the zombie statistics. Ordinary zombie LV 10. Constitution 12. Level 10 breakthrough adds 100 HP. Strength 5. Intelligence -2. Agility 1. Spirit 1. Health is approximately around 220. And the inherent defense of the zombie reduces physical damage by 25. Zombie King Constitution 45. Level 10 breakthrough adds 100. Strength 19. Intelligence 1. Agility 3. Spirit 2. He Dason, Iron Fist, LV 12. The Zombie King's health is roughly around 650 points, and its defense reduces physical damage by 40. The mage must retain a certain amount of mana to confront the Zombie King. He Dason, Iron Fist, LV 12. Every team has multiple frontliners. It is crucial to manage aggro effectively to ensure the safety of teammates. Mu Qingna, Rose, LV 12. If we cannot contain the zombies, we must urgently seek help. Completing the mission is paramount. Equipment capable of detecting enemy data must be at least of blue quality. Thus, our data on the zombies can only be speculative, but it should not be far from the truth. Wu Shiyong had no time to glance at the public screen, with the Holy Shield skill on cooldown. He was struggling to withstand the zombies' onslaught. Just then, a sled came barreling toward him, the immense force nearly knocking him off his feet, leaving deep tracks in the ground and causing a significant drop in his health. He quickly fished out a health potion and gulped it down. Dason promptly interrupted the healing of the other two frontliners, prioritizing Wu Shiyong. The team's tank could not afford to falter. The female gunner beside him felt like crying. The physical defense of the zombies was extraordinarily high. Even with buffs, her gunfire only dealt about 32 points of damage, requiring 7 bullets to take down a single ordinary zombie. This was a significant drain on her resources. By this point in the battle, she had exhausted 200 bullets, and the experience gained was less than anticipated, with little equipment dropped by the zombies. She could only hope that the copper coins on the ground would not yield too great a loss. After nearly 20 minutes of silence, during which he had only cast fireballs while contemplating, Chen Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had resolved the issue. Just as Dason and the others pondered whether to abandon the mission, a fireball over a meter in diameter manifested in the courtyard. Dason's face turned pale. What the? The three frontliners looked utterly despondent. The devastating blow was inflicted by a teammate. Had they known, they would have abandoned the mission from the start. Now, they were required to surrender their revival coins. The penalties for mission failure were minor, but revival coins were exceedingly precious. However, the explosion they had anticipated did not occur. Instead, the colossal fireball burst like a deflated balloon, producing no shockwave. No gust of wind, only spreading flames. The flames quickly engulfed a significant portion of the courtyard, creating a breathtaking sight akin to a sea of fire. The frontliners, who had expected to meet their demise, only felt a painful burn and hurried to the area near the house where there were no flames, extinguishing the embers on their flammable gear. These flames relied on mana to sustain themselves. Without combustible materials, they would quickly extinguish. Moreover, the mana consumed by the fireball was substantial, making it one of the most impractical spells in the arena. Yet, for the inherently flammable and fire-fearing zombies, this fireball proved to be devastatingly effective. The flames inflicted 15 points of burn damage on the zombies, while the damage per instance may not seem formidable. What if it were continuous? In an instant, Chen Yi's damage record was inundated with a flurry of notifications. Chen Yi paused to gulp down the blue potion, accompanied by a series of exclamations as 3 colossal fireballs erupted in different directions. Ida's son, Iron Fist, LV 12. Damn it. Mu Qingna, Rose, LV 12. Damn it. Wu Shiyong, Lone Wanderer, LV 11. Break formation. I just want to say, Mr. E is impressive. They even found the time to jest amidst the chaos. Faced with the relentless onslaught of zombies, Wu Shiyong was not the only one contemplating abandoning the mission. Similar thoughts plagued the minds of other players as well. By the end of the first night, they were already on the brink of collapse. What hope did they have for the following 3 days? Naturally, this was something Chen Yi was unwilling to witness. He had no copper coins to bear the consequences of failure. Mu Qingna cast a disdainful glance at the mage in their group, questioning why he remained so exposed. The mage player opened his mouth to speak but ultimately fell silent, yearning to explain how arduous it was for a scholar-type mage in the early stages, as the accumulation of knowledge requires time. Yet who cared? People only focused on the results. Very well, let me face the harsh words alone. Mu Qingna raised an eyebrow. What are you doing? Output. Without the life of a big shot, there is still the ailment of one. Chun-Yi slumped on the rooftop, struggling to maintain his mental focus as the negative effects of depleted magical energy set in. His limbs felt heavy. A persistent ringing echoed in his ears, and it was as if a taut nerve in his mind were strumming a melancholic tune. The restorative blue potion required a bit more time to take effect, prompting Chun-Yi to force himself into a state of mental emptiness, striving to enter a meditative trance. It seemed that training in this aspect was necessary. How could one resolve the issue of mana depletion for a mage? Should he perhaps learn additional skills? The more he compelled himself to think of nothing, the more his mind spiraled into chaotic thoughts. At that moment, a refreshing energy flowed from his arm into his brain, subsequently spreading throughout his body. The meditation ring was proving its worth. Though it merely enhanced his basic intelligence slightly, its classification as a green-grade accessory indicated its unique efficacy. Chun-Yi's expression gradually relaxed as he engaged in effortless meditation, allowing the remaining magical energy within him to flow and slowly increase. While Chun-Yi meditated, the other players were not idle. The flames, devoid of magical support, swiftly extinguished. Yet, the fire upon the zombie did not wane. The flames burned fiercely on the zombie, which, despite its previously outlandish physical resistance, now appeared weakened, allowing the front line to strike with glee. My skill, Fury Slash, which had dealt only 56 points of damage with a buff, now inflicted a mere 47 points with a normal attack. Do you also perceive the zombies as more fragile? I had thought it was my own strength that had increased. Wuxia retorted with cold sarcasm. Pa, are you not aware of your own damage? If it weren't for you drawing aggro, I would have long since needed to pay with resurrection coins. While speaking, he did not forget his responsibilities as a tank. With a taunt, he caused a multitude of zombies to converge, intensifying the flames even further. The ordinary zombies, moving at a sluggish pace, fell to the ground before even nearing the front line. EXP 60 EXP 40 level. LV5 Chun-Yi's experience bar, which had previously remained relatively stagnant, surged rapidly in an astonishing manner. With the presence of an extraordinary buff, even if the zombies were not directly vanquished by Chun-Yi, the experience gained was still substantial. Moreover, this bountiful source of experience was not confined to a single courtyard, but rather encompassed four. The zombies in the other courtyards began to succumb as well, further accelerating the growth of Chun-Yi's experience bar. Congratulations on leveling up to LV6. Congratulations on leveling up to LV7. Congratulations on leveling up to LV8. A look of delight spread across Chun-Yi's face. Indeed, this was the true method of leveling up for a mage. As his experience reached LV8, EXP 5402000, the sky began to illuminate. With the final zombie collapsing in flames, no further undead appeared in sight. The first day of the game had come to a close. Judging by the timing of the fireball spell, a single night lasted approximately 1 hour, thus the so-called day equated to 2 hours. The relentless onslaught of zombies had left the players with no time to clear the battlefield. As the sun rose, the ground shimmered with a green glow, littered with copper coins. Among them, equipment radiating white and green light drew particular attention. Many players' eyes gleamed with greed, yet none were foolish enough to attempt to seize it. The two captains organized their teams to clean up the battlefield, simultaneously assuring that such matters would be handled by them, sparing Mr. E from any trouble. Chun-Yi sighed softly, pondering whether he had already begun to bear the burdens of a skilled player. In the novice village, he found the copper coins cumbersome. Yet upon leaving, he lamented their scarcity. In truth, Mr. E also yearned to collect copper coins alongside others. After some time, players gathered around, with Muqingna standing in the center to distribute the spoils. This battle yielded an impressive 12,762 copper coins, 24 white equipment pieces, and 7 green equipment pieces. Such bountiful rewards were merely from the first day. Upon hearing this, the other players expressed their astonishment, although they anticipated a considerable amount. They were taken aback by the actual figures. Muqingna smiled gently at Chun-Yi, her smile sweet and inviting. She remarked, "The typical drop rate for zombies in regular gameplay is rather low. However, without the aid of plants, perhaps the balance of the game world has led to an increased drop rate." Naturally, the greatest gratitude was owed to Mr. E, the most significant contributor to this gaming endeavor. Surrounded by fellow players, Chun-Yi felt a sudden discomfort under their scrutinizing gazes, compelling him to maintain a stoic expression. Yet, this did not diminish the admiration from others. After all, it is quite customary for a skilled player to exhibit a semblance of impassiveness. After conferring with Edashin from the Iron Fist Guild, I propose that we allocate 20% of the game's profits this time. What are your thoughts? The other players exchanged glances. Even with Luowen Yi claiming a 20% share, the conclusion of this mission promised substantial rewards. Furthermore, the looming threat of zombies would require the expertise of this formidable ally. I have no objections, one player remarked. Mystery is worth every bit of it. Please, do not hold back. The reason these players were so accommodating was largely due to the lucrative prospects at hand. Should the game conclude at this moment, their willingness to compromise might not remain as steadfast. Luowen Yi took away 552 copper coins for pieces of white equipment and 1 piece of green equipment, feeling as though he had won the lottery. In a bid to swiftly enhance his combat prowess, he selected items that were suitable for his use, yet lamentably, they could only be equipped at level 10. The Dancing King's tap shoes boasted a green quality, offering 4 to armor and 5 to intelligence, along with an effect that increased movement speed by 5. With a durability of 1717 and a requirement of level 10, it was praised with the remark, "Wearing these, you shall be the most dazzling figure at the ball." The other green items were either heavy armor or weapons meant for different classes, leaving only these shoes as fitting for Luowen Yi. The white equipment merely provided a modest increase of 1 to 2 to attributes and defense, lacking any special effects. In an effort to calm his excited heart, Luowen Yi pulled out the essential tome for Mage Apprentices 3, immersing himself in the ocean of knowledge and momentarily forgetting the troubles of sudden wealth. Observing Luowen Yi's diligent efforts, Mu Qingna sighed. Regrettably, the Rose Guild predominantly recruited females, and she lacked the authority to change that. Ida's son, however, entertained different thoughts. Contemplating his own future, he couldn't help but exhale in resignation. Such a brilliant mind, yet it seemed unable to preserve itself. The lamentations of the two went unnoticed by others. Behind the players stood a locked house. Even during daylight, Dave's door remained firmly shut, leaving everyone in the dark regarding his activities within. After all, he was known to be a madman. Luowen Yi opened the task panel. The mission: survive for 4 days in Dave's house, besieged by zombies from all directions, while safeguarding both Dave's abode and his own intellect. The secondary objective is to uncover the cause behind the player's total annihilation in this world. However, it appears that the shift in the game's dynamics is due to Dave's failure to provide seats. Yet, there is no indication that the task has been completed. The only remaining area to explore is 3 days. Throughout this ordeal, the protagonist, Dave, has remained inside the house, showing no response even when the door is knocked upon, leaving no clear direction for progress. Luowen Yi felt a throbbing headache. Why must a player grapple with such perplexing matters? Calm down. He had now entered a realm unlike any other. If he could not regain his composure, the only outcome awaiting him would be death. After a brief moment of meditation, Luowen Yi restored his tranquil mindset. Remaining stagnant was not a viable solution. To accomplish his mission, he must either confront the zombies or engage with Dave. Edashin, puzzled, inquired, "Mystery, do you wish to inspect the surroundings once more? Did we not already observe them? Apart from the soil and grass, there is nothing else." Luowen Yi offered little explanation. Perhaps there would be changes after the first day concluded. Observing Luowen Yi's resolute demeanor, Edashin refrained from dissuading him. He merely hoped that Luowen Yi would not stray too far, to avoid missing the second evening. Under the watchful gaze of other players, Luowen Yi diligently searched for clues in the vicinity. However, as Edashin had remarked, the area was devoid of anything but soil and grass, completely lacking any other elements. The game world recommended players of levels 10 to 19, implying that no powers exceeding this range would manifest. Unless, of course, the realm of Plants vs. Zombies had surpassed the confines of the game universe. This theory evidently holds no water. The most compelling evidence lies in the player's presence in this world, which remains impervious to their departure. Yet, how does one account for the sudden onset of night and the sun devoid of warmth? Luowen Yi broadened his search, yet his surroundings were merely filled with lush green grass, devoid of even the faintest odor of the undead. Could it be possible that they were concealed beneath the earth? As darkness fell, the zombies did not immediately swarm the courtyard to launch an assault, indicating that they were, in fact, at a considerable distance from it. Furthermore, as the shadows deepened, the players were engulfed in a state of panic, unable to ascertain the presence of any unusual sounds. Focusing his mental energy, he surveyed a half-meter radius around himself, probing the ground for any signs of deviation. Luowen Yi was not concerned about straying in the wrong direction. Zombies were advancing from all 4 cardinal points, and each direction likely harbored a stronghold akin to a base. The sensory perception of the ground through mental prowess did not appear as vividly tangible as what the eyes beheld, yet the information gleaned was far more comprehensive. Why did the soil seem to retain a perpetually moist appearance? According to the weather conditions, it should have been clear skies of late. Chun Yi has perpetually grappled with the enigma of the sun and the night. Thus, he has encapsulated this conundrum within the framework of game design, akin to the respawning mechanics of a novice village. The fireball spell, upon striking the ground, unleashes an instantaneous surge of searing heat that desiccates the surrounding soil, leaving a small crater in its wake. This implies that the wetness of the earth does not fall within the parameters of the established setting and is subject to alteration. Therefore, where lies the boundary of this moisture? Chun Yi retreated towards Dave's house. At a distance of approximately 30 meters from the dwelling, the soil began to dry. A sudden speculation arose in his mind. "Excuse me, you must be Wu Shiyong, correct?" Wu Shiyong, taken aback, pointed to himself and replied, "Are you looking for me?" Esteemed one. Chun Yi did not squander any time. While not quite a distinguished figure, he had a few inquiries he wished to make. Upon hearing that Chun Yi needed assistance, he promptly patted his chest, indicating that he was ready to address any concerns. "Are you inquiring about the extent of the flames?" Wu Shiyong, his brow furrowed in contemplation, found himself momentarily at a loss, as if his mind had not been engaged in some time. Nevertheless, he resolved to respond to the esteemed individual's question. "I recall that the flames reached approximately this point near the house." Indeed, at the location indicated by Wu Shiyong, the soil remained dry, while closer to the house, it was noticeably damp. On the other side, I estimate the flames could extend to this position. At that moment, he was too taken aback to remember the details precisely. He could only provide a rough impression. Chun Yi nodded in appreciation. He subsequently consulted with two other frontline warriors, and after synthesizing their accounts, he determined a position where discrepancies would not be excessively significant. However, this location was approximately 40 meters from Dave's house, with a portion of the soil in between being moist. Indeed, it seemed to be related to the ground. He borrowed the shovels leaning against the walls in each of Dave's yards, and the players in other directions expressed their indifference. With his mental prowess, he controlled 4 shovels to excavate at the boundary between the wet and dry soil. Wu Shi remarked, "The master lives up to the title. Even digging is swifter than the average person." He Descend's lips twitched. This fellow was indeed shamelessly flattering. What was the point of proclaiming the prowess of his master here when no one could hear? Estimating the time, Chun Yi accelerated the digging pace. By the second nightfall, the evidence would shift, and there was no better opportunity than now. Soon, the pit he had dug exceeded a depth of 1 meter, and the next shovel struck a metallic collision sound. He had reached the bottom. Clearing the surrounding soil revealed cement beneath. Indeed, the zombies had never strayed far from Dave's home. The shovel continued to scrape against the cement, producing a series of clanging noises, which piqued the curiosity of other players, drawing them closer. Why was there cement down below? You must be utterly foolish. Mr. E has discovered the zombie base. If all goes as expected, beneath the cement lies a multitude of zombies. Who says I'm foolish? Without the information I provided to Mr. E, how could he have uncovered this place? Therefore, in the discovery of the base, I am equivalent to Mr. E. He's son, unwilling to engage with this group any further, kicked the 2 warriors down to assist. The 2 warriors, far from being offended, chuckled and urged Chun Yi to take a break while they took over. Chun Yi did not refuse. Instead, he proceeded to meditate outside the pit to maintain his composure, simultaneously extending his awareness to encompass his surroundings. Should anyone approach, he would promptly interrupt his meditation. It did not take long for Chun Yi to be presented with the sight of 2 individuals breaking through the thick concrete. Within the inky depths of the hole, little could be discerned, yet the repugnant stench of decay was unmistakable. The expressions of the squad players initially brightened, but soon, with the exception of Chun Yi, their joy faded, creating an atmosphere of unease. He Dao-san, who had previously addressed Chun Yi with fervent admiration, now exhibited a countenance of fluctuating emotions. Even he Dao-san, who sought to cultivate a rapport with Chun Yi, displayed an unmistakable indifference. 2 warriors subtly positioned themselves in front of Chun Yi, while behind them, a female gunner silently caressed her beloved firearm. Chun Yi fell silent for a moment, then stated, "I only require 20 of the proceeds." He Dao-san chuckled. "You are quite generous, my friend." The 2 soldiers scrutinized the entrance, concerned that its size might hinder Mr. Yi's ability to cast fireballs effectively. He doused and laughed joyfully, while the female marksman regarded Chun-Yi with a glimmer of affection in her eyes. Chun-Yi chose to disregard the group of individuals. Yet as the resolve of the loner grew ever more steadfast, he recognized that players were not to be trusted. He felt woefully inadequate. Simultaneously, he gained insight into the dynamics among players. Self-interest reigned supreme. Witnessing others prosper was more painful than facing his own demise. As a colossal fireball descended into the abyss, a muffled explosion resonated from the depths, and flames erupted violently from the cavern's mouth. The flames inflicted 25 points of damage on the jumping zombie, 30 points on the ordinary zombie, and 20 points on the dancing king zombie. Inescapable, the fire mirrored the chilling indifference in Chun-Yi's heart. He had truly immersed himself in the game, and the challenge of obtaining revival coins far exceeded that of his fellow players. This precious coin had nearly been lost in this very place. If he were powerful enough, would anyone dare to seize his spoils? Congratulations on reaching level 9. Congratulations on reaching level 10. Player Chun-Yi has completed his job transfer, exempting him from assessments, and has achieved his first leap in existence. Ding. Health points increased by 100, mana points increased by 100. Immediately after leveling up, he donned his new equipment. Chun-Yi level, LV10 occupation, Mage health, 140 mana, 275 armor, 8 for base armor. For equipment armor, Constitution, 8 strength, 7 intelligence, 33, 25 base intelligence plus 8 from equipment, agility, 8 spirit, 35 free attribute points, 5 talent, affinity for fire, increases mastery of fire skills, enhances fire elemental damage by 10, skills, meditative stillness, spell analysis, mental force, blink, fire resistance circle, fireball, ignite soul energy, 0 projection, insufficient soul energy. After a moment's hesitation, all free attribute points were allocated to Constitution, raising it to 13. Chun-Yi could not ensure that these players would not abandon their posts. The priority of health was paramount. Both health and armor had seen enhancements, with health increasing by 25 points and armor by 2. 5. Although the display only indicated an increase of 2 points. Thanks to the support from the seed plan, Chun-Yi attained his profession at level 5, granting him a significant advantage in primary attributes over other players who transitioned at level 10. By level 20, his raw intelligence and spirit attributes reached an effortless 49 points. Not lingering in place any longer, as the flames below showed no signs of abating, Chun-Yi had promised the other 3 courtyards a return of 20, leaving the rest for them to negotiate amongst themselves, which garnered unanimous acclaim. This time, there was no need for Chun-Yi to dig. The warriors in the front line fully exerted their strength, excavating a pit over a meter deep in less than 3 minutes. As fireballs cascaded into the 3 holes, they erupted in a series of explosions, causing the ground to tremble. Meanwhile, the zombie doctor, previously engrossed in zombie development underground, lost his balance and tumbled from his chair. The zombie doctor, standing less than a meter tall, had a head that comprised nearly 12 of his body. As his head struck the ground, he cried out, "What is happening? Did you mess something up again?" With that, he approached the zombie king and delivered a sharp kick. The zombie king, innocently rubbing his head with his large palm, seemed bewildered by the attack. Regretting his impulsive action, the zombie doctor soon found himself rolling on the ground, clutching his leg in pain. The zombie king, appearing even more innocent, had done nothing wrong. After a while, the zombie doctor applied a cast to his foot. Although it was uncertain whether this would truly benefit a zombie, his expression suggested it provided some relief. "If only I hadn't made your legs so rigid. My goodness. Your only contribution is to injure my foot. Was that tremor caused by you?" The zombie king stood frozen for a long moment before shaking his head. The zombie doctor, shielding his face with his hand, lamented, "This is why I want to see what's inside Dave's head. You are all so foolish. I truly wish to pry open your skull and see what resides within. Wait, it seems I've already done that. How can I make you a bit smarter? Oh my god, no, perhaps I should be praying to myself instead. Ha ha ha. This presents a novel subject, which I shall name Intelligent Zombie. What do you think?" The zombie king continued to gaze vacantly at the zombie doctor, causing the doctor's sense of accomplishment to plummet into the negatives. Cursing under his breath, the zombie doctor climbed onto the zombie king's head, who cautiously placed him within his own brain. "I am utterly exhausted by your foolishness. Not to mention Dave's as well. Why can't he grasp that this world is a fabrication? No, wait, Dave is intelligent, so he isn't foolish. Then why doesn't he understand? After much contemplation, I have chosen to give up. All right, no more slacking. Let us go out and see what is truly happening. Meanwhile, the players on the surface were intently gazing at the openings, their enthusiasm undeterred by the fiery depths below. Throughout this process, Chen-E's experience points surged rapidly. Just as the players awaited the chance to collect gold coins, the ground nearby suddenly bulged and split apart. Wuxia exclaimed in ecstasy, "Brothers, there is another underground base." I didn't expect such a delightful surprise. No wonder the task rewards are so meager. They must have been allocated to the zombies. Let us not allow the zombies to escape. Let them remain quietly underground until Mr. E can resolve them with a fireball. By the way, did any of you hear the sound of an elevator? Chen-E retreated to the back, silently consuming a vial of restorative potion. As a tank, Wuxia, who was the swiftest among them, soared back with even greater speed than before. The other players attempting to block the entrance did the same. The first thing they did upon rising was to gulp down healing potions. The diminished realism meant a reduction in pain perception. Suffering such a heavy blow felt akin to being unscathed. "It's the boss." The sharp voice of Zombie Doctor pierced the ears of the crowd. "What is going on here?" "Ah, it's you pesky insects again. This has already occurred for the 152nd time. Why do you still fail to understand?" Chen Yiming raised his head, for the root of the world's troubles had manifested. Ding. Task accomplished. Ding. New task. Eliminate the source. Exterminate the Zombie Doctor and restore this world to its normal state. Task rewards are cumulative. Failure results in forfeiture of rewards. Do you accept the task? Chen-E observed the expressions of the players around him. These individuals gazed fervently at the Zombie King, showing not a hint of fear. There seemed to be a significant opportunity at hand. They accepted the challenge. Most of these players had recently reached level 10, their minds still immersed in the early, less challenging phases of the game. To them, a boss represented an abundance of experience, equipment, and coins. He exclaimed, "The stats of the Zombie King have been posted on the public screen. Whether we can secure the first kill depends on our own abilities." Having said this, he prepared to cast buffs on fellow guild members strategically placed in other teams. However, before he could plant the cross into the ground, he found himself entranced by Mu Qingna, alongside several other players who shared his gaze. By the time Sun regained his composure, the other players had already engaged in battle with the Zombie King. Sin and a few guild members wore expressions of dismay, casting furious glances at the giggling Mu Qingna. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Mu Qingna's intent was not merely to distract. Her allure was but a facade. Her true objective was to mark them. Among the players present, those capable of delivering the final blow undoubtedly belonged to the Iron Fist Guild. The mark would activate the moment they prepared to strike down the boss. Before Mu Qingna could indulge in her daydream, the Zombie King slammed his fist into the ground, causing the earth to fracture like a spider's web. He seized a frontline player and began to pummel the others mercilessly. Wu Shiyong exclaimed, "Damn it, I've been tricked." Before he was reduced to a lifeless husk, he refrained from immediately using his resurrection token, instead flooding the public screen with accusations against He Senior. Wu Shiyong, lone player, LV11. The boss's power is merely 19. I might as well eat dirt. Wu Shiyong, lone player, LV11. Is the Iron Fist Guild deliberately tricking us into taking damage? He then posted the damage inflicted by the Zombie King on the public screen. Another warrior echoed his sentiments. You dealt 11 damage to the Zombie King. The skill blade slash inflicted 19 damage on the Zombie King. The gunslinger and mage attempted to circumvent the Zombie King to assault the Zombie Doctor, but were obstructed by an unexpectedly sturdy barrier. The Zombie Doctor cackled mockingly from atop the Zombie King's head, yet a discerning observer could detect the malice lurking in his eyes. Meanwhile, Dave, who had been soundly asleep in the house, abruptly ceased his snoring, turning over to resume his slumber. If the players could scrutinize the boss, they would find his attributes to be entirely different from their expectations. Zombie King LV19, originally LV35. Suppressed by world constraints. Health, 23, 45 mana, 50 armor, 65 constitution, 49 strength, 49 intelligence, 1 agility, 10 spirit, 1 Zombie King. A creature forged from corpses and steel. Relentless in its assault even in the final moments of death, devoid of pain, with an armor bonus of 40, immunity to 20 physical damage, and an additional 1,000 health points. Iron Heart. Lacking biological weaknesses, it disregards illusions, charms, and similar abilities. Power Strike. Its unique physical structure allows it to strike faster and harder, inflicting 100 plus strength multiplied by 1.5 in damage while consuming minimal stamina. Traits. Its body has transcended limits, gaining an additional 1,100 health points. Zombie Doctor Health, 110 mana, 150 armor, 7 constitution, 6 strength, 5 intelligence, 15 agility, 3 spirit, 21 mastery, capable of controlling the zombies it has modified, ensuring absolute loyalty. Zombie. Its desiccated skin resembles metal, granting immunity to 10 physical damage. Aberration. Influenced by the abyss, its emotions are erratic. Reinforced shield, crafted from special materials, with 1,000 health points and 30 armor. In a bid to prevent this group of players from fleeing, Chun-Yi also joined the fray. He initiated the assault with 5 consecutive fireballs, which hurtled towards the shield protecting the zombie doctor, his intellect having more than doubled, resulting in damage that exceeded his previous output. The fireballs inflicted 74 points of damage on the shield, followed by another 80 points, and finally, 46 points of damage to the zombie king, 22 points from impact, and 24 points from burning. Below the shield, the zombie doctor was enraged, while the zombie king casually discarded the corpse in his grasp. In a moment of desperation, Wu Shiyong decisively revived, only to have his ribs shattered and multiple bones pulverized by the zombie king's attack. Miraculously, his form reverted as if time itself had reversed. Had the zombie king not discarded the body, Wu Shiyong would have faced the grim choice of either reviving post the countdown or perishing on the spot. However, what difference did it make whether he revived at the hands of the zombie king or simply succumbed? Upon regaining his life, Wu Shiyong sprinted away, exclaiming, "I abandoned this quest in the game world." Under normal circumstances, one could carry only a single revival token, and having used it meant relinquishing any safety net. Wu Shiyong wore a bitter expression. He had yet to reap the rewards from the underground base, yet he had already forfeited his revival token, compounded by the penalties for abandoning the mission. The days ahead promised to be arduous, but it was still preferable to losing his life. Hurry, hurry. Wu Shiyong fixated on the countdown displayed on the panel, watching it approach one. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and he was deemed to be in a state of combat. Damn it. Chinny sprinted swiftly as fireballs periodically struck the protective shield, drawing the ire of the enemies. The restorative potion in his mouth was incessantly consumed. Heda's son bellowed, "Front line, hold your ground." Despite the buff, the tank was unable to withstand the onslaught of the zombie king. The disparity in strength was insurmountable, and the tank was sent flying. As one tank was hurled aside, another stepped forward. Bolstered by buffs, this tank only suffered a decrease of approximately 13 health points. Roar. The taunting skill proved ineffective, as the zombie king swatted away the warrior with ease. Mu Qingna appeared utterly powerless, having finally obtained a special class. She found that this boss was largely impervious to crowd control. She had employed her charm on both the zombie king and the zombie doctor, yet the interface indicated immunity. Consequently, she could only utilize mental shock, joining the marksman in a futile endeavor. Unable to divert the aggression, the zombie king, whose agility surpassed that of Chun-Yi, soon stood before him. Chun-Yi's expression subtly shifted as flames erupted between them, yet the formidable impact failed to force the zombie queen to retreat. The resistance fire ring proved ineffective. As a fist, towering like a man, descended with great force, Chun-Yi, unable to cast another spell in time, raised his staff defensively. With a resounding crash, he was propelled backward like a bullet. After flying several dozen meters, he landed on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His vision enveloped in crimson, every inch of his body aflame with pain. Such was the agony that accompanies battle. Chun-Yi had long mentally prepared for this, producing a vial of red potion from thin air. Fortunately, his physique had significantly improved. Otherwise, that punch could have easily led to his demise. The zombie king inflicted 86 points of damage upon him. In the fleeting moment of consuming the potion, Chun-Yi continued to reflect. His lack of combat experience had resulted in poor decision-making. He should not have employed the resistance fire ring. Not only did it fail to repel the zombie king, but it also squandered precious time for casting, causing his staff to lose 11 durability points in an instant, barely managing to endure. Durability, 415. The resistance fire ring proved to be ineffective against large, powerful adversaries. He etched this experience into his memory, casting a glance at Wu Shiyong, who had fled further away, but remained indifferent. Chun-Yi did not opt to return directly to the battlefield. Instead, he sought refuge on the opposite side of Dave's abode to engage in meditation. A mage stripped of their magical prowess would find little utility in returning to the fray. The zombie doctor had redirected his assault towards other mages. And for those mages lacking in physical fortitude, The zombie king was akin to a relentless hammer, dispatching them with ease. Draw aggro. Yet how could one achieve this? The boss was impervious to taunts and charms, and increasing firepower did nothing to alter its focus. Where's he? Having just been sent flying, he likely surrendered a resurrection coin. Unable to mount an effective offense, Mu Qingna continuously assessed the damage inflicted upon the zombie king. With 27 players, even a mere 10 points of damage per round would amount to 270 points, based on their current attack frequency. They must have dealt at least 1,000 points of damage, yet the boss appeared as robust as ever. The front line could not maintain aggro, while the rear could not outrun the zombie king. Gazing at the approaching zombie king, Mu Qingna muttered to herself, "Is this truly a boss not exceeding level 20? The sharpshooters nearby, like Mu Qingna, also found themselves unable to withstand the zombie king's second assault. As the battle progressed, the number of players dwindled, and by the time Chen Yi regained his full strength, only a tank, on the verge of tears, remained to confront the zombie king. Upon Chen Yi drawing the aggro away, the tank wasted no time in fleeing to abandon the quest. While it appeared that many players had perished, in reality, aside from a couple of unfortunate souls, most had opted to relinquish their resurrection coins and exit this world. The zombie doctor's shield had manifested numerous cracks, and the zombie king's movements were no longer as agile as before. However, it remained a formidable adversary for Chen Yi. "Look at you. Your companions have fled, and yet you still linger?" mocked the zombie doctor. "If only I had a companion." This fleeting thought crossed Chen Yi's mind, only for him to shake his head, dismissing the notion. These players were unreliable. Choosing them over solitude seemed a far less favorable option. Chen Yi raised his staff once more. "You are mistaken on one point." The zombie doctor was taken aback. They were never my allies from the very beginning." Fireballs relentlessly exploded against the protective shield. The flames obscured the zombie doctor's vision, yet did not hinder the actions of the zombie king. The fireballs inflicted 90 points of damage to the shield, followed by 95 points, and dealt 52 points of damage to the zombie king. The final fireball was intercepted by the zombie king, causing negligible harm. Nevertheless, these fireballs illuminated a glimmer of victory for Chen Yi. The startled zombie doctor erupted in fury. "You imbecile, kill him at once." The zombie king, insulted and called a fool, charged towards Chen Yi, who fled in the opposite direction. For a moment, the distance between them could not be closed. As Chen Yi fled, he periodically unleashed fireballs upon the protective barrier. In his steadfast effort to safeguard zombie doctor, zombie king slowed his pace to intercept the fiery projectiles. After several exchanges, the distance between zombie king and Chen Yi had, surprisingly, widened. It is evident that his enhanced vitality attribute allowed him to run without feeling fatigued. Throughout the battle, there had been no sign of zombie king employing any restorative tactics. The only constraint was his dwindling mana, which he strategically conserved to prolong the efficacy of his potions. Meanwhile, the zombies within the underground base continued to perish, rapidly elevating Chen Yi's experience points. If he could extend the duration of the encounter, the scales of victory would inevitably tip in his favor. While in motion, Chen Yi kept a vigilant eye on his status bar. The mana regeneration effect was nearing its end, and he found himself in possession of a strawberry. Mutated strawberry restores 150 mana within 30 seconds. Evaluation: a strawberry sourced from the world of Dungeon Fighter, certified trustworthy by the gaming universe. This item was previously provided by players to compensate for Chen Yi's mana consumption, proving far superior to the blue potions sold within the game. It seems I should frequent player stalls more often. They possess a wealth of valuable items. This thought briefly crossed his mind before his focus returned to Zombie King. After Zombie King once again blocked a fireball, Zombie Doctor grew increasingly irate. "Why can't you just die quietly? You are like this, and so is Dave. Why can't you just give me your brain?" Chen Yi, filled with curiosity, inquired. "You seem to possess an extensive knowledge. What did you mean by the 152 occurrences you mentioned?" The veins on the Zombie Doctor's large head throbbed, as Chen Yi's question appeared to strike a nerve. "Wait, that is, of course, the number of times your wretched group has traversed into this world. By what right do you treat the illustrious Zombie Doctor as if this were merely a game, one that you can enter and exit at will? Why is this accursed world imposing such restrictions upon me? Damn it, damn it." The Zombie Doctor's growing agitation began to affect the Zombie King, whose towering form caused the ground to tremble with each leap, undoubtedly weighing several tons. The previously irate Zombie Doctor began to chuckle coldly. "Dave has already succumbed to slumber. All I need to do is eliminate you pests, devour Dave's brain, and I shall be free from this world." Chen Yi was taken aback, exclaiming, "This is impossible. What could possibly be impossible? Do you have any idea who I am? I am the illustrious zombie doctor. For the past 152 encounters, I have relentlessly sought to comprehend the essence of this world. Yet, I have failed. This realm is populated solely by zombies and that accursed Dave with his wretched plants." Suddenly, the zombie doctor stood frozen, sensing a peculiar familiarity in this scene. A strange DJVU boom. A fireball detonated against the force field, which shattered into a myriad of glass-like fragments. The interruption of his thoughts caused the zombie doctor to wipe the cold sweat from his brow. Without the protective barrier, he was vulnerable. Nevertheless, he believed that eliminating that loathsome bug was still within reach. He initially intended to deliver a kick to the zombie king, but then recalled something and abruptly halted. Furiously scolding, "You imbecile! Can't you leap up to catch it?" The zombie king roared at Chen Yi, and then, with a sudden surge, propelled his entire body upward, closing the distance of several dozen meters in an instant. The impact of his landing nearly caused Chen Yi to lose his balance, prompting him to stabilize himself through mental focus. Observing the zombie king leaping once more, Chen Yi instinctively prepared to use a teleportation spell, only to quickly dismiss the notion. The 60 mana cost was beyond his current means. Even if he evaded this attack, it would merely amount to a slow suicide. The flames of the resistance fire ring erupted once more between them. The zombie doctor cackled. Such an attack is utterly futile against this fool. Indeed, as he proclaimed, the resistance fire ring failed to impede the zombie king even for a fleeting moment. Chen Yi naturally understood. But who said that the ring of fire resistance was meant to be used against the zombie king? The ring inflicts 46 points of damage upon you, having no effect on the zombie king, yet it serves its purpose against oneself. Chen Yi felt a searing pain in both arms, a consequence of the intense heat he had endured, yet it was trivial compared to the onslaught from the zombie king. As he evaded the damage inflicted by the zombie king, Chen Yi opted for a strategy of mitigation, expending his mana to escape while inflicting a modicum of self-harm. The shockwave generated by the flame resistance propelled him several meters away, but fortunately, the ground was soft and damp, sparing him from further injury. Rising from the muddy earth, looking quite disheveled, Chen Yi retaliated with 2 fireballs aimed at the zombie doctor. The zombie king, poised to leap once more, was compelled to halt, using its hand to block the fireballs directed at the zombie doctor. The fireballs inflicted 70 points of damage and 74 points of damage upon the zombie king, causing it to pause. However, Chen Yi did not relent. He gradually increased the distance between them. After a brief wait for his potions to restore a small amount of mana, he unleashed another fireball attack. 3 minutes later, despite the zombie doctor's furious attempts, the zombie king was unable to reach Chen Yi, with most of his injuries stemming from his own actions. At this point, Chen Yi had run out of potions. He had not purchased many health potions prior to entering the game, and those he had consumed long ago, with the mana potions acquired from other players also depleted during the chase. Congratulations on reaching level 13. Chen Yi silently allocated the newly acquired free attribute points to his constitution. Each level up did not restore his condition, yet the addition of attribute points increased his health capacity, granting the beleaguered Chen Yi a moment of respite. The zombie king was also in a diminished state, stumbling as it walked. Yet it would not cease its assault as long as it remained alive. At this juncture, it was merely a contest of endurance. Chen Yi's magical power has dwindled to a mere 20 points. Chen Yi refrained from casting the fireball spell, knowing that the depletion of his magical energy could lead to debilitating headaches, rendering him incapable of continuing the fight. Instead, he opted for a more economical approach. With his mental prowess, he manipulated a shovel from Dave's yard, striking the zombie king intermittently. You inflict 3 points of damage on the zombie king. You inflict 2 points of damage on the zombie king. As Chen Yi's mental state deteriorated, he began to bleed from his nose. Nevertheless, the shovel continued its relentless assault on the zombie king. Ultimately, with a thunderous crash, the zombie king collapsed, flinging the zombie doctor aside. In the aftermath of the zombie king's demise, a scatter of copper coins, a chest emanating a blue glow, and a glowing blue scroll lay strewn across the ground. Despite nearing his limits, Chen Yi felt a surge of excitement at the sight of the azure radiance. The discarded zombie doctor displayed no sorrow for the loss of the zombie king. Instead, he berated it for its incompetence. I upgraded you, yet you still succumb to such triviality. Do you have any idea how much effort I invested in you? From the previous skirmishes, it was evident that the zombie doctor lacked any semblance of combat prowess. Thus, Chen Yi remained unhurried in his approach, choosing instead to lie on the ground with closed eyes, soothing his frayed nerves. The depletion of magical energy had a profound impact on his physical condition. This mission comprised two objectives: to safeguard Dave's residence for 4 days and to uncover the cause of the disturbances by dealing with the zombie doctor. To accomplish the first task, the zombie king had to be vanquished. Otherwise, surviving 4 days was an impossibility. For the second objective, Chen-Yi realized he could circumvent the zombie king to eliminate the zombie doctor. Ignite, cast a sustained damage skill on a single enemy target, inflicting 24 points of true damage within 5 seconds, while reducing the target's healing and recovery effects, with a cooldown of 300 seconds. The damage from Ignite stemmed from Chen-Yi's comprehension of flames, having honed this skill to 24 points of damage during his disoriented stay in the fiery abyss. This was true damage, capable of directly affecting his adversary, coupled with the mental manipulation of the shovel for a surprise attack. Slaying the zombie doctor was never a formidable challenge. The real complexity lay in maximizing the benefits. When the zombie king first sent Chen-Yi flying, he recognized that confronting it head-on was futile. He had initially hoped to observe other players for strategies, only to find that they had all fled. Engaging in direct combat with both the zombie king and the zombie doctor alone was tantamount to courting death. Just as Chen-Yi prepared to make a desperate gamble, he noted that the zombie king would intentionally intercept fireballs to protect the zombie doctor. Chen-Yi believed that this battle was not devoid of the possibility of victory. And indeed, his intuition proved correct. The reason for the zombie king's defeat lay in the frailty of the zombie doctor. It became evident that a robust and resilient player is the hallmark of a good mage. After a brief respite, Chen-Yi rose once more and inquired, "How did you come to know of us?" Facing imminent demise, the zombie doctor exhibited no signs of fear, retorting, "Of course. It is because I am the great zombie doctor." Chen-Yi mused, "Is that so? Then I shall take it as such." This was merely a casual question from Chen-Yi. The world was vast, brimming with secrets, and his own insignificance rendered ignorance at times a blessing. 2 fireballs hurtled towards the zombie doctor, and in its final moments, a look of confusion clouded its eyes, as if this were not its first encounter with death. Boom. Experience points increased by 2. Ding. Task completed. Upon the demise of the zombie doctor, it left behind a modest sum of copper coins and a scroll radiating a green luminescence. This piqued Chen-Yi's curiosity. Did this world wholesale scrolls? He collected the spoils from the zombie king and zombie doctor. 322 copper coins, 1 blue treasure chest, a zombie king manufacturing scroll, and a zombie doctor manufacturing scroll. Chen-Yi had little to say regarding the copper coins, as more was always welcome, especially with 4 underground bases awaiting his attention. Regarding the blue treasure chest, there was a 32 chance of obtaining green items, a 58 chance for blue items, a 7 chance for purple items, and a mere 0. 1 for items of purple quality or higher. Evaluation, acknowledged by the gaming world. These were indeed valuable items, yet the element of chance made Chen-Yi somewhat apprehensive. He carefully stowed away the items, intending to return to the game world for further exploration. Subsequently, he examined the 2 scrolls: Zombie King Manufacturing Scroll Quality, blue inscribed with the method of creating the Zombie King. The Zombie Doctor added his own insights. The level and attributes of the Zombie King correlate with the quantity of materials, with the potential to elevate 2 primary attributes to a maximum of 49 points. Materials, corpses, ruby, copper coins. Chen-Yi hesitated over whether to part with this item. He had not forgotten the formidable power of the Zombie King. Having such a robust shield before him would undoubtedly enhance his safety. However, the Zombie King's size and attributes limited its potential, rendering it a mere early-game powerhouse. Additionally, this entity required gradual learning. Mastering the methods did not equate to the ability to create it immediately. Being handed a calculus textbook does not guarantee one can solve the problems within. Moreover, Chen-Yi still had a plethora of texts to study. During his time in the real world, he had not accumulated sufficient knowledge concerning mages. Although the place of mage inheritance had imparted a wealth of information to him, it remained woefully inadequate for a true mage. Zombie Doctor Manufacturing Scroll Quality, green inscribed with the manufacturing methods of the Zombie Doctor, a sage among the undead. He can assist you in commanding zombies and ensuring they comprehend your intentions. Materials, corpses, wisdom fruits, copper coins. Upon reading this, Chen-Yi no longer hesitated. The most prudent course of action was to bundle these 2 scrolls together for sale. Chen-Yi, a fire mage, lacked the ability to control the undead. A zombie king, devoid of any means of communication or comprehension, proved utterly futile. Subsequently, Chen-Yi seated himself upon the ground to meditate, patiently awaiting the extinguishment of the flames in the underground base. He pondered the peculiarities of the world, as it was well past the time when night should have fallen. Yet, the sun remained perched high in the sky, showing no inclination to depart. Chun-Yi cast a glance at the panel. Task 1 was not marked as complete. The experience bar continued to fluctuate, indicating that there were still zombies left in the underground base. Once all the zombies had perished and the temperature below had decreased, Chun-Yi began to collect copper coins and equipment. After ensuring that nothing was overlooked, he finally declared, task completed. A beam of light materialized before him. Ding. Remain in a non-combat state. 3, 2, 1. The teleportation beam whisked Chun-Yi away from this realm. It was uncertain how much time had elapsed, but suddenly, this world fell into silence, as if even the wind had been stilled. Inside the room, Dave opened his eyes, appearing as disheveled as ever, yet exuding an unsettling aura. Merely gazing at him evoked a sense of being engulfed by an unnamed terror. This peculiar Dave found himself trapped in a world resembling a cruel jest. Suddenly, golden letters emerged, as if branded into the void. You have lost. The contract begins its execution. Dave sighed inwardly. The game world was beyond his capacity to confront. And this contract extended for another century. When would he be able to break free from this contract and attain true liberty? Nevertheless, there were moments when this situation was not so dire, for at least he did not have to face the threats lurking in the void. Dave closed his eyes, and when he opened them once more, he had transformed back into the erratic Dave, a madman. The outside world began to change independently of the game world. The underground base was obliterated, the traces of battle concealed beneath the soil, and various zombies emerged. Ordinary seeds underwent constant mutations under some mysterious force. With the appearance of a new beam of light, a fresh batch of players arrived in this realm. It turned out to be the world of plants versus zombies. Fortune smiled upon them. It was said that although the zombie drop rate was poor, there existed opportunities to acquire special plant seeds. A low drop rate that required no personal combat, and one still found reasons to complain about the welfare levels. I heard from the guild members that the gameplay in this world seemed to have changed. In truth, the zombie doctor had made an erroneous statement. The number of times players had entered this world was not 152, but rather 119, for 152 times. His sense of DJVU stemmed from the abyssal power restoring the zombie doctor's corpse, and Dave had merely played along, choosing him. Ding. Task detected. Survive for 4 days, completion rewarded with a slight enhancement. Task. Abnormal kill completion, rewarded with a minor enhancement. Choose 2 rewards from the options below. Randomly select 2 mid-tier spells. Increase fire affinity by 20, add 500 health and 500 mana. Acquire a random piece of knowledge from an interdimensional mage. Random blue equipment. Bring 1 piece of equipment to the real world. A light curtain appeared before Chun-Yi. After leaving the game world, he found himself transported to a stark, empty, pale space. This was the place where players' task completions were settled. Chun-Yi carefully examined the game rewards presented before him. He disregarded the 5th and 6th options, focusing his attention on the first 4. Option 1 promised Chun-Yi a genuine ultimate move, and astonishingly, 2 would be granted at once. However, at this stage, did Chun-Yi truly require such a formidable ability? Chun-Yi level, LV14 class, Mage health, 270 mana, 580 armor, 13 constitution, 17 strength, 7 intelligence, 41, base intelligence, 33. Equipment intelligence bonus, 8, agility, 8 spirit, 42 free attribute points, 0 talent, affinity for fire, enhances mastery of fire skills, increases fire elemental damage by 10, skills, meditative absence. Spell analysis, psychic force, blink, fire resistance ring, fireball soul energy, 0, 5 projection, insufficient soul energy. Chun-Yi's magical power is merely 360 points. At his pace of conjuring 3 fireballs per second, he would exhaust all his mana in just 15 seconds. Even with a powerful ultimate ability at his disposal, he would still be unable to sustain it. Thus, this option was promptly dismissed by Chun-Yi. The affinity for fire attributes does not inherently confer a damage increase, as his innate talent does. From the knowledge inherited from the lineage of mages, Chun-Yi learned that fire elemental affinity signifies the proximity of fire elemental particles to a mage. What, then, are elemental particles? During Chun-Yi's meditation, he becomes attuned to various elemental particles. The utilization of the fireball technique entails constructing a framework within his mind, subsequently drawing upon his magical energy to manipulate and combine fire elemental particles. This constitutes the essence of the fireball technique. The affinity for fire elements can essentially be understood as a fundamental attribute. The higher this attribute is, the quicker one comprehends fire-based spells. Although the benefits may not be immediately apparent, their true value will gradually manifest in the future. Option 3 effectively doubles his magical and health points. This choice proves irresistibly appealing to Chen-Yi, who is not inclined to form a team. Option 4, however, instills in him a sense of trepidation regarding his luck. He feels genuinely disheartened, as his fortune seems to have inexplicably plummeted. He had anticipated that the Zombie King would yield 2 blue-quality items, indicating a stroke of good luck. However, the turn of events has been exceedingly outrageous. In the 4 underground bases, Chen-Yi amassed a total of 40,000 copper coins, a significant fortune indeed. Yet, he was soon dismayed by the meager equipment drops. Across the 4 bases, only 50 pieces of equipment surfaced. It is worth noting that on the first day in the Plants vs. Zombies world, players collectively acquired 24 items. These bases were meant to house zombies for the subsequent 3 days. One would expect at least 60 items, if not 70. Not only was the equipment drop disappointingly low, but the majority consisted of gray-quality items, most of which offered minimal attribute enhancements. Previously, Chen-Yi had worried about insufficient backpack space, and after discarding the worthless items, he discovered that his pack was not yet full, prompting him to reclaim 2 more pieces. Consequently, whenever Chen-Yi encounters the word random, he feels a sense of dread. I choose options 2 and 3. Fire affinity increased by 20, health and mana each increased by 500. As soon as he uttered these words, a beam of light enveloped him. Unlike the agonizing process of comprehension he had previously experienced, Chen-Yi felt as though he were submerged in a warm spring, enveloped in comfort akin to slumber. Coupled with the fatigue from his recent battle, his drowsiness reached its zenith in an instant. Fearing that sleep might jeopardize the rewards, he forcefully opened his bloodshot eyes and slapped his face to rouse himself. Yet, in the next moment, his expression softened as he gazed at the empty ground, inexplicably perceiving it as a cozy bed. After all, it appeared so invitingly soft. The rewards were promptly dispensed, yet Chen-Yi, engaged in a struggle against fatigue, remained oblivious to this fact. The next task would commence no later than 1 month hence. Once the summary concluded, he found himself unceremoniously returned to his room. Ignoring the inviting large bed nearby, he laid down on the floor and drifted into a blissful sleep. This slumber lasted for 17 hours, and when Chen-Yi awoke, it was already the following morning. He had never felt so rejuvenated. After rising, he did not linger in bed, as he had many tasks to attend to that day. He visited the system shop to purchase a quick meal, hastily finishing it before making his way to the player marketplace. Here, players set up white cloths and small stools, simply needing to rent the space to display their items for sale. The goods on the stalls were protected by the game world, rendering any ill-intentioned players ineffective. Ding. Setting up a stall cost 100 copper coins per hour. Chen-Yi priced the white weapons at 720 copper coins, while the white armor and accessories were set at 270 copper coins, slightly lower than the prices of other equipment in the market. As for the 2 gray-quality items he had collected, Chen-Yi pondered for a moment before deciding to mark them at 50 copper coins, just in case someone desired them. The remaining green equipment generally ranged between 2,000 to 3,000 coins. The focal point, however, was the 2 scrolls. Each could fetch a commendable price individually, and together they could create a synergistic effect, where 1 + 1 exceeds 2. Thus, Chen-Yi opted to sell them via auction for a duration of 2 hours, with a starting bid of 10,000 copper coins. If the final bid did not meet his expectations, he reserved the right to withdraw them from sale. As for another blue treasure chest, Chen-Yi planned to open it after a ritualistic cleansing. Once the pricing for his stall was complete, he withdrew a copy of Essential Studies for Mage Apprentices 3, which contained extensive insights regarding the mage profession. He found himself engrossed in this tome, progressing at a considerably slower pace than with the previous 2 books. Despite the absence of any vocal enticement, the blue glow emanating from his stall remained strikingly conspicuous in the vicinity. Players ranging from levels 10 to 20 predominantly utilized white and green quality gear, with a full set of green equipment being a common aspiration for the majority. Blue quality items were a rare sight at stalls, causing many to linger, enviously eyeing the offerings. The allure of summoned creatures with maximized attributes was undeniable, yet players were apprehensive about their ability to create them, fearing they might end up as burdens. Some players attempted to negotiate prices, but Chen-Yi paid them no mind, fully immersed in his studies. The throngs of onlookers also generated increased foot traffic for his stall. The other items at Chun Yi's stall quickly sold out, and the total amount of copper coins reached 62,000. A stark contrast to his initial state upon entering the game. Currently, the bidding for the 2 scrolls has reached 27,000, surpassing the price of 4 standard blue equipment pieces. Given the present circumstances, it is likely to continue rising. Why are you all still bidding higher? One player exclaimed. Brother, I am from the Free Guild. If you take them down, I will offer you a fair price. Oh, so you belong to the Free Guild? I am from the Dynasty Guild, another retorted. Not every guild has a metric for gathering such knowledge. Originally perplexed, Chun Yi realized he had made a miscalculation. He had only considered whether the Zombie King could be summoned, neglecting the fact that for a guild, this could serve as a means of knowledge accumulation, enticing new players to join. 4 high-level players on the Undead and Necromancer sides. Acquiring the scrolls and crafting them is not particularly challenging. The market is replete with substitutes, such as dolls and disposable contract pets, whose prices have plummeted, making profit from them quite difficult. However, as a guild incentive to attract new players, these scrolls represent a valuable benefit. This illustrates how differing perspectives lead to varying insights, and fortunately for Chun Yi, the auction format is in his favor. At that moment, a figure cloaked in a dark hood pressed forward to the stall, declaring, I will take these 2 items. How about a trade? Chun Yi exhibited a flicker of interest. Many truly valuable items were not circulating at the stalls, as most were absorbed internally by the guild. This individual, confident in proposing a barter, surely possessed something extraordinary. What do you intend to offer in exchange for these 2 scrolls? The figure in the black cloak, with gnarled hands, produced a red and white sphere familiar to all present players, instantly igniting a stir among the crowd. It was, astonishingly, a Pokemon. This fellow was indeed fortunate to have traversed to that realm. Yet, the specific Pokemon remained a mystery. I recall hearing from a senior in the guild about a player who once brought forth a quasi-divine Pokemon, of such quality that it was sold for 120,000 copper coins, nearly inciting my envy. Pokemon are immensely popular among players for several intrinsic advantages. 1. They exhibit rapid growth, with few exceptions among quasi-divine Pokemon. They require little time to surpass the strength of their trainers. 2. Once bonded with a trainer, they seldom betray, proving to be truly trustworthy companions. 3. Pokeballs can be stored in one's inventory, offering remarkable concealment. Chun Yi felt a flicker of excitement. In the early stages, a mage greatly relies on a sturdy front line, and a well-developed Pokemon would be a significant asset to him. Could you share the details of the Pokemon? To his surprise, the figure in the black cloak hesitated slightly. This is merely a Charmander I captured from the Dragon Valley. Its parents are exceptionally powerful, with a minimum potential at the champion level, and achieving purple quality is undoubtedly within reach. Gray, white, green, blue, purple, light, gold, gold. Chun Yi discerned the concealed information within his words. It implied that the items had yet to undergo certification by the game world. Numerous realms possess their own distinct rules, which are effective solely within those realms. To transport these items beyond their original context, one must expend copper coins to obtain certification from the game world, thereby altering the rules governing these items to accommodate a broader spectrum of worlds. This process is akin to how players are transformed upon entering the game world for the first time. Copper coins serve as a universal medium produced exclusively within the game world, allowing for the substitution of various items. The more precious the item, the greater the amount of copper coins required for certification. This is precisely why the cloaked player was confident in the Pokemon's exceptional potential. However, the crux of the issue lay in the absence of certification. Without certainty regarding the Pokemon's attributes, Chun Yi would need to part with a considerable sum of copper coins for the authentication process. Sensing Chun Yi's waning interest, the cloaked player grew anxious. Achieving combat prowess as a necromancer in the early stages is exceedingly challenging. The summoned skeletons are not only weak in combat but also require consumable materials for casting spells. Missing out on skills tailored to one's profession would make it arduous to encounter such a fitting opportunity again. Gritting his teeth, the cloaked player exclaimed, "This is the footage of me capturing the Pokemon, entirely authentic. I also offer a training guide for Fire-type Pokemon, certified at blue quality by the game world. This is the highest price I can offer." Although uncertain about the origin of the footage, it was evident from the video that this player had indeed captured a Charmander. Watching the Charmander, which had been caught while protecting other Pokemon, Chun Yi felt a pang of sympathy for its Naught. Yet, it was precisely this kind of quality he sought in a companion. Moreover, once evolved into a Charizard, it would bestow upon him a significant aerial advantage. This was not the competitive arena of the Pokemon world, where flight time is restricted. Having the ability to soar conferred immense advantages in the early game. I agree to this transaction, Chun-Yi declared, just as the cloaked player had begun to lose hope. The 2 scrolls were set to go unsold, and other players' bids were automatically cancelled. With a surge of excitement, the cloaked player completed the transaction, eagerly gazing at the 2 scrolls, envisioning that with just 1 or 2 more games, he would amass enough wealth to create a zombie king. He hoped fervently that his first attempt at crafting would not fail, otherwise, despair would surely follow. Once the items were sold, Chun-Yi returned home, producing the Pokeball. Indeed, as the other party had stated, it had yet to undergo certification, rendering its attributes inaccessible. Player E opted to pursue certification, which would cost 11,000 copper coins. Shall I proceed with the payment? With a determined bite of his teeth, Chun-Yi declared, confirm payment. The quantity of copper coins in his backpack diminished significantly, as the rewards from countless adventures in the game world vanished. Authentication successful. Charmander quality, light gold level, LV7 health, 65 mana, 55 armor. For constitution, 7 strength, 6 intelligence, 8 agility, 6 spirit, 9 flame jet, a wide-ranging flame attack directed forward. Inflicting damage equal to intelligence x1. 2. Iron tail, a strike using a hardened tail, causing damage equal to strength x0. 7. Energy return, a restoration of mana, stamina, and health, reducing damage taken by 15. The light gold quality could be deemed the most valuable possession Chun-Yi had. In essence, Pokemon do not possess mana. The game world supplanted the original rules governing Pokemon with its own attributes, utilizing copper coins to facilitate this transition. Furthermore, the requirements for both leveling up and evolving Charmander were significantly lowered, enabling a swifter enhancement of combat prowess. Other skills remained largely unchanged, while the newly acquired energy return skill considerably bolstered the Pokemon's survivability. Come forth, Charmander. He unfastened the button of the Pokeball, and a radiant beam of light eagerly burst forth from within. With its entire orange body ablaze with flames, it resembled a lizard. Charmander glared at Chun-Yi, attempting to intimidate him. In response to the threat, Chun-Yi unexpectedly smiled. Little one, I saved you, you know. This time, Charmander realized that Chun-Yi was not the one who had captured it, feeling utterly humiliated. Its orange skin could not conceal its reddening cheeks, yet it maintained a defiant posture, its tail slightly drooping in a sign of embarrassment. It seemed to convey, I know I was wrong, but I refuse to apologize. Oh, how delightfully Tsundere it was. Chun-Yi increasingly admires this Pokemon, for it is well known that the strength of a Tsundere is rarely lacking. Charmander. Startled, I wish to become your trainer, may I? Chun-Yi extended his hand towards the Charmander, making his solemn vow. I shall accompany you to the pinnacle of the world and will never betray you. Charmander gazed at Chun-Yi in a daze. How amusing it was to speak of capturing on their very first encounter. It looked deep into Chun-Yi's eyes. Pokemon are wondrous creatures, possessing a pure heart. They seldom initiate harm upon other beings, especially humans. Yet, it is precisely this purity that allows them to sense the sincerity of their trainers. At this moment, Charmander seemed to perceive the determination reflected in Chun-Yi's gaze. It contemplated for a moment and then tilted its head, resting one of its claws upon Chun-Yi's outstretched hand. Snap! However, in an instant, Charmander adopted a battle stance, for to be captured, it must first be defeated. Chun-Yi raised his hands in exasperation. But I don't have any other Pokemon. What should I do? Charizard stared blankly, anxiously spinning in place. The elders of Dragon Valley had not taught him this. Charizard, you must have been so playful that you forgot. Indeed, a trainer's first Pokemon need not engage in battle. Chun-Yi wore an expression that conveyed, I am a trainer. I would never deceive you. Charizard seemed to find Chun-Yi's words quite reasonable, donning an expression that suggested a sense of helplessness. Chun-Yi tightly grasped the little fire dragon's claw, saying, Please take good care of the little fire dragon from now on. Kawa. After capturing the little fire dragon, although it was curious about the furnishings in the room, it maintained a demeanor of mere observation. Chun-Yi utilized the cultivation guide, and a plethora of methods for nurturing fire-type Pokemon flooded his mind, with Charmander being among them. Suddenly seizing the little creature, he startled it, causing it to exhibit a fierce resistance. After a prolonged wait for any further action from his trainer, Charmander opened its eyes only to discover Chun-Yi assessing its condition through muscular evaluation, its fiery tail drooping. What is the matter? Is there truly nothing amiss? Charmander turned away, refusing to meet Chun-Yi's gaze. The little one was undeniably adorable. Chun-Yi gently stroked its head. In a direction unseen by Chun-Yi, Charmander silently conveyed its forgiveness towards its trainer. Having outgrown its juvenile phase, it was now ready to commence training. During this period, its strength would surge rapidly. Ideally, it should be nourished with energy cubes. However, following the transformation of the game world, the swiftest method to acquire experience points was through defeating foes. Did this book also contain the seller's notes? Pokémon possess tangible bodies, and death equates to true demise. Yet, the advantage lies in their ability to train and enhance attributes independently. Players, as souls inhabiting these forms, must rely on leveling up, completing tasks, and utilizing potions to improve their attributes. The seller's inadvertent records afforded Chun-Yi a deeper understanding of players and the game world. Resolute in his determination, he prepared to commence training from that day forward. Charmander. To ascend to the pinnacle of the world, diligence is indispensable. We cannot afford to squander time. Charmander nodded earnestly, having long envied the majestic stature of Charizard within its kin. First, he took Charmander to the Game World shop to purchase energy cubes infused with fire and flying attributes, to discern which would better suit its palate. Although Charmander was no stranger to energy cubes, this would be its first experience consuming such a quantity. Noticing that its trainer was engrossed in reading rather than joining it for the meal, it cautiously extended a cube towards him. Thank you, Charmander. Chun-Yi did not refuse. He casually consumed the energy cube, which is harmless to the human body. Observing Chun-Yi accept it, the little fire dragon became even more delighted. After concluding their lunch, the duo entered the arena under the watchful gaze of the crowd, opting for the training mode. This mode serves as an alternative function of the arena, providing players with a private space, albeit for a fee. Within this secluded area, one can practice techniques, simulate battlefields, and project formidable opponents. Selecting the projection of a strong warrior, the parameters were set to random and fire attribute. Ding. Projection generated. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni. Do you confirm? This is a distinguished figure. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that Chun-Yi is a mage, not a reaper. After a moment of contemplation, Chun-Yi pondered what he currently lacked. Was it spellcasting techniques? Arcane spells? As he was still engrossed in the fundamental magic tomes, he felt unqualified to contemplate such matters. The memories of his previous battle with the Zombie King surged to the forefront of his mind. Chun-Yi had not forgotten the misjudgment he made due to his insufficient combat experience. Had the Zombie King possessed even a modicum more agility, it could very well have been his demise. Surviving this encounter might be deemed a stroke of fortune. However, such luck cannot be relied upon to grace him time and again. Thus, what Chun-Yi needed to learn at this juncture was quite straightforward: the art of combat. The awakening of his past life's memories did not endow him with any additional battle experience, but relying solely on his own explorations proved to be exceedingly slow. Having clarified his objective, Chun-Yi resolutely chose to proceed. Although Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni may lack understanding of mages, he undoubtedly possessed profound knowledge of battle. The solitary wolf mage was destined to be unlike any other sorcerers. The moment the projection commenced, charges began to accrue at the rate of 5,000 copper coins per hour. The projection swiftly materialized, revealing an ostensibly ordinary old man. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni, with a staff in hand, sported long white eyebrows and a flowing beard. Yet, beneath this seemingly frail exterior lay a fervor comparable to the sun itself. "Ah, young one, who might you be? Why do I feel an inexplicable urge to instruct you?" he mused. "Very well, let us commence." Chun-Yi let out a sigh to explain his thoughts. He found himself at a loss for words. Yamamoto Genryusai gently tapped the ground with his cane. "What do you wish to learn?" he inquired. "The art of swordsmanship, unarmed combat, footwork, or perhaps the ways of the spirit?" Chun-Yi stepped forward with his Charizard and offered a slight bow. "Greetings. I wish to learn your understanding of flames and the art of combat." Observing Chun-Yi's profound respect, Charizard promptly followed suit with a gentle bow. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni regarded Charizard's demeanor, and perhaps it was merely an illusion, but he appeared somewhat more amiable, resembling an ordinary old man. "My understanding of flames? Combat. Draw your Zampicket. I must ascertain your current level." Chun-Yi produced his staff, its durability nearly depleted. I do not possess a Zanpakuto. Will this suffice? Yamamoto Genre Sai Shigokuni cast a fleeting glance at the staff. Let us commence. Aware of the formidable adversary before him, Chun-Yi understood that he could not afford to hold back. Just as he prepared to retract the small fire dragon, Yamamoto's voice resonated. Do not worry. You lack the qualification to harm it in my presence. Please guide me well. As his words lingered in the air, flames erupted between the two. The force of the conflagration surged towards Yamamoto, a mere breeze to him. Yet, in a bid to safeguard the small fire dragon, he swept his staff, severing the impact of the fiery vortex in the flames alike. Chun-Yi had anticipated that the fiery vortex would prove ineffective. His true aim was to obscure visibility. 5 fireballs appeared in the wake of the flame's dissipation, serving as a diversion, while the genuine assault originated from the nails concealed behind Yamamoto. During his manipulation of the shovel in the Plants vs. Zombies realm through mental telekinesis, Chun-Yi conceived the true application of this power, commanding minute weapons to strike. Faced with the relentless onslaught, Yamamoto furrowed his brow, a hint of disappointment in his voice. This is quite unbecoming. With a forceful thrust of his staff against the ground, a tremendous wave of energy radiated outward from Yamamoto. The fireballs were swept away by the gust, bursting upon impact, while the nails fell to the ground. The combat experience that Chun-Yi garnered from his world does not earn the respect of Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni. Young man, he cautioned, do not overly rely on ambushes in battle. Your methods reveal that you are not on the path of an assassin. Such dependence on stealth will shift your focus. Despite Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni's apparent stillness, Chun-Yi felt as though the sky itself were collapsing upon him. Chun-Yi took a deep breath and swung his staff before him. Fireballs formed in rapid succession as he retreated. All these fireballs detonated before they could inflict any harm on Yamamoto Genre Sai Shigekuni. Realizing that his other offensive methods were ineffective, Chun-Yi resorted to his igniting skill. Whatever damage it could inflict, he would accept. Yamamoto, who had initially found the encounter rather tedious, finally stirred with a flicker of interest. This young man was not without merit. Even he could sense the heat emanating from him. This was a long-forgotten sensation for Yamamoto. Although he was merely a projection, he retained the memories of his true self. Cease, young man, I have grasped your situation. Chun-Yi obediently ceased his actions. This was hardly a battle, merely a giant observing an infant at play. Young one, you have numerous shortcomings, both in combat experience and tactics, exhibiting naivety akin to that of a novice. In response to Yamamoto Genryusai Shinkaku's admonishment, Chun-Yi expressed his willingness to accept the critique. Beside him, the little Charizard widened its eyes, realizing that this seemingly amiable elder, along with its trainer, possessed remarkable strength. Charizard silently encouraged itself, vowing not to be outdone by its trainer. In times of weakness, ambush may serve as a commendable strategy. However, it should not become the primary method, as it may lead one to revel in an illusory sense of power. Furthermore, when it comes to modes of attack, one ought not to confine oneself to mere fireballs. Flame does not conform to any specific shape. Any means capable of inflicting harm qualifies as a valid attack. Chun-Yi found himself somewhat perplexed by this notion. The essence of the fireball technique lies in the mental construction of a framework, which, through the expenditure of magical energy, guides the fire elemental particles present in the air. To alter the shape of the flame necessitates a transformation of the foundational structure, an endeavor that seems beyond the capabilities of this novice mage. Yamamoto Genryusai Shinkaku merely offered insights without revealing his methods, only that which one comprehends truly aligns with one's own capabilities. There remains ample time. Let us commence our training. A true warrior must not exhibit any conspicuous weaknesses. Chun-Yi was unable to receive training in pyromancy from Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni. Instead, he embarked on a regimen of close combat training. The objective set by Yamamoto was not for Chun-Yi to master swordsmanship or unarmed combat, but rather to learn how to control his body in the face of battle. Mastering balance was essential, allowing him to evade attacks on the battlefield. Most importantly, he needed to learn how to dodge certain strikes and retreat. Survival was paramount for a future. Observing his trainer exercising nearby, the little fire dragon instinctively joined in. Yamamoto subtly guided the little fire dragon, intentionally or not. An enriching hour of training concluded, and for the time being, Yamamoto could impart no further knowledge to Chun-Yi. The onus was now on Chun-Yi to hone his skills through practice. His previous confusion regarding the principles of effortless meditation began to transform into a deeper understanding. After dismissing Yamamoto, the cost of the training mode dropped to 100 copper coins per hour. However, even at this price, the majority of players had not utilized this feature. After spending 4 hours in the arena, Chun Yi finally departed with the little fire dragon, having focused on physical conditioning throughout. A simple dinner followed, and soon the little fire dragon began to yawn intermittently. Having only recently hatched, today's training intensity had already proven to be quite demanding for it. As Chun Yi affectionately patted the little fire dragon's head, it momentarily set aside its proud demeanor and instinctively nuzzled against him. Chun Yi humorously recalled the little fire dragon into its pokeball and ventured alone into the library. Teacher Mi remained in her perpetual slumber, a mystery to Chun Yi regarding the life of Yezi. The library, whose origins were shrouded in anonymity, housed an eclectic assortment of tomes, tales of warriors, ninjas, and assassins. Among them, there were dozens of versions dedicated to mages, hailing from various realms. Yet, one unifying truth prevailed. The arcane arts of mages were rooted in their mastery over elemental particles. Through his studies, Chun Yi discovered that the true potency of many advanced fire spells did not solely stem from the flames themselves, but rather from the physical shockwaves generated by explosions. For instance, the high-tier fire spell, Judgment of Doom, summoned meteor showers that descended upon foes. The fiery projectiles, though fiery in nature, relied not on the heat of the flames, but on the impact of the meteors and the intense heat produced at the moment of detonation. Spells like the Infernal Gate and Meteor Fall were intrinsically linked to explosive forces, lacking any direct methods of flame attack. The rationale behind this was rather straightforward. The speed of flame damage was woefully inadequate. A cluster of searing flames could be traversed by an adversary in mere moments, resulting in negligible harm. In contrast, an explosion yielded an entirely different outcome. However, the challenge lay in the uncontrollability of explosions. Just as Chun Yi often injured himself while practicing the fireball technique, mages had pondered alternative avenues to enhance the efficacy of their flames, such as elevating the temperature of the fire. By integrating fire elemental particles into their mana during meditation, mages could achieve a modest increase in the temperature of their fire spells. Alternatively, some explored the creation of specialized organs within their bodies to manipulate fire in novel ways. Yet, these endeavors yielded unsatisfactory results. The gradual enhancement of flame temperature paled in comparison to the dramatic advantages afforded by explosions. Chun Yi rubbed his slightly swollen eyes. These were not the methods he wished to pursue. Perhaps it would be best to first complete his reading of the apprentice-level tomes. There is no need to purchase specialized skill books for some elementary spells, as these texts contain the corresponding techniques. It merely requires the player to memorize and master them. Earth's earthen wall, wind's cutting blade, water's cannon, ice's icicle, and lightning's strike. Chun Yi memorized all the fundamental attributes and skills, not for the purpose of combat, but to adeptly navigate various scenarios and enhance his daily life. Over the course of the following week, he maintained a routine of visiting the arena in the morning, heading to the library in the afternoon, and returning home by 10:30 in the evening. As his knowledge as a mage continued to expand, he now deemed himself worthy of calling himself an apprentice mage. On this particular day, within the simulated battlefield of the arena, Chun Yi leaned back, and from the barren expanse, a seat formed from earth suddenly emerged. Originally intended to shield against arrows and other projectiles, the earthen wall was transformed by Chun Yi into a summit chair, possessing an unparalleled talent for deciphering spell structures. His aptitude for spell analysis greatly accelerated his accumulation of knowledge during his apprenticeship as a mage. While his physical training persisted, he found himself at an impasse regarding his spells. The library contained only the foundational skills of various magical disciplines, with advanced tomes beyond its collection. Following his recent acquisition of 500 mana points, Chun Yi was no longer the entity that depleted his mana reserves within mere 10 seconds. He began contemplating the pursuit of new skills. Given his inherent talent, it was only natural that he prioritized fire-based abilities. However, as previously mentioned, the cost-effectiveness of explosive fire spells in the early stages was unparalleled. The fire spells available for free study in the library merely transitioned from small fireballs to larger ones, offering little in the way of significant advantage for Chun Yi. Chun Yi had contemplated acquiring the skills of an illegal mage, such as the previously rewarded Inferno Extinguishment, which he had indeed noticed at the stalls of other players. Unlike the rewards from the gaming world, this particular skill was restricted to ninjas. The skill book detailed the rapid circulation of chakra and the requisite hand signs. Undeterred, he sought other fire-based skills. Flame Blade Quality. Green. This skill envelopes the weapon in fiery energy, inflicting additional fire damage. Upon mastering it, one can even unleash a blade of fire. Restriction. Usable by players with fire-based energy. Level 10 evaluation. My energy has color. Unseen dance of the phoenix quality. Green, a unique martial technique imbued with fire attributes. This skill's damage correlates with internal energy consumption. Restriction. Usable by fire attribute martial artists. Level not specified evaluation. Have you ever seen the Iron Sand Palm? These were merely two of the skills he discovered. After a day of perusing the player's stalls, he found no suitable skills, and instead, he purchased a weapon for himself. Ember Staff quality. Green physical attack. 10 to 12 magical attack. 27 to 34 durability. 17/17 effect. Grants a chance to unleash an additional fireball attack upon striking. Level 15 evaluation. Imprinting fireball techniques into a staff. A stroke of genius. Though Chun-Yi encountered a bottleneck, his little fire dragon did not. Despite not leveling up, the foundational attributes of the little fire dragon evolved daily. With no clear direction, Chun-Yi had no choice but to place his hopes on the projection of a strong individual. This time, the entry restrictions were set to Mage, Fire Attribute, and Scholar. Ding. Projection generated. Traveler. Are you certain? He glanced at the fee of 3,000 copper coins per hour. After confirming the charge, he found himself face-to-face with a rather disheveled middle-aged man, whose patched attire hinted at a life of hardship, leaning towards a Western style. Greetings, sir. It is a pleasure to accompany you for a while. Despite his ragged appearance, the traveler did not neglect to exhibit a refined demeanor. Hello, sir. Chun-Yi managed to utter, his words faltering. The little fire dragon turned away, realizing that comparisons were inevitable. The traveler smiled gently, unfazed by Chun-Yi's awkwardness. For noble etiquette serves to regulate oneself rather than constrain others. Now, dear sir, what would you like to learn? Chun-Yi articulated the circumstances he encountered to the traveler. Upon hearing him, the traveler did not mock Chun-Yi's apparent overestimation of his understanding. Instead, he regarded him with newfound respect. After mentally summarizing his thoughts, he spoke. The challenges associated with fire-based spells have long been the subject of extensive inquiry among mages, with many encountering difficulties pertaining to the medium and the rapid infliction of damage. Due to its unique nature, inflicting substantial damage instantaneously through fire can only be achieved via explosive means. Chun-Yi, well aware of this, recognized that the traveler understood his thoughts. The traveler continued. For fire to inflict harm, it must continuously adhere to the opponent and persist in burning. Achieving this is no simple feat once a spell is cast. Its existence in the natural world comes at the cost of expending magical energy. Fire operates under the same principle. With a snap of his fingers, the traveler conjured a small flame, which extinguished as he ceased channeling his magical energy. Thus, my suggestion is to temporarily abandon this line of research. When your knowledge is sufficiently robust, you may revisit this area of inquiry. Given the esteemed opinions of the spellcasting elite, Chun-Yi readily accepted this counsel. Subsequently, he engaged in lessons on spellcasting, and under the traveler's guidance, what was once an aesthetically pleasing yet rigid structure appeared to possess room for refinement. This distinction between having a mentor and conducting solitary research was striking. Beginning with the familiar fireball spell, Chun-Yi transformed the known structure into something entirely different. The spell he summoned was not a fireball, but a small bird composed of flames. Both the projectile speed and trajectory were optimized. The traveler clapped his hands, expressing delight in Chun-Yi's remarkable progress. Sir, you may be the most gifted individual I have encountered regarding spell structure. I now genuinely believe that fire magic will undergo a transformation under your hands. He then removed his hat and bowed to Chun-Yi, not due to Chun-Yi's status, but in gratitude for the potential new path he might forge for fire mages. Following this, Chun-Yi diligently absorbed the traveler's knowledge, continually seeking to comprehend the skills he had acquired. Aside from the elusive spell analysis and blink, all other skills were enhanced. This relentless sense of progress filled Chun-Yi with joy, compelling him to extend his session by 2 hours. After the traveler departed, Chun-Yi solidified his understanding by reviewing his notes to validate his memory. Indeed, the investment in these copper coins proved worthwhile. Whether through his previous training under Yamamoto Jinryusai from the country of Heavy Nation or the traveler's teachings, Chun-Yi was in a constant state of advancement. These improvements were not merely in basic attributes, but rather in the application of his power. It was time to test his hypotheses. Chun-Yi did not opt to compete against players of the same caliber. He possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to dominate this cadre of intelligent spellcasters. Moreover, the copper coins he had invested could have forged a player adorned with fully green quality equipment, rendering it peculiar if he were not superior to the spellcasting automatons. For a mage, while equipment holds significance, the paramount asset remains knowledge. In the simulated battlefield, the duo of Zombie King and Zombie Doctor materialized. As copper coins were expended, the Zombie King and Zombie Doctor from Chun Yi's memory were vividly recreated, transforming the surrounding environment into that reminiscent of the Plants vs. Zombies universe. With no substantial breakthrough in his primary attributes and devoid of allies, he faced the Zombie King alone. Roar! The Zombie Doctor shrieked, "Eliminate him!" The Zombie King leapt into the air, and in the next instant, a cloud of dust enveloped the area, revealing spiderweb-like fissures in the ground where Chun Yi stood. Previously, he could only evade such attacks by inflicting damage upon himself through the ring of fire resistance. Now, he effortlessly dodged using his physical prowess. His mental focus tracked the Zombie King's position amidst the swirling dust, and 3 firebirds surged forth, swiftly reaching the Zombie King. Boom! The velocity of the projectiles and the magnitude of the explosion far surpassed that of his previous fireballs. The blast sent a shockwave that dispersed the surrounding dust. As the Zombie King advanced towards Chun Yi with heavy steps, Chun Yi skillfully formed the spell structure in his mind while practicing hand seals. This was also learned from a self-proclaimed traveler mage. When faced with spells that posed considerable difficulty or were unfamiliar, he could rely on hand seals and incantations for guidance. Earth Trap. However, while running, one of his feet suddenly plunged into a small pit, causing his substantial body to crash to the ground. Before he could rise, arrows conjured from flames shot forth. The arrows pierced his body, and the previously stable structure began to swell. His body, reinforced with steel, gradually turned red under the relentless bombardment, while the sluggish Zombie King could not even graze Chun Yi once. 2 minutes later, the Zombie King collapsed. Yet Chun Yi remained in a robust state. The Firebird still had room for improvement. Its projectile velocity should not follow a linear path. The method of structural alteration upon collision with the fire arrows needed optimization. The available means were insufficient. The forms of attack should not be restricted. Observing the significantly strengthened trainer, the little fire dragon grew anxious, feeling overshadowed by its trainer's prowess. Under the little fire dragon's imploring gaze, Chun Yi reluctantly nodded, doubling the simulation battlefield's consumption. The seemingly ample copper coins began to dwindle rapidly. Player Wu Di received an anonymous email, fresh from using a booster. He felt as though humanity had lost its love. Wang Zhanbua, fatigued, muttered, "Who could be contacting me at this hour?" Upon opening the email, he found 2,000 copper coins, a green-quality longsword, and a letter. This was a gift from Chun Yi, who, having received much care from Wang Zhanbua's parents before his memory was restored, wished to assist this young brother. Recognizing the familiar tone, Wang Zhanbua knew who it was, even without a name. The letter contained little more than a gentle admonition for Wang Zhanbua not to rely solely on intelligent casting, encouraging him to strive for understanding and mastery of skills rather than merely stacking numerical values. The letter also expressed admiration for the projections of the strong and the simulation battlefield, which were indeed valuable experiences. Contrary to what other players claimed was a waste of copper coins, Wang Zhanbua believed it. When he attempted to reply, he discovered that the player was currently in the game, allowing only for a message. "Humph, my little brother is forced to hide. It seems he has crossed paths with the wrong people. I shall cultivate fiercely to avenge him. I, Wang Zhanbua, will show them who the true protagonist is." Before long, Chun Yi had completely depleted his copper coins. Without waiting for the latest game time to arrive, he embarked on his next gaming session. After a brief teleportation, a new game commenced. Welcome, brave ones. I am Priest Cross Marlin. You may simply call me Marlin. A middle-aged man, whose warm smile exuded kindness, stood outside the summoning circle. Judging by the surrounding environment, it seemed they had yet to enter the electrical age. Within the summoning circle stood a group of young boys and girls, dressed in attire that starkly contrasted with the current era. Some wore casual clothing, while others donned school uniforms. Chun Yi, whose equipment was obscured, did not stand out much, considering he was only 16. Ding. Quest. Choice. Please select a faction within 72 hours. Subsequent tasks will unlock upon selection. Quest reward: 500 EXP, 200 copper coins. Ding. This world is a derivative realm and it does not belong to the game world. Mentioning the game world here is prohibited. Violators will be erased. Main quest: obtain the source of the world. Recommended level: LV 15. LV23. Current progress, 0. Rewards will be calculated based on final progress. The language completed loading. And player E began the game. Surprisingly, he was the only player to enter this session, and a new term, derivative world, emerged. By the literal interpretation of the source of the world, it likely referred to something related to the world itself. If Chun Yi's conjecture was correct, acquiring a sufficient amount of the source would cause this world to integrate into the game world, potentially transforming into something reminiscent of a Plants vs. Zombies scenario in the future. Why are there 5? A delinquent with ear piercings and green-tinted hair initiated the confrontation. Hey, were you the one who called me here? Chun Yi cast a peculiar glance at the neon person. Such a deft tongue flick must have required considerable practice. The other 3 maintained a cautious distance from the unruly individual. After a moment of surprise, Ma Lin burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, truly befitting of a brave hero. You have adapted swiftly upon arriving in this realm. Rest assured, the Empire summoned you all to harness the strength of our valiant hero. He continued. Please take a moment to recuperate, for shortly, we shall have an audience with the king. Several guards approached and gestured invitingly, although the unruly one felt somewhat disgruntled. The sight of the guards wielding sharp axes and clad in full armor compelled him to follow suit with an exasperated click of his tongue. The 5 heroes were escorted into a spacious chamber, sparsely furnished with only a table and chairs, devoid of any further embellishments. Rather than a moment of respite, it felt more akin to house arrest. After a brief exchange, they discovered they all hailed from Neon, thus establishing a common language among them. Chun Yi, who had remained silent, found himself isolated from their little group. The somewhat attractive Maki, adorned with light makeup, tugged at the rather conservatively dressed Misa, who wore glasses. Misa-chan, did you hear what that? Misa quietly interjected, Ma Lin the priest. Yes, he called us heroes. Could it be that we are destined to embark on a quest to vanquish the Demon King? That sounds rather splendid. Kenichi, who was dressed like a typical participant in the vibrant social scene, eagerly joined the conversation. At that moment, the unruly Suzuki slammed his foot down on the table, the resounding noise echoing throughout the room, prompting Chun Yi to glance at him with indifference. Suzuki Ida level, 3 health, 35 mana, armor, 3 constitution, 7 strength, 8 intelligence, 4 agility, 6 spirit, 3 skills, basic hand-to-hand combat, intimidation. Basic hand-to-hand combat. Ida Suzuki possesses ample fighting experience and has a better grasp of combat techniques than the average individual. Intimidation, when in a position of advantage. There is a chance to frighten the enemy through words and actions. The reason Chun Yi could see Suzuki's information was due to a high-tech item obtained after bathing in incense and opening a blue-quality box. Surveying I-quality. Blue, special accessory does not occupy accessory slots. Intelligence 10 effect, can detect information about others, with a certain probability of uncovering partial information about enemies 5 levels above oneself. Can place a nano-eye that lasts for 2 hours every 24 hours. Evaluation, cutting-edge technology of the goblins. Returning to the matter at hand, Suzuki's anger intensified upon witnessing Chun Yi's apathetic demeanor. Initially, he sought to draw the attention of others, but now he was incensed by Chun Yi's blatant disregard for him. Rising to his feet, Suzuki kicked his chair aside, causing it to crash against the wall with a crack, a display of strength that surpassed that of an ordinary person. What do you mean by that, you brat? Suzuki glared down at Chun Yi, seated in his chair. Chun Yi maintained an impassive demeanor, advising, I suggest you remain calm. To Suzuki, such a countenance was nothing short of mockery. He twisted his head, gazing down at Chun Yi with disdain. Before Suzuki could seize Chun Yi by his garments. In the next moment, his body was forcefully hurled against the wall, reminiscent of the chair from before. Pooh. Suzuki fell to the ground, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood. Now a player, Chun Yi had undergone a fundamental transformation that set him apart from ordinary individuals. The other 3 remained silent, anxious not to draw attention to themselves amidst the confrontation. Chun Yi remained seated, unperturbed. I have advised you to remain calm. This is merely a warning, he thought. Unwilling to provoke trouble, yet unafraid of it, he recognized that the demise of a hero prior to the commencement of their mission could introduce unforeseen variables. Despite the commotion within the room, the guards outside appeared oblivious. After a considerable period, the doors swung open once more. Ma Lin re-emerged, her eyes sparkling with delight, only to widen in astonishment upon spotting Suzuki by the wall. Oh dear, brave hero, what has happened to you? Guards. 2 sentinels stationed at the entrance advanced. Please attend to the brave hero. Huh. The remaining heroes were beckoned by Ma Lin to meet the king, who was evidently growing impatient. The palace was adorned with opulence, and the number of guards was substantial, most of whom were around level 12, prompting Chen Yi to abandon any thoughts of a forceful approach. After a lengthy 20-minute journey, they finally arrived at the Grand Hall under Ma Lin's guidance. At the pinnacle of the hall sat a man of considerable girth, struggling to shift his position, crowned as the sovereign of the realm. Beside him stood a golden-haired maiden, her charming attire rendering her akin to a doll. Below them were the ministers, who, upon seeing Ma Lin accompanying the hero, showered him with accolades. The heroes, unaccustomed to such attention, momentarily felt a sense of elation. The king appeared drowsy, roused by the commotion below. Have they arrived? Was it not said there would be 5? Ma Lin promptly approached and knelt. Your Majesty. One of the heroes seems to have sustained injuries and is currently receiving treatment. Very well, Ma Lin, please introduce the heroes. At your command. Rising to her feet, Ma Lin commenced her introduction. On the continent of Irwin, there exist 2 races, humans and demons. The demons are notorious for their malevolence, having caused the loss of numerous cities in the empire and perpetrated atrocities against its citizens. In summary, Chen Yi reveals that the empire, unable to prevail against its foes, has summoned a hero from another world for assistance. This hero, armed with enhanced weaponry, can swiftly grow in strength and, upon vanquishing the Demon King, will be able to return to their original realm. The other 3 listeners are filled with fervor, eager to seize their weapons and confront the Demon King immediately. Chen Yi activated the newly acquired equipment's active skill. From the special gear emerged an exceptionally diminutive monitor, which ultimately settled upon Marin's shoulder. Due to the minuscule size of the nano-eye, Marin remained utterly oblivious to its presence. A striking priestess, adorned in clerical attire, approached. Judging by the gazes of the other ministers, her standing within the empire appeared to be remarkably elevated. Bishop Iris offered a gentle smile to the assembled heroes. These are the weapons blessed by the divine. I beseech each of you, valiant warriors, to save our race. The weapons consisted of a sword, a bow, a dagger, and a staff. The heroes immediately gravitated towards their desired armaments. However, when Misha noticed Chen Yi advancing towards the staff, she hesitated briefly before opting for the dagger instead. After distributing the weapons, Iris cast a significant glance at Chen Yi, then departed amidst the reluctant gazes of the hero Jian Yi. Although she did not overtly seek attention, Iris's figure left an indelible impression on the minds of the heroes. Subsequently, the king felt a wave of drowsiness and instructed the doll-like Princess Anna to guide the heroes on a tour of the palace. In the presence of the charming and exceedingly affable Princess Anna, the otherworldly heroes began to let loose, exclaiming in awe at the unfamiliar sights. Unbeknownst to them, each time they gasped in astonishment, Princess Anna revealed a flicker of disdain in her expression. Though Anna was merely an ordinary individual, her noble status allowed her to navigate the palace with ease. Princess Anna, might I inquire where one could study magic? Chen Yi imitated the traveler and bowed to the princess, inquiring afterward. The effect of the etiquette was palpable. Princess Anna's eyes seemed to sparkle momentarily as she returned the gesture, delicately lifting the hem of her gown in acknowledgement. This individual must be of noble descent from another realm. Indeed, they are distinctly different from those uncouth commoners, devoid of any raucous behavior. This valiant hero is named A, is it not? Truly, his name bears an unusual resonance compared to ours, evoking a sense of uniqueness. To learn healing spells, one must visit the church. With the title of healing hero, the nuns will surely not impose any difficulties upon you. Chen Yi nodded, exhibiting the demeanor of a gentleman. Thank you, Princess Anna, for your elucidation. Though it was merely a standard exchange, the perspective of the sword hero was markedly different. Jian Yi cast a malevolent glare at Chen Yi, harboring a deep-seated disdain for any man approaching Princess Anna. How could such a mere caretaker fail to recognize his own standing? His previous subservience seemed a distant memory, as if he were an entirely different individual. This unmasked animosity flickered in Chen Yi's perception like a firefly in the night. Was his temperament simply too lenient? That night, Chen Yi's quarters lay deserted. The priestess, Cross Malin, had just returned to her own room when she suddenly exclaimed, "Who goes there?" "Do not be alarmed, Priestess Malin." The flame struck the candle on the table with precision, illuminating both figures. Malin, astonished, remarked, "My lord Yi, have you wandered into the wrong chamber? Allow me to escort you back. You must rest well. Tomorrow we shall commence our training." Her seemingly innocuous demeanor evoked a sense of ease, disarming any inclination to be on guard. Chun Yi remained silent, merely gazing at him. Ma Lin's smiling eyes gradually turned cold. Can we have a proper conversation now? The room was enveloped in silence. Chun Yi pondered how he might achieve his goals, while Ma Lin contemplated whether she could subdue Chun Yi without alerting the guards. After a prolonged silence, Ma Lin broke the stillness. Aren't the heroes of another world typically ordinary individuals? Generally, yes. I am merely an exception, he replied. Is that so? Indeed. Ma Lin regained her gentle demeanor. Then, Mr. Yi, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Chun Yi couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The most challenging hurdle had been overcome. In truth, I have always harbored a fascination for magic. How wonderful it would be if there existed a place to study it. Leave this trivial matter to me. The concerns of the brave hero are my own. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed priest. After Chun Yi's departure, the expression on Ma Lin's face fluctuated beneath the flickering candlelight. Most of the palace guards were warriors, lacking acute sensitivity to mental energy. By discerning the positions of the guards, she masked her traces with mental force, returning to her quarters without disturbing anyone. Engaging in conversation with these cunning old foxes proved to be quite exhausting. From the moment he emerged from the summoning array, Chun Yi had implanted a nano-eye position on Ma Lin. It was this very eye that enabled him to behave in a manner entirely distinct from his usual self. Their brief exchange consisted of carefully considered words that Chun Yi had mulled over repeatedly. The relationships within the palace were intricately woven, revealing three distinct factions. The most prominent was, of course, the Empire, which had clear objectives, as the summoning of heroes was orchestrated by this faction. The second faction was the Religious Order, which astonishingly held the heroes' weapons in their custody, though their current demands remained ambiguous. The final faction was the force behind Ma Lin, whose intentions were unclear and refrained from revealing themselves within the palace. However, none of these factions were within Chun Yi's capacity to manage, and it appeared that they were all indifferent to the identity of the hero, thus granting Chun Yi a modicum of maneuvering space. Healing Staff, uncertified, quality, deep purple physical attack, 5 to 6 magical attack, 10 to 12 intelligence bonus, 2 effect. Increases healing effectiveness by 20 durability, 35 level, 10, evaluation, a weapon that can grow stronger. You have now witnessed it. The identity of the hero is of paramount importance, as it allows these weapons to gain power. Yet, the hero's identity is also trivial, for there are 5 heroes this time. In the darkness, Chun Yi, unusually, refrained from meditation, instead contemplating how to ensure his own safety. As for the true heroes, what concern was it of his? Early the next morning, he sought an audience with the king, who had arranged teams for each hero and bestowed a substantial amount of gold coins. However, the sword hero Jian Yi received the most gold, while the healing hero Chun Yi received the least. This differential treatment only served to bolster Jian Yi's momentum, and his gaze towards Chun Yi now bore a hint of menace. Meanwhile, the once introverted Misha, forced to acquire a dagger, felt a surge of exhilaration, her shy demeanor vanishing before their eyes. Chun Yi stepped forward under the gaze of the crowd, addressing the king with utmost respect. Your Majesty, I have a matter of great importance to discuss. The king, displaying a hint of impatience, inquired, what is it? The expressions of the surrounding ministers darkened, their demeanor becoming increasingly unfriendly. The neon heroes, adept at sensing the atmosphere, watched Chun Yi with a sense of schadenfreude. As your Majesty is aware, I am a healing hero. However, I possess no healing magic. Training alongside the priests and clerics may yield little to no benefit. Therefore, I humbly request that you disband our current team and grant me some gold to assemble a group in the civilian sector. The priests of Chun Yi's entourage, originally only intending to observe the performance, were suddenly taken aback. Before they could utter a word, the voice of the king resonated. I grant your request. Bring forth sufficient gold to empower the healing hero in assembling a team. Ma Lin stepped forward to acknowledge the decree, while the other ministers lavished praise upon the healing hero, recognizing his youth and potential for great accomplishments. Gold, a vital resource in this world. At the moment Chun Yi acquired the gold coins, he unexpectedly discovered that they could be converted into copper coins, albeit at a ratio of 101 to 1. Initially intending to seek other justifications for expelling his teammates, Chun Yi deliberately expressed the need for additional gold coins. In this world, even if a mission were to fail, as long as one accumulated sufficient gold coins, it would not be deemed a failure. Ignoring the fiery glares of the clerics within his team, who viewed this as a betrayal, He considered it merely a step in his transaction with Marlin. Upon arriving in this world, Chun Yi has been diligently contemplating what actions he must undertake. The saintess, who distributed weapons, cast a glance in his direction, which was evidently not born of admiration. Furthermore, based on Princess Anna's previous remarks, one can infer that the healing hero holds a unique status within the church. During the distribution of gold coins today, it became starkly apparent that the kingdom harbors ill intentions, revealing a palpable discord between the kingdom and the church. Within this intricate web, Marlene plays a distinct role. Despite the looming threat of the demon race, humanity seems ensnared in its own conflicts, leaving Chun Yi somewhat bewildered by the unfolding situation. He senses the faint undercurrents of conspiracy. The identity of the hero can be perceived as a safeguard for existence, or perhaps merely a pawn in a greater game. Hence, Chun Yi seeks to leverage Marlene's influence as a third party to extricate himself from this intrigue. Inside the church, sunlight cascades through the stained glass, illuminating Elise below like an angelic figure. Witnessing this, the other worshippers adopt postures of prayer. A nun hurriedly approaches and whispers something into Elise's ear. Elise nods in acknowledgement, but makes no further movement. This illustrates the supremacy of divine authority over royal power, with every action within the palace under the vigilant gaze of the church. In contrast to the fervor exhibited by other clergy, Elise remains indifferent, even perceiving their excitement as somewhat childish. The imperial family has sought to reclaim its power on multiple occasions, summoning heroes to bolster their influence in the battle against the Demon King. However, the conundrum lies in the fact that to the common folk, heroes are regarded as gifts from the divine, regardless of how poorly the healing hero performs in vanquishing the Demon King. It does not tarnish the church's standing among the populace. Thus, she remains unconcerned about the royal family's petty maneuvers. The Demon King has only recently come into existence, and even with a single hero, he can be vanquished. After departing from the royal palace, Chun Yi embarked on a quest to locate his companions, though he remained uncertain of where to begin. However, his ally would resolve these dilemmas. He raised his staff and casually flagged down a rickshaw, spending a silver coin to reach the Mage Association. The collection of magic tomes housed within the association far surpassed that of any library within the towns of the gaming world. The library contained only a mere fraction of the knowledge pertaining to mages, whereas here it was abundant. Given the relatively small scale of this world, it was unlikely to contain advanced spells. Nonetheless, it sufficed for Chun Yi. During the apprenticeship phase of a mage, the most crucial aspect was the accumulation of arcane knowledge. "Good day, gentlemen. Please present your identification." A stoic female attendant obstructed Chun Yi's path at the front desk. Naturally, he possessed no such identification, and even if he did, perusing the magic books freely would be impossible, as each tome had its own contribution value requirements. Chun Yi glanced towards his right rear. In a place that was once devoid of anything, a figure clad as an assassin materialized. His expression revealed a hint of surprise that Chun Yi had noticed him. However, he uttered no further words and simply handed over a token. Upon seeing the token, the receptionist permitted entry without informing Chun Yi of the contribution value regulations. Such regulations are devised for those who abide by the rules, rather than for the rulemakers themselves. Chun Yi is not particular about the magical tomes, and he begins his exploration from the very first shelf. Each realm possesses its own unique interpretation of sorcery. Yet this does not deter Chun Yi from drawing upon certain fragments of wisdom. Most of the texts are not straightforward in presenting outcomes, rather, they devote extensive passages to extolling the journey of their research and the rationale behind their contemplations. Possessing the skill of spell analysis, Chun Yi finds himself unable to fully appreciate the hardships endured by these magicians. Chun Yi is capable of mastering spells with remarkable speed and precision, comprehending the intricate structure of each incantation. He begins his analysis from the outcomes. The Ice Arrow spell? His line of thinking diverges somewhat from mine, yet it appears to hold potential for inspiration. When enthusiasm strikes, Chun Yi diligently takes notes. "Sir, if you wish to experiment with spells, please do so in an open environment. Thank you for the reminder." Chun Yi waved his hand, seemingly attempting to disperse the elemental particles gathering before him. He purchased a notebook from the front desk, diligently simulating the spell structure in his mind and meticulously recording the areas he was about to attempt. Subsequently, he turned his gaze to the next tome of magic. Meanwhile, a watcher assigned to observe Chun Yi expressed skepticism regarding his reading speed, questioning whether he could truly memorize the spell structure in such a brief period. Were he to discern the source of their curiosity, Chun Yi would merely shrug, asserting that the physical capacities of individuals vary greatly. his body, having been transformed by the gaming world, required only repeated mental simulations of the spell structure for it to manifest on his interface. At this juncture, forgetting was an impossibility, though casting the spell swiftly presented a different challenge altogether. Chun-Yi, reluctant to part with so many spellbooks, decided to take residence within the Mage Association. On the third day, when no one had come to seek him out, he realized that something had gone awry. It appeared he had been forgotten. With no source of information, he was unable to ascertain the cause. Even those tasked with monitoring him had been withdrawn. After fruitless contemplation, he chose to immerse himself entirely in the myriad of magical tomes, in stark contrast to Chun-Yi's deep dive into the sea of books. The other brave souls faced a far more arduous path. They ventured forth with their respective teams to the Adventurers Guild, commencing their journey by tackling the most elementary of tasks to accumulate experience. The Empire had instituted a comprehensive process for nurturing heroes, operating much like an assembly line. These youths, summoned from the Neon Realm, did not enjoy the blissful lives often depicted in light novels. The king had allocated a limited amount of gold, preventing them from extravagantly purchasing magical means of transportation. Thus, they often relied on foot travel. From their initial encounter, where a slime brought them to tears, to now pursuing goblins in combat, their weapons had indeed grown stronger. Ding. Faction confirmed. Church. Earned 500 experience, 200 copper coins. In response to such meager rewards, akin to the legs of a mosquito, Chun-Yi disregarded them and turned his gaze to the subsequent tasks. The next mission commenced. Ensure the church emerges victorious. Task reward. Purple quality skill, flame transformation. The game world seemed intent on preventing Chun-Yi from living too comfortably, casting bait to entice him into action. Setting aside the spellbook, he meticulously pondered the task details. Ensuring the church's victory? Wasn't this world already dominated by divine authority over royal power? After a lengthy pause, Chun-Yi shifted his gaze. Suspecting unforeseen variables might arise, perhaps from the demon lord's side? Yet, as a mere level 14 mage in a realm where the upper limit surpassed 20, he felt somewhat powerless. Once basic attributes surpassed 50, a qualitative transformation would occur. In other words, possessing 49 points in an attribute was entirely different from reaching 50. In this world, Chun-Yi cannot even be considered a formidable force. A month later, the trio of heroes has transformed from their initial timidity into bold figures. Even the most introverted among them, Misha, has adopted a more audacious demeanor, discreetly nurturing a young boy who aligns with her aesthetic preferences. The hero of the sword has established a harem, while the hero of the bow has also formed a female entourage. In contrast, the hero of the night, whose title of assassin lacks elegance, has shown more restraint. The deeds of these heroes have elicited a stance of non-intervention from both the Empire and the Church. As long as their actions do not impede the enhancement of their weapons, they may pursue their endeavors freely. Within the Church, the stunningly beautiful Illis, dressed in casual attire, continues to captivate, and the nuns genuinely believe that the bishop is a messenger sent by the divine. However, Illis furrows her attractive brows, sensing that something is amiss. Although the heroes persist in their onslaught against the monsters, the pace of weapon enhancement does not seem to align with the recorded expectations. Where has the discrepancy arisen? Chun-Yi has embarked on the second round of readings at the Mage Association, amassing numerous notebooks to capture his inspirations. Each of these awaits his experimentation, through which he aims to distill their essence into his own spells. It appears that the information displayed on the panel is rather inaccurate. The fireball spell I employ is entirely distinct from that of novice players, yet both are categorized under the same nomenclature. The same disparity applies to the information gleaned from the eye of inspection. The swordsmanship of a master and that of an apprentice are fundamentally different concepts. Is it possible that the requisite conditions have not yet been met, hence the absence of classification? Pondering this, he summoned the panel with a flicker of thought. Chun-Yi level, LV14 class, Mage health, 840 mana, 980 armor. 16. Base armor. 12. Equipment armor bonus. 4. Constitution. 24 strength. 15 intelligence. 51. Base intelligence. 33. Equipment intelligence bonus. 18. Agility. 15 spirit. 42 free attribute points. 0 talent. Fire affinity. Increases mastery of fire skills. Enhances fire elemental damage by 10. Skills. Meditative calm. Spell analysis. Mental force. Blink. Fire resistance ring, fireball soul energy, 0. 5 projection, insufficient soul energy. Fundamental attributes have seen considerable enhancement, with the spirit attribute notably surpassing others. thanks to the meditative calm which bolsters constitution. Through a period of skillful refinement, these two shortcomings have significantly improved. Such foundational attributes can be deemed luxurious for levels below 20. Coupled with his mastery of spells, he believes there are hardly any rivals among players below level 20. And perhaps he could even contend with bosses of the same level. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. With a sweeping gesture, Chen Yi made the panel in his line of sight vanish. It had been quite some time since anyone sought him out, and particularly at this hour. It seemed that his tranquil existence was drawing to a close. "Please come in," he said, using his mental prowess to unlock the door. To his surprise, the visitor was none other than Iris. One could not deny the undeniable beauty of this bishop. Even clad in a rough, gray fabric, her allure remained unblemished. The once unremarkable room instantly brightened with her presence. However, a certain mage, sealed in concrete, did not exhibit any discernible reaction. Iris gestured for her attendant to remain alert outside, then turned to Chen Yi with a gentle smile, inquiring, "How has the healing hero been faring lately?" It felt as though a charming neighborly sister were engaging in heartfelt conversation. Chen Yi appeared unchanged from before, yet his entire being was taut, ready to flee the room at the slightest hint of danger. This woman exuded an aura of peril. Ella's health? Magic? Armor? Constitution? 54 strength, 35 intelligence? Agility? 24 spirit? Skills? Holy word? Prayer? Angelic descent? The basic information revealed by the eye of surveillance was predominantly obscured by question marks, a consequence of the vast disparity in attributes. The eye of surveillance could unveil certain details, truly deserving of its reputation as cutting-edge technology. To Chen Yi, Ellis's smile resembled that of a lion regarding its prey. After spending a month within the Mage Association, his understanding of the outside world had become outdated, rendering him incapable of discerning her intentions. If the esteemed bishop has matters to discuss, please speak plainly. Chen Yi's unrelenting demeanor rendered Ellis's smile somewhat stiff. Her initial reaction was to question whether her allure had diminished, wondering if the younger generation had lost interest in older women. The second reaction was one of frustration. After all, the matters concerning the church had grown increasingly urgent. Fortunately, she was not an ordinary woman. She swiftly quelled her other thoughts, adopting a serious expression. "I have come this time to seek the assistance of a healing hero. It appears that this visit is not intended for self-destruction. Yet, has the church truly descended into such a dire crisis?" In Chen Yi's mind, a torrent of thoughts surged, yet his face remained inscrutable. Bishop Illis jested, claiming, "I am merely an ordinary person. How could I possibly possess such immense power?" Anticipating Chen Yi's modesty, Illis was well prepared. This brave soul was unlike others, not easily deceived. Illis was acutely aware of Chen Yi's activities over the past month. To have perused all the spell books of the Mage Association in just 1 month indicated that his prowess was far from superficial. Of course, it was merely complex. And Illis did not believe Chen Yi could contend with her. The negotiations were brief. The following day, Chen Yi was once again engrossed in the spell books at the Mage Association, just as he had been for the past month. The capital of the empire was encircled by towering walls, and the passage of commoners was subject to rigorous scrutiny. Although this did not extend to the clergy of the church. The officer paused in his duties and inquired, "Good day, Pastor Milan. Is it necessary to exit the city?" Pastor Milan, a venerable man with graying hair, wore a perpetually warm smile. He often took members of the choir to nearby villages for performances and provided healing to injured civilians. Thus, Pastor Milan enjoyed a stellar reputation in the region. Indeed. Yet another village has suffered an incursion by the demon horde. "I hope to alleviate their suffering," he replied. The officer expressed his respect, saying, "Thank you for your noble deeds." Pastor Milan waved his hand modestly, feeling that his efforts were insufficient. "It is all for the betterment of the common folk. No one is more noble than another. Please inspect the cart." As he spoke, he opened the cart door, revealing the choir's nuns within. The officer cast a quick glance. Muttering to himself, "How could I ever distrust Pastor Milan? Let us hope that not too many innocents have perished at the hands of the demons. Allow them to pass," he commanded, gesturing as a small squad approached. They kept a watchful eye on the cart, particularly for anyone who did not belong among the nuns. With orders to eliminate any impostors, the squad leader inquired about the villagers. The officer remained silent, merely offering a cold smile. Understood. The church's cart traveled uninterrupted. Even highwaymen would not dare to impede a vehicle belonging to the church. In a world where technology was underdeveloped, no one could guarantee their safety from injury or illness. And it was often the church's clergy who would save lives in such times. After 2 hours of travel, the cart arrived at the beleaguered village, shrouded in thick smoke. the flames having only recently been extinguished. The city guard followed the cart closely, not to rescue the villagers, but to vigilantly observe those disembarking. Once all the nuns had exited the cart, and it was confirmed that no one else remained inside, they covertly watched Pastor Milan and the choir members, wary of any potential disguises. However, their surveillance yielded no results. After several hours of monitoring, none of the nuns behaved in ways that contradicted their identities. After a moment of contemplation, the squad leader decided to stand down. The cart posed no threat. "Let the little fire dragon stretch its wings," he said. Given the inherent dangers of this world, the creature had seldom been allowed out, and now, in solitude, it could bask in the fresh air and enjoy some energy cubes. Having not ventured into the wild for quite some time, the little fire dragon appeared exhilarated by the expansive surroundings, its previous malaise forgotten. "You have endured much, rest assured. Such circumstances shall not arise again," Shini assured. "Kawakawa, how did I manage to escape?" "Naturally, I concealed myself beneath the carriage." For a mage well-versed in various schools of magic, evasion is a trivial matter, with no one possessing heightened mental acuity nearby. Even spatial fluctuations went unnoticed. My emergence this time is to facilitate your enhancement alongside this weapon. Additionally, I wish to experiment with the theories I have meticulously compiled over the past few days. The once proud little fire dragon, unable to unleash its true nature for an extended period, now finds itself reduced to mere petulance, incessantly entangling Chun-Yi with a barrage of inquiries. "Waka? Why haven't I leveled up?" Without a breakthrough in my primary attributes, my principal stat can only reach a maximum of 49 points. Such a marginal increase is far inferior to refining my spells and combat system. Chun-Yi advanced toward the borders of the Empire, accompanied by his little fire dragon. This area was reputed to be a devastated zone under the assault of the demon clan, and along the way, one could witness numerous displaced civilians. Under the guise of a transformation spell, the benevolent little fire dragon felt a surge of compassion for these individuals. The little fire dragon pondered. At present, they lacked the capacity to rescue others, for the act of aiding others must be predicated on one's own surplus of strength. Despite its empathetic gaze, should the transformation spell be lifted, the moment these civilians laid eyes on the little fire dragon, they would instinctively prepare to flee for their lives. After 3 days of journeying, Chun-Yi encountered the first monster of this world. Poisonous spider level, 7 health, 80 mana, 60 armor, 5 constitution, 8 strength, 12 intelligence, 3 agility, 14 spirit, 6 abilities, venom attack, bite. Silk spinning this forest was entirely dominated by the poisonous spiders, standing at a height of 50 centimeters, their bodies cloaked in darkness, adorned with eerie patterns on their backs. Thick webs stretched between the trees, with spiders lying in wait at the center of their silken traps for unsuspecting prey. Was the little fire dragon prepared to engage in battle? After several days of travel, the little fire dragon's spirits had significantly rejuvenated. Faced with a spider larger than itself, the little fire dragon exhibited no signs of fear. Instead, it was eager to take on the challenge. Chun-Yi retrieved the healing staff to share his insights, clumsily adding the Charmander to his team, subsequently adjusting the experience gain ratio to 6:4, with Charmander receiving 6 and Chun-Yi 4. According to Iris, as long as one wields a weapon to slay monsters, it will foster the weapon's growth. The low-level creatures, previously inconsequential to Chun-Yi, could now provide experience for both Charmander and the staff. Disengaging the mimicry spell, Charmander and Chun-Yi emerged from the grass, quickly detected by the keen-eyed spider monsters. Chirp! A piercing shriek resonated as all the dark poison spiders rushed towards them. Flame burst. Unlike mages who manipulate elemental particles, Pokémon inherently possess elemental powers. The flame burst inflicted 14 points of burn damage on the dark poison spiders, while the fire itself dealt an additional 5 points. Several spiders within the fiery radius were simultaneously assaulted, their fine hairs igniting and continuously inflicting residual damage. Before long, the first spider approached Charmander, its abdomen contracting slightly as it expelled white silk from its mouth. Charmander deftly evaded, keenly observing the opponent's preparatory movements. Estimating Charmander's strength, Chun-Yi concluded that facing 3 spiders would be the limit for now. Thus, the remaining spiders would serve to validate his hypothesis, for he had stockpiled numerous notebooks. A crimson stone wall ascended from the ground, the intense heat warping the surrounding air. The unrelenting dark poison spider collided with the wall, releasing a noxious odor. Player E inflicted 12 points of burn damage on the dark poison spider. As a defensive skill, it appeared somewhat inadequate. The addition of fire elements did not enhance the wall's defensive capabilities, yielding only negligible damage in return. Chen Yi marked an X on his notebook regarding this conjecture. The little fire dragon leapt to evade the claws, employing a jet of flame to eliminate one adversary. With a spark of inspiration igniting in its eyes, the little fire dragon discerned the course of action it needed to take. Chen Yi was not a competent trainer. Rather, he yearned for Charmeleon to learn the art of combat. Once he confirmed that Charmeleon posed no issues, he redirected his focus. The healing staff struck the ground with a resounding thud, and as magical energy poured forth, the earth ahead began to glow a fierce crimson. Trees, along with the spiders, ignited in flames, yet this was merely a fleeting spectacle. His attempt to conjure a magma field faltered. Unlike the ice element, the atmosphere was saturated with moisture, which rapidly facilitated cooling and undermined his spatial advantage. The energy required to incinerate the soil to the point of magma exceeded his estimations, and the resultant effects fell short of expectations. Chen Yi once again marked an X in his notebook, casting a glance at the Charmander. He observed it dispatching a dark poison spider with its iron tail and praised, "Well done, Charmander." The compliment elicited a more fervent blaze from the Charmander's tail. Appropriate positive reinforcement can indeed enhance a Pokemon's combat enthusiasm. Moreover, the performance of the Charmander in its inaugural battle far surpassed that of Chen Yi himself. Had he faced the dark poison spider at level 1, he would likely have met an untimely demise without even comprehending the peril. As the dark poison spiders drew nearer, a surge of mana coursed through Chen Yi's body, manifesting in the form of a fireball with a radius of 1 meter suspended in midair. The fireball plummeted to the ground, resulting in a tremendous explosion among the dark poison spiders, with flames radiating outward from the epicenter. A multitude of spiders were swiftly transformed into experience points. Chen Yi was at a loss for words. No wonder the predecessors of Fire Mages favored explosive spells. The damage from flames was excruciatingly slow, while explosions delivered swift and substantial harm. Had it not been for the fact that, in the later stages, they were largely ineffective against warriors of the same level, Chen Yi would have eagerly delved into this area of study. Regaining his focus, he was well aware that this path would be fraught with challenges, and achieving success in a short time was simply unrealistic. Continue, he urged, "Little fire dragon. You may rest for now. Battling in a state of fatigue is unwise." After vanquishing 3 dark venom spiders, the little fire dragon's condition had deteriorated significantly. Having frequently experienced the debilitating effects of depleted mana, Chen Yi was not inclined to compel the fire dragon into combat while it was exhausted. Thus, the little fire dragon plopped down on the ground, watching as Chen Yi conducted his experiments. The dark venom spiders endured a variety of fire-based attacks, yet without exception, they succumbed before Chen Yi. With sufficient mana at his disposal, these low-level creatures lacked the ability to approach him. After a considerable time, the forest, once ensnared by webs, had transformed into a desolate expanse, littered with copper coins and a few meager pieces of equipment. A total of 852 copper coins had been acquired, but the overwhelming advantage in levels resulted in a notably low drop rate. The few gray items were hardly worth the trouble of carrying in his pack. Can Lord Illis, a mere second-tier mage, truly assist us? Despite revering every decision made by Lord Illis, many priests remained skeptical of Chen Yi's prowess. Illis's smile remained gentle. Having one more friend is never a disadvantage, is it? After all, nothing has been sacrificed. How could verbal commitments be taken seriously? If a certain hero were to take it to heart, wouldn't that be even better? Chen Yimin's incessant bidding displeased Elise to some extent. Were it not for Chen Yimin's occasional utility, she might have permanently confined him within the Mage Association. The 1 million gold coins required for the church's operation for a year could scarcely be allocated to a mere tool. In the royal palace, the morbidly obese king languished upon his throne, with Princess Anna standing steadfastly by his side. "Minister Marin, has the healing hero departed from the Mage Association?" The priest Marin inclined slightly. "Your Majesty, the healing hero remains within the Mage Association. Keep a close watch on him. He must not jeopardize our plans." Just a few exchanged words left the king weary, beads of sweat forming on his corpulent visage. Anna, ever dutiful, retrieved a handkerchief to dab his brow. Following her orders, Marin bowed his head and exited the palace. Within the vast hall, only the king and Princess Anna remained. Suddenly, the king's robust voice echoed, "Anna, find a way to establish contact with the healing hero and endeavor to win him over." Taken aback, Anna replied, "Father, did you not say the healing hero is still within the Mage Association? Do not underestimate your adversary." The Church possesses the capability to control divinely granted weapons, a fact not concealed among the nobility. Anna nodded, aware that the royal heirs must absorb an abundance of knowledge, particularly the legacies left by generations of kings, all for the purpose of one day having royal authority surpass divine power. Were you a bishop, relinquish a healing staff that offers extensive restoration? This contemplation deepened Anna's confusion. Should we not strive to eliminate the healing hero? Yet, she swiftly dismissed this notion. No, the plan has not reached that juncture. All heroes must remain alive. Thus, we should impede the healing hero's growth. The king, burdened by his considerable weight, struggled to rise, prompting Anna to assist him. Impediment? Why hinder him? The healing hero has never stated he would aid the Church. Every human possesses vulnerabilities, wealth, power, beauty, knowledge, whatever he desires, I can provide. The aspirations of our ancestors shall surely be realized in my hands. At the beginning of the month, 3 cities within the empire fell to the demon horde, with countless villages suffering collateral damage. The common folk as calls for the Church grew ever louder, deeming the empire ineffectual in their protection against the demons. Seizing the opportunity, the Church fervently enhanced its prestige, with priests tirelessly traversing the empire to assist the wounded and provide solace through poetry. Meanwhile, the palace sought to alter this dire situation, bolstering defenses across various cities while distributing vast quantities of gold to feed displaced civilians. Yet, all efforts proved futile. The Church's reputation soared among the populace. Hope for defeating the Demon King rested solely upon the Church, and the 3 heroes were greeted with fervor wherever they roamed. This only served to further degrade the already deteriorating trio. A young archer, donned in adventurer's garb, rapped on the door, exasperated. It was noon, and the sword hero had yet to arise. According to their original plan, they were to liberate a city besieged by demons today. The other team members had grown accustomed to such delays. Inside the chamber, the sword hero slumbered, embraced by 3 beautiful maidens, having fought fiercely the previous night. A brief respite was essential lest he succumb to exhaustion. Knock, knock. Is the hero departing today? Muddled, the sword hero responded, not today, we shall depart tomorrow. The bow hero had become infatuated with a woman, blooming like a lily. The knight hero was busy assembling a youthful harem, leaving no time to save the world. Upon receiving this news, Elise felt darkness encroach upon her vision. This current generation of heroes seemed deeply flawed, a stark contrast to their noble predecessors. She hastily instructed local clergy to apply pressure. To her dismay, the envoy was slain by the heroes, leaving behind the retort, "Are you instructing heroes in their duties?" Power, praise, and illusory strength had drastically shifted the mindset of the neon-lit youth. I am the hero destined to save the world. You dare not only seek my aid but presume to guide my actions? Elise nearly resolved to wield her staff against these heroes, but, with immense self-restraint, quelled her impulses. What actions have unfolded at the palace recently? A disdainful missionary scoffed. The same old matters. The common folk refused to accept any change. Another nun inquired. Do they not see the necessity for transformation? The missionary replied haughtily, transform? How so? The fact remains that numerous cities have fallen to the demon horde, and countless individuals have been displaced. Those filled with hatred cannot heed alternative voices. Only through faith in our deity can they find solace. The remaining clergy nodded in agreement. Lady Elise, your concern lies merely in the fear that the heroes may not vanquish the Demon King, even without those 3 wastrels, relying solely on the Church's foundation. It would be a trivial task to deal with a newly emerged Demon King. Elise understood this well, though divine weaponry offered a greater assurance. Nevertheless, the artifacts amassed by her predecessors were intended for unforeseen circumstances. At this juncture, Elise recalled Shin Yimin. Have we located the healing hero's whereabouts? Silence ensued. Tracking a mage proficient in numerous spells presented a formidable challenge. Despite dispatching specialists, they consistently reported that the trail abruptly vanished, rendering further pursuit impossible. After repeated failures, they abandoned their attempts to follow Shin Yimin. Rubbing her temples, Elise could not shake the unsettling feeling that had resurfaced. It was this very sentiment that had compelled her to employ Shin Yimin as a pawn. While the Church seemed to be progressing favorably, this feeling persisted. Surely, this could not be an omen? Amused, she shook her head. The divine had yet to communicate with her as a bishop. Were it not for her mentor's unwavering belief in the divine, Elise would have long since wavered in her faith. For now, she set aside thoughts of the healing hero's location and urged the heroes to fulfill their missions promptly. Should they discover the Demon King, they were to report to her immediately, aiming for a decisive strike. Understood. Shin Yi had been in this world for 4 months, marking the longest duration he had ever experienced in any realm. Yet, the longer he stayed, the more perplexed he became. Upon his arrival, the priest Marlin informed him that the human race was engaged in a fierce battle against the demon race, and that summoning heroes was essential to combat the Demon King. However, the question lingered. Who exactly were these demons? Were they merely the so-called monsters? The guards in the royal court were all at least level 15. And Chen Yi himself lacked confidence in escaping, yet he was expected to defeat these creatures, whose highest level barely reached 18. With a mere gesture, 3 fiery swords emerged in the sky, piercing through the body of a brutish bull before embedding themselves into the ground. The 3 flames resonated, creating a scorching ring of fire that expanded outward, generating even higher temperatures upon convergence. The airborne particles of fire elemental energy coalesced, transforming the ground into molten lava in an instant. Not a single bull could breach the molten barrier to reach Chen Yi. Flame Sealing Sword. This was one of the few useful spells recorded in Chen Yi's notes. It consumed a significant amount of mana but could swiftly create a favorable terrain. A group of level 18 bulls posed no threat to him. It raised the question of how the Imperial City had fallen. Where did Marlin stand in this conflict? He had taken the troublemaker Akira Suzuki away, presumably for disposal, only to hand him over to a group of cloaked figures. Shortly thereafter, he strangled a man whose head was covered by a sack, wiped the blood from his hands, and deliberately approached the king with a hint of bloodstains. This summoning had produced 5 heroes. The absence of one was hardly a matter of concern. The king merely offered a cursory reprimand to Marlin before dismissing the incident. After all, the reports suggested that Akira Suzuki had not been particularly respectful towards Marlin, rendering such actions somewhat understandable. The Empire was not to be underestimated. Chen Yi had been stealthily navigating through its territory, occasionally burrowing underground, summoning plants for concealment, and crossing streams, having learned a plethora of spells at the Mage Association. Although he lacked in offensive capabilities, his skills in evasion were formidable. It was precisely this caution that had kept him hidden from the church. Yet the Empire had managed to locate him. The once ordinary Princess Anna appeared before him again, and she was as charming as ever, like a doll stepping into reality. Yet her strength had inexplicably risen to level 25. Just a glance at her adorable little fists made him realize she could easily bury him in the ground. Vasilia Anna health? Mana? Armor? 77 constitution? Strength? Intelligence? 49 agility? Spirit? 52 skills? Holy sword judgment? Those question marks mirrored Chen Yi's own uncertainties. Was there truly a shortcut to gaining strength? While the game world may offer such shortcuts, one must still adhere to the fundamental principles. Had Chen Yi not devised his own plan for growth, he might have shattered his resolve on the spot. He had initially believed that the Empire sought to hunt him down, only to find Princess Anna, as courteous as their first encounter, lifting her skirt to greet him. Greetings. Mystery. Princess Anna bestowed upon Chen Yi numerous advantages, requiring only that he maintain his vanished state. There was no need for him to assist in slaying demons or to stand against the church. The implications were clear. The Empire was confident of victory. However, upon observing the now prosperous church, Chen Yi felt a chill run down his spine. Not only were the inhabitants of this world stronger than him, but they also possessed considerable experience. Accepting the 100,000 gold coins, a royal collection of a magic tome, and a blue quality staff gifted by Princess Anna, he pondered the precariousness of his situation. Chen Yi continued to traverse the realms with his fiery dinosaur, vanishing from the sight of the world. Indeed, the little dragon had undergone an evolution. After being transformed by the game world's regulations, it was no longer merely a Pokemon. Coupled with the fact that Chen Yi had been battling creatures of a higher level, its level had ascended rapidly, and it would not be long before it achieved its next evolution. The Charizard would bestow upon Chen Yi a significant aerial advantage. The Healing Staff had been elevated to level 20. Healing Staff cannot be taken out of this world. Quality: Deep Purple Physical Attack, 15 to 26 Magical Attack, 59 to 64 Intelligence Bonus, 24 Durability, 1935 Heart of Restoration. Increases healing effects by 25 Heroes Mark. This staff was nurtured by the hero E, who can use it unconditionally. Empower. In an instant, unleash all the staff's energy to perform a group healing on all allies, restoring health equal to Intelligence 10. Thereafter, the staff's level resets to 1. This ability can only be activated by the hero E and specific conditions. Level 2010 Evaluation. Due to the rules of this world, it cannot be taken out. This staff may very well be Chen Yi's greatest acquisition, having fortuitously obtained a deep purple staff. Although it currently indicates that it cannot be taken out of this world, once Chen Yi utilizes the Empower effect, he will be able to extract it and subsequently authenticate it within the game world. In this world, Chen has decided to adopt a laid-back attitude. However, he has not outright abandoned his mission. Instead, he wishes to observe how these old silver coins will ultimately develop. Upon encountering the old silver coins, Chen engages in profound self-reflection, contemplating how he might also evolve into an old silver coin. Let us depart, Fire Dinosaur. The affairs of this world are no longer our concern. With a Pokemon by his side, he wanders into the unknown to fulfill his mission. He had prepared several contingencies, one of which was the Fire Dinosaur, poised to evolve into a Charizard, though regrettably, that option has now become moot. The frequency of the Demon Tribe's assaults has been steadily increasing, leading to a growing number of lost cities for the Empire, creating an ominous impression of impending annihilation. At this perilous juncture, 3 brave heroes have stepped forth. While many may wonder why there are only 3 heroes instead of 4, such queries pale in significance against the backdrop of the heroes' resplendent achievements. Given that Chen is already at level 14, the experience points garnered from slaying monsters are relatively meager. In contrast, the heroes wielding divine weapons face each monster as a formidable challenge, their true strength stemming not from themselves, but from their weapons. Following a session of persuasion within the church, the heroes dutifully resumed their mission. Extra. The sword hero has successfully reclaimed the city of Mon, expelling the monsters alongside his companions. Thanks be to the divine for their protection. Our suffering must surely be a reflection of our insufficient faith. With the bow hero having reclaimed the city of Oma just 10 days prior, and the knight hero having taken back the fortress of Sisui, it seems only a matter of time before the monsters are driven from the Empire entirely. The number of individuals flocking to the church to donate and pray continues to swell. Yet, witnessing this scene, Iris grows increasingly agitated, unable to dispel an unsettling feeling. What could possibly be amiss? Why do I alone sense this? Is the Empire truly so ineffectual? No one can provide answers to Iris, as all the clergy remain enveloped in the divine radiance. This will not do. I must venture forth myself. Resolute, Iris decides to arm herself and confront the Demon Tribe directly. Before Iris can act, news of the Demon King's slaying of 3 heroes spreads throughout the Empire. This is impossible. How could a Demon King, newly spawned, and perhaps barely at 2nd-tier strength, have slain 3 heroes? No one can assuage Iris's bewilderment, as the monsters have already breached the royal court. The soldiers, once steadfast upon the walls, have inexplicably vanished, allowing a relentless tide of monsters to pour into the court. The citizens, perplexed by the rapid fall of the capital's defenses, yearn to sprout additional legs to flee further from the encroaching danger. The sounds of wailing, explosions, and cries for help echo throughout the royal court. The churches scattered across the city are now packed with people. Oh God, please save your faithful subjects. Hey, Priest Milan. Slay these monsters. I can pay. I'll donate all my money to the church. You promised that belief in the divine would ensure salvation. Is my husband not devout enough? Why won't you save him? Where are the heroes? Why haven't they vanquished the Demon King? Do they not know that the heroes have already been slain by him? The church is teeming with a diverse array of individuals, all bearing expressions of terror. Outside, throngs of people press into the church, seemingly believing that entering will guarantee their safety. Iris, with a furrowed brow, quickly gathers the members of the choir, and soon, the nuns stand orderly before her. For the divine, for the church. As bishop, I command you to lift the restrictions and annihilate the monsters within the city. The once demure nuns, after a brief silence, suddenly smile with a disturbing fervor. Nun stats: health, 320, mana, 195, armor, 22, constitution, 44, strength, 46, intelligence, 12, agility, 33, spirit, 19. Holy light's embrace. Nuns bathed in divine grace wield the power of holy light, capable of inflicting additional damage equal to their mana times 0. 1. With doubled effects against monsters. Desire suppression. A lifetime of repressing their desires has warped their characters. Once unshackled, their attack speed, movement speed, and strength surge dramatically for half an hour, after which they enter a weakened state. Holy grace. In the vicinity of the church, they feel no pain and know no fear. These nuns, typically known for their hymns, transform into figures more monstrous than the very demons they combat once Iris removes their chains. With sinister grins, they wield morning stars against the monsters. Their garments stained crimson with blood that should have remained sacred. The sight of blood sends shivers through many nuns, yet their excitement only intensifies. Come, come and kill me. I've longed for death. Oh dear, that's a prohibited statement for a nun. My apologies. Descend into hell and tell your demon king I said sorry. Despite severed limbs, they exhibit no sign of retreat. Even with their last breath, they will cling to their enemies. The less intelligent monsters, for a fleeting moment, find themselves stricken with fear at the sight of these nuns. The faithful, witnessing such nuns, quietly lower their hands, reflecting that to find such nuns appealing might indicate a grave affliction. Yet, there is an undeniable sense of security. Dressed in resplendent attire and raising a holy scripture, Iris exclaims, "Oh God, please grant me your protection." The colossal, indistinct statue at the heart of the church suddenly radiates a blinding light, and an immense magic circle appears in the sky above the city, centered around the statue. Hundreds of beams of light descend from the heavens, each striking true against the monsters. Above the magic circle, Chen-Yi is taken aback, although he is aware of Iris's formidable power. The extent of her mental influence covering an entire city seems beyond belief. Charizard, ascend further. As a mist envelopes both the human and dragon, he still instructs Charizard to rise higher for added assurance. However, it appears that this is not entirely a manifestation of her own strength. Chen-Yi's eyes were imbued with the power of eagle vision, enabling him to perceive the circumstances within the city even from a distance of over 1,000 meters. His perspective resembled that of a magnifying glass, significantly amplifying the minutiae of his surroundings. This statue should not merely be regarded as a lifeless sculpture. Judging by Alyssa's use of it as a vessel for casting spells, this statue, Chen-Yi suddenly recalled the main quest that had long eluded him. Main quest: obtain the source of the world, 0, current progress, 0. At first, Chen-Yi believed that the divine weapon was the source of the world, a crucial element in vanquishing the Demon King, with the hero merely serving as a tool. However, after acquiring the healing staff, there was no discernible progress in his mission. Chen-Yi did not shy away from experimenting with other avenues, yet none yielded results. His strength still fell short. If only he could transcend the limits of his attributes, he would have a broader range of options. Once again, the magical array activated, and with Iris casting her spell for the 4th time, the creatures of the royal court were nearly eradicated. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she acknowledged the considerable effort it took to hunt down the monsters. At that moment, applause resonated through the air. The excessively corpulent king laboriously stepped forward. "Indeed, you are the esteemed Iris. The first challenge I prepared for you has been effortlessly resolved." Iris fixed her gaze on him, her eyes piercing. "Why? Do you comprehend how many innocents will perish due to your negligence? They are the wealth of my God." Upon hearing this, the king's disappointment was palpable. He exhaled deeply, a sudden amusement washing over him. The royal family had schemed for generations, yet their adversary was so naively simplistic. The king stomped heavily on the ground, causing the fat on his body to shrink dramatically, revealing the hidden aura he had long concealed. Commoners? There are as many as desired. They are significant, yet insignificant. The victors will inscribe history. They need only to know of the church's failures. The aspirations of the Visilia family will ultimately be fulfilled through my daughter. The king's action served as a signal. Not far from the castle, in a deep pit, the guards simultaneously pulled the levers. The cages opened, and pairs of crimson eyes flickered to life in the darkness. Starved for days, the monsters craved any form of sustenance, scrambling up the pit towards the royal court. This time, the weakened nuns could not impede the onslaught of the monsters. The despair following shattered hope was the most terrifying, as the deeply rooted faith of the commoners began to waver. At that moment, the soldiers who had seemingly vanished reappeared from an unknown source. Princess Anna, clad in armor and wielding a spear, stood in the sunlight like a valkyrie. "All troops, prepare your weapons. Attack." Anna, adorned in silver armor, her height barely reaching 1.6 meters, sat atop a white steed, her spear nearly 2 meters long contrasting her stature. Fully armed soldiers roared in unison at Anna's command, their voices echoing through the heavens. Attack. While the soldiers lacked the explosive power of the nuns, they had a significant chance of defeating monsters in one-on-one combat. For visual effect, they often surrounded a single monster in groups to achieve swift results. Meanwhile, Anna brandished her spear, charging into the throng of monsters, her weapon sweeping through, severing limbs and horns as if possessed. Although Anna displayed formidable prowess, Chen-Yi, observing from the skies, sensed an unsettling discord. On the other side, the once plump king had vanished, replaced by a tall, gaunt figure shrouded in ominous black energy. Iris appeared distressed, feeling an instinctual aversion to the dark energy, as if it were a natural enemy. "Where did you discover this energy?" "Wait, you are the Demon King." The king, who had not revealed his true form for a long time, was in no hurry to attack. He had recognized this energy long ago. The demon realm had been secretly penetrated by the previous king. Coincidentally, the former king had encountered the birth of the demon king. Space was torn asunder, and an ominous black aura seeped through the crimson rift. An ordinary monster, enveloped and permeated by this dark energy, began its transformation. From that moment onward, the Empire never ceased its research on the rift and the energy that lay beyond. This energy was peculiar. Not only could it be absorbed by the human body, but it also possessed a strong capacity for absorption and erosion, capable of enveloping and assimilating other energies within, leading to rapid enhancement. The downside was that those who absorbed this energy would gradually become violent and lose their sanity. The previous king had embraced the legacy of the royal family through generations. He could not jeopardize the family's lineage for an unknown possibility. Until this current king, who, after his subordinates, the mages, had a preliminary understanding of this energy, resolutely abandoned the royal legacy, bequeathing it to his still-maturing daughter, while he himself absorbed the energy and became the demon king. Subsequently, to lower the church's guard and conceal his own energy, he employed royal secrets to become the most corpulent king in the Visilia lineage. For a considerable time, this king became the subject of ridicule in the empire. Although no one dared to voice it openly, everyone was aware. This excess fat suppressed the king's strange energy, allowing him to retain his sanity as the black energy, restrained to its utmost limit, could not directly influence his character. However, the peculiar black energy continued to absorb the fat, growing stronger. To maintain control, the king had to increase his fat accumulation, leading to his ever-growing girth, ultimately rendering movement arduous. Despite the abundance of fat, the king's ability to suppress the black energy waned, forcing the plan to commence. The demon king was born, and the hero was summoned. Yet, when the king himself dispelled the royal secrets, he revealed his true identity as the demon king. The demon king stretched his body, feeling the weight of his form after maintaining that guise for so long. Even one of extraordinary temperament felt an overwhelming pressure. Iris, esteemed cleric, I implore the church, accompany me in destruction. Before the words fully escaped his lips, the demon king lunged toward Iris. As he approached, Iris's pupils constricted, the surrounding scenery blurring past her. Unlike the Visilia royal family, who embraced their legacy, this king only wielded his fists. God says, our enemy shall be pierced by 1,000 arrows. God says, slow down. God says, heal. Flung through the air, Iris quickly recited her incantation. Suddenly, an unfathomable number of light arrows appeared behind the advancing demon king, while an invisible force seemed to restrain his speed significantly. Iris's condition had improved considerably. The demon king curiously waved his hand. Is this wind? The black energy, resembling mere adornments, began to writhe. The invisible wind was severed, and the gathered elemental particles were dispersed. Unceasing light arrows struck the ground, creating resounding explosions, transforming the once magnificent cathedral into a dilapidated state, shrouded in dust, save for the towering statue of the deity, untouched. Amidst the dust, the demon king searched for Iris's whereabouts, black blood dripping from his back, having been struck by a few light arrows. Upon impact, the arrows exploded into particles, attempting to infiltrate his body through the wounds, causing secondary damage. Yet, the energy within the demon king was not to be trifled with. It swiftly consumed these energies. God says, fire serpent. The voice of Illis echoed, and in the next moment, a serpent of flames surged towards the demon king shrouded in dust. The innate aversion to this dark energy allowed Illis to discern her opponent's position ahead of time. However, launching an attack also meant exposing herself. As the fiery serpent coiled around the demon king, it left scorched marks on his body, only to be torn apart by him in the next instant. Quick! Show me why the church holds dominion over the imperial power. Illis cried out, Holy Shield. The demon king's fist shattered the light barrier before Illis, causing violent ripples that swept away the dust in the air. The figure on the ground began to flicker, each flash leaving small craters in its wake. Illis refrained from reckless assaults, her eyes and mental energy continuously sensing the demon king's position. Although the demon king's speed far exceeded her own, it could not elude Illis's formidable mental prowess. Behind you. The demon king's foot struck 5 positions to Illis's left, and the Illis that had been searching for the demon had transformed into an illusion after flickering a few times, while the real Illis was violently hurled against the wall by the immense force. Drip, drip. Illis's hair cascaded down, her lips stained with blood. The once revered bishop now appeared deranged, her eyes obscured by her hair, rendering her expression unreadable. The Demon King reappeared atop the platform, arms crossed. Surely you possess greater skill than this. It hardly satisfies my thirst for battle. The Demon King gazed absently at his hands, which were slowly losing their humanity. Black nails elongating ominously. The dark energy had begun to influence him unbeknownst to him. In his true form, he would have unleashed a tempest of relentless attacks, only ceasing when Illis lay on the brink of death, thus fulfilling his subsequent plans. Yet now, he was unusually combative, intent on tearing apart everything before him. The plan had once again shifted. Should the influence of energy escalate further, it would be difficult for the Demon King to fall at Anna's hands, which diverged from the plan. Meanwhile, Chen Yi, observing from above, was gaining knowledge. After all, the conflict had no bearing on him, and the more intense it became, the better, as he might absorb some combat experience. With resolve, the Demon King vanished once more, swiftly closing in on Illis, with her hair veiling her face. Illis extended one hand, summoning a spellbook that materialized in her grasp. Invocation, Chapel of Baliri. The spellbook vanished, and in its place, a translucent palace emerged, resembling a grand church. The Demon King's body felt heavy, his speed abruptly diminishing, not due to the wind's obstruction, but rather the increased gravity imposed within the realm of Baliri's chapel. Another spellbook appeared. Invocation, Dream of Alice. For knights clad in full armor manifested, drawing their blades and charging towards the Demon King with a speed nearly rivaling his own. The knights would exist for half an hour, each possessing a strength of approximately level 21. Yet this was not the end. Illis, truly incensed, was determined to teach the Demon King the consequences of provoking a woman. The accumulated legacy of the church was finally set to radiate its brilliance through Illis's hands. Pardon, Holy Sword of Alexia, a diminutive sword, akin to a toy, began to shimmer with light. Pardon, Redemption of Latin. One after another, Illis activated 9 disposable items, some remnants of the former bishop's power before his demise. Others forged through craftsmanship. Yet, without exception, they bore formidable power. These were the very artifacts that the royal lineage feared, and that the Demon King sought to force Illis into utilizing. While the Demon King was entangled by the 4 knights, a blade, seemingly emerging from nowhere, pierced his body, and the formidable regenerative powers granted by the dark energy were hindered by an unknown force, blocking yet another attack from the knights. He could not suppress a spurt of black blood, which dripped onto the ground, corroding small craters. The Demon King, once in a position of dominance, was now in retreat. Severely injured, Illis had regained her full strength, wielding the former staff, backed by an angelic presence. Just as Chen Yi anticipated the battle to continue, the sound of synchronized footsteps approached. The royal guards arrived, accompanied by a cadre of nuns and clergy. The other members of the church were not oblivious to the explosion. They had been intercepted by guards lying in wait nearby. The weakened nuns were easily captured, while the more powerful clergy fell to the overwhelming assault of the guards. Further away, Princess Anna was slaying demons amidst the cheers of the populace. The citizens had gathered atop the city walls to witness the empire's triumph over these monstrous foes, oblivious to the absence of the church's presence among them. Observing the blood-stained faces of the nuns and clergy, Illis's hand trembled slightly around her staff. The knights besieging the Demon King suddenly came under attack. Ice Spike Spell, Fire Blast, Triple Slow. The incantations revealed the identities of the mages. The Mage Association had entered the fray. Under the oppressive weight of the church, the truth-seeking mages had been stifled for too long. The fact that Chen Yi could exploit the Mage Association's spellbooks indicates the substantial support the association lent to the empire. To vanquish the church, the royal family sought alliances with anyone they could. Thus, in this battle, the church had no possibility of victory. A palpable silence enveloped the church, with only the Demon King still engaged in combat with the 4 knights. Even the sound of the wind felt jarring. Illis stared blankly around her, her gaze meeting only her enemies. God, tell me how to choose. A habitual utterance, yet it caused Illis, who had never received divine guidance, to momentarily lose her composure. In her perception, the surrounding environment transformed. A gentle light illuminated her, soothing her anxiety, unrest, and fury. Illis experienced a warmth she had never known. It was as though she had entered the divine realm described in the scriptures. The light coalesced before her, forming a human figure whose face remained indistinct. Yet Illis recognized this as the deity worshipped by the church. The divine had come to rescue its faith. Chen Yi, standing at the center of the battlefield, appeared dazed. What the? Suddenly, spatial fluctuations emerged beside him in midair, and in the next moment, he was transported next to Illis. The healing staff from his backpack summoned forth. But this was not the end. blood rain began to fall from the sky. The system assessed while communicating with the divine. Illis noticed her deity trembling. Accompanied by wails, the surrounding space shattered, and when Illis regained her senses, she found herself still on the battlefield. Everything that had transpired hinted at an ominous fate befalling the divine. No, that is an omnipotent deity. Ding. Task completed. Acquire the source of the world. Task progress, 100. Reward will be settled upon returning to the game world. Xin Yi's expression turned increasingly bewildered. What the heck? This deity may not have realized that Xin Yi's healing staff lay abandoned within his backpack, which was ensconced in the imprint beneath his collarbone. This was the imprint of the game world. Iris forced herself to regain her composure and declared with fervor, "In the name of, I command liberation." The healing staff floated in midair, activating its fortifying effects autonomously, without Xin Yi's intervention. A brilliant light radiated outward, instantly improving the condition of the nuns and clergy illuminated by its glow, who hurriedly broke free from their guards. A new round of battle commenced. Among them, Xin Yi, who sought to reclaim the healing staff, bore the most dismal expression. He had no intention of aiding Iris, yet others perceived it differently. Nevertheless, since the main quest had been completed, it was time to seek an opportunity to depart from this world. A stone wall rapidly ascended, blocking the swift onslaught of wind blades and lightning. Xin Yi dashed across the ground, and the very spot he had just vacated split open, erupting in a torrent of flames. The majority of those attacking him were mages from the Mage Association, many of whom had encountered him before, indicating he was likely one of their own. It is precisely for this reason that the traitors are utterly detestable. Yet, they seem to have forgotten that Xin Yi had never truly been one of their ranks. Xin Yi attracted considerable attention from the mages. The nuns once again unleashed their suppressed desires, now exhibiting a ferocity surpassing that of the berserkers. Meanwhile, Iris charged towards the demon lord, believing that once he was dealt with, it would be significantly easier to handle the other beings who had yet to reach the second tier, level 20. Boom. A series of fireballs detonated amidst the congregation of mages, shattering ice shields and earthen walls alike. Although he contemplated a hasty retreat, being struck was not to his liking. The spell, Inferno Fireball, had weakened the impact upon detonation, yet the temperatures reached were higher, proving particularly effective against elemental shields. An explosion, a chemical or physical reaction, releases a tremendous amount of energy in a brief moment, generating intense heat and expelling large volumes of gas, thus creating high pressure in the surrounding medium. As he ran, he constructed a framework in his mind. With the formation of Windwalk, Xin Yi's body became lighter, and his speed increased. Resistance Fire Ring. Flames surged outward, intercepting physical projectile attacks with their force, while unstable spells encountered the flames and subsequently erupted. As Xin Yi fled, he occasionally glanced skyward, wondering if Charizard was drawing near. He had also cast the Eagle Eye spell on Charizard, making it easy to spot himself from below. Once he recalled Charizard, Xin Yi sought an opportunity to conceal himself and depart from this world. While he entertained such thoughts, a twinge of irritation persisted. Rationality reminded him that his gains had been substantial, and that leaving was indeed the wisest decision. Time gradually slipped away as Xin Yi continued his flight. The ground beneath him a chaotic amalgamation of elements, with explosions erupting incessantly. The Ice Spike spell inflicted 15 points of damage upon Player E, while the Thunderclap dealt 14 points of damage to Player E. Xin Yi's ears, the corners of his mouth, and nostrils trickled with droplets of blood. Fortunately, his resilience was commendable. Otherwise, faced with simultaneous assaults from so many mages, he would have long surrendered his resurrection coin. Although the damage from each attack was minimal cumulatively, it was quite considerable. A shimmering potion materialized in his hand, and he hastily gulped it down while hiding behind a stone wall. The potion's effects gradually restored his health, bringing it back to a safer threshold. Roar. The fire-breathing dragon soared into the sky. Is this a dragon? The arrival of the fire-breathing dragon elicited gasps from several mages. Creatures like Pokemon did not exist in this world. Historical texts had documented the existence of dragons, yet no one had ever truly witnessed one. Suddenly, a creature reminiscent of a dragon emerged. Almost instinctively, the majority of the mages redirected their focus, eager to down the dragon for research purposes. The four knights, previously burdened by the mage's attention, were instantaneously liberated, and the increasingly wounded Demon King felt a surge of murderous intent. Tendrils of blood rooted themselves in the Demon King's pupils, mirroring the intensity in Xin Yi's gaze. The fire-breathing dragon, startled by the barrage of magical attacks, retaliated with a jet of flame. Yet, several attacks penetrated the fiery onslaught. with the most intact being a spear of golden element, which pierced the dragon's arm, followed by multiple earth projectiles striking its wing. The fire-breathing dragon lost its balance and plummeted from the sky. Chun Yi swiftly approached the Charizard, his staff striking the ground with a heavy thud. A robust stone wall rose rapidly, effectively blocking any subsequent attacks. Casting a concerned glance at the party panel, he noted that the elemental spear inflicted 69 points of damage. The rock and stone bomb caused 33 points, and the high-altitude drop dealt 57 points of damage. Instantly, his worries dissipated. Such damage was insufficient to vanquish the Charizard. With a playful scold, he remarked, "Can't you be a bit more cautious?" The Charizard, feigning great indignation, extracted the spear lodged in its arm while secretly observing Chun Yi's reaction. This was merely a minor injury. If the trainer were displeased, it could spell trouble. During its time as a Charmander, this creature exhibited an impressive 9 points of arrogance. In its later stage as a Charmeleon, it boasted a full 12 points of pride, displaying an even greater penchant for battle. Now, as a Charizard, it retained only its haughtiness and combative spirit. Chun Yi spoke of the fire-breathing dragon, yet he himself was engulfed in a blaze of fury. Retreating step by step would yield only this outcome. Casting a cold glance over the mages, he declared, "Since you wish to be my adversaries, one of us must perish." Fire-breathing dragon. The dragon devoured the omelet rice, a dish imbued with tenderness. Quality: a meticulously prepared meal. The seemingly ordinary fried rice was suffused with the affection of a young maiden, restoring 140 HP in 15 seconds. Commentary: one must not betray the love of a maiden. Boom. The reinforced stone wall crumbled under the elemental bombardment, and a shadow leapt forth from the explosion. Chun Yi stood behind the Charizard, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. As if sensing Chun Yi's emotions, the Charizard's once gentle gaze transformed into one of fierce determination. The flames, now thicker than before, surged downward, overpowering the ice and earth shields that attempted to obstruct their path. Chun Yi sipped from a blue bottle, waiting for the Charizard to descend to a lower position before leaping downwards. Flame Sealing Sword. A surge of mana coursed through him, and 3 towering flame swords, each 2 meters high, plummeted from the sky. The mages below widened their eyes and hastily attempted to teleport away. The colossal fire swords struck the ground without an explosion or a thunderous sound, seemingly weightless as they embedded halfway into the earth. Just as the nearby mages believed they were merely a fade, a searing fire ring began to radiate from the center of the flame swords, its intense heat causing the surrounding air to warp. The mages who remained in the vicinity felt their clothing and hair ignite in an instant. You suffered 79 points of burn damage, unable to withstand the fire ring. Though they had managed to block the ring, they were still tormented by the searing heat in their airways. Each breath was an agonizing reminder of the rising temperature, and the shield ahead offered no respite. As the 3 fire rings resonated, fire elemental particles coalesced further, resulting in a dramatic spike in temperature, with the soil visibly transforming into magma. The mages closest to the epicenter quickly suffered casualties, clutching their throats in a desperate attempt to alleviate their suffering. For those with biological traits and frail constitutions, death was never far away. In the center of 3 blazing great swords, Chun Yi positioned himself, where the temperature remained bearable. However, the air left around him could not sustain prolonged combat. This technique required further refinement. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. In this realm, where fire elemental particles danced with vigor, Chun Yi's fire spells experienced an enhancement in both potency and casting speed. Flamestar Sparrow. A relentless stream of fiery sparrows erupted from the magma, darting towards the adversaries with astonishing speed, yet their trajectory was anything but linear. Each mage struck by the fiery sparrows instantly transformed into a being of flame, writhing in agony, their ability to cast spells snuffed out, rolling helplessly on the ground. But would Chun Yi allow them to save themselves in that moment? What kind of spell was this? Why was it absent from the Mage Association's repertoire? Did fire spells possess such a technique? Could any mage proficient in countering it please enlighten us? The Ice Crystal spell could hardly halt these fiery sparrows unless one exerted mental control to intercept each one, yet their numbers were overwhelming. Did anyone else notice that? Aside from fire spells, the potency of other elemental spells was waning. Merely moments after their encounter, the Mage Association had already lost 14 mages out of the 62 who had arrived that day. This represented a staggering loss, accounting for nearly a quarter of the mages they could muster. Becoming a mage requires extraordinary mental aptitude, formidable memory, and commendable learning capacity, Yet death can occur in the blink of an eye. The fierce battle soon drew the attention of others. Elise appeared somewhat astonished. What had begun as a mere casual move had inadvertently toppled the stone pillar from the camel's back. In this moment of confusion, a fiery serpent ensnared the Demon King. If the Demon King could be vanquished, the entire scheme would unravel effortlessly. As the battle raged on, Chini found himself struggling to breathe, the temperature around him escalating. This presented a dilemma faced by fire mages. The very fiery environment they conjured became uninhabitable for themselves. A momentary lapse in focus allowed Chini to overlook the storm clouds gathering above. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck, sending him flying, followed by an unrelenting barrage of elemental attacks. The damage inflicted upon him was staggering: 105 points, 75 lightning damage, 20 burning damage, 10 fall damage, alongside 32 points of penetrating damage and 49 points of freezing damage. In an instant, his damage panel was inundated with notifications. Had his health not been substantial, he might have found himself in dire straits. With sheer mental fortitude, he suppressed the pain coursing through his body and blinked away from his previous location. Fire-breathing dragon. Having just executed a grand spell, the fire-breathing dragon exhibited a hint of fatigue. Upon hearing its trainer's call, it promptly turned to face Chini. A fireball erupted before him, the explosion kicking up clouds of dust. As he plunged into the dust, a small crater formed beneath him, clutching a healing potion. Chini suddenly yearned for the invigorating effects of a healing staff. If only a surge of vitality could be bestowed upon him and the fire-breathing dragon, their health would soar to robust levels. Amidst the swirling dust, explosions occasionally punctuated the air. However, the frequency of attacks from the enemy mages had diminished significantly. They were running low on mana. In stark contrast, Chini, who had been consuming potions, still retained 230 points of mana. From the enemy's perspective, the fire-breathing dragon appeared to have dived into the dust, but in reality, it had been recalled into its pock ball by Chini and summoned to his side. He offered the fire-breathing dragon an omelet rice. Its restorative properties surpassed those of standard potions, but it required consuming the entire dish to be effective. This was suitable only for those capable of finishing the omelet rice in one go. Summoning a stone wall ahead, he retrieved a specialized healing spray for Pokemon and began applying it to the dragon's numerous injuries, opting not to use the less familiar water-based healing spells, which were slower and less effective. Chini and the fire dragon had scarcely spent half a minute in the dust before charging out once more, both parties' health bars exceeding 300. Fireballs fell amidst the scattered mages, accompanied by a massive character. How could he still possess mana? Was he not a hero? Who had sold him those mana-restoring potions? Perhaps we should concede. I can already feel the sting of exhaustion in my mind. Surely, our empire could manage without us. The mages of the association began to waver. Only 27 remained, each in a poor state, unwilling to endure the agony of depleted mana again. In such a condition, they were utterly incapable of resistance. Continuing the fight would only lead to their demise. Yet the battle had been initiated by them. But the decision of when to end it was no longer theirs to make. Kill the hero, we concede. As long as you spare us. We shall not interfere in the affairs of the Empire and the Church. Yes, indeed, we can negotiate with the Mage Association to rally other mages to your side. The only response they received was a barrage of fireballs and Chan Yi's indifferent gaze. As he had previously stated, when the mages chose to strike again, one side must inevitably fall. Amidst the chaos of battle, a group of third parties watched from the shadows of their cloaks. The leading priest, Marin, made no attempt to disguise himself. These individuals lacked the power to directly alter the battlefield, but they could serve as the final straw that broke the camel's back. The long-absent rogue hero, Suzuki Akira, now stood silently in his black cloak, devoid of the disdainful expression he once wore. Shall we not intervene, priest? Once Chini dealt with the Mage Association, the outcome of the other battlefield would soon be decided as well. Marin hesitated before shaking his head. Let us observe a while longer. They were merely opportunists, ready to support whoever emerged victorious. A wrong choice could render their years of effort futile, and even threaten their own lives. The weapons of the other three heroes lay in Marin's possession. This was his true bargaining chip. Marin's initial plan had been to secretly acquire a liberated divine weapon to present to Suzuki Akira for enhancement. However, he had not anticipated that the heroes would be surrounded by Imperial forces. At the king's command, these heroes had perished without a hint of resistance. Ironically, the sword hero, the bow hero, and the knight hero all met their end in their beds. Marin was further surprised to find that the Imperial forces had not taken the weapons, seemingly reserving them for him. No one could fathom his emotions at that moment. He could only kneel on the ground, bowing heavily towards the royal court until the king's envoy arrived to deliver a message. The eagle-eye technique reflected the distant battlefield, prompting a bitter smile from Maren. The reason for his inaction was not due to an untimely moment, but rather a lack of signal from the king. He dared not act. Princess Anna led soldiers in slaying all the monsters within the royal court, now parading the corpses of the demon race through the streets. Princess Anna. Long live the Empire. Long live Princess Anna. The common folk in her wake cheered, celebrating Anna, the Empire, humanity, and their very survival. Unaware of the full extent of the plan, the soldiers stood tall and proud, embracing the glory of heroes. The blood of the slain monsters flowed freely, yet rather than inciting fear or disgust. The crowd erupted in applause, with children even picking up stones to hurl at the corpses. Ultimately, Princess Anna and her soldiers arrived at the ruins of the church. How could those inside the church remain oblivious to the thunderous cheers? The Demon King gritted his teeth, enduring Aliris's assault as they crashed against the church's remaining entrance. The knights had long vanished, and facing such a self-destructive attack of inflicting 200 damage to the enemy while suffering 1,000 to oneself, Aliris had no other recourse. With a resounding crash, both combatants found themselves in the street, the last faade of the church collapsing. As the townsfolk gazed upon the strangely skinned Demon King, gasps of shock rippled through the crowd, with some recognizing him. Is that? It could not be mistaken. He was indeed the Demon King. Historical records had spoken of such a being, characterized by black skin and shrouded in ominous dark energy, a harbinger of unprecedented calamity for humanity. Was the other figure Aliris the bishop? Realizing this was a pivotal moment, Aliris unleashed a golden shockwave towards the Demon King, forcing him to evade rather than respond. My faithful, I must tell you. Aliris's words were cut short by Anna's interruption. Form ranks. Soldiers, compelled by the command, surged forward. The recently engaged soldiers were weary but brimming with murderous intent. Princess Anna rode to the forefront. My people, fear not. The Empire shall safeguard you. No one noticed the tremor in Anna's spear-bearing hand. Aliris, aghast, pondered, was not all of this the Empire's doing? Faithful, do not be deceived. The Empire is the true culprit. The identity of the Demon King is none other than this generation's king. Yet no matter how fervently she implored, the common folk merely gazed at Anna, curious as to why she had not yet commanded an assault on the Demon King. Faith is not a solid construct, once shattered. It is difficult to mend. Humanity is particularly inclined to believe in the evidence of their own eyes. Is this the king? Nonsense. Who does not know that the Empire's king is a corpulent figure incapable of movement? Aliris, who had maintained a calm demeanor throughout the battle, now displayed signs of panic. Look closely. He truly is your king. His resemblance to Anna is uncanny. Do you not find it suspicious? The previous rotund appearance was merely a guise. A spear intercepted Aliris. Princess Anna, her expression impassive, declared, Enough, Bishop Aliris. Please maintain your noble decorum. You may be acting so unhinged due to the hero's defeat and the church's downfall. However, rest assured, the Empire is now more than capable of protecting its citizens. Anna, swear this in the name of the Visilia family. The accompanying townsfolk erupted in cheers for the Empire and Princess Anna. In the distance, the king, increasingly influenced by the dark energy, felt a flicker of satisfaction. Had he not orchestrated his entire life for this very scene? Soon, he would merely need to die at Anna's hands to conclude his grand scheme. The king cast a glance toward the distant figure in black robes, and Maren bowed respectfully. Even before the king, teetering on the brink of death, he felt no stirrings of ambition. Chini and the fire-breathing dragon stood atop a towering edifice, indulging in delicacies while observing the playful antics of a father and daughter below. As for the mages of the Mage Association, they opted to descend and keep company with the duo, generously bestowing upon Chini several pieces of green quality equipment. Though some soldiers caught sight of Chini, they were quickly detained by fellow combatants who had previously fought alongside them. Once again, the priestess Marlene made her appearance. It was unclear when she had arrived, but she stood beside Chini, offering polite smiles, as long as he remained uninvolved. Oh, esteemed healer of heroes, you jest. Might I inquire about your plans moving forward? Chini cast a disinterested glance at him. A few months ago, it was he who trembled in fear. Yet now it was Ma Lin who found himself in that position. Such is the nature of power. The Charizard devoured the morsels of meat with 2 bites, then nudged Chini, indicating its desire for more. Chini gently stroked the Charizard, urging it to eat more delicately, for it was a female Charizard, after all. Naturally, he was preparing to return, as this was not his realm. Maren felt a sense of relief. This formidable individual was not to be trifled with. He had experienced firsthand that the healing hero was indeed a mage of less than second tier, yet exhibited combat prowess equivalent to that level. Should this individual harbor any ulterior motives, he would likely be the first to perish. The Demon King and Princess Anna engaged in battle while deftly maneuvering the battlefield, swiftly distancing themselves from the others. Before Anna could utter a word, the Demon King, striving to maintain his sanity, suppressed the dark energy and willingly faced the spear. The spear pierced his heart. The once vibrant dark energy began to dissipate slowly after losing its vessel. Smoke billowed from the king, his blackened skin revealing its original hue. As if fading, Anna trembled incessantly, her vulnerability as a young girl finally manifesting, despite her mental preparations. The moment she was forced to slay her own father was an unbearable reality. The returning light of the king wiped away Anna's tears. It was a burden that the progeny of the Vasilia family must bear. Regrettably, he could no longer guide Anna to become a worthy queen. At that moment, a searing flame ignited upon the king, and his hands quickly fell. Just moments ago, Anna's eyes brimmed with tears, now filled with a murderous intent as she scanned her surroundings. Yet, no one was nearby, nor were there any elemental attacks from mages. All could be attributed to the enigmatic dark energy. The flames continued to consume the king, the smoke thickening as if purging his sins. When Anna emerged, she had ascended to the throne as the queen of the empire. The Demon King had been vanquished by me, Vasilia Anna. Rejoice, my subjects. Her gaze swept across the rooftop where Chani stood. Upon noticing Marin shake her head, she dismissed her inner doubts. Unbeknownst to her, Chani smiled at the panel before him. Congratulations on leveling up to LV-17. Regrettably, most of the damage had not been dealt by him, resulting in only a meager share of experience. As for the loot from the Demon King's demise, Chani was indifferent. The drop rates for bosses defeated in collaboration with non-players were notoriously poor. Subsequently, Chani turned his attention to the dazed Iris, shaking his head in dismay. The previously agreed sum of 1 million gold coins was likely unattainable. The church lay in ruins, and the astronomical cost of reconstruction would be staggering. Demanding gold from her now would likely incite her wrath. The thought of applying pressure alongside Princess Anna flickered briefly in his mind before being cast aside. One should not aspire to such matters without sufficient strength. He must not let Marin's attitude lead him astray. Chani always remembered that the distinction between the state before and after the breakthrough of 50 attribute points was monumental. After exchanging pleasantries with Malin, Chani departed from this world under his gaze. However, he was unaware that at the very moment he left, time began to stand still. Birds hovered motionless in the air, ripples in the water ceased to spread, and everything in this world was momentarily paused. With the advent of the world source, the game world finally intervened. In the generation of a new instance, the world was named the World of Heroic Warfare. Recommended player levels, LV-15, LV-19. Player count, 30. Execution commenced. Time in this realm began to reverse, and the pace of this reversal accelerated swiftly, eventually arriving at the day of summoning the heroes. Oh, welcome, brave heroes. I am Priest Cross Malin. You may call me Malin. The 4 players at the summoning circle were lost in thought, pondering which world this was. The remaining 26 players were dispersed among the Mage Association, the Church, and the Empire, with memories implanted seamlessly. Was this a conflict between players and the world? I chose to ally with the Empire, not merely because Miss Anna was charming, but because I felt I was destined to be one of its people. How ignorant. Are you aware of the beauty of Bishop Iris of the Church? Not even a dog would venture into the Mage Association. Why did I glimpse a purple weapon only to be informed I could not take it out of this world? Ding. Quest completion notification. Main quest. Acquire the world source. Completed. Faction quest. The Church achieved final victory. Failed. Priority of main quest supersedes that of faction quests, thus exempting me from any penalties related to the faction quest. Chani eagerly anticipated the rewards from the game's quests, seeking further advancement. Having dwelled in this realm for an extended period, he found that the highest level of monsters was merely 18, with the majority ranging from levels 9 to 14. As a level 14 player, Chun-Yi often received only single-digit experience points from slaying numerous monsters, compounded by the experience sharing with the fire-breathing dragon and the healing staff, which significantly hampered his leveling progress. Fortunately, the royal family bred a sufficient number of monsters, ensuring a substantial base from which copper coins could be accrued, and gold coins could be exchanged for copper. His current copper coin balance had surged from 453 upon entering the game to an impressive 125,640. Additionally, he possessed 15 pieces of green quality equipment awaiting sale, while white quality items had been discarded due to lack of storage. At this stage, It could be said that Chun Yi was not lacking in copper coins or equipment. Upon concluding his calculations, Chun Yi's player privileges were elevated, attaining privilege level LV3. He was then required to select 4 rewards from the following 6 options: 10 additional attribute points, the purple quality skill, Flame Demon Transformation, 1 random purple quality staff, personal guild privileges, 1 free breakthrough opportunity. Chun Yi was somewhat taken aback. The rewards this time were unexpectedly abundant. Ding. Detecting player Yi's confusion, the authority level permitted a deluge of information to flood Chun Yi's mind. Once he untangled this information, he comprehended why the rewards were so plentiful this time. Entering this realm, which did not belong to the game world, was akin to pioneering new territory. Although fraught with challenges, the rewards following the acquisition of the world's essence were remarkably generous. The most substantial rewards were not merely the items available for collection, but rather the privileges bestowed by the game world. Such privileges encompassed not only the information accessible, but also the myriad conveniences granted to players, facilitating their journey toward greater strength. Returning to the matter of the rewards, he first disregarded option 6. It is well known that under the constraints of the game world's rules, a player's initial physique possesses inherent limits. Attribute values can peak at 49. To transcend the threshold of 50 requires not only attribute points, but also a significant breakthrough in one's physical form. If the notion of a breakthrough seems elusive, it can be likened to evolution or genetic enhancement. Such a breakthrough serves not only to augment subsequent attribute points, but also to expand the primary attributes. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that Chun Yi is only at level 17, still possessing ample room for growth. Therefore, he bypassed this option. For transient power should not be attained at the expense of future potential. He defaulted to selecting the option that enhances foundational abilities, as this is an irreplaceable foundation. To illustrate, during his last battle, had Chun Yi not possessed a health and mana pool vastly superior to that of an average player, he would have perished countless times throughout the encounter. The might of a mage is undeniably predicated upon a sufficient reserve of mana. Thus, he would certainly not overlook any opportunity to bolster his basic attributes. As for option 2, it piqued his interest significantly. Chun Yi recalled that this skill had previously emerged during faction missions, yet it reappeared here once more. Considering the game's inclination towards players, could it be that the game world wishes for him to select this skill? For now, it remains an alternative. Although option 4 is somewhat enticing, Chun Yi ultimately decided against it. At this stage, the pace of leveling up is relatively swift, which consequently results in a rapid turnover of weaponry. More importantly, there is an element of randomness. Chen Yiping took a moment to compose himself, deciding to embrace the idea of encountering ghosts. The curious fire dragon observed Chun, bewildered by his ability to oscillate between joy and anger. He resolutely chose options, and 10 points to allocate freely to attributes, a purple quality skill. Inferno Transformation, personal guild privileges. Without hesitation, Chen allocated all 10 of his free attribute points to his constitution. Under the training of the Wu Wei meditation, his constitution attribute surged to 40 points. Subsequently, a beam of light enveloped Chun, and the comforting warmth he had felt before returned. His cells seemed to absorb a potent energy, becoming increasingly robust, while his mana coursed through his body with accelerated vigor. Each time it circulated, his mana pool expanded. With both his physical and mental fortitude sufficiently enhanced, he no longer required sleep for growth. After receiving his rewards of mana and health, the beam did not dissipate. Instead, it grew increasingly intense. The searing energy flowed into him, spreading throughout his entire being, akin to boiling water coursing through his veins, breaking down and then being restored. Should one examine the panel, they would find that his fire elemental resistance was rapidly increasing. This transformation was designed to enable Chun to meet the requirements for mastering the skill Inferno Transformation, while simultaneously serving as support from the game world for its seed players. The Inferno Demon, a remarkable creature residing within magma, typically towers over 3 meters in height and possesses exceptional resistance to fire elements. Utilizing the skill does not necessitate a direct confrontation with these demons. However, how could a fire mage possibly lack resistance to flames? This ordeal transcended the mere depletion of mana. Chun Yi fell to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. The Charizard anxiously circled around, desperate to pull Chun Yi away from the beam of light, yet was halted by the intensity of Chun Yi's gaze. It is entirely natural for the path to strength to be accompanied by suffering. Power acquired cheaply often comes at a steep price. Chun Yi had long since made his resolution. This time, it took a full 10 minutes for his body to acclimate. Chun Yi level LV17 occupation, Mage health, 1500 mana, 1590 armor, 24, base armor, 20, equipment armor bonus, 4, constitution, 40 strength, 15 intellect, 61, base intellect, 43. Equipment intellect bonus, 18, agility, 15 spirit, 48 free attribute points, 0 talent. Affinity for fire, enhances mastery of fire skills. Increases fire elemental damage by 10, skills, meditative absence, spell analysis, psychic force, blink, fire resistance ring, fireball resistance, fire elemental resistance, 30 soul energy, 2 projection, capable of projection. Infernal transformation, consumes a substantial amount of mana to construct the body of an infernal creature. The greater the mana expended, the larger and more robust the infernal being becomes, with health calculated as mana consumed multiplied by 5. The infernal strength, speed, armor, and psychic intensity are interrelated. Current infernal armor ranges from 20 to 40. From the description of the skills, it bears a resemblance to the Susanoo of the Uchiha clan, and further development will require contemplation. It can also serve as a summoned entity, though without the user's internal control, intricate maneuvers cannot be executed. The final reward is personal guild privileges. Chun-Yi could not resign his life to the mercy of others, which is why he had never entertained the thought of joining a guild. Nevertheless, he had occasionally heard of certain functionalities associated with guilds. A personal guild, in a strict sense, does not belong to guild players. Rather, it serves as an alternative means of enhancement for individual players. Name your guild. Chun-Yi himself was rather inept at naming, so he turned to Charizard. After offering a brief description to Charizard, an unspoken bond formed between the two, transforming them into a singular entity. It is no wonder that it is often said that a Pokemon's character gradually aligns with that of its trainer. After much contemplation, Chun-Yi ultimately decided to name his guild Casual. Thus, the Casual Guild was born. The mark beneath his collarbone connected him to an unknown realm, and the permissions for the guild's warehouse unfolded before him. Presently, the Casual Guild holds an F rating, the lowest possible tier, which does not confer any attributes. Each completed task will contribute experience towards improving this rating, which will subsequently lead to attribute enhancements. The next gaming session must commence within a month. Once the rewards were distributed, both Chun-Yi and his Charizard were unceremoniously returned to his town, having not returned in nearly 6 months. His room remained as pristine as it was upon his departure, untouched by dust. The small nest he had purchased for Charizard during its early days as a Charmander was now obsolete. Should Charizard take a nap first or dine? After the intense battle, it had yet to rest, and now, with relaxation setting in, drowsiness swiftly overtook its mind. After a brief wash, the duo nestled together on a single bed, falling into a deep slumber. The restoration of mana does not equate to a full replenishment of spirit. Much like a full health bar does not imply a player is free from fatigue. They slumbered until noon the following day, having slept nearly 20 hours. With a discerning palate, Chun-Yi perused the menu at a restaurant, where a select few players with culinary talent had ventured into the chef's world, crafting dishes that not only tantalized the taste buds, but often bore unique effects. The omelette rice he had previously fed to Charizard was procured from this very establishment. The restaurant's owner, Xiao Lu, a charmingly petite figure, grew increasingly irate as she observed Chun-Yi's indecision. "Are you going to order or not, E?" she exclaimed, her frustration palpable as she shoved him aside, pivoting to gaze adoringly at Charizard. "Oh, I didn't realize that after some time apart, you've transformed into a little fireball. Whatever you desire, Xiao Lu will make it for you. All I need is for my little fireball to give me a hug." Indeed, she was an ardent admirer of Charizard, whether it be a Charmander, Charmeleon, or Charizard. They were all her favorites. The affection expressed in the previous reviews of the omelette rice was, in truth, directed towards Charizard. Despite the multitude of mages from the Mage Association, Chun-Yi stood resolute. Yet, when he heard Xiao Lu's playful tone, he could not help but shudder. How could this woman be so insufferably endearing? Indeed, while Xiao Lu appeared youthful, she was nearing her 30s. Those without combat aspirations but possessing talents in other areas entered into special contracts with the game world, exempting them from gameplay, though they were required to remit a monthly fee in copper coins. Such individuals were not uncommon in the gaming realm. Chun-Yi also heard that a fellow was earning quite a fortune by writing about Xiao Lu Bei in the gaming world. Regardless of the location, there will always be those with questionable tastes. Were it not for the low prices offered by this woman, Chun-Yi would never have set foot in this establishment. The fire dragon was no longer the same as it had been in childhood. Back then, it had displayed a stubborn demeanor, despite Xiao Lu's affection for it. Now, it joyfully cradled Xiao Lu in its embrace, fulfilling her every whim. As if entranced, Xiao Lu, with a look of infatuation, entwined herself around the fire dragon like an octopus, inhaling deeply. Unlike during battle, the fire dragon exhibited a gentle demeanor in its everyday life, with even the corners of its eyes softened. This may be attributed to the long hours spent with Luowen Yi in the library. After a while, Xiao Lu, her cheeks flushed, returned to the kitchen, vowing to prepare a blue-tier dish to repay the fire dragon. There was no need to be so indulgent towards this woman. The fire dragon shook its head, letting out a low growl, expressing its delight that someone cherished it. Luowen Yi pondered for a moment and ultimately decided against it. Although Charizard was his Pokémon, it did not necessarily imply complete dependence on him. Much like in battle, it possessed the capability to fight independently. However, the two were unable to savor the blue-quality cuisine, and Xiao Lu broke down in tears on the ground, repeatedly apologizing to Charizard. Charizard, unable to bear seeing Xiao Lu in such distress, playfully nudged Luowen Yi. After all, in Charizard's heart, there was nothing that Luowen Yi could not resolve. With a sigh, Luowen Yi admitted, "My culinary skills are not particularly extensive, but one cannot escape the fundamentals of knife techniques, cooking times, ingredients, and food quality." Xiao Lu had always harbored her own thoughts, yet found it difficult to take decisive action. Nevertheless, in order to provide her beloved Charizard with superior nourishment, she reignited her determination. Meanwhile, after finishing his meal, Luowen Yi casually tossed aside 200 copper coins. Departing amidst Xiao Lu's sweet entreaties, he heard her say, "Welcome back, boss." For a chef with limited sources of copper coins, 200 was indeed a substantial sum. However, it still paled in comparison to the price of an omelet rice. This dish, certified by the game world, boasted restorative effects, and in Luowen Yi's eyes, it was certainly worth it. How audacious. Little Luowen Yi actually dares to ignore my messages. When I lead my guild to become the #1 in Blue Star, you shall understand the meaning of the 3-year deadline. I might comprehend why you chose to remain anonymous. The player guilds are entirely unlike what I had envisioned. There is no discourse on how to become stronger, no strategies for completing quests, and no opportunities for the ordinary to rise. The upper echelons of the guild possess the majority of resources and information, yet these are exclusively accessible to the elite, safeguarding their leadership status. New members are required to pay monthly dues to merely meet the basic conditions for completing quests. Luowen Yi suddenly recalled the spontaneous formations of teams in Plants vs. Zombies, where members of major guilds possessed more information, thus becoming the captains. It appeared that not all members of these prominent guilds had access to such insights. Regardless of how one enters the gaming realm, the intricacies of human relationships remain unavoidable. However, judging by Wang Zhanbua's light-hearted demeanor, he likely did not require any self-consolation. Thus, "I have had enough. That band of individuals, both overtly and covertly, urged me not to squander copper coins on the projections of the strong, insisting that enhancing and updating equipment was the rightful path. But who is Wang Zhanbua? I am destined to be the protagonist of this gaming universe, and therefore, I conclude that their anxiety indicates I am indeed on the correct path. Should you dare to deceive me, Luowen Yi, when my 3-year term concludes, I shall arrive with an army of 3,000 to besiege your lair. By the way, I have completed the task to establish a guild, aptly named the Crooked-Mouthed Dragon King. If you find yourself unable to persevere alone, it would not be impossible for me, Longer Tin Zhanbua, to offer you shelter. In this chaotic world, Sword Art Online universe, Wang Zhanbua maneuvered through the roots of trees with a cunning angle, leveraging the sweeping roots to transform into a fleeting shadow, reappearing behind the treant in the next moment. His sword struck the treant, leaving a gushing wound of floating data. Adjusting his stance, the sword's brilliance sliced through the air, severing the protruding roots from the ground. The boss of the toxic thicket appeared rather clumsy in Wang Zhanbua's presence. As he drew the creature's ire, the marksmen and archers behind him quickly unleashed their attacks. The female fighter, Ailin, landed each punch upon the treant with resounding force, causing the towering creature to seem as though it might lift off the ground. Before long, the treant collapsed, unwillingly transforming into data as it vanished. Excitedly, Wang Zhanbua glanced at the blue-quality equipment that had dropped, collecting it and placing it into the guild storage, thereby enhancing its foundation. Yet, a sense of something missing lingered in the air. What could it be? Wang Zhanbua stood in a daze. Ailin, observing her suddenly dazed guild leader, twitched her lips, wondering if he was experiencing another episode. Leader, you. Wang Zhanbo flicked his bangs. Alan, do you not feel that this chaotic world without our crooked-mouthed Dragon King Guild is akin to cilantro devoid of chili? Alan evidently struggled to comprehend Wang Zhanbo's train of thought, but cilantro never contained chili in the first place. Wait, you intend to create the crooked-mouthed Dragon King Guild in this chaotic realm? Before Wang Zhanbo could nod, Alan erupted. Someone. The leader is having another episode. A throng of individuals leaped forth, forcefully pinning Wang Zhanbo down, even controlling his fingers. Leader, you cannot embarrass us further. Do you realize that I am too humiliated to let other players know the name of our guild? And you want to create it again in this chaos? If you dare spread this, I shall withdraw from the guild. Alan executed her task splendidly, reminding the leader to call for them should he experience another episode. Despite being restrained by several burly men, Wang Zhanbo refused to yield. Rebellion. When my 3-year term. Alan feigned interest. Yes, the 3-year term, 3-year term. All right. The task has been completed. Let's disband. Woo. Who is that? How can this fellow still make sounds? The necromancer Ma Fei admired his leader's indomitable spirit of resistance. He tore a fragment of the scant fabric from a skeleton and stuffed it into Wang Zhanbo's mouth. Now silence reigned. In truth, the members of the Crooked-Mouthed Dragon King Guild shared a strong camaraderie, all having been recruited by Wang Zhanbo through his own charm and persuasion. They were united by their disdain for the current guild system, all young and eager to showcase their abilities in this world rather than engage in guild politics. Upon learning the guild's name, they were momentarily stunned, but it was too late. Wang Zhanbo would not forfeit the opportunity now within reach. Following this, the long-standing guild members found great joy in observing the expressions of newcomers. Having weathered the rain themselves, they were determined to tear down the umbrellas of others. Wang Zhanbo founded the guild precisely because he disapproved of the practices of major guilds. Consequently, the atmosphere and reward system within the guild were notably equitable. The only issue remained the occasionally erratic behavior of their leader. The members had grown weary of hearing about the 3-year term, their ears almost calloused from repetition. Thus, while major guild matters were guided by Wang Zhanbo, other affairs were largely overseen by Alan and Ma Fei. As he was carried, Wang Zhanbo squinted at the artificial sky above. For a moment, an inner tranquility enveloped him. It had been nearly 6 months since Chen Yi last responded to messages. He had heeded Chen Yi's advice, investing all his gains into the projection of the strong, diligently honing his swordsmanship, and at long last, he had achieved significant progress. Swordsman LV-17. Sword-type weapons dealt an increased damage of 21. This did not denote Wang Zhanbo's level, but rather the level of his passive skill, symbolizing his mastery of swordsmanship. Today, the gaming world declared that I have entered the realm of swordsmanship, granting me new permissions along with an additional passive skill, Swordsman LV-1. Increasing sword-type weapon damage by 5. And this is merely level 1. If I reach level 100, I shall surely soar. Chen Yi pondered, realizing that his previous conjecture had indeed been correct. The swordsmanship of a master swordsman and that of a novice apprentice both stem from the same fundamental technique. Yet their levels of mastery could scarcely be equated. How then does a mage unlock this authority? Through the fireball spell? The issue lies in the fact that Chen Yi was willing to wager that few, if any, within the entire gaming realm had invested more effort into mastering the fireball spell than he had. Nevertheless, his own fireball spell still lacked a level indicator. Could it be that he was mistaken in his approach? In this game world, was his authority level insufficient to comprehend such information? Ding. Player Yi's authority evaluation is in progress. Evaluation successful. The benefits of the elevated authority level began to manifest. After absorbing a wealth of information, Chen Yi suddenly understood. This delineates the distinction between technique and law. The fireball spell symbolizes a method of application, even with forced categorization. It can only be classified as beginner, advanced, perfected, or transcendent. Take Chen Yi, for instance. His grasp of the fireball spell surpasses that of the very mage who devised it, barely earning the title of transcendent, though he finds himself devoid of further growth potential. Should he attempt to add more to it, it would no longer be the fireball spell, but rather a different incantation altogether. The concept of law represents a deeper understanding. Wang Zhanbo's passive skill, swordsman, signifies not merely an enhancement of a particular skill but an augmentation of overall strength. Swordsmanship, agility, and combat experience all fall within the purview of this skill. The increase in damage is merely the most fundamental capability. In combat, provided that numerical superiority is not overwhelmingly decisive, the strength of one's swordplay could ultimately determine victory or defeat. Therefore, how might he engage in training in this regard? The realm of law is far more esoteric than the fireball spell. The first thought that came to Qin Yi's mind was the projection of strong warriors. Yet not all powerful figures would be suitable for him. While contemplating, he once again arrived at the arena with his Charizard. He opted for the training mode. In the open space of the training mode, Qin Yi and Charizard discussed the newly acquired information. Both possessed an innate affinity for flames. Thus they decided to invest in their fire capabilities. However, Charizard shook his head, expressing his discontent. He understood that Qin Yi's shortcomings in battle lay in the front lines rather than in firepower, so he resolved to hone his melee skills. This distinction marked a significant difference between the pale golden Pokemon and the player. The player must choose a developmental path by level 10. Whereas Charizard could deliberate until level 20. Charizard's attributes were as follows: quality, pale gold health, 2795 mana, 1290 armor, 47 constitution, 43 strength, 39 intelligence, 46 agility, 42 spirit. 38 his abilities included: Flame Jet, a wide-ranging flame attack directed forward. Inflicting damage equal to 1. 2 times his intelligence. Energy Reflux, a flow of mana, stamina, and health that reduces incoming damage by 15. With each evolution, Charizard experienced slight enhancements in attributes, particularly across all stats. This exemplifies the early advantages of Pokemon. They grow stronger at a remarkable pace, presenting significant benefits to players. With ample training time, Charizard could achieve the pinnacle of 49 points in all attributes before level 20. After that, a decision regarding his developmental trajectory must be made, as simultaneous growth in all attributes would severely impede the rate of becoming stronger. Following the final battle in the derived world, Charizard pondered how he could assist his trainer. In terms of firepower, the trainer could surpass several of his counterparts. However, in terms of resistance, flight, and speed, he could not compare. Charizard continued to contemplate how to broach this matter with his trainer, only to be surprised when Qin Yi brought it up himself. Qin Yi gazed intently into the eyes of the Charizard, which in turn fixed its gaze upon him. This moment could prove to be exceedingly painful. Huff. The Charizard exhaled white smoke from its nostrils. Qin Yi, with a sense of resignation, remarked, "Very well, as you wish." The eyes of the Charizard narrowed into a joyful squint. It truly was perplexing. His beloved Pokemon had begun to develop its own thoughts, resulting in an even greater consumption of coins. Activating the projection of a formidable figure, he designated the projection to be that of Yamamoto Genre Sai Shigakuni. Yamamoto Genre Sai Shigakuni gained fame not merely through his Zampicket but also due to his profound mastery of swordsmanship, unarmed combat, and footwork. The projection of Yamamoto Genre Sai Shigakuni still retained the appearance of an elderly figure, yet it inherited the memories of the past. What is it? Qin Yi elucidated that it is a little fire dragon, merely having transformed into its current form as it matured. Teacher, I hope you can impart white fighting techniques to it. Yamamoto Genre Sai Shigakuni's eyes widened in astonishment, and a tremendous spiritual pressure radiated outward, stirring a tempest merely by its presence. The fire dragon stepped forward, positioning itself in front of Qin Yi, determined to demonstrate its resolve to the teacher. The spiritual pressure intensified, rendering even breaths laborious, as the fire dragon's claws etched marks into the ground, struggling to maintain its balance. Yamamoto Genre Sai Shigakuni's voice remained calm and unhurried. If you withdraw now, I may pretend I have not heard. The only response was the unwavering roar of the fire dragon. In truth, this was a subtle desire of Yamamoto Genre Sai Shigakuni. Upon first encountering the little fire dragon, he inexplicably felt a surge of joy, akin to that of a sprite amidst flames. His expectations for Qin Yi's training were typically more stringent than those for the little fire dragon, with the hope that Qin Yi would better safeguard this small creature. Yet now, this little being was prepared to willingly step into the brutal arena of battle. Did Qin Yi utter something? Qin Yi wore an expression of innocence, exclaiming, "Your favoritism is rather excessive." The Charizard shook its head and unleashed a torrent of flames into the sky, as if to convey its indomitable spirit. From this blaze, Yamamoto Genre Sai Shigakuni sensed the Charizard's unwavering determination. A splendid display of flames, indeed. As he retracted his spiritual pressure, he reverted to his frail, elder form. His cane gently tapped against the ground as he instructed, "Prepare those medicinal herbs, young Qin Yi." Yamamoto's voice faltered momentarily, as a sudden influx of memories surged within him. The items originally designated for the Soul Reaper realm had now transformed into resources applicable to corporeal beings. Remarkably, he felt no discord throughout this process. Close combat typically commences with taking damage. Through relentless physical training, one grows stronger amid the cycles of tearing and mending. Ordinarily, the time required for such physical conditioning spans years due to the limited regenerative abilities of humans and Pokemon alike. However, this is a game world where healing potions abound. If one vial proves insufficient, then two shall suffice. The only barrier to Charizard's progress was Chen Yi's purse. Yamamoto's summons demanded copper coins. The herbs for physical training required copper coins. Healing potions also necessitated copper coins, and the certification for the healing staff required copper coins as well. Initially, Chen Yi felt content with the over 120,000 copper coins in his backpack. Now, he merely pondered why they seemed to dwindle so rapidly. Yamamoto informed Chen Yi of the medicinal herbs available in the game's system shop, noting that they came in various forms. Some were composed of spiritual particles specifically for soul reapers, while others were standard herbs for biological beings, and yet others were infused with energy tailored for Pokemon. He spent 10,000 copper coins to procure 5 portions, which should suffice for Charizard's immediate needs. Yamamoto then regarded Chen Yi and inquired, "What are you preparing to learn?" "Young Chen Yi?" Chen Yi uttered the disciple's command, "Flame." At that moment, it felt as though he had returned to the time when he first summoned Yamamoto Motoyasu Shigenori. However, he was now far more powerful than he had been back then, embarking on a quest to discover his own path. The flame within Chen Yi's heart is far more than mere explosions. In his previous life, Chen Yi incessantly experimented with new techniques and endeavored to construct novel manifestations of fire, yet he always fell short of his aspirations. He requires a broader perspective and a deeper accumulation of knowledge. Yamamoto Genre Sai Shigekuni nodded in acknowledgement. He had long discerned that Chen Yi's innate talent did not lie in the art of slashing or physical combat, but rather in a capacity akin to the realm of Kido. "My flames stem from my Zanpakuto. However, you do not possess a Zanpakuto of the fire element. Thus confronting the flames directly is indeed the most prudent approach." Chen Yi nodded slightly, recalling how he felt when he first learned to ignite flames. He was already mentally prepared. Within the fire, he sat completely bare. Heaven knows why Yamamoto Motoyasu's flames could reduce the durability of his equipment to 0, leaving him with nowhere to repair it. It wasn't that he had a disdain for the costly gear, rather, he believed that this way he could connect more intimately with the flames. This marked the 4th day of Chen Yi's immersion in the fire. What is fire? Fire is a vigorous oxidation reaction that occurs during the combustion of matter, releasing energy in the form of light and heat, while also producing a plethora of byproducts. The visible portion of fire is termed flame, which can take on various shapes depending on the vibrations of particles, and can even exist as plasma at sufficiently high temperatures. No. That is not what I should be pondering. Fire magic involves the mage constructing a framework within their mind to control the particles of the fire element, subsequently manipulating the material realm through their magical prowess. What exactly do I need to comprehend? Every day, he summoned Yamamoto Motoyasu for an hour, during which he trained the fire-breathing dragon while simultaneously managing the temperature of the flames to prevent Chen Yi from being incinerated in an instant. Yet, even amidst the flames, Chen Yi found himself lacking direction. He was uncertain about what he should truly grasp. Neither scientific descriptions of fire nor understanding it from a mage's perspective had yielded the slightest advancement. Chen Yi's actions were, of course, aimed at comprehending the profound essence that the mage did not deem significant. Through the self-proclaimed traveler, Chen Yi realized that even at the formidable level of a traveler, the damage inflicted by a fire mage remained intricately linked to explosions. Given this, why not delve into the warrior's essence instead? "Enough, young man," admonished Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigokuni, retracting his flowing blade of fire, causing the flames surrounding Chen Yi to vanish. Chen Yi swiftly donned his gear, instinctively gulping down a vial of healing potion. Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigokuni stroked his long beard, pondering aloud, "Perhaps my methods are not suited for you. Were you a Shinigami? I might have other techniques for you to explore, but you are not. You might consider reflecting upon this." With that, he turned his attention away from Chen Yi and earnestly began instructing the fire dragon. Chen Yi realized that Yamamoto Jinryusai Shinkuni was speaking the truth. Continuing down this path would merely squander copper coins. He suddenly understood why the biographies of mages he had encountered bore no records of artistic conception. To the mage, everything in existence follows a certain order. What may seem unscientific in various spells is governed by its own set of principles. Thus, a question arises: what justifies the existence of a flame ignited at random, which encompasses an artistic conception that even the mage fails to comprehend? This mage is undoubtedly aware of the reasons behind the flame's emergence, its composition, and its duration of combustion. To elevate the temperature of the flame. Should one not enhance their intelligence attribute to gain greater control over the particles of fire, or perhaps alter the structure to amplify magical output, or even invoke a more significant explosion? Is it the overthinking that prevents one from truly grasping the essence of artistic conception? Chun Yi's thoughts stirred as he summoned the initial interface of the training mode. He entered the keywords, Mage, Realm of Fire, and Instruction. However, the game world revealed that no such formidable projection existed. A mage willing to comprehend this realm was indeed an anomaly among anomalies. Stay calm. Reflect upon whether there are any alternative methods. Chun Yi began to meditate in place, clearing his mind of all thoughts. Half an hour later, Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni had vanished from the realm, while the fire dragon persevered in its training. Chun Yi slowly opened his eyes, and suddenly, a particular individual came to his mind. This person possessed a mindset akin to that of a mage, with an energy system closely resembling that of a sorcerer, and wielded skills reminiscent of the realm of artistic conception. The crux of the matter was not merely to find someone proficient in artistic conception to impart wisdom to Chun Yi, but rather to seek an individual capable of facilitating a shift in his cognitive approach. The essence lay in how to think. He entered the keywords, ninja, Orochimaru, and indeed. Chun Yi named him directly. The fee was 1,500 copper coins per hour. Soon, the projection began, revealing disheveled hair that bore no insignia of a hidden village. His elongated eyes, paired with slit pupils, evoked an impression that the entity before him was not human, but rather a serpent. Damp, chilling, ready to deliver a fatal strike at any moment. Judging by his age, this seemed to be a timeline after his departure from the Hidden Leaf Village. Upon opening his eyes, Orochimaru's initial focus was not on who Chun Yi was, but rather on the intriguing existence that had summoned him. He was astonished that such a being truly existed in this world and pondered who would be stronger, himself or the Sage of Six Paths. With a tongue resembling that of a serpent, he licked his lips and inquired, "Speak, what is it that you desire from me?" Chun Yi succinctly described the dilemmas he encountered. Orochimaru's interest deepened as he discovered that, apart from chakra and natural energy, there exist other methods of cultivation in the world. He is eager to explore the differences among these various approaches. Chun Yi was not unfamiliar with that gaze. He had experienced something similar during his own studies of sorcery. Orochimaru, your time is limited, and I cannot afford to grant you the luxury of learning about the sorcerers. Moreover, you are incapable of carrying the memories of this place back to your original form. However, I can assure you that should the opportunity arise for me to visit your realm, I shall extend my assistance to you. In an instant, Orochimaru's mind raced with numerous thoughts. What did he mean by his world, and why was it impossible to bring back memories? It seemed this individual was acquainted with him. Despite the tumultuous activity within his mind, Orochimaru's expression remained unchanged. I accept your terms. Clearly, you need not go to such lengths. Yet I am obliged to assist you. Chun Yi maintained a stoic expression. There exists a significant distinction between offering genuine assistance and mere perfunctory gestures. I am aware that you wish to explore the intricacies of magical power. This appears to be a common affliction among wizards and certain individuals alike, an insatiable curiosity to experiment with the unknown. Coincidentally, I am indeed a wizard. Orochimaru's interest intensified as he sensed an affinity between himself and this individual. His tongue involuntarily flicked out, akin to a serpent, to savor the air. After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru remarked, "The issues you raise bear a resemblance to the transformation of chakra properties. I need not elaborate on chakra, for you are already familiar with it. Every ninja possesses chakra of varying natures, classified into water, fire, earth, lightning, and wind. The transformation of chakra properties essentially involves attributing characteristics to the chakra. Admittedly, I am not particularly adept in this area. The one most proficient happens to be that fool." Chun Yi was not surprised by this revelation. Much like wizards, overthinking can hinder one's mastery of the essence. Noticing that Chun Yi comprehended his meaning, Orochimaru felt a surge of satisfaction, for he loathed conversing with dullards. Each individual harbors a unique interpretation of attributes. For instance, when contemplating water, the second Hokage perceives it as sharpness, while others may envision the force of ocean waves. Altering one's understanding of water to manipulate chakra and subsequently unleash ninjutsu embodies the transformation of chakra properties. With this newfound insight, Chun-Yi seemed to grasp that it was not merely about altering his perception of flames, but rather about infusing his magical power with the essence of fire. Following Orochimaru's explanation, experimentation commenced. With a flick of his staff, Chun-Yi conjured 2 small mounds of earth upon the ground. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The first fireball left a small crater atop the mound, from which wisps of white smoke gently ascended. The second fireball, imbued with transformative properties, plunged deeply into the earth, creating a larger and deeper cavity. This demonstrated the significant enhancement in a ninja's abilities resulting from the alteration of chakra properties. However, mastery of this skill presents certain challenges, typically reserved for high-ranking ninjas. I hope my insights prove beneficial to you. Under Orochimaru's tutelage, Chun-Yi's understanding of the fire element did not progress smoothly. Numerous obstacles emerged, the most formidable being how to translate his comprehension of flames into magical power. Fortunately, Orochimaru had encountered similar challenges in the past, and after sharing his insights, Chun-Yi devoted a full half-month to achieving a breakthrough. Fire Intent Level 1. Fire Attribute Attack Damage increased by 61. He had directly bypassed the stage designated for swordsmen. The threshold for elemental comprehension is exceedingly high. Once understood, it is clear, yet incomprehensible to those who struggle. Users of weaponry also possess their own realms of comprehension, though grasping these concepts from scratch is a daunting endeavor. However, their predecessors have paved a significant path. This path encompasses various martial arts. Those who study swordsmanship reach a swordsman stage, while those who pursue blade techniques attain a blade master stage, sometimes referred to as apprentices. With sufficient effort, one can typically enter this phase. After traversing a meaningful distance in this stage, a deeper understanding of their weapon leads to the potential for further development. In contrast, wizards lack this preliminary process, which is not an advantage but rather establishes a considerably high barrier. Wizards engage in contemplation regarding elemental utilization, spell construction, and remain entirely disconnected from the essence. Moreover, Chun-Yi surmised that the challenges wizards face in mastering essence are not solely attributable to this factor. The method of meditation also plays a role. Infusing essence into formless magical power is no simple task, thus making the endeavor even more arduous when influenced by elemental particles. Concurrently, the skill of ignition has seen significant enhancement. Ignition, a sustained damage skill directed at a single enemy target, inflicting 75 points of true damage over 5 seconds while reducing the target's healing and recovery effects. Cooldown, 300 seconds. Chun-Yi's strength has surged dramatically. Observing Chun-Yi's joyful demeanor, Orochimaru, who was engrossed in studying magical energy, applauded and congratulated him. Congratulations, Lord Chun-Yi. It seems you have finally mastered it. Thank you. I shall not forget the promise I made to you. The true me eagerly awaits your arrival, and I am certain I will be exceedingly pleased. Perhaps, Chun-Yi mused. With his newfound prowess, he was curious about the extent of his abilities and whether he could measure up against players of level 20. Presently, there was an excellent target at hand. Would Orochimaru be interested in exchanging a few blows? Orochimaru, of course, was intrigued, immensely so. However, due to constraints of the gaming world, every time he felt a surge of ill intent, he found himself unable to act on it. The existence he had summoned remained elusive, silently attesting to his formidable nature. Orochimaru had no desire to court disaster. Yet, now that Chun-Yi had volunteered for a spar, the circumstances had changed. Orochimaru's pupils dilated slightly. Very well, Lord Chun-Yi. Let us commence. Before the words had fully left his lips, 2 serpents lunged toward Chun-Yi. Shadow Serpent Hand. Orochimaru's effective opening move, requiring no hand seals and exhibiting remarkable agility. The 2 serpents pierced through the earthen walls that had risen from the ground, but Chun-Yi had already created distance. As he retreated, he summoned forth fire element particles with a swift flourish of his staff, unleashing a flurry of flame sparrows that streaked toward Orochimaru in erratic trajectories, their fiery tails flickering like stars in the night sky. Orochimaru retracted his serpentine hand, and before he could form seals, the flame sparrows closed in. Abandoning his earlier ruse of playing dead, he evaded the fiery onslaught with his biomechanically enhanced body, appearing to be in peril while, in truth, none of the flame sparrows managed to strike him. The moment the flame sparrows impacted the ground, the explosive heat nearly melted the earth beneath them. Aware of the formidable power of the flame sparrows, Orochimaru dismissed any notions of playfulness. As he dodged, 2 venomous snakes stealthily slithered from his voluminous sleeves, moving swiftly and silently. By the time Chen Yi noticed, the snakes had already bared their fangs. With little time to alter his spell, Chen Yi's mental foresight led a flame sparrow to intercept one of the snakes, which struggled briefly in the fire before collapsing lifelessly to the ground, soon reduced to charred remains. The other snake, however, sank its fangs into Chen Yi's staff, as the fire ring began to rupture under resistance. Orochimaru seemed to harness a whirlwind, slamming his palm onto the ground, unleashing an invisible shockwave directed at Chen Yi. Wind release, great breakthrough. The shockwave of the wind release collided with the explosive force of the resisting fire ring. A tremendous gale surged outward, yet neither party ceased their incantations. A fiery sword manifested above Orochimaru's head, but he appeared oblivious, continuing to weave his seals. Chen Yi immediately sensed something amiss, and without hesitation, he positioned the flame sword behind him. At that moment, from the previously level ground, a serpent suddenly emerged. The serpent was not the lethal threat. The true assault came from the razor-sharp blade within its maw. The clash between the Kusanagi sword and the flame sword resonated with a crisp sound. Failing to land its strike, the serpent retreated underground. The colossal Orochimaru at the scene was cleaved in two by the flame sword, its severed body convulsing before dissolving into the earth. Earth release, earth clone. Chen Yi was completely unaware of when his opponent had formed the seal, nor did he know the current whereabouts of Orochimaru. However, it mattered not, for the third flame sword had already descended. The resonance began. With a fire element resistance of 30, Chen Yi believed he would not suffer significant harm. The fire ring expanded from the center of the flame sword, radiating an intense heat. Initially fearing injury, Chen Yi was taken aback to discover that this was yet another benefit of the realm of fire. He still maintained control over the fire ring. As the fire rings collided, the ground melted into magma from the searing temperatures, leaving only the patch beneath Chen Yi's feet intact. Sensing the temperature shift, Orochimaru could no longer remain below and swiftly burrowed upwards from another location. The once barren arena now presented a stark contrast, one side ablaze with flames, the other coiled with a massive serpent. Orochimaru emerged from within the serpent, his body glistening with a viscous liquid. Biting his thumb, he swiftly formed seals before striking the ground with fervor, summoning technique. The earth where his thumb met it rapidly morphed into a summoning array, from which billowing white mist erupted. As the mist dissipated, a serpent spanning several meters materialized, with Orochimaru standing atop its head. The tail of the serpent, known as the 10,000 serpents, crashed forcefully against the ground. Orochimaru, it's you again. This time, I demand 100 sacrifices. Orochimaru remained unfazed as long as it remembered him afterwards. The flame ball spell unleashed by player E inflicted 75 points of burn damage upon the 10,000 serpents. Though this appeared to be a significant amount of damage, it merely charred a few scales on the serpent's surface. Even the 10,000 serpents, upon being attacked, wore an expression of indifference. Is this the opponent Orochimaru summoned? Since when did you need to call upon such a weakling? At that moment, Chen Yi comprehended the disparity in their strengths. Orochimaru had yet to reveal the extent of his capabilities, while he himself was left with nothing but desperate measures. The more mana consumed in the transformation into the flame demon, the stronger the resulting entity would become. He would not resort to this transformation unless absolutely necessary. For once invoked, it signified that there was no turning back. The battle between Chen Yi and Orochimaru came to a close mere minutes later. Orochimaru assessed Chen Yi, who had revealed all his tactics, as possessing the strength of an elite jonin, yet lacking in finesse. What he did not realize was that Chen Yi had traversed from an ordinary individual to this level in a mere 6 months. Does the fire dragon need a moment to rest? The fire dragon shook its head, continuing to strike at the wooden post. Its once orange skin, under the influence of medicinal baths, began to darken gradually, rendering it tougher and more resilient. Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni regarded the fire dragon's progress as still insufficient, necessitating further practice and combat. Chen Yi, however, was not in a hurry. Both he and the fire dragon had ample time for development. The sole concern was where to earn copper coins. Having trained with the projection of a stronger individual for less than half a month, the two had already expended over 80,000 copper coins. At this rate, they would soon have to commence the game prematurely. That evening, at Xiao Lu's restaurant, Xiao Lu proudly presented her pièce d'assistance. Xiao Lu's grilled meat had the following attributes: quality, blue, rapidly restores a certain amount of stamina and recovers 300 HP within 15 seconds. Evaluation. Both the ingredients and the intention behind them are a reasonable combination. Xiao Lu was particularly attentive to the fire dragon's transformation to a darker hue, as she found it more appealing. In her eyes, this was a trend towards evolving into a shiny Pokemon, and such Pokemon were exceedingly rare. To enhance her culinary skills, Xiao Lu invested heavily in purchasing relatively inexpensive blue-quality ingredients from other players. Through continuous experimentation with the ingredients, she ultimately crafted the grilled meat that would earn her the title within the game world. Xiao Lu leaned over the table, gazing dreamily at the fire dragon as it devoured its meal, and nudged Chun Yi with discontent. Why haven't you finished eating yet? Don't you realize that this is the best angle to admire the fire dragon? Chun Yi fell silent and shifted his position. He had always been quite tolerant towards those who could help him save copper coins. Suddenly, Xiao Lu recalled something. Hey, Chun Yi, has anything significant happened in the gaming world recently? Chun Yi pondered for a moment before shaking his head. That is indeed peculiar. Many of my patrons have been lamenting that the quests in the gaming world have become increasingly difficult, and numerous recorded realms have undergone significant transformations. For instance, a previously manageable boss has inexplicably grown stronger, or characters who were long overdue for their demise have inexplicably evolved into final bosses. Chun Yi suddenly recalled a moment from the game Plants vs. Zombies, where someone indeed uttered such words. However, what connection does this have with Xiao Lu, the chef? Noticing Chun Yi's silence, Xiao Lu murmured to himself, "Do you think my decision to abandon becoming a player was a grave mistake? I escaped from the game. Yet I am reluctant to relinquish this place, running a restaurant that sees little patronage. Had I not discovered you as a significant customer, I might have been evicted from the world of gaming next month for failing to pay the rent." Chun Yi was not particularly adept at offering consolation, and not everyone could easily adapt to the realm of gaming. He simply had grown weary of the mundane and yearned for a different way of life. Handing over 700 copper coins as a meal allowance to Xiao Lu, he observed as she fixated on the pile of coins on the table. "Hey, what do you mean by this? You're not suggesting you want to keep me, are you? I'm not that kind of person. So don't think that a mere 700 copper coins. Oh right, just 700 copper coins. 700 copper coins." Xiao Lu immediately lunged at the coins, exclaiming, "Oh my, it's all mine." After a considerable while, she finally regained her composure and presented an unprecedentedly gentle demeanor. With a soft tone and a welcoming gesture, she asked, "Mr. Chun Yi, is there anything else you wish to eat? I shall certainly fulfill your desires." Chun Yi felt a chill. For Xiao Lu, 700 copper coins were substantial, especially since she was unable to engage in the game. However, for Chun Yi, it merely represented less than an hour's expenditure in the arena. While it was ample for sustenance, it fell short of what was needed to acquire a blue-quality potion. If it weren't for the fact that this woman could only achieve such culinary excellence when preparing meals for the fire dragon, it seemed plausible that she could amass wealth solely through her cooking. I estimated that after our next gaming session, the fire dragon and I would likely reach level 20, and I hope to encounter you in the next town. There was one thing Chun Yi refrained from voicing. It was rare to find a chef who could help him save copper coins so effectively. Suddenly, the once excited Xiao Lu fell silent. Aspiring to elevate to a new town was no trivial endeavor, a thought she would have never dared entertain in the past. Observing Xiao Lu's despondence, the fire dragon gently patted her head and uttered a soft growl. Chun Yi translated, "It said it would find a way to see you." Xiao Lu glanced at the Charizard. There was no hint of reluctance in its eyes, yet this very fact only deepened Xiao Lu's sense of dissatisfaction. Upon returning to Chun Yi's own realm, the Charizard, which could have offered gentle comfort to Xiao Lu, suddenly appeared teary-eyed, indicating its genuine affection for Xiao Lu. "Alas, please, do not cry." The mature demeanor of the Charizard made Chun Yi momentarily forget that his Charizard was, in fact, quite young. Everyone has their own path. Some can accompany you for a while others gradually become part of the scenery along the way. Remember to respect others' choices. With recent matters settled, Chun Yi turned his attention to the unverified healing staff in his backpack. He pondered how to handle this weapon. Initially, he intended to keep it, as this weapon possessed a group healing skill, which meant it had the potential to turn the tide. However, Chun Yi could not remain in this stage indefinitely. It was best to verify it first. Ding. The healing staff verification requires 3,000 copper coins. Would you like to proceed with the payment? Proceed. The staff vanished before Chun Yi, only to reappear half a minute later. Healing staff quality: deep purple physical attack, 5 to 6 magical attack, 10 to 12 intelligence bonus, 2 effect. Increases healing effect by 10. This effect scales with level. Level 1, 0. Gains experience points for growth. Unlocks strong heart effect at level 20. Unlocks concentric effect at level 30. Removes player binding restrictions. Can be bound to a guild. Limited to guild players only. Evaluation. A weapon that can grow stronger, which you now behold. Due to changes in the game's world rules, the application of this staff has become more expansive. Chun-Yi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to part with the staff. True strength lies in one's own power. It is unwise to delay personal growth for a fleeting moment of healing. This piece of equipment would share experience akin to the Charizard. Yet the rewards it offered were far inferior. It would never accompany Chun-Yi into the future as the Charizard would. It was better to convert it into profit and enhance his present self. Once again, he found himself on the bustling street where players set up their stalls. Though he knew he would soon depart from this town after entering the next world, he hung a sign indicating a boutique shop at his stall and began to extract the green quality equipment from his backpack. The more effective items were priced at 2,500, while the average ones were set at 2,000, all below the market value. Chun-Yi had no intention of lingering at the stall. He aimed to make a swift transaction. The most valuable healing staff was set for auction, lasting 3 hours with a starting bid of 30,000 copper coins, and he anticipated a final price of 90,000. This was already the price range for equipment of light golden quality, yet Chun-Yi believed that members of large guilds would not let the staff slip away. The effect of a well-utilized hardening skill could indeed turn the tide of battle. As for the subsequent concentric skill, it connected the health of 2 teammates, distributing damage and providing commendable protection to the rear line. However, this skill was of little use to Chun-Yi. The blue equipment already stood out vividly in the streets. And now amidst a sea of white and green, an item emanating a purple glow would certainly catch the eyes of passers-by. It did not take long for Chun-Yi's stall to become surrounded by a throng of players. To their astonishment, it was indeed an item of purple quality. I had thought that the highest tier of equipment below level 20 would not exceed blue quality. Who would have imagined there existed deep purple items? They failed to grasp the crux of the matter. This equipment was upgradable. Even without the hardening effect, this staff was a prime specimen among purple equipment, providing a 10-point increase in healing effectiveness at level 1. Numerous players hastily informed their guild seniors that something remarkable had surfaced in the low-level town. Initially, these high-level players were skeptical, suspecting the screenshots to be manipulated. However, recalling the game's chat system, which could not be faked, they became exhilarated. They resolved to secure the vendor. I'll be there shortly. How does one get to the low-level town again? Upon receiving the directive, players sought to ingratiate themselves with Chun-Yi, who, donning his headphones, had little interest in socializing. He withdrew the elemental shield and began to study its applicability on the spot. The lower-level players were not his target demographic. There was no point in engaging with them. Before long, the first level 30 player arrived at the stall, clad in plate armor, presumably a main tank. The NC confirmed the equipment's effects and immediately beamed with delight. With this staff in hand, their guild's inept healer could hardly continue to neglect their own health. As for the necessity of upgrading the equipment, that was a minor issue. The guild had never been short of new players. Offering a bit of equipment or copper coins to the player wielding the healing staff would surely entice many to join. Seizing the opportunity before other guild members arrived, BNC decided to purchase all the other equipment at the stall, seeking to curry favor with Chun-Yi. Although he had no personal use for them, they could be stored in the guild's warehouse for nurturing newcomers, which was not a loss at all. Could we have a word, young man? BNC appeared robust, yet his voice bore a youthful tone. Chun-Yi closed the book, pondering how to approach the conversation. Seeing that Chun-Yi showed no curiosity about his voice, BNC's smile became more sincere. You possess remarkable skills, my young friend, managing to acquire purple quality equipment before even reaching level 20. Noticing that Chun-Yi had no intention of replying, BNC hastily shifted to the main topic. He was not the only one interested in the staff. How does a flat price of 92,000 copper coins sound? Before Chun-Yi could respond, a chilling voice interjected, 10,000 copper coins, along with an opportunity to join the ranks of the outer players in the Dynasty Guild. Upon seeing this individual, BNC's brow furrowed. His own guild was not strong enough to provoke Dynasty. He had heard tales of the guild's arrogant scions, but witnessing such foolishness firsthand was unexpected. Did they truly believe the Dynasty Guild to be invincible, carelessly provoking enemies? However, this could also be viewed as a silver lining. Only when one guild fell could others seize greater opportunities. In the district where BNC's guild resided, the Dynasty Guild was quite renowned. The guild's leader had risen from complete ignorance of the gaming world to establishing such a formidable guild that had endured for centuries. Alas, Ding Li had come here with the mindset of seizing an opportunity. Whether he could gain entry into the Dynasty Guild was not solely his decision. And selling this staff would yield a substantial profit in copper coins. For the vast majority of novice players, their dream was to join a prestigious guild, to engage in quests under its auspices and earn copper coins. Yet, the majority of these players did not include Chen Yi. Chen Yi turned to BNC and asked, "Is your offer still valid?" BNC was taken aback, astonished that Chen Yi would refuse Ding Li. Ding Li, having said little, merely noted Chen Yi's demeanor before departing. The subsequent players, wary of provoking the madman Ding Li, refrained from placing any bids. Nevertheless, BNC managed a wry smile as he engaged in a transaction with Chen Yi. After the deal was concluded, BNC cautioned, "That fellow is truly unhinged. I advise you, young brother, to exercise caution when entering the game in the future. If you share the same reality, I recommend minimizing your visits back." Chen Yi felt a heaviness in her heart, yet her outward demeanor remained unchanged. "Thank you," she replied. It seemed that a return to the realm of reality was not imminent, although the reality in which Chen Yi resides is shrouded in information censorship. He is nonetheless aware of several prominent guilds, the Dynasty, the Roses, and the Tribe. Encounters in the game could lead to unpredictable outcomes, where any player could best another. Through his battles against Orochimaru, Chen Yi has developed a certain degree of confidence in his own prowess. A fundamental rule within this gaming realm dictates that individuals of a higher tier are prohibited from engaging with players of a lower level. For instance, at his current level of 17, which places him in the first tier, he cannot be confronted by players exceeding level 20, who belong to the second tier. The teachings imparted to him by the Mage Association have yielded no tangible benefits. His only recourse is to strike. He intends to slay until they are thoroughly intimidated. With his affairs in order, he makes his way toward the arena, striving to enhance his abilities as much as possible. When the time comes, he aims to surprise Ding Li. Ding. Select the battleground to simulate the environment in which I learned the ignition skill. This is a spontaneous idea that Chen Yi has. After all, the game world does not explicitly prohibit alterations to the environment, does it? Request for judgment in progress. Permission granted. Cost for simulating environment, 3,000 copper coins per hour. Chen Yi was indeed quite pleased with the elevation of his privileges. It must be said that with these newfound powers, he found himself with a greater latitude for action within the realm of the game. The inbuilt hacks that accompanied his traversal could be simulated, yet after a brief attempt, Chen Yi chose to cease. His current soul energy fell woefully short of his aspirations. To enhance himself further, he recognized the necessity of continued accumulation. Recollecting his thoughts, Chen Yi began to observe the flames surrounding him. With the augmentation of his fire element resistance, coupled with the previously awarded affinity for fire elements, he now experienced a deeper connection to the flames. They were searing, ferocious, and yet seemed to harbor a glimmer of hope. As Chen Yi immersed himself in his sensations, he pondered ways to replicate such feelings within his own flames. Time gradually slipped away under the diligent efforts of one individual and his Pokemon. After a week had elapsed, this rigorous training was reluctantly halted due to insufficient copper coins. Chen Yi spent the remainder of his copper coins entirely on potions and Xiaoyou's grilled meat. Among these purchases, the most extravagant was undoubtedly Remy's assistance, costing a staggering 8,000 copper coins, enough to procure a piece of subpar blue quality equipment. Remy's assistance quality, blue upon consumption, it instantaneously restores 30 health points and mana, with a 24-hour cooldown for subsequent use. Evaluation. A peculiar supply from the dungeon world. Trust in Remy for eternal life. If it weren't for the prolonged cooldown period, this item would surely exceed mere blue quality. Thus, the game commenced. Chen Yi felt a sudden darkness envelop him, followed by an unprecedented and intense shaking. It was as if he had been thrown into a washing machine powered by hundreds of horsepower, and he could not discern how long this disorienting ordeal lasted. Ugh. As Chen Yi struggled to articulate his thoughts, a wave of nausea surged within him, compelling him to hastily cover his mouth. Ding. Select the faction you wish to join. Freljord Dalmatia Noxus Piltover and Zon Mount Targan Shurima Ionia Bilgewater. Chen Yi endeavored to maintain his composure. Yet the physical discomfort proved obstinate. With a cautious touch, his left hand settled upon Noxus. It is worth noting the macabre irony of the gaming realm. Despite his identity as a mage, Dalmatia and Noxus were positioned so closely together. Dalmatia traces its origins back to the Rune Wars, a tumultuous epoch when the Valoran continent was engulfed in conflict. A group of refugees, relentlessly pursued by dark sorcerers, fortuitously discovered a type of magic dampening stone. Utilizing this stone, They turned the tide against their pursuers and forged a city-state from its remnants, which would later become known as Demacia. From its inception, it is evident that the fear of magic is deeply ingrained in the blood of the Demacians, rendering the practice of sorcery strictly forbidden. Having made his selection, another bout of disorientation ensued. Could it be? Once more, in the Noxian recruit camp, Chen Yigong was transported, where a quartermaster adeptly retrieved the roster. Name, profession, and guild affiliation were duly noted. The quartermaster displayed no surprise at the arrival of new recruits. Such occurrences transpired daily. The esteemed Noxian leader Swain, having secured the consent of 2 other members of the Trifarian Council, entered into a pact with an unfathomable entity. Thus, individuals were transported to the Runelands each day. These newcomers were far from ordinary. They would employ every conceivable means to fulfill the directives of their superiors. Among them were those formidable enough to rival Noxian champions, while others would require extensive training before being relegated to mere fodder. However, such matters were of little concern, for this was Noxus. The realm warmly welcomed the inclusion of any willing participant. Chen Yi had no time to respond to the quartermaster. He was focused on calming the rebellious turmoil within him. The quartermaster, receiving no reply, viciously crushed the pen in his grasp, a sinister grin spreading across his face. It had been a long time since anyone had dared to provoke him, and he found it rather dull. He lifted the formidable axe behind him, and an aura of murderous intent began to permeate the tent. Suddenly, the seemingly stable and harmonious environment of the Noxian 11th Brigade's recruit camp erupted in an explosion. A figure swiftly darted from the tent, ultimately colliding with a storeroom filled with dry grass. What is happening? It had been stated that fighting was strictly prohibited within the recruit camp. Who was the miscreant unable to contain themselves? Surely, someone was picking on the new recruits instead of visiting Lord Draven's beast-fighting arena. The Noxians were indifferent to the recent explosion. Only the strong commanded respect in Noxus. Meanwhile, passing players observed the scene with ulterior motives. Emerging from the tent was, unexpectedly, a mage, his magma-like shield gradually dissipating to reveal Chen Yi's youthful visage. Do you wish to kill me? A flaming sword materialized above the storeroom, shattering the roof as it descended. The quartermaster, gripping his axe with both hands, intercepted the massive sword midair. The dry grass nearby, along with his tattered clothing, began to ignite under the intense heat. As a second flaming sword fell, the quartermaster found himself half kneeling, beads of sweat trickling down his brow. The cause uncertain. Was it the heat or the pressure? The third flaming sword descended, and despair filled the quartermaster's eyes. Having watched the spectacle for long enough, the centurion suddenly sprang into action. His meteor hammer struck the flaming sword mid-flight, altering its trajectory. The third sword landed not far from the quartermaster, and just as he thought he was saved, the resonance began. Wherever the fire ring traversed, even weapons were scorched red-hot. The quartermaster felt as though he were submerged in magma. No, he was indeed within it. Centurion, save me. The mage in the recruit camp hastily cast spells to lower the temperature. However, in this area, where fire element particles were highly active, other elements were suppressed. Ice shards and water jets struck the magma, producing hissing sounds as they transformed into steam. The scalding steam inflicted secondary damage upon the quartermaster, while the magma beneath him expanded with another surge of resonance, and he collapsed into the molten depths. Chen Yi cast a glance at the players attempting to encircle him, their intentions unmistakably menacing. However, after a moment of contemplation, they deemed the endeavor unworthy and gradually halted their advance. In an instant, the entire rookie camp was enveloped in the crackling sound of flames. How shall I address you, sir? The centurion, discerning from Chen Yi's attire that he was a player, appeared not only unperturbed by the fact that Chen Yi had slain the quartermaster in an act of vengeance, but rather seemed to take pleasure in it. Such as Noxus, a paradise for the strong and a hell for the weak. You may call me Mystery. Could you please come here to register? Might you enlighten me as to the reason behind the murder of that quartermaster? Simply put, he bore ill intentions towards me. The true reason is as straightforward as that. After completing a simple registration, Chen Yi was promoted to the rank of Centurion in the new recruit camp, rather than starting as a mere novice. Most players in the game world find themselves thrust into the training grounds after reaching level 18. As they are unable to fully utilize their inherent capabilities. The quartermaster, who had just fallen to Chen Yi, was merely at level 17. Yet he could contend against several players of the same level. This was also the reason for his initial disdain towards the players. By chance, he encountered Chen Yi and successfully joined Noxus, embarking on a mission to cleanse, assisting Noxus in asserting its dominance by forcing the kings of vassal states to relinquish their power. with rewards to be accumulated. Recommended level, LV18-. In the Runelands, there exist not only a few renowned nations but also numerous smaller states nestled between these great powers. The nobility of these countries incessantly proclaim their greatness due to their noble lineage. However, Noxus operates on a different principle, where meritocracy reigns supreme. Consequently, many minor states willingly open their gates to Noxus, with their citizens rejoicing at its arrival. Noxus does not engage in senseless slaughter. It seeks more people, more land, and more sustenance, embracing all who are willing to join, provided they adhere to its commands. Yet, there are always some petty kings intoxicated by the allure of power, who disregard Noxus's directives in their attempts to restore their own grandeur. Currently, the Trifarian Council has rendered judgment upon these nations. Under the command of Darius, one of the Council's members, the military is set to carry out the cleansing. Chen Yi's role is to assist him. The training methods in the recruit camp differed somewhat from Chen Yi's expectations. Players were not fragmented, but trained collectively in guilds. Noxus teaches players the art of combat, while the players aid Noxus in achieving its objectives. Is this what you call combat? My grandmother wields a blade better than you. Huh, you dare call yourself a mage? I could slay you before you even cast a spell. Do you intend to stand there and await your demise? Cleric? Holy one? You must be weary from standing so long. Come, have a drink. By the way, I have a friend. Firearms. Well, if you need bullets, seek out the new quartermaster. Once training commenced, the camp resonated solely with the roars of Noxians. They held a favorable view of the healers and marksmen, as the former could reduce their hospital visits, saving funds, while the latter required repeated purchases of ammunition, generating profit. Even Chen Yi found himself approached by vendors. Centurion Yi, look at your staff. It is unremarkable and clumsy, entirely unbefitting someone of your stature. The Ganu Summa smiled obsequiously. Behold our guild's newly developed explosive staff. It boasts superior magical conductivity and is reasonably priced, ideal for a formidable mage like yourself. Explosive staff quality. Blue physical attack. 15 to 22 magic attack. 50 to 57 durability. 616 effect. Fire elemental attacks have a chance to cause an explosive effect level. 20 evaluation. A mass-produced item. Though it possesses commendable attributes, it is undoubtedly superior to the staff in Chen Yi's possession. Despite Usama's incessant flattery, Chen Yi remained impassive, betraying no interest. Noticing Chen Yi's apparent disinterest, Usama recalled the rumors surrounding him. If Chen Yi's displayed prowess exceeded that of the others, it was only natural for him to dismiss such a staff. Perhaps his choice of that inferior staff was merely a matter of personal preference? Usama feigned a slap to his mouth. Oh dear, how could Centurion Yi possibly desire such rubbish? Clearly, it is the fault of a lesser individual. With that, he withdrew the explosive staff. Chen Yi raised an eyebrow. Ah, space storage equipment. This fellow truly possesses considerable wealth. Usama once again produced a staff, and from the gleam reflected by the staff, one could ascertain that it was crafted by a master. Captain Yi, behold this staff, Flowing Echo. It is the pride of a master blacksmith. Flowing Echo quality. Purple physical attack. 27 to 33 magical attack. 95 to 101 durability. 1919 Flowing Echo. Reduces spell casting consumption to a certain extent, restoring 2 mana per minute. Gemstone. Lowers equipment wearing level by 5. Level. 25 evaluation. Not perfect, but undoubtedly superior to the rubbish in your possession. It is not 50. 000 copper coins, nor 40. 000 copper coins. Captain Yi can acquire it for merely 32. 000. Even Chen Yi felt a stir of desire. Yet a mysterious force compelled him to remain composed. At this moment, Usama was impressed. One could only commend the stature of such a figure. Their composure was remarkable, as even a masterpiece could not sway them. Little did he know, the esteemed individual in his eyes, Chen Yi, was merely a pauper, possessing less than 1,000 copper coins. Even if a golden quality staff were presented before Chen Yi, his countenance would remain unchanged. Affording it was out of the question. Merely gazing upon it would be futile. However, if it truly were a golden quality staff, a calculated risk might be worth considering. As Chen Yi glanced at the fabric pouch of his space backpack, the risk did not justify the potential reward. Better to refrain. Upon entering the realm of runes, the primary currency of this world had transitioned to copper coins. Copper coins not only retain their value, but also possess significant worth. Whether in alchemical experiments or the construction of magical arrays, copper coins could directly replace certain materials without affecting efficacy. serving as a universal medium. Countless individuals in the realm of runes had attempted to exploit glitches in the game world to amass copper coins, but none succeeded. Hence, the residents of the realm of runes actually welcomed players utilizing copper coins for transactions. With no other options, Usama respectfully handed Shin-Yi a business card, indicating that should he have any needs, he could visit the Usama Trading Company, where he would strive to accommodate him. Usama then withdrew, leaving Chun-Yi alone within the tent. This was the privilege of a captain, possessing a private tent and not needing to jostle with other players. As the surroundings fell into tranquility, Chun-Yi began to contemplate his future course. The tasks at hand were his foremost concern. He was still uncertain whether the new recruits would be involved in the cleansing mission and needed to inquire to avoid any potential failure in completing the task. Next was his personal development. In this world, there existed a power known as runes, yet it was primarily safeguarded by the wandering Mage rise. This individual was extraordinarily powerful, far beyond Chun-Yi's capacity to contend with, thus rendering this aspect of consideration unnecessary. Nevertheless, he could draw inspiration from the magical practices of the realm of runes and discern how they differed from his own. Lastly, he pondered the expectations surrounding the current task and to what extent he needed to perform. The disparity between the limits of the realm of runes was vast, ranging from ordinary individuals to the world-creating dragon god, Aurelian Soul. A seemingly inconspicuous passerby might very well be a sage or elder. To act recklessly would entail considerable risk. Yet, this was Noxus. Only by proving one's strength could one thrive in such an environment. At noon, Shin-Yi sought out Captain Ethan. I wonder if Captain Ethan is available? Just as he was about to speak, Ethan's face brightened upon recognizing Chun-Yi. Of course. I was just wondering what brings you here, brothery. Chun-Yi revealed a wry smile, saying, to be honest, there are certain matters I wish to consult Mr. Ethan about. Being addressed as Mr. by a formidable mage instantly brought a radiant smile to Ethan's face, causing even the scar on his forehead to contort. Of course, whatever my brother knows, I shall certainly assist you. Chun-Yi bitterly expressed his intentions. In truth, I have become destitute in my pursuit of magical studies. Just moments ago, members of the Raven Eye Guild approached me, and I could only gaze enviously at their wares. I wonder if Mr. Ethan possesses any expedient methods for acquiring battle merits. Upon concluding his remarks, Chun-Yi raised the shabby wand in his hand to substantiate the veracity of his claims. In Noxus, battle merits can be exchanged for a plethora of rewards, encompassing wealth, status, and power. Even the renowned Darius, the Hand of Noxus, ascended from beggary to the pinnacle of Noxian power within the Triferix Council, thanks to his exceptional performance in warfare. Although Ethan was not a mage, he could discern that the wand in Shin-Yi's grasp was far from a masterpiece. Such mages were not uncommon in Noxus. It is said that the pursuit of magic demands considerable expenditure, and for the first time, Ethan felt fortunate not to be a mage. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, in Noxus, the most effective means of earning battle merits is through war. However, the Empire has not engaged in formal conflict with other nations recently. The arrival of players has resulted in mere skirmishes between Noxus and other realms, with the fighting being predominantly among players. Such encounters hold no connection to land or glory. Thus, the Empire seldom grants battle merits. Having not lingered long in Ethan's presence, Chun-Yi departed with a sense of regret. Although he had not achieved his goal in one fell swoop, he had successfully impressed upon the other party his need for battle merits. The following noon, as Chun-Yi meditated, Ethan approached the tent with an expression of excitement. It has arrived. Chun-Yi's lips curled slightly. Please, come in. Just as Ethan was about to speak, he heard Chun-Yi's voice and thus directly lifted the tent flap to enter. Brothery, I bring good news. The Empire is finally set to take action against those vassal states. Moreover, General Dreas himself will lead the troops into battle. Those kings, with their hereditary power and hollow titles, have forced the people to kneel, but Noxus demands they rise and unseat those self-important monarchs from their thrones. Chun-Yi cast a peculiar glance at Ethan, wondering if this simpleton could truly conjure such lines. Ethan, after laboriously memorizing the content of the instructions, felt a twinge of disappointment at Chun-Yi's lack of enthusiasm. It is worth noting that Ethan had been exhilarated for a full half-hour upon discovering the splendid directive, nearly bursting with the desire to accompany General Dreas on his expedition. Not wishing to dwell further on his discontent, Ethan expressed a hint of regret. It is a pity that the recruit camp has not received the conscription orders. Otherwise, I would have been eager to experience the sensation of the king's head. Chen Yi was equally uncertain about this matter. There will be opportunities in the future. Ethan nodded in agreement, aware of the numerous small nations that existed within the realm of the Rune continent. Under the leadership of Commander Swain, he would undoubtedly have the chance to experiment in due time. Reining in his wandering thoughts, Ethan continued, however, Brother Yi does not fall within this category. As a player, you do not belong to the recruit camp, and with your prowess, there is no need for you to undergo training here. Speaking of this piqued his curiosity. I wonder why you were transported to the recruit camp. As a thought struck him, Ethan swiftly redirected the conversation. Brother Yi, I have already prepared your letter of recommendation. All you need to do is present it at the Immortal Fortress to participate in the conscription. Chen Yi's face brightened with joy as he expressed his gratitude to Mr. Ethan. After a brief conversation with Ethan, he took the recommendation letter and set off towards the capital of Noxus, the Immortal Bastion. The location of the recruits' camp was in Drekken, not far from the Immortal Bastion. The land of Noxus was exceedingly barren, and the soil in Chen Yi's hands had a sandy texture. This was not due to desertification, but rather a consequence of the soil harboring a trace of dark power. It felt inclined towards necromancy in the realm of the undead. A rudimentary structure formed in his mind as flames ignited in his hand. As the fire burned, wisps of black smoke began to rise from the soil. While this power could be dispelled, the fire element was ill-suited for such tasks. Even after the removal of the dark energy, the land would struggle to support plant life. The soil in Chen Yi's hands was dispersed by the wind as he shook off his hands, extinguishing the flames. One could discern from the land why Noxus favored aggression. It was a policy aimed at sustaining national development. In the pursuit of survival and sustenance, they felt compelled to plunder. Along his journey, Chen Yi encountered numerous bandits. Some were beggars, others mercenaries, and even soldiers from vassal states. Under the oppressive rule of Noxus, no one dared to cause a commotion within the city walls. However, the situation was markedly different outside the city. What perplexed Chen Yi the most was why he had become a target. This marked the sixth encounter, leading one to wonder if he appeared particularly wealthy or simply easy to bully. Why do they always choose me? He pondered. The 6 mercenaries before him made little effort to conceal their intentions, casually draping a piece of black cloth over their noses and emerging to rob him. Yet, Chen Yi's inquiry elicited laughter from the mercenaries. Look, lads, I told you this one is definitely a big catch. He must be from a well-off family. Having read a few tales of adventurers before deciding to embark on a quest himself, they snickered at his fair complexion and his expression of bewilderment. Could he possibly be from Piltover? You're fortunate to have crossed paths with us. Allow us to enlighten you on the harshness of the world. Our demands are not excessive. Just arrange for your family to pay a ransom, and while you're at it, strip off your clothes so we can indulge ourselves. Chen Yi's expression darkened. It was not his penchant for taking lives. With a resounding crash, a fireball descended upon the mercenaries, their astonished gazes fixed upon the spectacle. This relentless barrage of fireballs continued for a full minute, until the ground where the mercenary stood had been forcefully dented by half a meter. The earth, pockmarked and radiating intense heat, bore witness to the vanishing of the mercenaries, their weapons having been reduced to molten remnants by Chen Yi's wrath. How unfortunate. In Noxus, not only were there an abundance of brigands, but the impoverished were also exceedingly numerous. In this realm, no one would choose to lend them a hand. It was Demacia that extended aid to the common folk, while this was Noxus, a nation that epitomized the survival of the fittest. Chen Yi is certainly not one to meddle in others' affairs. Following the river path, it took him half a day to arrive at the Eternal Fortress. In the distance, he beheld a grand edifice constructed of black stone, resembling an archway. Noxus Torah, a symbol of Noxian power. With each territory conquered, a Noxus Torah is erected, signifying that the land belongs to Noxus. A player? Indeed, this is my letter of recommendation. The elegantly attired, dark-skinned officer, Bellona, cast a curious glance at Chen Yi. This was her first encounter with a player seeking enlistment. The recommendation letter specified that Chen Yi required a substantial amount of military merit and possessed formidable strength, though the extent of his prowess remained uncertain. Bang! Bellona drew the dagger from her waist, its sharp blade piercing the wooden table. I don't know how you convinced the centurion of the novice camp, but right now, immediately, go back from whence you came. Clearly, she was skeptical that someone capable of being transported to the novice camp could be of any significant strength. Here we go again. Chen Yi felt a growing weariness, pondering if his youthful appearance made him an easy target for bullying. Was this a provocation aimed at him? A surge of heat radiated outward from Chen Yi, causing the ambient temperature to rise rapidly, mirroring the fury simmering within him. It was blistering, ferocious, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. The essence of fire within him surged 2 levels higher, escalating the temperature further. Bystanders gasped in astonishment, the intense heat rendering their breaths labored as they hastily distanced themselves. Some spectacles are not so easily witnessed. Those closest felt the heat waves wash over them, their brown locks beginning to singe. She imagined fiery serpents licking at her, poised to consume her whole. When reality returned, there were no serpents, only the seemingly youthful yet formidable figure across from her and the ever-increasing temperature. She quickly knelt, offering her apologies. "Forgive me, my lord. Please spare me." Perona's entreaty went unanswered, and though the figure was obscured from view, she felt an ever-present threat of being engulfed in flames. Mere moments passed, yet they felt like an eternity of torment. Humph! Within the walls of Noxus, a certain order reigned. Senseless slaughter was forbidden, and Chen-Yi had yet to earn the right to challenge Noxian rules. As he retracted his aura, the surrounding temperature gradually subsided. Under the respectful gazes of the crowd, Chen-Yi retrieved the token of summons, a black stone emblem signifying strength. Not far away, a curious woman observed Chen-Yi. Is he a swordsman? No, he lacks the sharpness associated with swordsmen. Strange, truly strange. My instincts tell me he is a mage. Could that have been magic just now? Unbeknownst to her, Chen-Yi himself was equally astonished. The previous events had unfolded naturally, his rage guiding his actions. Typically, to achieve such a rise in temperature, one must conjure flames through magic. Yet now, with a mere thought, Chen-Yi had reached a new pinnacle in his control over fire elemental particles. Fire Essence Level 5. Fire Attribute Attack Damage increased by 65. The essence bestowed upon Mage's unprecedented possibilities. He casually found a tavern in the Immortal Bastion. On the way, bandits had generously contributed to Chen-Yi's coffers. Inside the tavern, after feeding a fire-breathing dragon, he spent most of his time in meditation, with actual sleep amounting to less than 4 hours. Sleep alleviates mental fatigue, an effect that meditation cannot replicate. Early the next day, after a hasty breakfast, Chen-Yi made his way to the square, where many had already gathered before him. Most were clad in armor, with a few donning leather gear and bearing longbows. As time progressed toward 9 o'clock, the square brimmed with people, an endless sea of faces, numbering in the tens of thousands. Among them were numerous warriors with attributes shrouded in mystery, at least of level 30 or above. One particular squad stood out, exhibiting impeccable discipline with unified armor and synchronized stances. Amidst the clamor of the square, only they remained silent, intently observing the platform. This was a troop trained by Darius. At that moment, a figure ascended the platform, wielding a massive axe, clad in heavy armor, a deep scar running from his forehead to his left cheek, exuding an aura that commanded respect. Contrary to his fierce appearance, his voice carried a weighty resonance. "Silence! Warriors of Noxus!" The axe struck the ground, the thunderous sound capturing everyone's attention, and the once boisterous square fell eerily quiet. Darius nodded in satisfaction. "I trust you are all familiar with me. Yet allow me to introduce myself. I am Darius." The clamor of weapons striking the ground echoed. Roar. A synchronized roar reverberated through the air. Rising from an orphan to a member of the Trifarian Council, Darius is an idol for the youth of Noxus, one of the trio at the pinnacle of Noxian power. A symbol of Noxian might. Darius pressed his hands down, and the square quieted, his deep voice resonating. "Those kings once again entranced by power, I aim to awaken them. My goal is clear, to shatter their authority and drag them into the dust, forcing those blinded by false glory to confront their true selves. We shall no longer tolerate the existence of cowards. Noxus shall rise. The people of Noxus welcome the onset of war." Roar. The soldiers present were divided into 6 squads, with mages forming a separate unit of fewer than 50. Equal-level mages can unleash destruction far exceeding that of warriors. Swain had contemplated nurturing some mages. Yet the path to becoming a powerful mage hinges largely on talent and luck. Take Chen-Yi, for instance, without the conveniences provided by the gaming world. Merely recalling the structures of spells and harnessing his mental energy could have stymied him for years. Further progress requires the memorization of vast amounts of knowledge, understanding spell structures, and developing one's combat system. Transitioning from a mage apprentice to a true mage is a formidable journey. The intelligent casting mages of the gaming world have long been looked down upon by the mages of Runeterra, their entire strength relying on their equipment. When confronted by Damation nullification stones, they are rendered powerless, left to await their demise. Once the teams were organized, they set forth under Darius's command. The Grand Army departed the Immortal Bastion, heading southeast toward Bloodcliff. This region, with its flat terrain near the ocean, harbored ample opportunity for ambitious souls. Within this land, Not as vast as the immortal bastion, 3 powers existed. They had submitted to Noxus's might, becoming vassal states, yet could not relinquish their thirst for power. This cleansing mission marks the culmination of Noxus's patience with these subordinate nations. You are player E, correct? As the sole player within the Mage unit, Darius was curious about the individual he now faced. Darius was aware of the contract Swain had made with that great being. Powerful players, high-level players, are generally restricted in their zones of action, yet Chen Yi was not bound by such limitations. Unlike during his earlier appearance on the platform, Darius now exuded a gentler demeanor, though he seemed to perceive Chen Yi's astonishment. Darius smiled. As long as one possesses strength, Noxus will grant freedom and wealth to all. Chen Yi inquired, even if I am a player? Indeed. Darius responded with unwavering certainty. His voice, though soft, carried an undeniable conviction. He successfully earned Chen Yi's trust. Chen Yi smiled. Darius also smiled, for in Chen Yi's eyes, he perceived a flame, an extraordinary power that set him apart from ordinary mages. Thus, he eagerly anticipated Chen Yi's performance on the battlefield. As the leader of this cleansing initiative, Darius had little time to converse with Chen Yi and soon took his leave. The other mages offered Chen Yi warm smiles, embodying the spirit of Noxus. The army continued its march, encountering an unusually smooth journey, with no bandits daring to obstruct their path. Instead, they were met by the excited faces of the townsfolk, who felt a sense of pride in Noxus's might. Their very bloodline steeped in the legacy of conquest. Chen Yigao's robust physique allowed him to endure the rigors of the march without displaying any signs of fatigue. In contrast, the mage beside him, who possessed a higher level than Chen, was unable to maintain such composure. Drawing from his extensive experience in military campaigns, Darius was acutely aware of the mage's vulnerabilities. After advancing for a while longer, he decided to pause and regroup. Chen Yi had no intention of conversing with the other mages, instead opting to find a solitary spot to sit down. He retrieved a pokeball from his backpack, gently caressing it. It seemed that Charizard was about to make its entrance. The pokeball trembled slightly, signaling Chen Yi that it was prepared. Initially, Chen Yi did not intend to summon Charizard. He believed that until he reached a certain level of strength, flight would be an undeniable advantage. However, after a brief exchange with Darius, his perspective shifted. He realized that as long as he advanced swiftly enough, he would possess an inexhaustible reserve of options. The true battlefield surpassed Chen Yi's expectations. Confronted by the Noxian army, the kings did not yield easily. The number of combatants on the battlefield had exceeded 100,000, with over 20,000 from Noxus and nearly 80,000 from the opposing side. This figure was the result of forced conscription from 3 regimes. Soldiers stood densely atop the towering walls, while more waited behind the gates, gripping their weapons tightly, beads of sweat trickling down their foreheads. Despite Noxus having fewer troops, it was the enemy who felt the trepidation. Darius showed no inclination to continue conversing, issuing a direct command to march forth. Kill. With a clang, the war commenced, and the battle merit verification feature activated, displaying current battle merit 0. The frontline troops raised their hefty shields, each step leaving deep imprints on the ground. Behind each shield bearer stood lightly armored soldiers, some wielding spears, others brandishing swords, their faces twisted in menacing grins. With siege ladders stretching over 100 meters concealed among the throng, archers were absent from the ranks, as the towering walls restricted their capabilities. The mage contingent awaited Darius's command. Chen Yi's hands trembled slightly, not out of fear, but rather as an instinctive response to encountering the battlefield for the very first time. When the number of soldiers exceeds 10,000, it appears boundless. Here, there are over 100,000. It seems this is your inaugural experience on the battlefield. Darius still found the leisure to converse with Chen Yi. In the tapestry of his life experiences, such a war was merely a trivial ripple. The grandiose spectacle of battle was, in reality, composed of second-tier soldiers. It was merely a drill. Chen Yi nodded slightly, expressing his belief that this would not be the last encounter. As the two conversed, the distance between the two armies rapidly diminished. On this extraordinary battlefield, a mere 2,000 meters was no longer a safe distance. A multitude of arrows rained down upon the frontline shield bearers. Raise your shields. Ha! The arrows struck the shields with a crisp sound, the force momentarily stiffening the hands of the shield bearers, yet it was merely a fleeting discomfort. The true threat to the shield bearers had never emanated from the archers, but rather from the magical artillery stationed atop the enemy's walls. They had now entered the artillery's range, and purple energy bombs erupted amidst the crowd. Centered around these energy bombs, Noxian soldiers within a 100-meter radius were subjected to a violent shockwave, meeting their untimely demise. The first casualties of the battlefield had now emerged. Chen Yi estimated that the damage inflicted was in the thousands. Even with a shield raised, he could not withstand a single cannon shot. After the 3 magical artillery pieces atop the city walls unleashed their barrage, they entered yet another charging phase. Advance! The iron tide surged forth towards the enemy. As the distance closed to 1,000 meters, the lightly armored soldiers prepared to charge. Darius, initially believing that the enemy would remain entrenched within the city, was taken aback as the gates swung open, revealing an endless tide of soldiers pouring forth. Kill! The clash of cold steel commenced. Darius continuously issued commands in response to the unfolding battle. The battlefield swiftly transformed into a veritable meat grinder, the ground saturated with blood. Each strike from the magical artillery claimed the lives of countless Noxian soldiers, while the enemies felled by their blades were not insignificant in number either. Thanks to the geographical advantage conferred by the magical artillery and the city walls, a temporary stalemate ensued. Darius turned to the mage contingent. It is now your turn, mages. I require a shift in the tide of battle. All the mages, including Chen Yi, promptly obeyed. Come forth, fire dragon. Roar. Chen Yi sat astride the back of the dragon, departing under the gaze of the crowd. The dragon ascended further into the sky. The magical turrets were unable to target directly above, yet arrows could still be fired. To diminish the force of the enemy's arrows, the dragon, with Chen Yi aboard, hovered at an altitude of over 1,000 meters. Thus, the time had come to commence. This time, Chen Yi refrained from employing his self-created spells, opting instead to unleash explosive magic akin to a conventional fire mage. Enormous fireballs materialized in the lofty expanse, plummeting with remarkable velocity. The soldiers stationed atop the city walls quickly spotted the descending fireballs. Air raid. The fireballs detonated in rapid succession above the ramparts. Player E inflicted 247 points of damage to X. Impact damage 177 points. Burn damage 70 points. Player E dealt 325 points of damage. Impact damage 145 points. Burn damage 180 points. The damage panel of Chen Yi was flooded with notifications. However, the fireball that was launched was swiftly intercepted by a screeching monstrous bird, exploding prematurely in midair. The Three Kingdoms Alliance mounted a counterattack against Chen Yi. These birds were relatively small, measuring less than half a meter in height. Yet their wings and elongated beaks comprised the majority of their form. Some of the monstrous birds descended towards the ground engulfed in flames, while an even greater number surged towards the fire-breathing dragon. Chen Yi swiftly examined the attributes of the peculiar bird. Manus hummingbird health, 180 mana, 145 armor, 8 constitution, 16 strength, 14 intelligence, 8 agility, 32 spirit, 9 call. The Manus emits a piercing cry targeting the spirit, inflicting damage equivalent to 2 times the spirit value. This damage can stack, diminishing with increasing distance. Chen Yi estimated that, given his own resilience, a single hummingbird could inflict no more than approximately 6 points of damage. However, if surrounded by hundreds, both he and the fire dragon would scarcely endure 4 seconds. If the numbers were even greater, fire dragon. Without the need for further words, the fire dragon unleashed a powerful blast downward, swiftly creating distance. Before Chen Yi, fireballs continuously took shape, and under the deft control of his mental prowess, they detonated precisely within the swarm of wasps. The wasps, possessing low resilience, suffered considerable damage from the expansive explosions, often affecting multiple creatures at once. Yet, this did not prevent them from emitting anguished cries before their demise. The wasps inflicted 6 points of mental damage on the player E, while dealing 9 points of mental damage to the fire dragon. Such instances of damage accumulated in dozens. Blood streamed from the corners of both the fire dragon's eyes and nostrils. However, the fire dragon maintained a steady flight, refusing to plummet from the heavens. Chen Yi's eyes blazed with a fiery intensity as he gently patted Charizard, urging it to shake off the relentless swarm. Charizard's speed overwhelmed the Beedrills, yet it still fell short of breaking the sound barrier. All it could do was strive to increase the distance between them. Chen Yi relentlessly launched his assaults. In an instant, flames cascaded from the heavens, creating a spectacular sight. The blood mage, Carol, had mysteriously appeared within the city. His pale complexion led Chen Yi to repeatedly suspect that he might be a vampire. Carol was quite pleased with Chen Yi's performance, as it not only drew attention but also diverted firepower. However, what was fireplay to him? Only blood held true significance. With that, he transformed into a mass of blood and exploded. Unaware, Soldiers passed by, oblivious to the blood that stealthily crept onto their bodies, silently infiltrating their systems. Before long, blood vessels appeared in their eyes, spreading relentlessly. Naven, what are you doing? The enemy is over there. Bentley, have you lost your mind? Soldiers who stepped into the blood raised their blades against their comrades, defenseless as they plummeted from the city walls. Amidst the fierce battle, no one noticed the few soldiers who had betrayed their own. We are but tiny droplets of blood. Tiny droplets. Carol reappeared, his complexion significantly rosier, as if he had undergone a rejuvenating tonic. Behind him stood several dazed enemy soldiers. What do you think of my singing? It's undeniably at a master level. Isn't it? Carol feigned listening to the soldiers' responses, replying to himself. He then shook his head in regret. Alas, singing is merely a trivial hobby of mine. I aspire to be as great a blood mage as that esteemed figure. I wonder what my blood sorcery would be rated in their eyes. The thunder mage, Yukazona, utilized storm clouds to cast spells from extreme distances. The other two mages coordinated with him, conjuring a scaled-down model of the city walls before Yukazona, replicating even the clouds drifting in the sky. Lightning struck precisely upon the walls, each bolt inflicting damage exceeding 1,000. However, after each attack, the storm clouds required time to recharge, resembling a miniature magical artillery. Other mages, lacking a clear specialization, endeavored to breach underground. Mages who were compliant in the presence of Darius were no innocents. This was precisely why Swain sought to cultivate mages. Perhaps, in one-on-one confrontations, they might not match many soldiers, yet on the battlefield, their contributions far surpassed those of mere foot soldiers. The Noxian front advanced steadily once the mages arrived. Nevertheless, Darius was not satisfied with this pace. The walls were constructed from black stone, exceptionally sturdy, with metallic gates beneath. The rear consisted of standard stone and timber constructions, awaiting mages for reinforcement. It was not that black stone was difficult to procure, but rather that it was prohibitively expensive. From an aerial view, the overall shape resembled a grand medieval castle, merely magnified. Beyond the towering outer walls, numerous chambers lay within. Behind the castle resided the kingdom's populace, with the tallest building housing the three kings. To defend against Noxus, these kings were compelled to unite, forming a trifecta alliance. As if sensing Darius's discontent, the mages hastened their efforts. Who goes there? The magical artillery zone was off-limits to commoners. Carol appeared deaf to the warning, continuing forward. Just as 5 guards prepared to act, he halted. Carol gazed intently at the base of the magical artillery, a creation of magic and alchemy. The base was nestled within a room of black stone, its exterior adorned with a crystalline orb. The shell's periodically glowing patterns signified its charging status. Both the design and the patterns were knowledge Carol had yet to encounter. Alas, he had to destroy this masterpiece. Oh, if only I could operate that magical artillery. How splendid it would be. The guards exchanged speechless glances, deeming him a madman. One guard called out to those behind Carol. Hey, you lot, take him away. If the overseer spots him, who knows what chaos might ensue. Though he was a lunatic, he was also their comrade. They could turn a blind eye. But if the nobles discovered him, it would spell disaster. Hearing the guards' counsel, the bloodshot-eyed soldiers behind Carol stepped forward. However, they did not restrain him. In bewilderment, the guards watched as the soldiers embraced Carol. Hey, brother, what are you doing? Don't touch my backside. It's not dark yet. That's inappropriate. Ignoring the guards' thoughts, Carol theatrically wiped away tears from his eyes. If this magical artillery could be moved, how much could it fetch? Splendid. Thank you for the warning, and then farewell. With those words, Carol transformed into a pool of blood, slipping through the room's crevices. The soldiers under his control began to swell, their bodies expanding. Boom. A powerful magical artillery fell silent on the battlefield. Most of the blood Carol had gathered was expended in this explosive act, yielding results that satisfied him greatly. Battle merit. Battle merit. Here I come. Thunder Mage Yukazona grew anxious as he witnessed another mage dismantling the magical artillery. His magical energy surged forth, hastening the cloud cover's recharge time. Yet, the artillery below remained steadfast despite the relentless bombardment. The design had anticipated external assaults on the crystal orb, thus, the most effective means of destruction lay at its base. Yukazona was well aware of this. But the other two mages had allied with him precisely for the glory of vanquishing the magical artillery. With no other option, he gritted his teeth and continued to strike again and again. Meanwhile, the underground mages successfully infiltrated the city walls. Except for the castle crafted from Dalmatian anti-magic stones, few walls could hinder mages' ingress and egress. All right, let each rely on their own abilities. Naturally, They hoped the one above could endure a little longer. They referred to Chen Yi, for if countless hornets returned, it would pose a considerable challenge. Once dozens of mages entered the walls, they commenced their individual battles. They possessed their own pride and sought greater accolades. Numerous isolated soldiers quietly vanished around corners, and even the general's orders went uncommunicated for a time. However, the mages' fleeting moments of freedom were short-lived. Upon Carol's slaying of a royal general, chaos erupted behind the walls. Spit, spit, spit. Carol continuously spat, seemingly attempting to expel the blood he had just consumed. He had expected the royal general to be formidable, or at least that their esteemed bloodline would possess some remarkable quality. After much scheming, he discovered that only the guards were truly strong. Yet the outcome remained favorable. After dispatching the so-called royal general, he eagerly extracted the blood from within, savoring a grand gulp. Ugh! Carol was nearly sickened to the point of vomiting. Not only did the blood lack any semblance of power, but its taste was utterly repugnant, akin to refuse among refuse. Even during her most desperate times, she would not have consumed such a substance. How could one of such lamentable quality, accompanied by dozens of guards, dare to assume the role of a general? What honor of royalty could possibly be associated with someone so inept? Bah! Carol muttered curses as she sought her next target, completely oblivious to the chaos her actions were causing among the other mages. The loss of a single magical cannon was inconsequential, however. The death of a royal within the city posed a grave problem. Upon receiving the news, the three kings erupted in furious indignation. How dare these commoners? Perhaps it was the work of slaves. I have always maintained that slaves are not to be trusted. Their immediate reaction was to view the commoners as provocateurs against royal authority, disregarding the fact that their armies were engaged in battle with the soldiers of Noxus. A mandatory command was issued, demanding that the generals on the walls bring the heads of the criminals back to the throne. Reluctantly, the generals withdrew a portion of their soldiers, and just as they left the battlefield, they were compelled to bear the consequences of the king's actions. Meanwhile, the Noxian front had advanced to within 500 meters of the city walls, achieving breakthroughs with alarming ease. This absurd behavior was incomprehensible to the Noxians, while the Dalmatians found it intolerable, and the stubborn Ionian elders clung to their positions. The kings were resolute in their determination to defend their power at all costs. They would not allow anyone who dared to challenge royal authority to live. Boom! Another magical cannon collapsed. Several mages watched in dismay, lamenting how much valor they would lose for being a moment too slow. Their latest experiments awaited funding. Over here! Hurry, hurry! It was the mages of Noxus. A throng of soldiers surrounded them. The mages were astonished. How could these individuals react so swiftly? Such occurrences had transpired multiple times behind the walls. Once these mages emerged from the shadows, their threat diminished significantly. Against formidable soldiers, a 1v1 confrontation was uncertain. Surrounded by a multitude of soldiers, many mages found themselves unable to escape. At that moment, fireballs began to rain from the sky. As the fireballs continued to fall, certain structures ignited. Individually, a hummingbird is insignificant, yet a quantity sufficient to effect a qualitative change is formidable. The flight speed of a fire-breathing dragon could not surpass the speed of sound, which drastically enhanced the threat posed by the hummingbirds. Even as Chen Yi repeatedly employed his fire resistance to maintain distance after dealing with these monstrous birds, both he and the fire-breathing dragon were in a poor state. He was now merely tossing fireballs for minor assistance. We're losing water. Someone, come extinguish the flames. Enough of the shouting. Whether we can extinguish the fire is uncertain. If we cannot capture these mages, we are all doomed. This statement plunged many soldiers into silence, and the topic of extinguishing the flames was no longer mentioned. What did this mean? Chen Yi suddenly felt underestimated, but perhaps being underestimated was a blessing in disguise. This ignited within him a daring thought, one that transcended merely providing assistance. This notion, however, did not entail recklessly charging into the battlefield like a fiery demon. To do so would suggest that Chen Yi had lost his senses completely. In a realm where level 20 characters were commonplace and those at level 30 were hardly esteemed, a 17-level mage lacked the stature to assert dominance, particularly in the absence of those legendary figures. Previously, Chen Yi sought to examine the attributes of Darius, only to be met with a plethora of question marks, accompanied by a warning glare from Darius. These legendary figures proved to be far more formidable than anticipated. In summary, even with the transformation into the infernal demon, Chen Yi lacked the qualifications to unleash his prowess on the battlefield. Eliminating the wasp bird resulted in a mere 65 military merits. indicating that such accolades might possess greater value than initially presumed. As dusk descended, the first day's battle swiftly drew to a close, with both sides entering a temporary truce. The ground was stained crimson with blood, littered with shattered corpses and broken weaponry. Upon assessment, the Noxian forces suffered the loss of 352 soldiers, achieving victory with the capture of 2 magical artillery pieces and the slaying of over 8,000 foes, a resounding triumph. The loss of the 2 magical artillery pieces would undoubtedly exacerbate the damages for the Three Kingdoms alliance in the days to come. Where is your master? Darius pondered, fully aware that players do not perish so easily. The fire dragon danced about excitedly, though Darius had yet to grasp the nuances of Pokemon communication. After a considerable time, witnessing Darius's continued confusion, the fire dragon felt a tinge of frustration. How was it that Shen-Yi could comprehend its words upon their first encounter? In response, Darius sought to reassure the fire dragon, there is no need for haste. Communicating across different species requires time and patience, yet this also highlights the bond shared between you, does it not? Judging by your demeanor, your master seems to be unharmed and likely has his own plans. Fear not. Feel free to proceed with your endeavors. Shen-Yi resolved the matter of the hornet hummingbird, which earned Darius a measure of leniency. As the Charizard emerged from Darius's tent, a few surviving mages were compelled to abandon their thoughts. The following day, as dawn broke, a tense atmosphere enveloped the battlefield. Even the wind seemed to cower, reluctant to approach the conflict. The Noxian army advanced slowly, and Darius, having witnessed the rigid assault of the magical artillery the day before, began to contemplate the range of its attacks, while also waiting for the mages to destroy the artillery. On the opposing side, the destruction of 2 magical artillery pieces left the kings feeling somewhat insecure, prompting them to recruit soldiers throughout the night. It could be said that the houses were nearly empty. Even with such efforts, they barely managed to muster 4,000 able-bodied men. They were not warriors. Their proficiency with a bow was merely marginal, yet they found themselves without options. As the battle commenced, blood spilled forth from a house. The blood mage Carol, lurking behind the city walls, re-emerged silently, having not departed the previous night. His aim today was the last magical artillery piece. Securing it would significantly fund his recent research endeavors. Dragon's blood. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that today was unusually warm. Had the imp begun to cast fireballs? Carol glanced around, but found no signs of flames. Just as he pondered, the sky erupted in flames, forming a large character. Explode. Carol nodded in satisfaction. He began to appreciate the imp, transforming flames into letters and igniting them. Surely, this character was a curse. A guilty pleasure, yet he relished it. We are but small droplets of blood. The surviving mages from yesterday had changed positions and tunneled up from below, exercising greater caution today. Hee. I am coming for the magical artillery. Do not smirk so grotesquely, as if we are the villains here. Are we not the villains? Of course not. We are the righteous force striving to unseat these kings from their decaying thrones. Do you not feel that today's weather is rather warm? At that moment, footsteps echoed, and several mages lost their inclination to converse, hastily concealing themselves. In the heart of the castle, this was the command center for the generals. Given the three-nation alliance, the kings were reluctant to place their soldiers under the command of another nation, thus appointing a general each. Faced with the advancing Noxians, the generals set aside their differences and united against the enemy. However, the previous day's defeat and the deaths of royal family members had eroded the king's confidence in these generals. Only the royal bloodline could lead the nation to victory. The nobles, believing in their noble lineage, not only deceived the ignorant populace, but also convinced themselves of their superiority. 3 princes assumed command of the troops from the generals, and their first decree was to announce a defensive order. All soldiers were confined within the castle walls to avoid direct confrontation. They believed that with the towering walls of black stone, the Noxians were merely a paper tiger. One general hastily advised, "Your Highness, engaging them head-on is merely a ruse." This strategy serves several purposes. First, it allows us to dispatch scouts to ascertain the Noxians' movements. If their archers find a suitable vantage point, it could spell disaster for us. Second, we must contain the Noxians within the attack range of the magical artillery. Without mages controlling it, the artillery lacks precision and flexibility. By limiting their area, we can maximize the artillery's potential. The third, Prince Chiluan's anger flared. "Silence. Are you challenging the dignity of the royal family? I would not dare." It is your absurd orders that have cost the nation so many soldiers. And now you seek to mislead me further." The general bowed his head even lower. The other two generals remained silent, having anticipated such a scenario. They began to contemplate their retreat. The princes of another nation restrained Prince Luowen. Today marked their first military engagement. They did not wish to spoil the mood. As orders circulated, the air resonated with the soldiers' cheers, chanting the prince's praises. They were not eager to engage the Noxians in direct combat. Listening to these jubilant sounds filled the three princes with pride. Truly, their noble bloodline made leading troops into battle an effortless task. Yet, they failed to notice that only one of the three generals remained, the last bearing a visage of shame, uncertain of how to save the nation. 50 meters below the castle, Luowen Yi maintained his infernal form to survive. The tunnel excavated by the mages had merely been hastily filled by the three nations, leaving ample space, which Luowen Yi decided to exploit. He had considered hollowing out the castle's foundation, but his magical power was insufficient for such an endeavor. Lowering the castle by a meter or two would bear little significance. Thus, he relied on his own flames. After spending an entire night, Luowen Yi excavated a vast cavity beneath the castle. Through meditation, he replenished his magical energy and swiftly conjured flame swords. 3 flame swords were plunged into the earth, and as resonance began, the ubiquitous fire elemental particles were drawn forth. The temperature around the flame swords surged rapidly, transforming the surrounding soil into magma. Luowen Yi's objective is quite straightforward. He seeks to simulate a volcanic eruption. The initial step involves generating a substantial amount of magma, as the transformation of solid earth into liquid magma results in a notable increase in volume, which elucidates his rationale for excavating the cavern. This is a hypothesis I've constructed, as I have not found any pertinent information. The subsequent step is to replicate the requisite pressure. Once the magma fills the vast cavity, Luowen Yi merely needs to continue the formation of magma. The excess magma will generate compression, and when this compressive force reaches a certain threshold, it will manifest a dramatic spectacle. This intricate process necessitates an extensive preparatory phase, should the enemy become aware of the irregularities and investigate underground. All efforts could be rendered futile. It is the enemy's underestimation that has inspired Luowen Yi's cunning plan. Concurrently, he does not intend to rely solely on their complacency. To conceal his actions, he has orchestrated the fire dragon to utilize large-scale fire techniques from the sky, creating an illusion that Luowen Yi remains aloft. This technique, unlike the refined fireballs that Luowen Yi has developed, dissipates over the considerable altitude, rendering it incapable of inflicting substantial damage upon the adversary. However, it suffices to intimidate and ignite structures. The conflagration of buildings can obscure any abnormal temperature readings. Furthermore, even if Luowen Yi's meticulous preparations yield no results, he is confident he can secure a measure of military merit before making his escape from the cavern brimming with magma. Currently, the subterranean magma extends 100 meters in length, spanning several dozen meters in width and depth. The magma has completely saturated the cavern, leaving no breathable oxygen and rendering the environment inhospitable for human life. Meanwhile, Luowen Yi, transformed into a flame demon, resides at the magma's base. The flame-formed demon, standing at less than 3 meters tall and resembling a humanoid figure, appears to be composed entirely of magma, emanating an intense heat. It stands amidst the magma without discomfort, and there is no indication of harm on the damage panel. Internally, Luowen Yi exerts control through mental manipulation, reminiscent of the sensation evoked by the Sisanu technique. To Luowen Yi's surprise, his inaugural use of the flame demon transformation was to survive within the very lava he had conjured, while channeling mana into his flame sword below. He also exerted control over the lava to maintain its stability as much as possible. During this time, Luowen Yi intermittently entered a meditative state to replenish his mana. Gradually, the flame demon submerged in the lava began to suffer damage. The player, Yi, endured 10 points of crushing damage as the pressure within the lava intensified. At this juncture, the underground magma's influence on the surface grew increasingly pronounced. The most evident issue was the temperature, which had escalated beyond the mere discomfort of a hot day. It felt akin to being trapped in an oven, with additional fuel being incessantly added to the flames. Carol, within the castle, felt an overwhelming sense of foreboding, his instincts screaming at him. He had no desire to even savor the blood he had recently acquired from a soldier. Damn it! Why do I sense the breath of death? Am I surrounded? Transforming into a pool of blood, he slipped through the cracks of the room, encountering no foes along the way, indicating that his fears were unfounded. Even upon escaping to another chamber, his sixth sense continued to blare its warnings. In frustration, Carol kicked over a chair. Damn. Even the weather conspires against me. The soaring temperatures caused his blood to evaporate as it flowed. Wait. Is this temperature truly a result of the weather? Carol pondered, feeling resentful. The defenses of the magical artillery had multiplied several times over, leaving him with no opportunity to advance. I must retreat. If this continues, I feel I shall perish. No amount of wealth is worth a life unspent. Carol had faith in his instincts. He was not alone in sensing the abnormal heat. Nearly all the mages within the castle had sensed something amiss early on, and as the temperature continued to rise, they resolved to leave. The three princes in the command center grew weary. Was war truly this grueling? Someone, fetch some ice. This infernal weather is unbearable. Guards, stop crowding here. It's stifling. And what of that fire-wielding mage overhead? Have they been dealt with? If the magical artillery continues to miss, replace them. Is this something I need to instruct you on? The general implored, Your Highness, the temperature is increasingly abnormal. As I previously suggested, we should investigate underground. I hope you will reconsider. Silence. The oppressive heat dulled the intellect of the princes further. Having been born into opulence, they had never needed to exert themselves or train. All their lives, they had been told of their noble lineage. In truth, they were but ordinary men. The general felt he could still endure the heat, while the princes were already on the brink of dehydration from their sweat. Find some ice. That is an order. The last remaining general, feeling helpless, suddenly regretted not fleeing with the other two. Darius looked on, astonished, as the returning mages bore grave expressions. In Noxus, cowardice shall not be tolerated. The mages hastily explained the exceedingly high temperatures underground, asserting that merely escaping had cost them dearly. They even speculated that the castle might be situated atop a volcano, now awakened. From the mages' accounts, Darius gleaned a clearer understanding of the castle's dire state. Suddenly, he recalled the player who had not returned the previous night and the incessantly gesturing dragon. Was this part of a scheme? At that moment, the ground trembled unexpectedly. The tremor was slight, barely perceptible by the time it reached them. After a moment of contemplation, Darius commanded a ceasefire, allowing the stage to be set for the young mage. Lord Darius has commanded a retreat. The Noxian forces, upon receiving the order, quickly halted their advance and withdrew from the battlefield. The thrill of victory momentarily overshadowed the oppressive heat for the princes, who eagerly ascended the ramparts to witness the defeat of Noxus. This battle would undoubtedly be a source of pride in their lives. Just then, a second tremor struck. What now? Your Highness, there is an urgent situation on the lowest level. A guard rushed in, breathless and stammering due to the gravity of the circumstances. What is happening to the ground? The formerly even stone-paved floor was now marred by cracks that appeared to pulse, as if the earth itself were breathing. Chen Yi has been exerting considerable effort to restrain the magma, yet as its volume increases, the pressure intensifies. At this moment, it is no longer Chen Yi who controls the magma, rather, it is the magma that propels him. Player E suffers 52 points of crushing damage. Player E suffers 57 points of crushing damage. Player E suffers 65 points of crushing damage. The infernal demon's health is nearly depleted. This is truly the breaking point. If this continues, I may perish here. So, let us commence. Chen Yi relinquished his control over the magma, akin to the final straw that breaks the camel's back. Unprecedented tremors coursed through the ground, as the surface layer could no longer contain the seething magma beneath. The foundation of the castle's lowest level began to shake violently, with stones being dislodged and cascading downwards. Subsequently, the ground started to fissure, as a crucial support pillar of the castle suddenly sank, causing the surrounding walls to emit a cacophony of distressing sounds. This was the result of the second tremor. As Chen Yi released his suppression, the third quake commenced. The interval between the first and second tremors was half an hour, yet less than half a minute separated the second from the third. The tremors intensified, causing the temporarily still ground to shudder once more. The cracks widened abruptly, intertwining like a spider's web across various locations. However, this latest tremor did not persist for long. It ceased unexpectedly, just as the inhabitants of the castle believed the ordeal had come to an end. Chen Yi exerted control over the flame demon, fiercely clutching a massive boulder. What had just transpired was merely a fleeting tranquility before the tempest. A breach had manifested, heralding the onset of a genuine eruption. The long-accumulated magma ruptured the earth, surging upwards with an unparalleled vigor. Boom! This was nothing short of a natural calamity. The pressure endowed the magma with formidable force during its eruption. The initial wave of magma pierced through half of the castle's upper floors. Wherever the searing magma flowed, flames erupted. Soldiers struck directly by the magma succumbed to their fate, struggling in the molten torrent. Player E inflicted 50 points of damage. Impact damage 740. Burn damage 310. Player E dealt an additional 210 points of burn damage. Military merit increased by 23. Congratulations on reaching level 18. Chen Yi's panel began to flood with notifications. After a brief period of silence, the magma commenced its second eruption, swiftly followed by a third. The towering castle, standing 100 meters high, was ultimately breached by the molten flow. Several princes gazed around in bewilderment at the encroaching magma, pondering the futility of their presence on the front lines, especially with so many experiences yet to savor. EXP 1. Congratulations on reaching level 19. After the magma penetrated the castle, it continued to ascend, exhausting its final reserves of strength. The once imposing bastion, capable of withstanding the second-tier forces of Noxus, now succumbed to the raging inferno. Numerous soldiers leaped from the walls, for even the searing heat of the magma could not instantaneously vanquish warriors above level 20. Much like flames, the high temperatures required time to claim lives. Yet, remaining engulfed in the fire and magma would inevitably lead to their demise. The Noxian forces, not too distant, witnessed this scene unfold, expressing their admiration for Darius's strategic brilliance. Only Darius understood that this chaos stemmed from the actions of a player. Indeed, no emphasis on the importance of mages could be overstated. Once the magma settled, Chen Yi emerged from its depths, uncertain if he might uncover something valuable within. It seemed his luck had encountered some difficulties. Had he been betrayed by a cheat? Chen Yi slowly searched upward from the castle's lower levels. He discovered a blue door, which was quite satisfactory. A silver-white spear with the following attributes: quality, blue, physical attack, 57 to 64, magic attack, 12 to 17, penetration, ignores 7 points of defense upon attack, durability, 20/20. Level, 20, evaluation, exquisite standard spear. Such a weapon that ignores defense is rather sought after and can be considered a minor treasure. After acquiring the spear, Chen Yi began to experience what it truly meant to encounter the capriciousness of Lady Luck. A white quality item, rubbish. Green quality, acceptable. Why, oh why? Does the gaming world still feature gray quality items? Chen Yi's mindset was somewhat unraveling. On the day I become truly powerful, I will certainly make the goddess of fortune aware of what it means to face the malice of Chen Yi. In the boundless cosmos, the goddess of fortune, enveloped in a kaleidoscope of luminous colors, suddenly sneezed, delicately rubbing her slightly reddened nose with her petite, fair hand. Who dared utter my name again? Do they not believe that I can draw circles to cast curses upon them? When she remains silent, all is well. However, once she speaks, this goddess will reveal the quintessence of foul-mouthed banter and sheer indulgence. Yet, she only dares to voice such sentiments lightly. For the previous goddess of fortune became overly arrogant and amassed countless foes. As for the consequences, the divine essence of fortune itself was summoned. Upon unexpectedly acquiring this divine status, the current goddess vowed to remain grounded. The role of the goddess of fortune is one most prone to blame. Thus, she generally seeks to evade trouble and meets unavoidable challenges with a smile. After all, she is now a deity, living at a leisurely pace ensures her survival. One day, she will dance atop the graves of those who wronged her. This is not cowardice, but rather a strategic avoidance of conflict. Moreover, she has long desired to prove one crucial point. An individual's fortune does not abruptly change at her whim. It is not merely the absurdly powerful beings who may be influenced. What of the countless weaklings? Does this illustrious goddess truly have the time to concern herself with them? To this end, she has created numerous alternate accounts in an attempt to dispel the rumors, yet none have believed her. Meanwhile, Chen Yi continued to explore the fiery castle, akin to the thrill of unboxing a surprise. Yet, most revelations were merely terrifying. Is this bloodline? A feudal bloodline. Quality, white. Effect, the bloodline harbors false glory, which may bestow upon you courage. Evaluation, who would actually purchase this? Chen Yi gazed at the evaluations, momentarily wavering on whether to consign it to the guild's repository. After some contemplation, he ultimately decided against it. Although items of bloodline nature typically held considerable value, this particular one was evidently an exception, not far from the white bloodline. Chen Yi unexpectedly discovered a violet radiance. It was a delicate ring. Vague quality, deep violet intelligence bonus, 18 resilience, retains combat capability until the brink of death. Vague will amplifies the power of a single skill, with the extent of enhancement determined by the player's strength. Durability, 15-15 level, LV20 evaluation, mastering both literary and martial arts. The treasures of an imperial family. In the final moment, he regretted not fleeing. Chen-Yi displayed a sense of joy. At last, he possessed an item of genuine utility, and a remarkable one at that. His resilience allowed him to extract the very last vestige of magical energy, and as long as his health did not plummet to zero, Chen-Yi could persist in battle. The Wandering Will, however, was quite versatile. It might serve to amplify the effects of the Flame Demon transformation. As for the criteria based on player strength for determining equipment enhancement, it is a limitation of the gear itself. The augmentation does not increase proportionally with the player's power. Rather, the more feeble the player, the greater the enhancement of the equipment. The energy within the gear has its limits. When such energy amounts to a mere trifle for the player, it becomes ineffective. Other items follow a similar pattern. The initial acquisition of the Contemplation Ring, quality, green. Intelligence 1, effect, moderately enhances meditation, durability, 55, level, LV5, evaluation, a gift from the mentor to the apprentice. However, as Chen-Yi's understanding of meditation evolved, this ring had long since lost its efficacy for him. It can only be said that the Wandering Will arrived at just the right moment. Chen-Yi continued his search, but was only met with refuse. In total, he acquired 56 white quality items, 17 green quality items, 1 blue quality item, 1 purple quality item, and an addition of 60,000 copper coins. With the establishment of his personal guild warehouse, he no longer needed to squander these white quality armaments, for they still held some value in copper coins. Unwilling to relent, Chen-Yi conducted another round of searching, confirming that no other treasures remained before he departed from the crumbling castle. After dispersing the flame demon, the lingering effects of maintaining the creature began to manifest. If the exhaustion of magical energy felt like a taut nerve in his mind, then now Chen-Yi sensed something tugging at his nerves, akin to a general's command. Despite possessing a significantly heightened endurance compared to before, he still writhed in agony on the ground, his expression grotesque, unable to emit a sound due to the overwhelming pain. The Erjuzi family's method of summoning their powerful constructs relied on ocular strength, with the side effects being prone to blindness and bleeding. Chen-Yi summoned the flame demon by expending his magical energy, wielding his mental prowess. The side effect was a substantial drain on his mana, often leading to mental fatigue. The fire dragon, having descended at an uncertain moment, appeared weary yet remained vigilant, not overlooking any subtle movements around them. After a considerable time, Chen-Yi rose calmly. "Thank you, fire dragon. Return and rest now." The fire dragon shook its head, questioning, "Roar?" Chen-Yi gently caressed the wings of the Charizard, saying, "You have worked hard today. It is best for you to rest now. I have recovered sufficiently. A little more sleep will suffice. Moreover, I still possess some magical energy, and I can manage without resorting to high-cost spells." Upon confirming that Chen-Yi was not merely enduring, the Charizard returned to its Pokeball, having expended considerable energy while soaring high above. Subsequently, Chen-Yi made his way back to the Noxian stronghold. The soldiers of the Three Kingdoms Alliance, having lost their defensive walls and their general, surrendered en masse. Contrary to their expectations of ill treatment, they were met with a warm reception from Darius. Noxus welcomes all who are strong. Upon noticing Chen-Yi's return, Darius smiled and said, "Welcome back." The Noxian soldiers, unaware that the castle's predicament was orchestrated by Chen-Yi, were curious about this formidable figure with whom General Darius was so amicable. Although Chen-Yi appeared youthful, he emanated a fervor akin to molten lava. Were he to walk through Noxus now, no bandit would dare to rob him. This transformation stemmed from a shift in his aura or perhaps the weight of sins carried by his soul. Chen-Yi harbored no regrets about his actions. When he chose to immerse himself in the game world, he had already resolved to accept the consequences. He nodded at Darius, saying, "I have expended quite a bit of energy. I shall take my leave to rest." Darius expressed a hint of concern, asking, "Is it serious?" "Fortunately, a good night's sleep should suffice for recovery. Then rest assured and take your leave," Darius replied, reflecting an attitude towards talent that permeated the very fabric of Noxus. Here, the soil nurtured only the strong. Even if one were a slave, as long as they possessed sufficient strength and remained loyal to Noxus, they would earn recognition. Nonetheless, the majority of players would still not opt for Noxus. They preferred to venture towards Dalmatia or Ionia. The individuals Chen-Yi encountered in the barracks were all forcibly assigned to this realm by the game. There existed a fundamental disparity between the typical players and Chen-Yi regarding their determination to grow stronger. He slept soundly through the night, awakening only at the break of dawn the following day. Upon opening his eyes, Chen Yi felt a gradual restoration of his mental fatigue, and faintly. It seemed as though he had grown a tad stronger. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. Only after Darius noticed Chen Yi had awakened did he commence today's endeavors. Chen Yi was the pivotal figure who accelerated the conclusion of this war, thus his presence at this crucial juncture was indispensable. The Noxian army swiftly advanced upon the royal palace, with Darius leading the charge alongside Chen Yi at the forefront. The remaining royal guards proved no match for the seasoned soldiers, as Darius cleaved the grand doors asunder with a single swing of his axe. Beads of cold sweat trickled down the brows of the three kings seated upon their thrones. Yet even in this dire hour, they clung stubbornly to their regal dignity, steadfast in their belief of royal supremacy. Darius wore an expression of effortless dominance as he declared, "It's over. Surrender your crowns." Nearby, two soldiers positioned a searing furnace, its molten heat radiating ominously. One of the kings bellowed in outrage, "What is it that Noxus truly seeks? This is nothing short of treachery against the divine." His counterpart echoed the sentiment, their fury directed not at the fallen soldiers, but at Darius' insolent demeanor. The captain of the royal guard, standing before the throne, sought to defend his sovereign's honor. But the moment he lunged forward, Darius' axe descended in a merciless arc, severing his head from his shoulders. As Chen Yi ascended the steps with deliberate calm, the king's voices faltered into uneasy silence. One murmured weakly, "The crown is my birthright." Chen Yi, through the power of his mind, deftly removed the crown and placed it above the furnace. With a resounding splash, the crown fell into the molten lava within, swiftly transforming into liquid iron. The melting of the crown signified the dissolution of the three kingdoms. The march of the Darius War did not waver, however. Its subsequent developments no longer pertained to Chen Yi. Task complete, purification. You hastened the pace of Noxus in clearing its ranks and excelled in this conflict, resulting in an elevation of rewards. Chen Yi was taken aback to discover that exceptional performance yielded additional rewards, and he committed this to memory. The substantial loss of enemy forces left both him and the fire dragon stagnating at level 19, with the ascent to level 20 necessitating a leap of life. Such a leap was immensely challenging for individuals within this small world. In the realm defined by the game as the world of heroic warfare, many found themselves ensnared at level 19. Yet, only a select few could transcend this barrier. Anna, of royal lineage, Iris, who ascended through the foundation of the church, and the king, who absorbed abyssal energies. Supported by the vast expanse of the game world, Chen Yi was not devoid of methods for breakthrough. He could choose to undertake trials within the game world to achieve advancement or procure relevant materials to facilitate a minimal breakthrough. Ultimately, the challenge lay in either martial prowess or financial resources. However, before returning, there remained two significant matters yet to be addressed. Chen Yi arrived at the battle merit exchange with his Charizard, a place that evoked both affection and resentment among many. The allure lay in the items available for exchange, while the frustration stemmed from insufficient battle merits. Was Charizard mentally prepared for this? Taking a deep breath, Charizard nodded vigorously. Chen Yi gently tapped the table. "Hello. I am here to redeem my military achievements." The dozing old man was startled awake. "Oh, is this not mystery? Lord Darius was just speaking to me about you. Here is the redemption list. Please peruse it and see if there is anything you desire." After Chen Yi had obliterated the entire fortress, his battle achievements soared to an impressive 5,453 points, marking a significant triumph. Chen Yi and the fire dragon coincidentally approached the exchange list. Copper coins can be exchanged for battle merits at a rate of 1 to 10. Currently, there is a redeemable balance of 30,000 battle merits. In the realm of runes, the value of copper coins slightly surpasses that in the towns of the game world. However, for Chen Yi, exchanging battle merits for copper coins does not seem worthwhile. Skipping over numerous rare materials and weapons, Chen Yi focused on what he could utilize. Staff of Reverence, 12,000 battle merits quality, golden physical attack, 45 to 61 magical attack, 204 to 211 durability, 21 enhancement. Increases magical attack power by 20 brutality, ignores 10 armor against mage attacks casting speed, increases by 10 durability, 19 level, 40 evaluation. This is a weapon of slaughter. Can you smell the blood from it? To be honest, Chen Yi was truly captivated. This weapon outclassed the worthless items in his possession by several streets. Despite its name, the Staff of Reverence was crafted solely for the purpose of killing. Its straightforward yet powerful attributes offered unmatched strength, albeit requiring level 40. I really want it, he thought. Though he didn't voice it aloud, the fire dragon sensed his yearning and comfortingly patted Xin Yi's shoulder. Being a Pokemon was quite challenging. Not only could it not carry equipment, but it also had to console its trainer in return. To prevent a heart attack, Xin Yi skipped over all the staff weapons. He realized that even if he could exchange for them, he would be unable to wield them. For him at this moment, the previous weapon from the Black Eye Guild, the Breath of Flowing Echo, was more suitable. As he glanced at other exchange options, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to something particular. Eternal Catalyst Stone, 4. 500 battle merits. Eternal Catalyst Stone, special accessory, quality, light gold health points, 225 mana points, 300 eternal, when receiving damage. It restores mana equal to 7 times the damage taken. When spending mana, it restores health equal to 25 times the mana consumed. Healing a maximum of 20 health points per second with each spell cast. Level, durability, 55. Evaluation. This is the power of runes. This special accessory does not have a wearing limit, and the price appears to be discounted. Xin Yi's first thought was that if the health of the flame demon were also subjected to the judgment mechanism of this equipment, it would imply that he could continue to fight even after utilizing the flame demon. Thus, when confronted by the enemy, they would first engage in a conventional battle against Xin Yi. After he expends a certain amount of health or mana, the second phase, the flame demon form, would be triggered. Coupled with the recently acquired Bewildered Will, once the flame demon form is vanquished, a well-conditioned Xin Yi would emerge once more. Is this something that can be experienced? Xin Yi's gaze was firmly fixed on the Eternal Catalyst. The old man adjusted his spectacles and smiled slightly, of course. As always, Noxus has shown a remarkable leniency towards those with talent. Subsequently, he unexpectedly produced a pendant. The object resembling jade was indeed the Eternal Catalyst. Driven by the desire to experiment, Xin Yi this time expended merely 100 points of mana to conjure a fire demon. As the mana flowed away, instead of manifesting a complete fire demon as before, only half of the entity appeared, somewhat translucent, encasing Xin Yi within a shell-like form. Xin Yi was momentarily taken aback. Could the flame demon truly be utilized in such a manner? In the past, he had always regarded the flame demon as a trump card, deploying it only in dire situations. Consequently, Xin Yi would exhaust as much magical energy as possible to forge a formidable force. It was this very mindset that had left him inadequately acquainted with the intricacies of this skill. This simply would not do. He needed to carve out some time to meticulously study this ability. Fire Dragon. Roar. The Fire Dragon delivered a powerful tail swipe at the flame demon, inflicting 23 points of damage upon player E, while player E regained 1 point of magical energy. Xin Yi endeavored to calm the tumult within his heart. Greetings. I have redeemed this. The old man, unhurried, retrieved a ledger from beneath him. Let me see. Ah, here it is. You possess 453 merit points. After deducting, what is it called again? Ah, the Everlasting Catalyst Stone. Very well, after the deduction of the 500 merit points for the lunchbox. Xin Yi glanced at the pendant in his hand, then shifted his gaze to the old man, ultimately deciding against it. By the way, this is a gift from Lord Swain. I hope you will study it diligently, the old man said as he handed over a thick tome. Dreas relayed Xin Yi's performance on the battlefield back to the Immortal Bastion. Swain expressed his admiration for Xin Yi. Upon learning that Xin Yi specialized in the study of fire elements, he deliberately presented this grimoire to him, hoping that he would contribute even more to the empire. The book bore no name, encased in a weighty cover, and measured nearly 10 centimeters in thickness. Xin Yi did not refuse Swain's goodwill, accepting the tome of magic with a simple, I will. Swain, the ruler of Noxus, possessed the memories of a demon spanning nearly a millennium, encompassing extensive research on magic. It was through his guidance that Noxus was reborn and reached its current stature. He is a sage, a sorcerer, and a pure imperialist. He possesses the ability to glimpse fragments of certain futures. So why would he bestow upon Xin Yi a tome of magic? After bidding farewell to Darius, Xin Yi made his way back to the Immortal Bastion. Following the address on the business card, he arrived at the Black Eye Trading Company. Usama engaged in an abundance of pleasantries before ultimately offering Xin Yi a discount, allowing him to acquire the Echo of Flow for 30,000 copper coins. Ding. Task completion task. Cleansing completed. Detected active participation from the player in this war. Rewards have been modestly enhanced. Choose 3 out of the following 4 rewards. 5 free attribute points. Stability Elixir X1. Gradually increases mental strength by 0. 5 points. Purple skill. Holy Blade temporarily increases physical attack by 50 points for 2 minutes, consumes 50 MP, cooldown of 5 minutes. This task's rewards were indeed generous. leaving little room for hesitation. Had reward been a skill scroll, Chen Yi might have paused for a moment, as skill scrolls could be sold, whereas direct skill rewards could not. A melee skill holds little significance for a mage such as Chen Yi. I choose. As his words faded, a potion materialized before Chen Yi. Spirit elixir of the second character quality, golden upon consumption. It will gradually enhance up to 5 attribute points, restoring 555 horsepower, 555 MP, and 5 mental strength. Each player may use it only once. Note: effects vary by individual, a minimum of 300 horsepower, 300 MP, and stable mental strength increase may be achieved. Evaluation: a masterpiece of genius. It remains a mystery why he favors the number 5 so, since it is an elixir. Might it be available for purchase? At this moment, Chen Yi once again recognized the significance of the copper coin. Without hesitation, he swallowed it in one swift motion. Fearing that he might not have consumed it completely, he employed his magic to conjure some water, thoroughly rinsing the vial before drinking again. As the player reached level 19, he was prompted to select a method for advancement: trial, complete a game, and, based on performance, achieve a breakthrough. The higher the task evaluation, the better the rewards. Must reach the attribute cap of 49 points. Purchase breakthrough materials listed below. Chen Yi meticulously perused the conditions several times. The meaning of the trial was quite simple: to demonstrate your wisdom, strength, and courage to the world of the game. In return, you would receive commensurate rewards. The prerequisite was to achieve the maximum attribute level of 49 and to earn a favorable evaluation. The second option entailed a conventional breakthrough, without unexpected twists or delightful surprises. Lao Banka, stuck at level 19, likely felt incapable of passing the trials of the game world and, lacking the funds to purchase breakthrough materials, chose to relinquish his aspirations. Chen Yi's choices had always been directed towards a specific goal from the very beginning. However, there was no rush at present, as he still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching the pinnacle of his attributes. After the absorption of the potion, he planned to dedicate some time to training, which should suffice. Soon enough, Chen Yi and his Charizard were returned to their home in the town. To ensure the potion was absorbed smoothly, Chen Yi refrained from training and instead retrieved the spellbook gifted by Swain. Initially, he anticipated that the tome would contain intricate spells, but to his surprise, it was filled with fundamental knowledge. Nevertheless, these basic concepts had been elaborately expanded upon by Swain, who presented them from various perspectives, allowing Chen Yi to delve into the principles and structures of magic. This was precisely what he needed. As he read, a new understanding of these fundamentals began to dawn upon him. Player E, HP 20, MP 20, free attribute point 1. Immersed in the spellbook, Chen Yi remained oblivious to the information displayed on his panel. After a considerable time, Chen Yi exhaled deeply. He had to admit that this spellbook had profoundly impacted him. Upon finishing his initial reading, an abundance of inspiration surged forth. What he once believed to be a nearly perfected self-created spell now appeared cumbersome and chaotic in comparison. However, he refrained from making any modifications, choosing instead to start anew with the spellbook, savoring each word and sentence. Upon returning from the arena, Charizard brought dinner in its claws. Charizard, just set it down for now. Let me finish this page, Chen Yi instructed. Charizard gently tugged at the spellbook, shaking its head in determination. It truly wanted to read just one more page before eating. With Charizard's resolute gaze, Chen Yi had no choice but to acquiesce. Though he felt something was amiss, wasn't he the trainer? After swiftly devouring the dinner Charizard had brought, Chen Yi once again became engrossed in the magical realm reflected in Swain's eyes. Indeed, upon his third viewing, Chen Yi realized that he was not merely observing Swain's method of deriving infrastructure, but rather contemplating the essence of Swain's thought process. With the memories of a demon and the perspective of a human, Swain approached magic with a certain romanticism. This does not imply that Swain is naive, rather, he has forged his own path. It echoes the words Chen Yi once heard in his youth: one should not define a mage through one's own limited understanding. As Chen Yi closed the Tome of Magic once more, thoughts began to swirl in his mind. Casting a glance at the panel, he noted that the effects of the spirit elixir from the second division had fully manifested. The enhancement was commendable, although it did not reach the maximum value. It was nevertheless quite close. Chen Yi will allocate all the acquired attribute points. Chen Yi level, LV19 occupation, Mage health, 2470, base health, 2245. Equipment health bonus, 225, mana, 2395, base mana, 2095, equipment mana bonus, 300, armor, 28, base armor, 24. Equipment armor bonus, 4, Constitution, 48 strength, 33 intelligence, 51 base intelligence, 49 equipment intelligence bonus, 18 agility, 34 spirit, 49 free attribute points, 0 talent, affinity for fire, enhances mastery of fire skills, increases fire elemental damage by 10. Skills, Wu Wei meditation, spell analysis, mental telekinesis, blink, fire resistance ring, fireball. Resistance, fire elemental resistance 30 soul energy, 5 projection, can project. The accumulation of soul energy remains insufficient. Perhaps the ratio of fate within the soul energy composed of soul and luck is of greater significance. The fire dragon has gone to the arena and will not return tonight. Constitution is still a bit short of its maximum. With the aid of Wu Wei meditation and training, it should reach its peak in about half a month. The higher the constitution, the longer it takes to achieve growth through training. Witnessing the trainer's relentless effort, the fire dragon also decided to intensify its training tonight. Amidst the training, Chen did not rest but pondered over his techniques. The spellbook provided by Swain truly opened a new realm for Chen, regardless of the other party's motives. This kindness is acknowledged by Chen. The activation of Flame Seal's sword is too slow. Against formidable foes, the resonance of 3 swords fails to inflict any damage. Previously, when facing Orochimaru, this technique caused no harm at all. As a defensive measure, it proves somewhat impractical. Whereas the Flame Demon transformation allows for more agile responses to varying situations, the analysis of the Flame Demon transformation skills must also accelerate. Thus, a month has passed, and Chen has finally exhausted the gains acquired from this world. It remains uncertain when he might obtain a follower slot. Chen harbors a fondness for copper coins, relishing in the joy that their acquisition brings him in terms of personal strength. Charizard, on the other hand, possesses a simple affection for copper coins. At the stall, Chen gazes in bewilderment as Charizard engages in haggling with customers, wondering when Charizard had awakened such a talent. Oh, come on. I'm purchasing these worthless weapons merely as padding. Who in their right mind would buy over 20 levels of white equipment? Chen found the player's argument to be quite reasonable. However, the Charizard shook its head, indicating that the calculations were not as straightforward. It instinctively understood the principle that demand creates market value. Firmly holding on to the price of these white-tier items, the Charizard refused to budge. In the end, the player, left with no choice, raised the price by 10 copper coins, acquiring the 56 pieces of white-quality equipment from Chen at a rate of 230 copper coins each. Chen initially spent 900 copper coins for a level 5 white-quality staff, yet the level 20 staff was merely sold for 230 copper coins. As the saying goes, who would utilize white-quality equipment upon reaching level 20? Money Duo cast a fierce glance at the fire dragon and remarked, Money Duo, have traversed the gaming world for several months, yet this is the first time I have been bested in a negotiation. Who are you? The fire dragon responded with a defiant roar. Money Duo huffed coldly. I shall remember you. Chen also added Qian Duo as a friend. This individual actively sought to acquire such equipment, undoubtedly for his own purposes. In the future, should subpar gear emerge, it is quite possible that he could find a buyer in him. Furthermore, after selling several green and blue items, Chen amassed a total of 74,000 copper coins. Notably, the silver spear fetched an impressive price of 12,000, nearing the upper limit for blue-quality equipment. These copper coins truly provided a much-needed boost for Chen, who had been residing in the arena for a month, and instilled him with a newfound confidence to pursue his forthcoming endeavors. Chen approached the shop within the realm of the game, and in the illuminated display that appeared, he searched for Overlord's Pact. This was a unique contract originating from the dungeon world, which, after being authenticated by the game world, could be utilized even upon leaving the confines of the dungeon world. The Overlord's Pact, priced at 400 copper coins, granted a temporal effect. It allowed the character to wield equipment exceeding their level by up to 5 levels during its effective duration. Chen purchased for a continuous span of 10 days. Along with the remaining copper coins from before, he now possessed a total of 81,000 copper coins. Upon completing the purchase, a parchment materialized in the void, inscribed with a contract composed of characters that Chen could not comprehend. Chen felt it was imperative to broaden his linguistic horizons to avoid potential pitfalls in the future. As the contract was signed, a radiant glow enveloped him, granting him a temporary buff that allowed him to equip items exceeding his level by up to 5 tiers. He produced the Breath of Flowing Sound and donned the Wandering Will, elevating his total intelligence to an impressive 84 points. It was no wonder that so many players found themselves entranced by the pursuit of equipment. The exhilarating sensation of sudden empowerment was indeed difficult to resist. Steadying his nearly crumbling resolve, he proceeded with the fire-breathing dragon towards the most perilous and treacherous realms of the game world, the Enhancement Hall. This marked Qin Yi's inaugural visit. And the surroundings felt somewhat unfamiliar. Only the enhancer appeared vaguely recognizable. A woman dressed as a bunny girl approached him, inquiring, "Is this your first time at the Enhancement Hall, esteemed player?" Qin Yi cast a stoic glance at her, muttering a nonchalant him. This unexpected act of kindness could not possibly be an attempt to earn her copper coins. Yet, that single glance nearly brought the bunny girl to tears. She had accepted a position at the game world's Enhancement Hall out of fear of combat, never anticipating the lurking dangers within the town. The fire dragon, with an air of exasperation, gently pushed Qin Yi aside and offered a comforting pat to the bunny girl. Overwhelmed by this gesture, the bunny girl burst into tears, lamenting, "Please don't kill me. I'm just trying to earn my living in the game world." The fire dragon sighed, pondering the predicament of their household. If Qin Yi once appeared easily intimidated, the tide had turned with the escalating violence. The aura surrounding Qin Yi gradually began to shift. And at a glance, he no longer appeared to be a person of good character. After a considerable duration, the bunny girl, amidst her sobs, recalled her professional duties. With a wary expression, she concealed herself behind the Charizard while providing her explanation. The Enhancement Hall allows for the consumption of colorless crystals, and copper coins are utilized to strengthen equipment. The more formidable the equipment, the greater the consumption required, and the longer the enhancement process takes. Furthermore, it is strictly prohibited to vandalize public property or to take a life within this space. Qin Yi gazed at the curses inscribed upon the enhancer, curious to hear the explanation from the bunny girl. Laughter echoed around him. "You will be the next to fail." Not only were the words etched on the enhancer, but also on the nearby pillars and the stone tiles beneath. "Try enhancing me again, and you shall be a dog." "Kelly, is this enhancer yours? I will kill Kelly. Whoever blesses my weapon with an 11, I shall believe in them for eternity." Does anyone know if he succeeded? Oh, his weapon blew up. He is no longer a player. It was as if they had transformed this place into a platform for communication. Were they not forbidden to vandalize public property? The bunny girl hastily concealed herself behind the Charizard. Each word carried a fine of 1,000 copper coins. In fact, the hall's environment refreshed every month, and those concerned that these curses might affect their luck could return at the beginning of the month. This bunny girl was well aware of the myriad superstitions players employed in their quests to enhance their weapons. As for Qin Yi, he marveled at how lucrative the gaming world could be. Each character cost 1,000 copper coins. Players who had succumbed to frustration from failed enhancements no longer cared about a mere 1,000 copper coins. They simply sought an outlet for their emotions. The gaming world, in its benevolence, provided a conducive environment for venting frustrations by refreshing this space. How wonderfully accommodating it was. Yet, he pondered whether this merciful business could allow him to partake in its offerings. The Enhancement Hall had a limited number of enhancers, and should all of them be in use, one would need to wait their turn. Equipment enhancement would not result in a drop in level for the first 4 levels. However, upon reaching level 4, failure would randomly cause a downgrade. Should one aspire to enhance a piece of equipment to level 10 and beyond, they would require enhancement protection scrolls, for without them, failure would render the equipment damaged. It was said that enhancing higher-level equipment required additional resources, though he was too low in level to know the specifics. After delivering her explanation, the bunny girl eagerly departed. As a novice at enhancing, Qin Yi felt a twinge of anxiety regarding his luck. He made his way to the entrance of the gaming world's open, unmanned shop to purchase colorless crystals. The price of these colorless crystals was quite reasonable, at 10 copper coins each. Qin Yi purchased 500 items in one go, and then sought a slightly cleaner enhancer to commence the strengthening process. The items designated for enhancement included the Breath of the Flowing Echo, the Everlasting Catalyst Stone, and the Bewildered Will. While the other equipment he possessed was deemed unnecessary for enhancement, he pressed the red button beside the enhancer, which then revealed a slot designed for placing the equipment. Qin Yi activated the Breath of the Flowing Echo. Subsequently, the groove retracted automatically, and a screen emerged before the enhancer. This enhancement requires a payment of 1,000 copper coins and 10 colorless small crystals. Do you agree? The lower the enhancement level, the lesser the fee required. Qin Yi chose to agree directly, and the colorless crystals and copper coins in his backpack were automatically deducted. The enhancer began to hum, and after approximately 10 seconds, it released a small amount of steam. Congratulations on the successful enhancement. Qin Yi examined some weapon data. Flowing Echo 1 quality. Purple physical attack, 27 to 33, 1. Magical attack, 95 to 101, 2. Durability, 1919 flowing echo, reduces casting costs to a certain extent, restoring 2 mana per minute. Gemstone, lowers the equipment's required level by 5. Level, 25 evaluation, it is not perfect, but it is undoubtedly superior to the worthless item you currently possess. The enhancement at level 1 is rather modest. Chen placed it back once more, resuming the process of enhancement. This time, the required cost had escalated to 1. 200 copper coins and 12 colorless crystals. Success at level 2, success at level 3. Chen, with a stoic expression, removed the resonance of flowing echoes. He then placed the everlasting catalytic stone upon it. This piece of equipment demanded a considerable initial investment, requiring 1 for 100 copper coins and 16 colorless crystals. Success was achieved at levels 1 through 3, but at level 4, failure struck, causing the level to regress to level 3. The atmospheric pressure near Chen has plummeted. Is it his own external influence that has led to this predicament, or is the goddess of fortune merely toying with him? Goddess of fortune, you are nonsensical. With no other recourse, Chen could only retrieve the eternal catalyst stone and subsequently bestow it with the wandering will. Success at level 1, failure at level 2. Chen found himself vulnerable due to the enhancer. Unbeknownst to him, a considerable crowd had gathered around. This was their mystical endeavor, seeking out enhancers that had failed numerous times. The likelihood of success thereafter was exceedingly high. While others enhanced their weapons, they enhanced their players. A cheerful gunman stepped forward, saying, "Brother, are you still going to enhance? If your luck is too poor, it might be better to try again next time." A player dressed as a ninja also offered comfort, stating, "In truth, we all have traversed this path. Do not take it too deeply to heart. You could wait until next time when fortune may favor you more." The gunman shot a fierce glare at the ninja, signaling that he had arrived first. The ninja chuckled, reminding him that there were no rules of precedence in the enhancement hall. "My friend, perhaps it would be best to refrain from enhancing. Indeed, sometimes luck simply does not align." They both concurred, unexpectedly cooperating, primarily out of concern that Chen might continue using the enhancer he had relied on for so long, thus depleting the good fortune he had already accumulated. Chen trembled as he retrieved his equipment. It was not fear, but rather a sense of exasperation. After enhancing his staff to 3, his magical attack power increased by a mere 3 points. The universal catalyst offered a meager boost of 20 HP and 30 MP. For such paltry gains, Chen had already expended 21,000 copper coins. Once he reclaimed his gear, he stood beside the fire-breathing dragon, not for any particular reason, but simply to ascertain the enhancement status of others. At that moment, a ninja swiftly materialized in front of the enhancer. In terms of speed, the gunslinger was still lagging far behind. The ninja chuckled heartily, "Apologies, but this opportunity is mine." Instead of enhancing his primary weapon, he opted to use some worthless gear in hopes of luck. In a jovial mood, he elaborated on his esoteric knowledge as he enhanced. "Ah, my friend, enhancing is indeed an art. Blind enhancement only serves to waste copper coins. This is a 10 white quality item I purchased at a considerable price. The enhancement required 500 copper coins and 40 colorless crystals. Do you agree? Once enhanced to 10, the cost for the next enhancement would significantly increase." Without hesitation, the ninja pressed the agree button. The enhancer trembled violently, an intensity Chen had never witnessed before. It must be said, some individuals are simply suited for business. Such worthless white gear, I would usually not bother to pick up even if offered for free. Yet, once enhanced to 10, it could fetch a price of at least 7,000 copper coins, if not more. Chen Yi's lips twitched slightly. He could barely manage to secure a +4. While others were peddling weapons enhanced to +10, Chen Yi vaguely sensed that his luck had taken a significant turn for the worse. Prior to entering the game world, he was merely an ordinary individual, neither particularly fortunate nor unfortunate. However, after being transformed by the game world, he had become what he was now. With the enhancer buzzing ominously and emitting a cloud of steam, it was evident that this enhancement had failed, leaving the equipment damaged. Upon witnessing the failure, the ninja brother was unexpectedly elated, while the nearby gunslinger looked on with envious eyes, astonished by the opportunity that had presented itself. Without hesitation, another white quality equipment with a 10 rating was offered up. As anticipated, this 10 white equipment was also sacrificed. The ninja brother exclaimed in delight. Sensing that the moment was ripe, and proceeded to place his main weapon into the enhancer. You, a novice in enhancement, are typically afforded a protective grace period, and your safeguard lies within this enhancer. Do you perceive failure as a misfortune? Nay, it serves merely as a prelude to success. A considerable amount of steam billowed forth as the enhancement concluded. Unfortunately, this attempt had also failed, resulting in the equipment being rendered inoperative. The ninja's words faltered as he stood frozen in disbelief. No, it seemed that even his mystical theories faltered against the enhancer that Chun-Yi had utilized. The ninja, with vacant eyes, picked up the shattered kunai fragments, joining the ranks of the disheartened. The gunslinger chuckled. Ah, you are still too inexperienced. You dare to sacrifice your main weapon without purchasing a protection ticket, and your timing was far from optimal. He approached the enhancer with renewed confidence, placing his main weapon upon it, and for good measure, he tossed in a protection ticket as well. The timing may not have been adequate before, but after your sacrifice, it shall suffice. Prepare to witness the birth of a 12 weapon. However, the enhancement failed once more, resetting the enhancement level to 0. No. With the comforting presence of two kind souls, Chun-Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, what was enhancement failure but a trivial setback? Indeed, happiness is often a matter of perspective. Chun-Yi purchased a white, high-quality robe for himself, which provided a negligible amount of additional armor. He also acquired a barely usable claw for the fire dragon, which subsequently received certification from the game world, resulting in a transformation of its physique. However, without weapons, its potential prowess would be significantly diminished. Regrettably, Chun-Yi lacked a book of servants, preventing the fire dragon from enjoying numerous benefits associated with being a servant, such as adaptive equipment. Thus, he settled for a claw that was only marginally functional. In the end, he procured 2 portions of Remy's assistance and a collection of potions for health and mana restoration, while reserving over 3,000 copper coins as a precautionary measure. Chun-Yi cast an eye over the attributes of the Charizard. Charizard quality, light gold level, LV 19 health, 3091 mana, 1350 armor, 53 constitution, 49 strength, 49 intelligence, 49 agility, 49 spirit, 49 flame burst, executes a wide-range fire attack in front, inflicting damage equivalent to 2 times the magic attack power. Energy reflux, mana, stamina, and health create a feedback loop, reducing damage taken by 15, even without equipment. Its attributes are nothing short of luxurious. This is the advantage brought about by Pokemon evolution. It instilled in Chun-Yi a greater confidence regarding this breakthrough. In the game world, I and Charizard choose to proceed with the breakthrough. Are you sure? Once confirmed, this choice cannot be undone. Confirm. Confirm. Isn't this a lack of options presented to me? Chun-Yi and the fire dragon simultaneously pressed a confirmation button. A beam of light materialized before them, and without hesitation, they stepped into it. During the transmission, darkness enveloped them, and after more than 10 minutes, the surroundings regained brightness. Breakthrough mission. Conquer the Dragon Man Tower. Breakthrough mission. Monsters have been enhanced. Recommended level, LV 21. LV 29 mission reward. Life Leap X2 Chun-Yi and the fire dragon were teleported to a lofty tower. Peering over the railing, they beheld a series of fluffy white clouds drifting nearby, indicating their considerable elevation. At that moment, both were sprawled on the ground, soothing their unsettled stomachs. Initially, Chun-Yi had presumed this was merely a cruel jest of the game world. However, after consulting a mage knowledgeable about spatial teleportation, he discovered that this physiological nausea was, in fact, a self-repair mechanism of the body. To put it simply, a weakened body struggles to adapt to such extreme distances of teleportation. Even with the protective measures of the game world, the effects remained. After a while, both the human and the Pokemon regained their composure. At this juncture, the tower echoed with the roars of dragons, surrounded by an array of various bones, some belonging to adventurers, others to dragonfolk. Chun-Yi had gathered some insights regarding the Tower of Dragonfolk. It is situated within the Sky Tower of the Dungeon World, where the magic of the Sky Sea influences all living beings. The dragon race, affected by this magic, evolved into dragonfolk, taking on human forms. These dragonfolk exist solely to defend their territories, blindly obstructing the progress of adventurers. In the face of these dragonfolk, any attempt at civil communication proves futile. The presence of the Sky Sea ensures the continuous emergence of dragonfolk, rendering the Tower of Dragonfolk a frequent quest in the game world. Suddenly, a squad of 8 blue-winged dragons ascended from the upper level with a loud cry. They were relatively small, standing about 1 meter tall. and possessed wings that enabled them to soar through the air. The fire dragon, employing a swift electric maneuver, charged ahead. With a claw, it seized one blue-winged dragon and pinned it to the ground, subsequently unleashing a torrent of flames at the remaining dragons. As the flames struck the blue-winged dragons, they were sent reeling backward, only to be met by a flock of fire sparrows. With a resounding explosion, the fire sparrows detonated upon contact with the blue-winged dragons. The fire dragon inflicted 77 points of damage, 46 points of impact damage, and 31 points of burning damage, while player E dealt 221 points of damage, 154 points of impact damage, and 67 points of burning damage. The blue-winged dragons, caught off guard by this assault, shook their heads and began to rise from the ground. Chun-Yi promptly employed the Eye of Inspection for a thorough scan. Blue-winged dragon health, 1340 mana, 95 armor, 61 constitution, 49 strength, 42 agility, 49 intellect, 23 spirit, 19 dragon skin, increases armor by 34 points. With a slight enhancement in elemental resistance. Dragon bloodline. After experiencing an inexplicable stimulus, the hidden bloodline begins to manifest, adding 1000 to health. Lunge. A brief burst of speed at 1. 5 times agility, inflicting damage at 1. 2 times strength. Piercing roar. A roar rooted in the bloodline. Yet due to its impure nature, it transforms into a shrill sound, causing 0. 9 times spirit damage, which can stack. Level 19, still capable of combat. However, with such stackable attacks, a portion must be dealt with first. Taking advantage of the fire-breathing dragon's distraction, Chun-Yi wielded his staff, unleashing a series of fiery rings that resembled the golden treasures of a king. Tiny flame swords rapidly formed within the rings, launching forth with great speed. This represented the fruits of Chun-Yi's recent endeavors. Roar. The foremost blue-winged dragon was pierced by multiple flame swords. Player E inflicted 359 points of damage to the blue-winged dragon, 259 points of piercing damage, 65 points of burn damage. The flame swords possessed not only resilience but also remarkable cutting capability due to their high temperatures. Yet, this was not the end. As the flame swords penetrated the blue-winged dragon's body, resonance commenced. Player E dealt an additional 151 points of burn damage to the blue-winged dragon, followed by 41 points of burn damage. The higher damage stemmed from the resonance of the fire rings, while the lower was due to the intense heat of the flame swords. This illustrated Chun-Yi's refinement of the flame-sealing sword, abandoning the design of attracting fire elemental particles to create a magma environment, opting instead for mutual resonance to elevate temperature. This reduced environmental dependency and broadened applicability. With the collaborative efforts of the fire-breathing dragon and Chun-Yi, the 8 blue-winged dragons were not particularly challenging to subdue. Before long, all the blue-winged dragons had been pierced by the flame swords. Death was merely a matter of time. Roar, roar, roar. The shrill sound echoed throughout the tower. Player E suffered 9 points of mental attack damage and 7 points from another mental assault. The fire-breathing dragon sustained 7 points of mental damage. These injuries were trivial for both the fire-breathing dragon and Chun-Yi. Yet the more bothersome issue was the emergence of responses from other floors regarding the blue-winged dragons. The fire-breathing dragon accelerated. Roar. The slightly rejuvenated blue-winged dragons launched themselves in a lunge. Ever vigilant, Chun-Yi raised his staff, conjuring several earthen walls along their flight paths. However, he underestimated the power of the blue-winged dragons, or perhaps overestimated the durability of his earthen walls. Caught off guard, Chun-Yi was directly struck by one of the blue-winged dragons and sent flying. Striving to regain balance midair, he barely managed to steady himself upon landing. Fire-breathing dragon. Ignore me. The looming threat of death seemed to empower the blue-winged dragons, compelling them to charge relentlessly at the fire-breathing dragon, forcing Chun-Yi to evade. Combat, indeed, is never merely a matter of surface statistics. Experience, willpower, and the essence of strength, all factors that influence the outcome. After more than 10 seconds, the blue-winged dragons ultimately succumbed, yet not before inflicting significant injuries upon Chun-Yi and the fire-breathing dragon. Chun-Yi handed a healing potion to the fire dragon. The potion, crafted by Xiao Lu, was of white quality, with an effect that restored 2 health points per second for 3 minutes. Review. While I comprehend the principles, I cannot fathom why the healing potion possesses a fragrance reminiscent of soy sauce. This was the fruit of Xiao Lu's relentless efforts. After inadvertently creating a dish with restorative properties, she realized her talents should not be confined to the kitchen. Thus, with her savings and a loan of 4 000 copper coins from Chen Yi, she embarked on a journey into the realm of potions. It must be said that her talents seemed to manifest in peculiar ways. Although she was concocting potions, it often felt as though she were preparing a meal. This peculiarity resulted in potions imbued with unusual flavors. Nevertheless, the efficacy remained commendable. Despite being merely of white quality, the potion's ability to restore 360 health points over 3 minutes proved exceedingly practical for the fire dragon, who lacked a spatial backpack. Chen Yi then consumed a bottle of blue potion. Shaolu's Malice, quality, white effect, restores 2 points of mana per second for 3 minutes. Evaluation: how is this concoction capable of tasting so sour? Chen Yi's face contorted in distaste, had it not been for the affordability, practicality, and validation within the gaming realm. He would certainly not have partaken. That greasy woman! The roar of the Dragon Man snapped Chen Yi's attention back. Before the Dragon Man descended, he strategically planted several flame swords at the foot of the staircase, perhaps due to the long absence of visitors to the Dragon Man Tower. The response speed of the Dragon Men was significantly slower. The first to appear was not the previously encountered blue-winged dragon, but a Dragon Man armed with a spear. Dragon Man health: 1800 mana, 125 armor, 40 constitution, 49 strength, 49 agility, 48 intelligence, 12 spirit, 15 dragonkin skin. Increases armor by 20 points. With a slight increase in elemental resistance. Dragon Man bloodline. Upon receiving an inexplicable stimulus, the latent bloodline begins to manifest, increasing health by 1000. Lightning flow. The magic of lightning elements courses through the Dragonman's veins, inflicting additional lightning damage equal to intelligence x0. 1 upon attack. Quick step. A special footwork rooted in the bloodline that enhances movement speed and evasion capabilities. Power strike. Charges the spear for a thrust. Dealing damage equal to strength x1. 9, after which speed is temporarily reduced. Observing the more formidable Dragonman, it seemed that even with the bloodline enhancement, it was not as potent as the blue-winged dragon. Could it be a matter of bloodline purity? Explode. The preemptively concealed flame swords detonated in succession, engulfing the unsuspecting Dragonman in searing flames. Player E dealt 229 points of damage to the Dragonman, 129 impact damage, 110 burn damage. Player E dealt 261 points of damage to the Dragonman, 141 impact damage, 120 burn damage. This was also the first time for Chen Yi. As the burning damage approached the impact damage, the instantaneous eruption of flames engulfed everything nearby, including Chen Yi and the fire dragon. The player E suffered 69 points of fire damage. As Chen Yi's mastery over the flames intensified with the elevation of his fire essence, his control over the flames he conjured gradually improved, supplemented by his inherent fire elemental resistance. These factors combined rendered his spellcasting considerably more robust than before. The ground beneath him glowed red from the searing flames, inflicting continuous damage upon the dragonkin standing upon it. Despite sustaining considerable harm upon their initial encounter, they did not exhibit any signs of retreat. This was their territory, and all intruders would face relentless pursuit from the dragonkin. Be cautious, fire dragon. Their strength is not to be underestimated, Chen Yi warned, as the battle commenced. The fire dragon nodded in acknowledgement. Once again, a circle of flames erupted behind Chen Yi. Meanwhile, the fire dragon engaged in a tactical dance with the dragonkin, deftly evading spear attacks while delivering long-range assaults through fiery breath. Throughout Chen Yi's exertions, the fire dragon remained indefatigable. Presently, these efforts bore fruit as the fire dragon skillfully entangled 5 dragonkin. The remaining 3, however, charged towards Chen Yi. The flame sword pierced 1 dragonkin, yet it did little to hinder their advance. Their formidable strength rendered them impervious to the repulsion from the flame sword, as their peculiar movements enabled them to close the distance to Chen Yi swiftly. Once more, earth walls rose from the ground, obstructing the dragonkin while concealing their line of sight. However, under the immense power wielded by the dragonkin, a spear effortlessly pierced through the earthen barrier. Yet behind that wall lay another earthen wall. The fire sparrow maneuvered at unpredictable angles around the wall, continuously bombarding the dragonkin. Player E inflicts 201 points of damage to the dragonkin, 121 points of impact damage, 80 points of burning damage. Player E inflicts 21 points of burning damage. At that moment, a roar echoed once more from the staircase. A blue-winged dragon soared over the earth wall, surging towards Chen Yi. Flame rejection. All the approaching blue-winged dragons halted momentarily, granting Chen Yi a brief respite to cast his spells. Realizing the overwhelming number of enemies, Chen Yi understood that he could not persist in this manner. The flames that pierced through their bodies failed to impede their movements. The wings, he recalled. The flame sword struck into the body of a blue-winged dragon, sending it careening backward. The flame sword reappeared, viciously stabbing into the dragon's wing. Roar. The severely wounded blue-winged dragon could not even rise from the ground. This meant that once its wings were severed, only the severely injured dragonkin would remain to contend with. Fire dragon, maneuver around the earthen walls. Look for an opportunity to tear off their wings. With the incantation, multiple earthen walls surged upward from the ground. If one wall wasn't sufficient, then several would suffice. The fire dragon fought around the walls, as the dragonkin's attacks were absorbed by the barriers, while the blue-winged dragons were similarly restrained by the walls. Throughout this process, the health and mana of both Chen-Yi and the fire dragon fluctuated, but remained within a relatively safe range. The flame sword pierced the blue-winged dragon's body, and the fire dragon struck down upon the sword's position with ferocity, causing the sword to penetrate entirely through the blue-winged dragon. This was the last surviving blue-winged dragon. The flame sword continued to scorch it, eliciting a hoarse roar as it succumbed to its fate. With its demise, a piece of equipment radiating a blue glow and a handful of copper coins fell to the ground. Without haste to collect the spoils, both Chen-Yi and the fire dragon sat upon the ground, catching their breath. He wondered why, as a mage, he found himself engaging in close combat, and in such a disheveled manner. He offered the fire dragon a vial of healing potion, before downing one for himself to restore mana. After a brief respite, they quickly rose to survey the battlefield, but the discordant cries of the blue-winged dragons echoed once more. This could not continue. The fire dragon looked to Chen-Yi, aware that when the trainer spoke such words, it indicated a burgeoning strategy in his mind. The game world demanded the completion of the Dragonkin Tower. But to what extent would this require? Chen-Yi did not await the response of the fire-breathing dragon. Instead, engrossing himself in his own thoughts, should all the dragonmen be vanquished? Should the guardian boss be eliminated? Or is it sufficient to merely bypass this tier to achieve victory? At this juncture, Chen-Yi realized that the fire-breathing dragon had comprehended his intentions. Despite Chen-Yi's considerable enhancement in strength, he still appeared insufficient in the face of the relentless onslaught of monsters. Chen-Yi gazed outward from the tier. A squadron of blue-winged dragons, accompanied by a troop of dragonkin, approached this level. Previously, the warnings from the dragonkin echoed far and wide, with numerous reinforcements hastening to this location. The territory of the dragonkin was not to be trifled with. However, they had yet to detect any intruders. The ground was littered with the corpses of dragonkin, their bodies billowing black smoke amid the flames. The blue-winged dragons did not depart from this tier, instead patrolling to thwart any further incursions. Meanwhile, the fire-breathing dragon carried Chen-Yi upward to a higher level. This realm showcased a genuine terrain. There had never been a stipulation that one could only ascend the tower by climbing. Nevertheless, the Sky City truly lived up to its reputation as a marvel connecting the continent of Arad to the celestial realm. It was magnificent and enigmatic. Outside the tower, Chen-Yi could sense the vibrant activity of elemental particles. Casting spells here enhanced both speed and potency. Yet, within the confines of the tower, conditions reverted to normal. This piqued Chen-Yi's curiosity regarding the original purpose behind the design of the Sky City. The section known as the Tower of Dragonkin featured tiers soaring several meters high, and the number of dragonin residing within was incalculable. If one were to engage in a straightforward challenge, the sheer endurance of the dragonkin could easily wear Chen-Yi down. Not to mention the presence of elite individuals among them, serving as formidable gatekeepers. As he continued his ascent and encountered a more expansive tier, the sounds of the dragonkin faded into silence. The fire-breathing dragon drew closer. A low rumble echoed. A thick fog obscured visibility, rendering even the eagle-eye technique ineffective in discerning the state of this level. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that there were no dragonkin present, nor any other creatures, just a barren platform. Yet, this very platform restricted the monsters from the upper and lower tiers. Chen-Yi and the Charizard descended to a lower level. After waiting for a moment, Chen-Yi shook his head in regret at the Charizard. Indeed, the loopholes in the gaming world are difficult to exploit. However, this did not deter him. A new idea began to form in his mind. Charizard, let us return and conduct an experiment. The Charizard did not inquire about the nature of the experiment. Instead, it turned and signaled for Chen-Yi to climb aboard. Having always believed in its trainer's ability to conquer challenges, soon they found themselves back at the level from which they had been transported by the gaming world. After Chen-Yi's departure, the Dragonin and the blue-winged dragon descended but found no enemies, leaving only a squad of dragon men to patrol the area. Right here, they remarked. Chen Yi thwarted the notion of allowing the fire dragon to descend to the lower levels. Instead, it hovered outside the Dragon Man Tower, where a fiery ring unfurled behind him, the vibrant elements deepening the hue of his flame sword. Go. With a mere thought, Chen Yi directed the flame sword to charge straight toward the Dragon Man within the tower. However, to his astonishment, before it even breached the threshold, the flame sword was repelled as if it had encountered an invisible barrier. This unexpected outcome took even Chen Yi by surprise. Was this a pre-existing defense mechanism of the Sky City, or a restriction imposed by the game world to hinder his actions? After exerting a modicum of effort, he vanquished the Dragon Man of this level. Following this, he continued his endeavors, severing the wings of the blue-winged dragon, which was then seized by the more formidable fire dragon and transported to a platform above, devoid of any monsters. The enhancements granted by the game world indeed vanished, reverting it back to a level 17 creature. Blue-winged dragon health, 810 mana, 85 armor, 31 constitution, 42 strength, 32 agility, 47 intelligence, 11 spirit, 17 dragonkin skin, increases armor by 10 points. With a slight enhancement in elemental resistance. Dragonkin bloodline, increases health cap by 500. Dash, temporarily boosts agility to 1. 5 times its normal speed, inflicting damage equal to 1. 1 times its strength. In an instant, it transformed from an elite monster into mere fodder. Chen Yi was confident that he could pierce it with 2 strikes of his sword. However, he refrained from doing so. What Chen Yi truly needed was for it to summon the other dragonkin. Fire Dragon. The fire dragon turned its head but did not wait for further elaboration. Roar? Chen Yi shook his head and replied, "It is nothing." It was better for him to deal with the torment of the blue-winged dragon himself. He stowed his staff back into his backpack and conjured a fireball with his bare hands, hurling it toward the blue-winged dragon. The staff served as a crucial medium for a mage's spells, akin to the sword wielded by a swordsman, particularly for a player. The absence of such a weapon significantly diminished one's power. Without a weapon, the enhancement of the realm of fire relied solely on Chen Yi's intellect and the essence of the spell itself. Player E inflicted 22 points of damage on the blue-winged dragon, 12 from impact damage and 10 from burning damage. The fireball struck, flipping the dragon over as it let out a roar. This creature seemed oblivious to the concept of fear. Or perhaps it only felt trepidation in the presence of beings of superior bloodlines. Amidst the dragon's roar, Chen Yi could hear the voices of other dragonkin resonating from the stairwell above and below. However, they remained blocked at the staircase, too timid to ascend. Was it not yet sufficient? Another fireball erupted, compounding the injury from the previous strike to its wings, and the blue-winged dragon's condition deteriorated further. Even so, it continued to bellow angrily at Chen Yi. The dragonkin at the staircase emitted discordant shrieks, seemingly attempting to intimidate Chen Yi into inaction. "I wonder if you can comprehend my words. Are you certain you will not come to its rescue?" As Chen Yi spoke, another fireball was unleashed, embodying the essence of a true antagonist. Meanwhile, the Charizard inexplicably felt a twinge of pity for the blue-winged dragon, promptly shaking its head in denial. The trainer was indeed a good person, and the earlier perception was merely an illusion. Chen Yi felt that with a few more fireballs, this azure-winged dragon would gradually succumb to the flames. Meanwhile, the dragon ant at the staircase continued to roar incessantly, never daring to take a single step forward. Although launching an attack from the upper floor was feasible, it would demand an exorbitant amount of time. Bolstered by its lineage, the Dragon Man possessed substantial health and formidable defense. Even with relentless casting, Chen Yi would eventually tire. If one dragon was insufficient, then he would capture several. With that resolve, the fire-breathing dragon took Chen Yi back to the initial level, where 7 azure-winged dragons remained in the newly respawned squad, one of which had already been captured by Chen Yi. Earthen walls rose, obscuring the azure-winged dragon's line of sight, followed by several fiery sparrows that soared through the air, striking one azure-winged dragon directly. It was sent hurtling through the air, and the fire-breathing dragon, poised and ready, delivered a powerful tail swipe, propelling it further away from its companions. The azure-winged dragon, after tumbling across the ground several times, regained its flight. The fire-breathing dragon positioned itself before it. Despite their smaller stature, these azure-winged dragons possessed strength comparable to that of the fire-breathing dragon. The most effective method to subdue them was to sever their wings. At that moment, the remaining azure-winged dragons broke through the earthen walls, only to be met by a barrage of flaming swords. Chen Yi anticipated the position of the blue-winged dragon, making it appear as though the creature itself was careening into the fiery blades. Screech! The mist flame sword was detonated by Chun Yi's command. A torrent of flames surged forth, compelling Chun Yi to hasten towards the side of the fire dragon. Seizing the moment, the fire dragon pinned the blue-winged dragon down, delivering a scorching blade strike to one of its wings, followed swiftly by another to the opposite wing. With the loss of its wings, the blue-winged dragon was rendered harmless. Chun Yi began to aim for the second one. Despite his previous ferocious assault, the blue-winged dragon still possessed at least 23 points of health, aside from a couple that had sustained wing injuries from Chun Yi's strikes. The remaining blue-winged dragons quickly regained their balance amidst the flames, charging once more towards him. The blue-winged dragons inflicted 78 points of damage upon the player. The blue-winged dragons inflicted 82 points of damage upon the player. The blue-winged dragons inflicted 81 points of damage upon the player. The illusory fire demon, conjured from 100 points of mana, was swiftly breached. The player, E, restored 5 points of mana. The player, E, restored 6 points of mana. Fire-breathing dragons. Those two on the ground. Roar. The flames formed a massive character that exploded in the sky, creating a shockwave that sent the blue-winged dragons, still reeling from inertia, flying backward. The fire-breathing dragon approached the two blue-winged dragons, whose wings had been inadvertently severed. Subsequently, Chun Yi braved the shockwave generated by the explosion and moved beside them. With the severing of 4 wings, the number of incapacitated blue-winged dragons increased by 2. The remaining 4 could only struggle for a fleeting moment before their wings were also severed by Chun Yi. Let us go. The fire-breathing dragon seized one blue-winged dragon with each claw, whisking Chun Yi away from that tier before any other dragonfolk could arrive. After several such repetitions, all 8 wingless blue-winged dragons were transported to the upper platform. To prevent these blue-winged dragons from perishing, Chun Yi thoughtfully extracted the flames word embedded within them. The extracted flames word was not wasted. It was hurled towards the staircase. Boom. I hope it proves effective. With his staff retracted, the fireball erupted upon the ground, eliciting a collective shriek from the blue-winged dragons. Upon hearing the roar, the dragonfolk below grew increasingly agitated, ceaselessly pacing at the staircase. From the moment of their inception, they had been informed not to stray from their territory. Yet, the summoning signal of the blue-winged dragons was also ingrained in their very blood. As the blue-winged dragons continued to screech, at last, one dragonfolk took that fateful step forward. Chun Yi revealed a joyful smile. I have been waiting for you all for a long time. Dragon Man health, 585 mana, 50 armor, 28 dragonkin skin, increases armor by 7 points. With a slight increase in elemental resistance. Dragon bloodline, increases health cap by 300. Swift step, a unique movement technique rooted in the bloodline, enhancing speed and evasion capabilities. Power strike, charges forth with the spear, inflicting damage of 75 plus strength multiplied by 1. 2. With a subsequent reduction in speed for a duration. Indeed, they have transformed from elite monsters into mere fodder. With the first dragon man vanquished, the others began to ascend. The fire dragon, granted permission, charged into the throng of dragon men, inflicting considerable damage with each claw swipe and tail lash. This provided the fire dragon with a much-needed release. Previously, it had been outmatched in both strength and speed, relying solely on combat experience. Even its attacks barely broke through defenses, leaving the fire dragon feeling quite frustrated. The fire dragon dealt 149 points of damage to the dragon man. The fire dragon dealt 165 points of damage to the dragon man. However, Chun Yi's damage was even greater. Grasping his staff once more, a fiery ring re-emerged behind him. A sword of flames pierced the dragon man's body. Resonating with the fire ring, player E inflicted 376 points of damage to the dragon man, 256 piercing damage, 120 burning damage. Player E inflicted 36 points of burning damage to the dragon man. To combat such a dragon man, a single flame sword sufficed. The remainder would succumb to the gradual burn. The multitude of dragon men surrounding the staircase dwindled under the relentless onslaught of the fire dragon and Chun Yi, posing no real threat. Before long, all the dragon men in the vicinity had been dispatched. However, Chun Yi still had not received a completion notification, suggesting that the game world intended for him to eliminate all the dragon men before proceeding. Please, continue to summon others. The half-dead blue-winged dragon was lifted by the fire dragon and subsequently soared to the lower levels. Unsurprisingly, all the dragon men from various tiers pursued the fire dragon, halting at the staircase. Among them was a dragon man that appeared distinct from the rest. Standing amidst the throng, the other dragon men instinctively maintained their distance from it. Clearly a dragon man, yet its status surpassed that of the blue-winged dragon. One glance revealed its formidable strength. Usla health, mana, armor, 101 constitution, strength, agility, 53 intelligence, 29 spirit, 39 dragonkin skin, dragon man bloodline. When stimulated, the original bloodline manifests further, increasing health by 2500. Might, swift step, a unique movement technique rooted in the bloodline, enhancing speed and evasion capabilities. Power strike, charges forth with the spear, inflicting damage of strength multiplied by 1. 9, with a subsequent reduction in speed for a duration. Blood rage. Upon seeing this data, Chun Yi's pupils constricted. The statistics of this entity far surpassed his own, rendering the scouting eye incapable of further analysis. From the available data, it was evident that this creature was extraordinarily resilient. Engaging in battle against such a being in the game world was utterly inadvisable. Chun Yi repeatedly executed his previous maneuvers, launching assaults on the blue-winged dragons, compelling them to emit anguished roars. He patiently awaited the departure of these dragonkin from their ranks, knowing that the subsequent matters would be considerably simplified. The carnage persisted unabated. An hour later, the wingless blue-winged dragon succumbed, leaving behind merely a handful of copper coins. Chun Yi had grown accustomed to the scarcity of equipment drops. Following the demise of the blue-winged dragons, the dragonkin began to disperse. Chun Yi was momentarily perplexed by the nature of this civilization. They constructed statues of dragon heads, equipped with traps, and displayed an understanding of territorial patrols, communicating through sound. Although they lacked the ability to converse, they were not devoid of thought. Despite knowing they were ensnared in a trap, they continued to venture inside, not as an act of vengeance, but seemingly executing some form of command. However, Chun Yi was not an ecologist. His objective was straightforward, to conquer the Dragon Man Tower. Following the demise of the blue-winged dragon, Chun Yi, accompanied by the fire-breathing dragon, repeated the previous process. He descended to the lower levels to capture blue-winged dragons, severing their wings to bring back to his current level. As the second wave of blue-winged dragons fell, the number of dragon men below could no longer fill the staircase, including a particularly distinct being that stood apart from the others. This entity appeared to act independently of the commands of the blue-winged dragons, as Chun Yi had never observed it moving forward. Once he confirmed that the remaining dragon men would not advance, the fire-breathing dragon lay down to rest while remaining vigilant. Chun Yi found a suitable spot to meditate and restore his mana. Half an hour later, having regained a significant portion of his magical energy, Chun Yi opened his eyes. He detected that the player had eliminated over 90 dragon men, achieving an A-rank evaluation and fulfilling the conditions to conclude the trial. Would he end the trial? Chun Yi pondered for a moment before asking, "Do I have the authority to comprehend the significance of the evaluations?" Authority check in progress. Authority met. An evaluation of C allows passage without reward. Thereafter, each enhancement in evaluation will yield cumulative rewards. Shall the trial come to an end? No. The fire-breathing dragon, lying on the ground, lifted its head, gazing curiously at Chun Yi. Chun Yi gently caressed its head, and the Dragonite contentedly closed its eyes, nuzzling against Chun Yi. However, Dragonite expressed dissatisfaction with this assessment, reminding us that without a guild as our support, the wealth we acquire cannot be compared to that of a collective. As we make progress, so do others. We must strive to run faster than our competitors. It is a race of perseverance. To go further, we must be relentless, not only towards others but also towards ourselves. The accumulation of task rewards often presents some copper coins that are difficult to procure, and these are the means through which I can swiftly enhance my strength. Chun Yi's words were not solely directed at Charizard, they were also a reminder to himself. Charizard rose, thumping its chest in affirmation of its presence. The duo took a moment to rest, savoring the provisions acquired from Xiaolu, ensuring their vitality was fully restored before embarking on their journey. Chun Yi descended further, arriving at the lower tier. However, he did not proceed downward but chose to remain here. Flame Sword. 8 fire circles simultaneously unfurled behind him, representing the utmost limit of his current capabilities. The flaming sword sliced through the air, piercing the bodies of the dragon men with ferocity. Hiss. Upon discovering the intruder in their territory, the 8 dragon men left on this level charged toward Chun Yi. Before they could approach, a second wave of flame swords once again struck their bodies. Explode. Without granting the dragon men a chance to withdraw the flaming swords, Chun Yi detonated them directly. He then ascended, accompanied by the fire-breathing dragon. The explosion of the flame swords merely momentarily hindered their advance. They soon surged beyond the fiery perimeter. However, the pursuing dragon men stood at the corridor's entrance, incessantly roaring at Chun Yi, refusing to take another step forward. Standing at the corridor, Chun-Yi adjusted the flight angle of the fire sparrow, which subsequently unleashed a continuous barrage of flames upon the dragon men. The anguished roars of the dragon men swiftly reached the ears of another dragon man on the next level. It seized a dark, ominous spear and raced upward, its eyes ablaze with fury. The flames relentlessly engulfed the dragon men, and soon, all 8 of them succumbed to their fate. Chun-Yi also spotted his target, the dragon man named Usasar, as it stepped into the location where the previous dragon man had fallen. The flame swords buried in advance erupted in a series of explosions. The fire dragon appeared behind it, and the fiery characters exploded in its wake. Noticing the dragon and S attention, the fire dragon swiftly retreated. The earlier barrage of attacks had failed to inflict any damage on Usasar, who instantly surged forward with remarkable speed towards the fire dragon. Although the fire dragon had initially taken flight, the distance between them was rapidly diminishing. Fortunately, the fire dragon was close to the edge of the tower and managed to escape before Usasar could close in. As previously stated, the ability to fly provides a significant advantage until one reaches a certain level of strength. Player E inflicted 343 points of burning damage to Usasar, while the fire dragon dealt 46 points of burning damage. The ambushed flame swords did not cause substantial harm. These damages were insufficient to affect a transformation in the battle. As Usasar roared at the fire dragon, walls of earth rose from the ground, obscuring its line of sight. Subsequently, fiery sparrows swooped in from various angles. Boom! The fiery sparrows detonated against the earthen walls. Usasar leapt to the ceiling of the staircase and, leveraging the ceiling as support, descended forcefully. An invisible shockwave radiated outward from Usasar's fall, and the earthen walls, having undergone several modifications by Chun-Yi, crumbled instantaneously under the powerful impact. Although he had prepared himself mentally, Chun-Yi realized he had still underestimated his opponent. The distinction between the second and first tiers was indeed substantial. With his current strength, his only strategy was to outlast the enemy. Another set of earthen walls rose, but Usasar, growing impatient, swung its spear, effortlessly demolishing each wall it encountered. It was already annoyed. How dare such a feeble opponent invade the land of the dragon men? Roar! In response to Usasar's furious roar, Chun-Yi brandished his staff, conjuring yet another set of earthen walls. Bang! Usasar kicked down the nearby wall, and with a few leaps, it reached Chun-Yi's front. Seemingly indifferent to the rules prohibiting ascent, Chun-Yi gazed at Usasar, who towered over him by a head, his expression unwavering. The initial version of the flame-sealing sword was embedded into the earthen wall. The material composing the surface of the Sky City was a mystery, displaying an astonishing resistance to high temperatures. Despite Chun-Yi's relentless bombardment, he had yet to witness any area being scorched or transformed into molten lava. Moreover, the creature before him exhibited a terrifying agility. Chun-Yi had not forgotten how it had deftly evaded the flame sparrow, even if he were to exhaust his magical energy. Inflicting significant damage upon it seemed unlikely. Therefore, Chun-Yi altered his strategy once more, contemplating the creation of an environment conducive to his needs. If the ground could not melt, he would fashion molten earth himself. Roar! Chun-Yi smiled at Usasar, and the fiery circle behind him unfurled. With a swift motion, the flame sword surged forward, accompanied by a piercing sound, arriving instantaneously before Usasar. However, Chun-Yi's expression swiftly changed. The flame sword could not pierce Usasar's skin and was instead deflected. An explosion erupted as the flame sword detonated mid-air, engulfing both combatants in flames. Player E inflicted 176 points of burn damage upon Usasar, while the flames retaliated, inflicting 154 points of burn damage on Player E. Player E regained 10 points of mana. As the flames dissipated, Usasar smirked disdainfully at Chun-Yi, effortlessly extinguishing the flames clinging to him. There existed a distinction between individuals, and even among dragonkin, differences prevailed. Suddenly, a black spear thrust forth, and Chun-Yi vanished from his position, reappearing a short distance above the staircase. Simultaneously, Usasar, who had slightly crouched, also disappeared from sight. Chun-Yi's pupils constricted sharply as the colossal figure of the flame demon, towering at 3 meters, replaced his position. Immediately, an irresistible force surged forth. As the flame demon crashed down from the corridor onto the tiered floor, the vanished Usasar descended onto the hallway. Usasar inflicted a damage of 352 points upon Player E, while Player E restored 24 points of mana. Chun-Yi poured a potion for health restoration into his mouth, his gaze fixed intently on Usasar. Indeed, this fellow seemed utterly indifferent to the prospect of ascending. After departing from his previous tier, the enhancements bestowed by the game world vanished, leaving Ysasalu with an unwelcome sense of vulnerability. With a leap, he returned to the ground. A ring of fire materialized behind the flame demon, and a colossal sword of flames took shape in his hand. A smirk curled at the corners of Ysasalu's mouth. This was the essence of battle, was it not? With a swift motion, Ysasalu darted across the ground, leaving a trail of flaming swords in his wake, the flames perpetually lagging behind him. A black spear barely intercepted the enormous flame sword, as the flame demon carved deep grooves into the earth. Suddenly, a swarm of fire sparrows erupted into the air, reaching Ysasalu's back in the blink of an eye. The spear rushed forth, sweeping across, causing the fire sparrows to lose their form and explode. Simultaneously, the massive flame sword struck Ysasalu's back, causing him to stagger. The long-prepared fire dragon surged forth, lifting Ysasalu into the air. In the midst of the struggle, Ysasalu thrashed wildly, each blow causing the fire dragon to bleed from the corners of its mouth. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. Had it not been for the fire dragon's ambush, capturing the enemy would have been utterly impossible. Chun-Yi urgently bellowed, "Release him." Upon receiving the command, the fire dragon reluctantly unclenched its claws, thwarting the plan to hurl the foe from the Sky City. Yuzaru's formidable physique allowed it to precariously maintain balance in midair. However, the opening that Chun-Yi had meticulously crafted was not to be overlooked. A significantly enlarged flame sword was conjured, forming through 3 fiery rings. If the conventional flame sword could not breach defenses, then perhaps this would. Accompanying the flame sword was the imposing infernal demon. Roar. The clash of the flame sword against the black spear resonated with a sound akin to metal striking metal. One flame sword was deflected by Yuzaru. Yet the second followed swiftly, with the third and fourth close behind. The second and third flame swords barely penetrated Yuzaru's hide. The infernal demon, wielding the flame sword, raised it high and brought it down with ferocity, while the fire dragon seized the opportunity to unleash a devastating barrage of fire. With a relentless series of assaults, Yuzaru was on the verge of plummeting to the ground. With a fierce determination, Chun-Yi unleashed a devastating assault, apart from the 3 swords embedded in the ground. All remaining flame swords erupted violently, enveloping the entire arena in searing flames that danced before the eyes. The particles of fire element seemed to exult in this fiery display. Before Chun-Yi could assess the aftermath, a black spear pierced through the flames, striking the infernal demon with brutal force. The dragon claw wielded the spear with a swift motion, leaving a deep gash upon the demon's chest. Upon reaching the apex, it descended with the fury of a tempest. Chun-Yi, lacking prowess in close combat, was utterly unprepared. With a resounding crack, the infernal demon's chest shattered. Its towering form, 3 meters high, staggered backward. Ysasalu inflicted a staggering 1352 points of damage upon the player, while Yi recovered 96 points of mana. For an ordinary individual, such an injury would be fatal. However, it did not impede the infernal demon from continuing its onslaught. The notion of a fatal weakness in magical constructs was a fallacy. Within the infernal demon, Chun-Yi swiftly conjured spells, while not far off. Ysasalu trod upon the molten lava, initially moving at a leisurely pace. It soon quickened its stride until it broke into a full sprint. Suddenly, where it landed, a wall of earth erupted, significantly hindering Ysasalu's momentum. Subsequently, layers of earthen barriers rose in an attempt to ensnare Ysasalu. From the molten depths, the fire sparrow emerged, alleviating Chun-Yi's mana expenditure. Chun-Yi shoved a Remy aid into his mouth, a morsel akin to a rice ball, which he swallowed in a few bites. Soon, a refreshing surge of energy spread throughout his body, restoring his magical power to approximately 1300. 3 flaming swords were plunged into the ground, continuing to attract fire elemental particles. The long-prepared magma terrain was now complete, not only inflicting continuous burn damage upon Yuzaru, but also diminishing the spell-lasting requirements for Chun-Yi due to the active fire elemental particles surrounding him. With a thunderous roar, Yuzaru burst forth from the earthen wall, confronted by a swarm of fire sparrows. The fire demon stomped heavily, causing the flame blossom to bloom once more. At this moment, the black spear in Yuzaru's hand had turned molten red, losing its original sharpness and resilience, continuously inflicting harm upon its wielder. Nevertheless, Yuzaru did not relinquish his grip on the spear as he approached the fire demon. With a fierce roar, Yuzaru's entire form began to glow a crimson hue. Not from flames, but resembling the color of blood. The previously weary Yuzaru's claws were now imbued with newfound strength. Ignite. In addition to inflicting true damage, it also had a suppressive effect on healing. Player E dealt 10 points of true damage to Yuzaru, stifling his recovery momentum. In the blink of an eye, The molten red spear pierced through the fire demon's body, and Chen-Yi tumbled out, having been impaled in the abdomen. The once controlled fire demon, now riddled with cracks, stood motionless as if lifeless. Yuzarlu's power surged once more, and the speed of his sudden outburst was beyond Chen-Yi's capacity to react. Had it not been for Chen-Yi's enhanced fire resistance, the searing spear could have quickly cooked his innards. Had it not been for his fully maxed constitution, that blow would have claimed his life. The fire dragon shot forth with astonishing speed, intending to hurl Yuzarlu once more. However, this time, Yuzarlu seized the dragon by its claws and violently hurled it into the magma. The fire dragon momentarily lost consciousness. Yuzarlu grasped the dragon's tail and slammed it against the ground once again. Chen-Yi hastily exerted mental control over the body of the fire demon. While he was unable to execute precise maneuvers, he could still initiate a collision. With a resounding thud, the fire demon lunged forcefully at Yuzarlu. The outcome was that Yuzarlu remained utterly unyielding, while the fire demon was repelled. Bang! The fire dragon was once again thrown to the ground. The fire demon charged forward once more, embracing Yuzarlu. Meanwhile, the fire dragon transformed into a beam of light, vanishing from Yuzarlu's claws and returning to the pokeball in Chen-Yi's grasp. The magma inflicted 167 points of burn damage upon the player E. Chen-Yi once again experienced the searing sensation of flames. The very air he breathed felt scorching. Any ordinary person would be reduced to ashes in mere moments within this inferno. Retrieving the pokeball into his backpack, he took advantage of the fact that the flame demon was still preoccupied with obstructing Yuzarlu and swiftly descended below. In this state, he believed it impossible for the adversary to maintain their strength indefinitely. The flame demon was repeatedly hurled away, yet it had not yet exhausted its vitality to the point of demise. Upon reaching the next level, a refreshing breeze enveloped him, quenching the heat, with only a trickle of lava cascading down the staircase. However, it was insufficient to elevate the temperature of the entire tier. The flames above had no bearing on the tranquility below. "Come forth, Charizard," he called. At this moment, Charizard had lost consciousness, and Chen-Yi hastily pried its jaws apart. Crushing the vial of healing potion, he poured the liquid into Charizard's mouth. Remy's assistance was the finest sustenance at his disposal, yet it required ingestion to be effective. And Charizard's current state rendered it incapable of consuming anything. Thus, he was left with no choice but to resort to a far less effective remedy. After recalling Charizard, Chen-Yi consumed a mana-restoring potion himself. With the aid of the everlasting catalyst stone, as long as his casting speed remained swift enough, he could continuously restore his health. A multitude of earthen walls surged forth, ultimately sealing the staircase entrance. Player E regained 20 health points. Soon after, a flock of fire sparrows flew in an elliptical arc to the upper tier, avoiding contact with the edges of the Sky City, regardless of whether they could strike Yuzarlu. Merely raising the temperature would yield favorable results. Without Chen-Yi's ongoing mana supply, the flame sword would swiftly lose its efficacy. Yet, the temperature above must not diminish. This was Chen-Yi's only hope of vanquishing Yuzarlu. Igniting the flames would severely impair Yuzarlu's healing abilities, since it had commenced utilizing its healing skill. It indicated that the creature was far from the robust state it projected. Player E regained 20 health points. The earthen walls blocking the staircase began to crumble, suggesting that the flame demon had been torn to shreds by Yuzarlu. Chen-Yi continued to weave spells, erecting a sturdy earthen wall in an effort to confine Yuzarlu to the layer above. Unlike the refreshing environment of Chen-Yi's current stratum, the upper layer was ravaged by molten lava. As Chen-Yi had surmised, Yuzarlu's condition had begun to deteriorate following the dissipation of the blood rage's effects. Once again, Yuzarlu exhibited signs of lethargy, driving his spear forcefully into the earth, leaving a profound indentation. However, due to Chen-Yi's relentless fortification of the earthen barrier, this deep pit could not breach into the next layer. As the pit deepened, lava began to seep into its confines. Yuzarlu found himself enveloped in the molten flow. Despite possessing commendable elemental resistance, it was insufficient against such an onslaught. His eyes glowed crimson as he furiously brandished his spear. Yet the pit's constricted width prevented him from unleashing his full might. Yuzarlu could not fathom how he had descended to such a state while battling a feeble human. Before he could expand the pit to ascend to the next layer, the lava's onslaught had already inflicted considerable damage upon him. Nonetheless, he exhibited no inclination to retreat. He understood that survival lay merely a layer above. Yet, the thought of escape never crossed Yuzarlu's mind. This was the pride born of his lineage. Chen-Yi gazed at the cracked earthen wall ahead, realizing that further attempts to mend it would be futile. Sigh. Chen-Yi took a deep breath, the invigorating chill of the air sharpening his senses. A series of flaming swords materialized, embedded in the earthen wall, as he prepared to extend the warmest welcome to Yusasalu, who had arrived in this place. Under the influence of his hazy resolve, his weary mind began to race with renewed vigor. All remaining magical energy was devoted to the transformation into a fire demon, despite infusing a substantial 800 points of magical power. The hue of the fire demon grew increasingly dim. Though his equipment sustained him, preventing him from losing consciousness, his own spirit had reached its utmost limit. In the final moments of battle, it was always a contest of willpower. Boom. The earthen wall threatened to shatter completely. Chini shouted, "Explode!" The fiery sword on the earthen wall simultaneously erupted in flames, welcoming the arrival of the opponent. The flame demon raised the newly formed flaming great sword and charged towards Yusasalu. This battle was destined to have only one survivor. The great sword clashed with the spear, and the significantly weakened Yusasalu could no longer overpower the flame demon in strength and speed. Chini was not adept in close combat. What he learned from Yamamoto Jinryusai was primarily about maintaining balance and evasion. Thus, the battles of the flame demon consisted of enduring the opponent's assaults while wielding a massive sword to strike down. Asaru inflicted 265 points of damage on Player E, who recovered 18 points of mana. Player E retaliated with 76 points of damage to Asaru, who then countered with 165 points of damage. Player E struck Asaru again, dealing 46 points of damage. As the skirmish progressed, the inflicted damage dwindled, and both combatants found their strength waning. The spear thrust forth once more, while the flaming greatsword came crashing down upon Asaru's head. This time, Asaru was sent flying, yet its gaze was one of satisfaction. For this was the battle it had yearned for. It acknowledged the opponent before it. The flame demon slowly advanced towards Asaru, while Chini still possessed some mana. However, his exhausted spirit could hardly mobilize, let alone form any coherent strategy in his mind. The only remaining means of attack was the flame demon. "You are indeed formidable, but farewell." As the flame demon struck for the fourth time, Asaru's eyes dimmed, and the ground erupted with 2 purple items, alongside a scatter of copper coins. With a deep, relieving breath, Chini watched as the flame demon disintegrated into the ground, while he plummeted straight down. If this creature did not perish, it would mean his own demise. Drawing upon sheer willpower, Chun-Yi crawled towards the equipment and copper coins, stowing them in his backpack. If the game world did not conclude soon, he feared he might truly perish. The spear had pierced Chun-Yi's abdomen, leaving a wound that struggled to maintain balance due to the recovery effects granted by the everlasting catalyst stone. At this juncture, Chun-Yi found himself devoid of further casting abilities. Despite his entire being crying out in agony, a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. This was the world he had chosen to pursue. Upon detecting that Player E had achieved an S rating, the trial concluded perfectly. Chun-Yi's mind then slipped into a daze, vaguely sensing a notification regarding his recovery status. When he awakened, his body had fully healed. The game world offered a feature to heal with copper coins, though few players opted for it, when faced with injuries that potions could not remedy. Seeking the guild's healer sufficed. Why expend so many copper coins? In this game world, he sought to heal the fire dragon. Releasing the fire dragon from its pockball, 3,000 copper coins were deducted. Chun-Yi cast a glance at the remaining quantity of copper coins, 113. Fortunately, the funds for healing were still sufficient. The copper coins obtained from this trial were rather meager, as Chun-Yi had lured the dragonkin to a staircase devoid of the game's enhancements for their demise. In such circumstances, Chun-Yi's level surpassed that of the dragonkin, resulting in minimal experience and copper coin rewards. As the radiant column of light dissipated, the fire-breathing dragon slowly opened its eyes. It raised its head and nuzzled against Chun-Yi. Chun-Yi, with an air of exasperation, gave it a light slap and scolded. "Do you not realize how perilous that moment was?" The Charizard, displaying an innocent expression, replied, "You may say whatever you wish." Chun-Yi felt a sense of helplessness. It was detected that Player E and his pet's condition had been restored. The breakthrough began, as formless energy surged towards Chun-Yi and the fire dragon. This energy was exceedingly gentle, and the process of permeating the cells was devoid of any pain. The cells seemed akin to parched wanderers in a desert, yearning for more energy. Time passed, though how long was uncertain, when the formless energy suddenly ceased. Player Yi's physical attributes reached their zenith, presenting him with a choice for development. Hardened skin, armor increased by 35, enhancing the resilience and toughness of the skin. Vitality boost, health increased by 1,000. Zero law physique, special activates mana within the body to a high degree, significantly enhancing control over mana, increasing casting speed and spell potency. as Chen contemplated his choice. The fire dragon was also making a selection, deliberately turning away to conceal its decision from Chen. Left with no alternative, he shifted his focus back. Armor was primarily the domain of melee combatants. Each enhancement of physical attributes would increment armor, which represented defensive capability. When armor reached a sufficient level, attacks could scarcely breach the defense. The second option was straightforward and brutish, offering a substantial boost to health in one fell swoop. Health, to some extent, symbolized vitality. However, to truly become tough, merely relying on health was insufficient. High defense was also essential. Had the third option not existed, Chen might have chosen hardened skin. Yet, the zero-law physique held a unique significance for mages. The prospect of greatly enhancing mana control alone rendered this option worthwhile. Every mage can manipulate their mana, but such control is not entirely unconstrained, akin to a ninja's chakra. The difference lies in the mage's method of constructing spell structures within the mind, and then utilizing these frameworks to mobilize mana for spellcasting, whereas ninjas employ hand seals to channel chakra for their techniques. However, when a mage reaches a certain level of control over their mana, they can achieve a state where with a mere clap of their hands, whatever they desire manifests. I choose the third option. Upon uttering this phrase, the previously halted energy surged once more into Chen Yi's body, guiding him towards the development of the zero-law physique. The transformation occurred surprisingly swiftly. At the moment of completion, Chen Yi felt an exhilarating novelty, as if his body had lightened considerably. Yet, an opportunity to test his newfound mana was not afforded to him, for his breakthrough was not yet complete. Chen Yi possesses three attributes that reach their peak: physique, intelligence, and spirit. Upon attaining the maximum intelligence attribute, the player must select one developmental path from the following options. Accumulated potential increases intelligence by 5. Active thinking significantly enhances learning capacity and slightly accelerates spellcasting speed. Sixth sense special greatly improves perception of hostility, murderous intent, and visual awareness. Chen Yi disregards the first option, perceiving it as a short-lived power that lacks long-term value. He hesitates between the second and third options. Active thinking evidently favors the growth of a mage, while sixth sense enhances his survival capabilities. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yi resolutely chooses the second option. Active thinking promises to expedite his growth, proving more potent for a mage than its literal interpretation suggests. Although sixth sense is advantageous, it leans more towards a warrior's skill set. With an enhanced learning ability, Chen Yi finds that the books he can explore are no longer confined to spellbooks, making it feasible to pursue his earlier interest in acquiring other languages. As Chen Yi makes his selection, energy begins to surge toward his head. The chilling energy stimulates his brain. This process is notably gradual, as the intricacy of the brain surpasses that of the body. Upon reaching the pinnacle of his spirit attribute, the player must again choose one developmental path from the following options. Mental stimulation increases mana by 1,000 points. Blade link allows partial mental energy compression to launch attacks on an adversary's psyche. Mana compression special enhances mental strength by 1 for every 300 points of mana. Frankly, Chen Yi yearns for each of these options. The significance of mana for a mage is unparalleled. Without it, nothing can be achieved. The second option presents an additional method of attack, one that targets the mental realm, typically difficult to defend against. As for the third option, in this game world, do I possess the authority to comprehend the function of mental strength? Ding. Permission granted. Mental strength corresponds to the cohesion of the mind. Mental attacks involve compressing a portion of mental energy to bolster its cohesiveness, inflicting damage on an opponent with lower mental strength. Under normal circumstances, 1,000 mana enhances mental strength by 1 point. Current player mental strength 3. It is astonishing to realize that his mental strength is so low, especially after a previous enhancement of 0. 5 to achieve this level. Understanding the role of mental strength, Chen Yi no longer hesitates and decisively selects the third option. This time, however, the sensation is less pleasant. Under the influence of the energy, the mana within him stirs restlessly. It feels as though something is forging his spirit, causing him intense headache. Breakthrough complete. Health 1,000, mana 1,000. Level, LV20. Class, Mage. Health, 3725, base health 3500, equipment health 225. Mana, 3645, base mana 3345, equipment mana 300. Armor, 40, base armor 35, equipment armor 5. Physique, 50. Strength, 34. Intelligence, 85, base intelligence 50, equipment intelligence 35. Agility, 35. Spirit, 50. Mental strength, 12. Free attribute points, 0. Talent, fire affinity, increases mastery of fire-based skills, fire elemental damage increased by 10. Skills, meditative state, spell analysis, psychic force, blink, fire resistance, fireball. Resistance, fire elemental resistance 30. Soul energy, 15. Prediction, predictable. After obtaining access to the game world's permissions, Chun Yi's panel data becomes more detailed. Soul energy increased after defeating Yuzeralu. Perhaps it is time to attempt a prediction. The attributes post-breakthrough appear to have only minor changes, yet they signify a complete qualitative transformation. The current attributes correspond to what previously would have been 5 times greater, coupled with the 1,000 health and mana gained during the breakthrough. This elucidates why those above level 20 are so much stronger than those below. The evaluation from Trial S holds immense significance for Chun Yi. Had he simply purchased materials for the breakthrough, he would have only received 1,000 mana, 1,000 health, and an increase in attribute quality. Upon reaching AB evaluation, the game world would assist in unlocking the body's potential, albeit to a much lesser extent. An A evaluation would prompt the game world to invest slightly more energy, resulting in values marginally exceeding those of the B grade. Only upon achieving an S evaluation would special options emerge, allowing the game world to maximize the development of the body's potential and actively aid in enhancement. Even within the game world, its resources are finite. The so-called trials are designed to test a player's strength, wisdom, luck, and perseverance. Much like the seed plan, only by proving oneself can greater support be acquired. Moreover, the greater the number of participants in the trial, the higher the corresponding difficulty level. Chun Yi is, in fact, confronting a trial enhanced by the seed program and the augmentation from the fire dragon. Beside him, the fire dragon has swiftly achieved a breakthrough. Its form now darker than before, approaching but not quite reaching a completely black hue. Its height has increased from 1.7 meters to an impressive 2.3 meters. Its claws appear sharper than ever, muscles taut yet not overly exaggerated, presenting a more fluid overall appearance. The fire dragon, having successfully completed the trial alongside Chun Yi, has equally benefited from the game's support. While Chun Yi boasts 3 primary attributes, the fire dragon possesses 5 attributes at their utmost limits. Its enhancements are no less significant than those of Chun Yi. The sheer ferocity emanating from it is palpable. Upon noticing Chun Yi's completion of the breakthrough, the fire dragon's eyes squinted joyfully, the fierce demeanor dissipating, replaced by a rather endearing aura. It approached Chun Yi, glancing up at him as if to signify its newfound height over its trainer. Surely, it could now protect its trainer. The two were then transported back to their respective chambers. What had once felt like a perfectly sized room now seemed somewhat cramped for the fire dragon. Fortunately, the game's world offered reasonable pricing for adjustments. After spending 200 copper coins, the ceiling magically elevated. Rather than rushing to the arena, Chun Yi retrieved 2 exquisite purple items dropped by Uther the Dragonborn, a robe and a vial of blood. Dragonborn's pride quality, purple armor increase, 16 blood battle, can only be worn by players recognized by the Dragonborn, providing an additional 12 armor and 5 elemental resistances. Durability, 21 level, LV20 rating. One of Uther the Dragonborn's prides is its bloodline, and the other is its defense. The robe felt incredibly soft, not hindering spellcasting. Its foundational defense was merely a notch below that of heavy and plate armor of the same level. When combined with the blood battle effect, it could even surpass the defense of such armors. The author has previously addressed the issue of diminishing equipment values in the community. If a level 20 player acquires equipment with 20 armor by level 50, its effectiveness wanes significantly. The equipment's defense may even fall short of the player's natural resilience, thus offering little advantage unless it belongs to a rule-based category. The author posits that equipment is a form of special energy, typically possessing inherent limits. Unless the essence of the energy vastly exceeds that of the player, and the player has yet to fully harness the equipment's potential, the values will remain unchanged. Without hesitation, Chun Yi donned the robe. Its design was quite ordinary, yet it exuded an essence reminiscent of lava. As anticipated, the equipment triggered the blood battle effect. In the end, not only had Uther acknowledged the battle, but so had Chun Yi. Next, Chun Yi's gaze fell upon the other item, part of the Dragonborn quality, deep purple once implanted. It grants the might of the Dragonborn, increasing constitution by 5, strength by 5, while reducing intelligence and spirit by 1 each. Subsequently, the heart of the Dragonborn will gradually alter the skin, providing 20 armor and a slight increase in elemental resistance. Level. Rating. Why is a vial of blood referred to as a heart? Surely you will utilize it in the right manner. Chen smiled. Perhaps something related to dragons could be sold to those in need during the game. Fire Dragon, please assist me in selling these items shortly. Upon hearing this, the Fire Dragon perked up. It relished the sound of coins clinking together and would never allow anyone to profit from the trainer's earnings. Selling at a low price would be a loss. It eagerly patted its chest, affirming that this task would be entrusted to it. Chen stepped out of his room with his Charizard, only to discover that the town outside had transformed entirely. It had grown larger and more expansive, and the number of players had surged dramatically. The game world had transported Chen to a town suitable for level 20 players, rendering his surroundings once again unfamiliar. With no other option, he decided to explore the area with his Charizard. Unlike the previous town, Charizard was no longer a standout. Numerous players possessed similar Pokemon-like companions. Just then, a familiar voice echoed through the air. Don't miss out, folks. Premium quality tin white gear is on sale, not for 8,000, not for 7,500, but only 7,200 copper coins. Take home your tin white quality gear today. As Chen approached with his Charizard, he recognized the individual as the very same money duo who had previously negotiated with him. The rotund figure was vociferously hawking his wares at the stall, attracting a considerable number of interested players. To Chen's astonishment, he spotted several familiar pieces of equipment on the stall. Had he not sold these items to this very person? It was astonishing that they had been purchased from him for a mere 230 copper coins, only to be resold at a staggering 7,200 copper coins. Was the enhancement hall owned by him? Chen suddenly comprehended the reason behind this individual's rotund physique. A plump lamb indeed. He cast a covetous glance at Duo. Simultaneously, Duo, seated opposite him, felt a shiver run down his spine. His innate talent was warning him that he was being scrutinized by someone. As he lifted his gaze, he beheld a certain eager Charizard. It's you. Despite the alteration in appearance, Duo had not forgotten the Pokemon that had pilfered copper coins from him. He immediately adopted a cautious demeanor. I assure you, I will not part with any of these wares for even a single copper coin. The Charizard disdainfully surveyed the equipment. After all, its trainer couldn't even reach it for enhancement. What use was there for gear that required a tin? This profoundly illustrated the principle that a lack of desire breeds resilience. At that moment, Chen stepped forward. We meet again. Perhaps he could glean some information about the town from this character while simultaneously selling the gear in his possession. He held only 2 pieces of level 20 blue-grade equipment, with the rest being below level 20, which made them difficult to sell in this town. Coincidentally, Duo was someone who paid little heed to the level or grade of equipment. What brings you to seek me, esteemed one? Chen cast a meaningful glance at Duo, pondering whether the esteemed figure was offering a compliment or had truly uncovered something significant. He intended to part with some equipment and, in the process, seek information from him. Certainly, esteemed one, please wait a moment, he replied. With that, Duo turned and began to pack up his stall, subsequently leading Chen to a bar where they reserved a private room. Chen silently observed his surroundings during the journey, remaining taciturn. The towns became increasingly enriched with features after reaching level 20. Observing Duo's familiar demeanor, it was evident that he was well acquainted with the information about this town. However, despite Duo's seemingly nonchalant exterior, he was inwardly astonished, not by the encounter with Chen in Twilight City, but rather by Chen Yi's formidable prowess. Duo possessed the talent known as Falling Treasure Golden Mouse. This talent encompassed 2 aspects. Falling Treasure granted him innate luck, enabling him to discover hidden treasures, while Golden Mouse allowed him to sense danger and evade it. The greater his wealth, the more potent his capabilities. When Duo first encountered Chen, he merely perceived him as a competent individual. However, upon their subsequent meeting, Duo's talent frantically alerted him that his opponent had significantly surpassed his previous assessment. Even the strength of the fire-breathing dragon had undergone a qualitative transformation. This was the reason behind his unusually amiable demeanor. It was apparent that Chen had successfully navigated the trials of the game world, achieving an impressive evaluation in the process. Before long, the 2 individuals and their Pokemon arrived at a private booth. Esteemed guest, Duo stated, this is a bar recognized by the game world, and the confidentiality of the private booths is exceptionally high. Feel free to inquire about anything you wish. Chen retained this information, as such effects are only recognized within the gaming realm. Could you perhaps introduce me to this town? Duo was taken aback. Oh, you must have just emerged from the town. allow me to provide a brief introduction. Currently, we find ourselves in one of the two primary cities of the gaming world. Twilight City, the other being Sunrise City. Only players who have emerged from this world inhabit the town, whereas the main city gathers players from various realms. Upon arriving at the main city, the game world will unlock guild privileges, allowing you to invite guild members to join you in your adventures. However, players may only form parties within every 10 levels, such as the range of 20 to 30 or 30 to 40. Chun Yi suddenly inquired about the limitations of resurrection coins. In a typical game setting, one is permitted to purchase only a single coin prior to entering the game. However, in special warfare modes, this allowance expands to 2 coins, albeit at a significantly increased price. Warfare mode. Indeed, the esteemed player may be unaware that the gaming universe is rife with adversaries and competitors. The enemies, who may seem unfamiliar to the player, emerge from the abyss, each one exhibiting a formidable strength akin to that of a boss at the same level. These beings possess an insatiable desire for destruction, thriving on chaos. When encountered within the game, the primary objective often devolves into eliminating such entities. Chun Yi comprehends this, recognizing that every world is akin to the wealth of the gaming cosmos and cannot be allowed to succumb to annihilation. As for competitors, there are numerous examples, such as the lunatics from the divine space and the charlatans from the city of heaven, who may engage in conflict while simultaneously vying for control of a world. Yet, a tenuous balance is maintained, imposing level restrictions on players entering that realm. Upon absorbing this wealth of information, Chun Yi realizes that only upon reaching level 20 does one truly enter the gaming world. But isn't that what makes it intriguing? Following this, Duo shared amusing anecdotes with Chun Yi, such as certain worlds that prioritize technological advancement. In those realms, players who neglect technological development are regarded as outcasts. Additionally, some worlds have adopted a cultivation mode, where guilds engage in fierce battles, ultimately discerning the strongest among them. The remaining guilds then contribute resources to nurture this dominant faction. While the average strength within such a world may not be high, those at the pinnacle exhibit extraordinary prowess. I have also heard of a particularly insidious world, where guilds conspire to control player access. Although overtly barring players from entering the gate is unfeasible, they can manipulate education. Most players in this world enter the gaming realm without any combat training, perceiving it merely as a glamorous occupation. From these players, a select few with potential are siphoned into guilds. Such individuals often possess some strength but fall short of passing the trials of the gaming world. To surpass level 20, they must either painstakingly gather materials on their own or succumb to the exorbitant debts imposed by their guilds. This notion seems somewhat familiar. Nonetheless, Chun Yi expresses gratitude to Qian Duo for the invaluable information. In the gaming world, should he encounter me, he is welcome to seek my assistance, and I shall do my utmost to protect him. Upon hearing this, Qian Duo's eyes sparkled with delight, remarking that this lengthy discourse was merely a means to foster goodwill. Subsequently, Chun Yi sold the equipment he possessed to Qian Duo, who eagerly accepted the items without hesitation. Chun Yi glanced at the 3 staff in his backpack, contemplating whether to seek assistance in enhancing it further. After a moment's hesitation, he shook his head. His remaining copper coins were scarce, and precious resources must be allocated wisely. Despite Charizard's persistent haggling, Chun Yi ultimately secured only 42,000 copper coins. Qian Duo remarked with a wry smile that even esteemed players must bow to the realities of financial negotiations. Before parting, Qian Duo handed Chun Yi a business card. Treasurefall Guild, Treasurefall Commerce, Qian Duo Commerce, permanent address, Sunset Alley number 6. Twilight Main City. Do visit my establishment again when you have the time, honored guest. Certainly. As Chun Yi departed with Charizard in tow, Qianduo's cheerful demeanor gradually faded. He reflected on Chun Yi's earlier expressions, questioning whether he had divulged anything imprudent. As a merchant, Qian Duo thrived on harmonious dealings. Chun Yi, though the man hardly seemed virtuous, favors from such individuals often held greater worth. Qian Duo had encountered countless righteous-faced figures who swiftly betrayed their pledges. Conversely, those who appeared unscrupulous sometimes harbored unshakable principles. His lengthy explanations to Chun Yi were no accident. They were an investment. Few could ascend so rapidly in strength, and such prodigies emerged periodically in this world. Some wielded peerless combat prowess, others possessed transcendent talent, and a rare few basked in absurd fortune. Yet such individuals often walked the razor's edge, many meeting untimely ends. Qian Duo sincerely hoped Chun Yi would endure, for then, his promise would bear far greater value. Chen Yi glanced at the 40,000 copper coins in his backpack, but ultimately decided against heading to the arena. Roar? The fire dragon questioned, but understanding Chen Yi's reasonings, it reluctantly accompanied him back. He spent 500 copper coins to establish a training room, which was furnished with 2 dummies. It was only then that Chen Yi turned his attention to his interface, a peculiar advantage bestowed upon him upon his arrival in this world. Yet, recently, he couldn't shake the feeling that the game world was aware of his advantage. Many pieces of information only became available on the interface once specific permissions were granted within the game. However, Chen Yi was not overly concerned. He felt too feeble at the moment to derive any real benefit, rendering any speculation futile. Previously, he had attempted to conduct a simulation, but the result indicated insufficient soul energy, leading him to waste a bit of his reserves. Nevertheless, Chen Yi now had a clearer direction, with a goal in mind. He believed that pursuing the simulation again would yield fruitful results. To clear his thoughts and avoid distractions, Chen Yi began to meditate. The flow of mana was incredibly smooth, allowing him to quickly center his mind. Let us begin. With a mere thought, his consciousness plunged into an unknown realm, where a torrent of inspiration flooded his mind. What is the essence of the flames I seek? Is there a limit to the temperature of fire? Flames that absorb heat. With a significant breakthrough in mental fortitude, he pondered whether there was an upper limit to the transformation of the flame demon. Each spark of inspiration presented intriguing subjects, yet none aligned with Chen Yi's immediate desires. Suddenly, his soul energy plummeted several points, and a flash of insight illuminated his mind. All forces of nature converge in my favor. My true encounter with fire occurred within this game world, aiding me in mastering ignition and the power of runes. I have a premonition that I have never truly grasped this skill, much like my lack of understanding of fire itself. Perhaps my spirit can harmonize with the flames. Therein lies my genuine strength. In that moment, it was as if Chen Yi experienced an epiphany. Numerous challenges surged forth only to be resolved in the next instant. This sensation was unprecedentedly exquisite. As his soul energy dwindled to zero, he kept his eyes closed, knowing he was just a breath away from perfection. Meanwhile, the fire dragon, instead of training, curiously observed its trainer. It felt an inexplicable rise in temperature around them, which, although not excessively high, still evoked a sense of heat. With no other choice, it retreated further away. Time flowed slowly. Although only a final touch was needed for completion, Chen Yi found himself troubled for quite some time. After losing that feeling, it was as though his mind had been shackled, requiring painstaking deliberation for even the slightest direction. The following morning, Chen Yi awoke with a radiant smile. He had ultimately succeeded. At that moment, a translucent silver flame burned within the confines of his mind, representing his greatest achievement to date. He named it Heartfire. The interface now displayed a new skill, Heartfire. Heartfire, ashes, pure lotus ashes, a flame that burns within the spirit, seemingly intangible yet inherently substantial. Capable of being infused into fire to incinerate an enemy's psyche, inflicting damage equal to 5 times the mental strength plus 80, based on fire comprehension per second. Pure Lotus protects the spirit while simultaneously undergoing a form of tempering. Evaluation, a remarkable flame, yet its future seems promising. Gazing at the flame within his mind, Chen Yi found himself captivated. Heartfire was a direction he stumbled upon through inspiration, marked by an astonishing coincidence. Had he the chance to start anew, he would likely have become ensnared at some step, unable to progress for an extended period. At present, Chen Yi's mental intensity is insufficient for executing a mental assault. According to his conjecture, compressing a portion of his psyche to an intensity of around 20 is essential to inflict significant harm, such as inducing a piercing pain in the opponent's mind and causing nasal and oral bleeding. However, the challenge lies in extending this mental attack beyond the confines of his body, which necessitates corresponding knowledge and learning. Therefore, Chen Yi has chosen an alternative path, reminiscent of the hummingbird. The hummingbird channels its mental attacks through sound, while Chen Yi seeks to attach his to flames. His inner fire, infused with his comprehension of flames, subtly reflects the influence of his ignition skills, ultimately culminating in the mysterious formation of an extraordinary flame. Chen Yi was also curious about who would become his first adversary. The sensation of mental anguish was indeed unpleasant. Let us go. Let us celebrate with that woman, Xiao Lu. Upon uttering these words, Chen Yi suddenly paused, realizing that the greasy Xiao Lu was still in town. Another potential ally had been eliminated. He then smiled at the fire dragon, saying, "Let us find a suitable place to celebrate." Roar. The fire dragon shared in Chen Yi's joy. Chen Yi and the fire dragon found a restaurant in the main city and reserved a private room, ordering a lavish spread of various delicacies. filling the table to the brim. Both were individuals of remarkable physicality, unperturbed by the prospect of leaving food uneaten. Upon their departure, they left behind 600 copper coins. The cost of living in a major city is indeed exorbitant. Suddenly, a pang of nostalgia for that greasy woman struck him, certainly not out of reluctance to part with his copper coins. After a brief celebration, Chen Yi reappeared in the training chamber. A sleepless night bore little consequence for him at this stage. It was only now that he began to discern the differences between his state before and after his breakthrough. With a mere thought, Chen Yi did not construct a framework in his mind this time. Nevertheless, his magical energy still flowed to the designated location. A fiery circle unfurled behind him, activating with remarkable swiftness and an exquisite smoothness. The flame sword materialized at an astonishing speed, imbued with an imperceptible silver flame. As the flame sword soared forth, it effortlessly severed the training dummy in the chamber. Both the temperature and velocity had significantly increased, a result of enhanced attributes. Yet, this was not the limit of his capabilities. The absence of a structured formation for the flame sword was a task well within Chen Yi's current prowess. He now felt ready to experiment with more intricate spells. Chen Yi took out his little notebook, where he had previously discarded numerous ideas due to the complexity of casting spells. However, it seemed that now was the time to put them to use. The notion of absorbing heat appeared to have crossed his mind at some point. It did not seem entirely impossible to achieve. If a simple earth wall technique could withstand an attack of intensity 5, then an earth wall augmented with water could endure an attack of intensity 1. Yet, an earth wall that froze after being hydrated could resist an attack of intensity 15. Speaking of sword energy, what principle underlies it? Could flames possibly replicate such cutting abilities? After pondering, he decided to send a message to a certain overly dramatic individual. For every copper coin saved counts. Achio. Wang Zhanbo rubbed his nose, pondering who was murmuring his name. While he was in a daze, the female fighter AI Lan was flung away by the boss's tail, her face flushed, nearly spitting blood. How audacious. Who dares to call me by my name? Remember, my gaming nickname is Wu Di. Wang Zhanbo suddenly found the voice somewhat familiar and turned to see AI Lan, her hair ablaze. I can explain, he began, but the other guild members instinctively intervened, ensuring that the boss would not disrupt AI Lan's lesson for Wang Zhanbo. Wang Zhanbo felt an unexpected dryness in his mouth, his throat instinctively moving. AI Lan. Let me explain myself. Stop. Do you not recognize me as your guild leader? If you don't cease, I shall retaliate. Do not strike my face. The Dragon King Guild had been ensnared in chaos for quite some time. The game world tasked players with identifying and eliminating abnormal entities. In truth, such anomalies were no secret. After reaching level 20, they were either abyssal beings, teams arranged by the supreme deity, or merely pawns in other realms. However, the arrival of players had already altered the narrative. This anomaly was cleverly concealed, with no apparent signs of disruption. Fortunately, the monsters in this world provided ample experience, making the situation somewhat tolerable. As the boss fell, Wang Zhanbo, with his bear-like eyes, leveled up to 28. The protagonist had been trapped in this derivative world for an extended period, compounded by the multitude of monsters and the presence of bosses, creating a significant level gap. Though I often speak of a 3-year term, they wouldn't truly intend to confine me in this world for 3 years, would they? AI Lan cast him a sharp glance. What are you mumbling about? The seemingly inconsequential necromancer Ma Fei suddenly emerged. He is talking about a 3-year term, possibly indicating some dissatisfaction with you, the leader. Wang Zhanbo's expression shifted dramatically. You little sneak, you've betrayed me. AI Lan, I didn't I was just joking. I will strike. Trapped in the game, Wang Zhanbo was naturally unable to receive Chen Yi's message. Meanwhile, after a week of recuperating in the training room and deeply reflecting on his gains, Chen Yi exited the game world. Upon stepping through the door, he was suddenly overcome by a wave of weakness, as an invisible pressure enveloped him. In that moment, the heart fire in his mind began to stir, as if igniting something within, while the corresponding mental suppression eased somewhat. Chen Yi level, 20 occupation, Mage health, 1225 mana, 915 armor, 21 constitution, 29 strength, 14 intelligence, 29 agility, 12 spirit, 29 mental strength. 7 free attribute points, 0 soul energy, 0 the attributes have all been suppressed, leaving a sense of disorientation. The spatial backpack has been sealed, rendering its contents inaccessible. This absence of weaponry instills a profound sense of insecurity within Chen Yi. He swiftly vacates the vicinity of the door and retreats to a secluded corner devoid of surveillance cameras. Flames dance in his hand, continually reshaping until they ultimately coalesce into a staff. a medium forged from fire. One of Chen Yi's achievements in his studies. Although it cannot compare to a genuine weapon, it is certainly better than having nothing at all. Chen Yi casually tossed his wand upwards, and it swiftly transformed into flames, vanishing into the air. The unique nature of his zero-law physique granted him an unparalleled mastery over magic, significantly reducing the demands of spell casting. He could now accomplish feats that were previously beyond his reach. As he strolled through the bustling street, Chen Yi undoubtedly drew considerable attention. Clad in a mage-like robe, exuding an aura that discouraged unwelcome interactions, it was evident that he had just emerged from behind closed doors. Despite his seemingly unapproachable demeanor, numerous women approached him, eager to strike up a conversation. Such individuals typically possess substantial wealth, with stable occupations and generous benefits. However, Chen Yi furrowed his brow. These people exhibited none of the caution characteristic of their counterparts in the gaming world, nor did they demonstrate the reverence due to those more powerful than themselves. With a mere thought, a vibrant curtain of light enveloped Chen Yi, causing him to vanish from the sight of the crowd. This minor illusion spell was perfectly suited for dealing with ordinary individuals. Nearby, a surveillance camera shifted slightly, seemingly attempting to track Chen Yi's whereabouts, only to quickly revert to its original position, evidently having failed in its pursuit. Chen Yi's departure from the gaming realm was, in truth, a gesture of gratitude towards his former homeroom teacher. Prior to the awakening of his past life's memories, this teacher had shown him considerable care. Now that he possesses the means to assist, it is only natural for him to repay that kindness. The copper coins acquired from selling equipment to Qian Duo are intended for this purpose. Should his old teacher require it, Chen Yi is prepared to provide the materials necessary for a level 20 breakthrough. The real world is exceedingly tranquil, populated by women engaged in discussions about dinner, weary office workers, and elementary school students just released from class. It starkly contrasts with the vibrant world of the game. While it appears idyllic, this is not the pursuit that Chen Yi aspires to. Such peace feels alarmingly fragile. Maintaining a serene demeanor, Chen Yi strolled through familiar streets and alleys, ultimately arriving at his former school. After bidding farewell to this cohort of students alongside Wang Zhanbua, the school would continue to enroll new pupils in the upcoming semester, imparting knowledge in Chinese, mathematics, and history, yet offering scant information about the gaming world. Knock, knock. A sound of knocking echoed from the office. The now considerably aged homeroom teacher, without lifting his head, continued to grade assignments. Come in. As the footsteps approached, the teacher finally raised his gaze. Is that Chen Yi? The transformation in his demeanor was so profound that the teacher hesitated to recognize him. Long time no see, old teacher. Upon confirming Chen Yi's identity, the teacher's demeanor softened significantly, reminiscing about various past events involving Chen Yi. I never expected such a transformation. I can hardly recognize you. Haha. Have you encountered some perplexing problem and wish to seek advice from this old mentor? Chen Yi shook his head and replied, Old teacher, I have already surpassed level 20. I am here to assist you in your breakthrough. The homeroom teacher's smile faltered, and he sighed deeply. Chen Yi, do you realize? He leisurely poured a cup of tea for Chen Yi and filled his own thermos, his eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia. The most glorious moment of my life may very well be having taught your cohort. I never anticipated that so many students would achieve remarkable feats. Yet, the memories of your class are also those I most wish to forget. To be honest, I somewhat regret discussing matters of authenticity. Young people, after all, tend to be ambitious and self-assured, believing themselves to be the protagonists of the world. The homeroom teacher was lost in contemplation. In Chen Yi's class, there were numerous students who fully embraced authenticity, which ultimately led to many of them exiting the game with significant emotional scars. This incident once surged to the forefront of trending topics, inundated with negative information about the homeroom teacher. He found himself embroiled in considerable controversy, striving to clarify that his sole intention was to encourage students to contemplate seriously. However, his explanations were drowned out by an unrelenting torrent of criticism, failing to create even the slightest ripple. Observing the fury of his students' parents, the homeroom teacher couldn't help but smile wryly, pondering what exactly he had done wrong. The tumult surrounding this matter persisted for an extended period, ultimately resulting in the principal leveraging considerable goodwill to preserve his position. Nevertheless, he could no longer serve as a teacher and had to settle for a role as a teaching assistant. Chen Yi, drawing from his knowledge, found it not difficult to deduce the underlying motives. The rapid online harassment faced by the old instructor was evidently orchestrated by unseen hands. In such scenarios, the one who stands out often becomes the target. There are numerous unspoken agreements among guilds that prohibit any infringement. The reason the old instructor managed to endure was not due to the principal's immense influence. Rather, they intended for him to serve as a living example. A warning to other restless players. Chen, the homeroom teacher interrupted, his gaze carrying a complexity of emotions. He was aware of the truth, yet he believed it to be the retribution he deserved. Forcing a smile, he continued, "Let us not dwell on these unpleasant matters. Before you arrived, that rascally Wang Zhamba sought me out. What surprised me most was that this previously inept and emotionally inelegant boy had somehow achieved a modicum of success. At that time, he posed a question to me. Does the old instructor still wish to return to the gaming world? To be honest, in that moment, I was genuinely tempted. Yet, I was suddenly reminded of my wife and daughter at home. Did I still possess the courage to wield a weapon? Chen, I have grown old. I can no longer muster the strength to fight." Chen remained silent. Perhaps this was the most fitting existence for a class teacher. He had lost his fighting spirit. Such a mindset was ill-suited for survival in the realm of gaming. However, since it was the old teacher's own choice, Chen naturally refrained from interference. Before bidding farewell, the old teacher self-mockingly reflected, "I never imagined that someone like me would encounter moments of destiny-altering change not once, but twice. If only it had been 20 years earlier. No, even 10 years earlier. I cannot help but ponder the nature of fate." Chen walked in gracefully and left the school just as lightly. The wind swept through, lifting a flurry of fallen leaves. At some unknown moment, the once bustling park fell into a profound silence. Chen turned to gaze at the slide. "Come out, or shall I have to invite you?" A multitude of fully armed security personnel emerged, cautiously observing Chen, their bulletproof shields held aloft. Before Chen could utter a word, several objects were hurled towards him. A blinding light erupted. Flashbangs. When Chen turned his head, it was already too late. His eyes, provoked, involuntarily welled with tears. Capture him alive. In the face of such a predicament, Chen displayed an expression of indifference, as if he were not the one ensnared. "Since you harbor no intention of negotiation, then." A tempestuous flame erupted before him. The individuals at the forefront, engulfed in fire, rolled on the ground in a desperate attempt to extinguish the blaze. "Help me! Water!" Yet their cries quickly faded, leaving behind only a mass of flames that continued to burn, emitting a nauseating odor. Indeed, the game world had imposed restrictions on players' attributes, resulting in a decrease in the temperature of Chen Yi's flames. However, this did not imply that ordinary individuals could withstand his fire. After numerous battles, Chen had developed an initial assessment of his enemy's strengths and weaknesses. In his perception, these individuals were mere commoners, with their attribute points hovering around 5. Yet, what of the ordinary? Since you have chosen to strike, we are now adversaries. A staff of flames materialized in Chen Yi's hand. Fire. In an instant, the air was filled with the sounds of gunfire. All bullets were thwarted by the suddenly risen earthen wall. Fiery sparrows emerged from the sky, arcing gracefully as they struck their targets, the resulting explosions incinerating the opposition. Holding up a bulletproof shield offered them no protection. Those struck by the fiery sparrows were instantly reduced to cinders. Alert! The blaring of sirens echoed as numerous police cars swarmed, encircling the park. The fugitive was a mage, requesting reinforcements. Reinforcements needed. The enemy's firepower was formidable. They required even greater weaponry. Boom! Chen stepped firmly onto the ground. From his very being, flames erupted from the earth, spreading outward to a distance of 50 meters, as this area was engulfed in a continuous rise of fire. Chen referred to this technique as the domain of the weak. The temperature of the flames was not particularly high, hovering around a mere 200 degrees. The attributes were severely suppressed. Even achieving such a temperature was only possible through the enhancement of the essence of fire. This level of heat would hardly affect a being like Yuzerialu, barely drawing blood. However, for ordinary individuals, the situation was markedly different. The guards within this area stared vacantly as flames engulfed them, most of them being players who had never ventured beyond the novice village and had retreated from the gaming world altogether, unable to fathom that humanity could attain such heights. Is it real? Yet the flames paid no heed to their bewilderment. The searing pain of the fire ignited their senses, and their clothing and belongings began to ignite. Water! Bring me water! Dozens of fire people dashed out of the fiery zone, seeking assistance from other guards. This technique truly lived up to its name, the domain of the weak, displaying an ineptitude beyond Chen Yi's expectations. However, the perspective of the other guards was starkly different. They perceived Chen Yi as a demon wielding fire. The flames danced obediently under his command, yet bared their fangs towards them. "No way, I refuse to engage in this," one guard exclaimed. "I have a wife waiting for me at home. I don't wish to perish so soon. Cursed be that bald king. I knew nothing good would come of this." Some guards turned and fled. Earning a mere 3,000 a month, what was the point of risking their lives? Their initial choice to withdraw from the gaming world was precisely to avoid such peril. Many shared this sentiment. And soon the number of guards encircling the area dwindled by more than half. The supervising player hurriedly brandished a megaphone. "Do not be afraid. Players who return to the real world will face suppression. Once his ultimate move concludes, he becomes utterly powerless." Before he could finish, a fiery bird struck him, enveloping him in scorching flames, swiftly silencing him as the fire continued to blaze. In the midst of conflict, wielding a megaphone, who would he strike if not himself? As he had indicated, players' attributes were indeed suppressed. Those lacking strength were little different from ordinary people. Chun-Yi fashioned a staff for himself, while the players remained unarmored. Nearby, elite troops descended from helicopters, stealthily encircling Chun-Yi. In a more distant position, a sniper had already taken aim, swapping the tranquilizer rounds initially prepared for genuine bullets. The pressure of combat against Chun-Yi was immense, and increasingly more guards were vacating the area, observing that bullets could not breach the earthen wall. Dozens of grenades soared through the air in an attempt to launch an assault on Chun-Yi. Yet, defying the laws of physics, these grenades suspended themselves midair. With a mere wave of his hand, they retreated, and at an accelerated pace. The explosions resounded in the vicinity of the police vehicles, their dense arrangement providing an optimal environment for detonation. The battle had scarcely begun before it devolved into a scene of utter devastation, with charred corpses strewn about. The few survivors stared vacantly at their handguns, pondering the feasibility of overcoming their adversary. The bullets were incapable of penetrating the earthen barrier, and the grenades thrown by the assailants were effortlessly caught by Chun-Yi's telekinetic prowess, only to be hurled back. Through repeated encounters, Chun-Yi had significantly outstripped ordinary individuals in capability. The initial flashbang caught Chun-Yi off guard. However, as a mage, he retained a semblance of awareness even without the sense of sight. His considerable health points signified vitality, and his injured eyes soon regained normalcy. Yet, the flashbang incident lingered in his mind. Unlike the acute instincts of a warrior, he often failed to perceive the imminent dangers. Perhaps it was time to investigate a technique akin to the limitless prowess of Satoru Gojo. This technique, based on the principle of the paradox of Achilles and the tortoise, allows for the infinite convergence of a series into reality. The distance could be endlessly minimized, and the limitless technique could manifest this concept within a specific space in the real world. A passive skill, it manifests as objects approaching Satoru Gojo appearing to slow down, as if frozen in time. In this state, no attack could reach him. Such thoughts flitted through his mind, uncertain of the presence of other unforeseen weaponry. Chun-Yi resolved to take the initiative. Flames began to seethe violently, and a towering fire demon, standing 2 meters tall, materialized in his midst. Chun-Yi retained merely 120 mana to handle unforeseen circumstances, dedicating the remainder to the transformation into the flame demon. Those lurking in the shadows, reveling in the spectacle, shall be met with unrelenting retribution. With a qualitative leap in mental fortitude, the might of the flame demon has transcended its former capabilities. Even when subjected to suppression, its prowess remains commendable in comparison to other attributes. Now, with less than 1,000 meters to the exit, Chun-Yi was resolute in his flight. The flame demon, with its swiftness, could cover the distance in under 7 seconds. With a resounding sang, the specially designed armor-piercing round from the sniper rifle sparked against the flame demon, inflicting 159 points of damage upon player E. Standard ammunition struggled to penetrate defenses, dealing a mere 3 points of damage. The sniper, witnessing this, promptly expressed his disdain for the mages back at the research facility. They certainly did not advertise it that way. Is this not akin to Susanoo? The sniper then stowed his rifle and made his escape. After all, he was merely laboring for the guild. Why risk his life? Chun-Yi was not adept in close combat. However, when overwhelming power and speed are displayed, the significance of technique diminishes considerably. The flame demon stomped heavily on the ground, causing the earth to crack and leaving a profound pit in its wake. With a velocity imperceptible to the naked eye, it plunged into the crowd, and the massacre commenced. A hand composed of magma effortlessly swatted aside a guard wielding a shield. Crack! The guard screamed midair, his hand's bone shattered. The accompanying force propelled him far away, ultimately meeting the asphalt with a thud, motionless, as blood continuously seeped into the pavement. Explosions echoed incessantly, painting the flame demon in crimson. Ah, 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 die. The guard incessantly fired his handgun at the flame demon, the very being that had mercilessly slaughtered over 100 of his colleagues. In its grasp, vehicles resembled mere toys, and bullets barely sparked upon impact. Monster! Die, you monster! A rocket propelled towards the flame demon, which casually caught it. A muffled explosion reverberated in its hand, inflicting 226 points of damage on player, 220 points of impact damage, 6 points of burn damage. With a flick of its wrist, it dispatched the two assailants. It seemed that even slaughtering these ordinary individuals would not stir any remorse within them. The flame demon turned to leave, and in the next moment, it leaped in front of a helicopter, shattering it with a single punch. The elite forces disembarking from the helicopter had long abandoned thoughts of eliminating Chen. Each one was hiding desperately, whispering critiques through their earpieces. Damn it, who was the idiot that said this was a novice player? With the game world imposing limitations, this level of power could hardly be attributed to a mere beginner. It was surprising that, apart from the technique-obsessed maniacs, mages could wield such formidable strength. This must be Susanoo. It certainly had to be Susanoo. How could those mages, who disdain everything, not possess such a technique? As the third helicopter plummeted, only the intermittent explosions of flames remained in the surroundings. The flame demon surveyed the area, hoping to encounter some players, preferably from the Dynasty Guild. This is headquarters. Number 1, do you read me? Number 1, do you read me? In the distance, a surviving mobile phone shattered the silence. With telekinesis, the phone was lifted and placed into Chen Yi's hand. Hello? Number 1, I hear the explosions have ceased. Do you require reinforcements? The voice on the other end was distinctly clear. Yes, I do. However, I am quite curious as to why ordinary individuals dare to involve themselves in the conflicts between players. Hello, sir. Chen Yi exhibited no discernible expression, remaining as indifferent as ever. Do not be anxious. This is merely a trivial personal inquiry. Conversely, the young lady across from him became increasingly agitated, as if a malevolent spirit were attempting to soothe her nerves. Sir, please surrender. The law shall bring you to justice. Though her voice quivered, she managed to articulate the statement in its entirety. Chen Yi smiled, uncertain whether she was mocking the laws she mentioned or her opponent's stubbornness. Is that so? I shall await your arrival, not a moment late. With a sharp crack, her phone was hurled from within the Inferno demon, shattering into fragments. Chen Yi had little difficulty deducing the identity of her ambusher. Hadn't she previously crossed paths with a certain Ding Li, a member of the Dynasty Guild? Unlike Wang Zhanbo's Crooked Dragon King Guild, the Dynasty Guild was reputed to have been established in the early days of the descent. Its core members wielded considerable power in the real world. After being rejected by Chen Yi, Ding Li had placed a bounty within the guild, offering 50,000 copper coins for her demise. Subsequently, he leveraged his influence to forcibly include Chen Yi in the fugitive list. Such occurrences were all too familiar to the guild players. A few would emerge each year. Given that players were suppressed in the real world, lacking suitable weaponry, they could easily be overwhelmed by ordinary individuals. Barring a few exceptional cases, one should not provoke those who practiced combat techniques. Even a mere knife could become an instrument of mass destruction in their hands. Despite Chen Yi's utmost caution, shielded by her disguise, simple cameras were incapable of capturing her presence. Alas, she had sought out her old teacher. As the first to stand out, her homeroom teacher was constantly under the watchful eyes of these guilds. Following a swift computer comparison, a pursuit order was soon issued against Chen Yi. Many guild players, upon receiving the news, eagerly anticipated a chance for easy gains. However, this easy gain had transformed into a relentless hunt for her life. The Inferno demon prowled nearby, leaving deep footprints in the asphalt with every step. You wish to find me? Do you? Come forth. I shall not flee. Nearby, a player silently retracted his Jojo, thinking it foolish to reveal himself. Yet, he overlooked the fact that a mage could locate targets not solely through sight, but also via mental acuity. The Inferno demon's massive hand penetrated the concrete wall, seizing the player's head. Spare me. The cry echoed through the streets, but the player was already crushed to death by the Inferno demon. The efficiency of such killings was woefully low, yet the lack of magical energy hampered matters. If only equipment could be brought along, one might restore some magical energy by selling their blood. Continuing down this path would inevitably lead to their demise, one by one. Then why don't you kill him? Huh, me? The player glanced at the long sword in his hand, then at the towering Inferno demon, and decided against it. Where's the sniper? Provide some cover. Stop shouting. That guy has long since fled. Damn it. Hey, May I ask your name? Perhaps we could negotiate. A voice emerged from behind the Inferno demon, revealing a trembling little hamster gazing up at the colossal creature. May, I truly cannot do this. Cowering at a distance was the summoner Li Mei, fervently encouraging her summoned beast. You can do it. You're the best. It wasn't that Li Mei lacked other summoned creatures, but the fear of inciting Chen Yi's wrath, coupled with her dwindling magical energy, restrained her. We are all simply here to earn a living. Why not let us go? Maintaining such a powerful spell must come at a significant cost. You may not have the strength to eliminate us all before the spell dissipates, so why not spare us? The little hamster adopted a pitiful expression to accompany its plea. However, the hardened Chen Yi was unmoved. If you wish for me to spare you, it is not impossible. Li Mei kicked the nearby illusionist. Aren't you ready yet? The illusionist disdainfully regarded Li Mei, only aware of asking trivial questions. This is the real world. Not everyone can be as deranged as that one. Nevertheless, he had nearly completed his preparations. The air around them began to warp. All right, the illusionary barrier. The hallmark of the illusionist profession. Those outside the barrier could only perceive what he wished them to see, including sounds. The figures of the illusionist and Li Mei vanished from sight, while the Inferno demon remained engaged in conversation with the little hamster. Subsequently, the illusionist pulled the knight and the blade wielder into the barrier. Li Mei made a face at the distant Inferno demon. Strong as he may be, he lacks intelligence. Let us depart. Who could have anticipated that the blade wielder would block the illusionist's path? The blade wielder's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. It seems we cannot escape. The massive Inferno demon appeared before them as if painted into existence. Meanwhile, the Inferno demon, still conversing with the hamster, was erased from sight. Li Mei stiffly forced a smile. Oh dear, what a coincidence, great one. Out for a stroll, are we? Chen Yi harbored no intention of negotiation from the very beginning. As the hamster appeared, the illusionary spell commenced its operation. While manipulating the stationary phantasm, he sought out the players. It was only when the illusionist conjured a barrier that he discerned his adversaries, the magical fluctuations resembling fireflies in the darkness. The simplicity of multitasking. Observing the spatial magical ripples was a passive talent bestowed by an enhancement of mental acuity. Farewell. The Inferno demon struck down with a heavy fist, creating a deep crater in the asphalt ground. The knife concealer, who bravely confronted the blow, was sent flying. We'll fight to the end. Li Mei, shedding her previous sycophancy, grasped the illusionist's hand and fled swiftly as magical circles materialized on the ground. The knight raised his shield in a futile attempt to block the Inferno demon. At that moment, the knife concealer, propelled from the rubble, scrambled away, exclaiming, "What are you fighting for, you wretched woman? Run!" The knight, bewildered, muttered, "Huh?" A shadow enveloped the knight. Bang! The knight and his shield were flattened. The knife concealer's audacity to confront stemmed from a unique ability inherent to his class, one that remained largely unrestrained in the real world. Soul of defense. As a swordsman, he could not wield a shield. However, each successful knife defense would grant him an additional 300 health shield, capping at 3,000. Prior to entering the game world, the knife concealer had accumulated 1,500 points of white shields, only to have them obliterated in a single blow. While this was significantly influenced by his frail physique in reality, sustaining an instantaneous damage of approximately 1,500 was beyond his capacity to endure. His exhortation for his colleagues to flee was not born of altruism, but rather a strategy to reduce risk by minimizing targets. Unbeknownst to him, the Inferno demon's attributes were entirely augmented by mental strength. Mere seconds later, the illusionist was crushed underfoot, swiftly followed by the knife concealer. The decision to spare Li Mei was not due to her gender, but rather a curiosity towards the summoner. Intrigued by how one typically forms contracts with their pets. Is the priority of the contract significant? Li Mei, her mind muddled, stammered, "Huh? When a summoner advances their class, they unlock charm attributes, which enhance their pet's affinity. Regularly feeding them and tending to their needs increases this affinity to a point where they won't betray me in battle. I usually establish equal contracts. Very few pets are willing to enter into hierarchical agreements." Upon hearing this, Chen Yi grew more curious, realizing there were indeed other attribute mechanisms at play. If charm existed, could luck be a factor as well? Then why do I not find you attractive? This remark rendered Li Mei's face stiff, her sycophantic smile faltering. You insufferable straight man. In the real world, charm attributes were suppressed. If you can't articulate, it's better to remain silent. No one considers you mute. Charm is not absolute. If one's willpower or mental fortitude is sufficiently robust, it can restrain such impulses, though some individuals possess questionable tastes. I'm speaking of you. If I weren't unable to defeat you, I'd ensure you understood the wrath of a summoner. Chun Yi pondered this response. Assessing willpower is a challenging endeavor. But as long as mental strength remains formidable, one might achieve favorable outcomes against various judgment skills. If your summoned beast encounters a fatal attack, does it perish or return to its original realm? It returns to its own dimension. With a snap, the Inferno demon attempted to crush a snow leopard. Yet before death could strike, the snow leopard vanished, leaving only a few drops of blood on the demon's hand. Was this also a facet of the contract? Since the fire dragon nearly perished during the trial, Chun Yi had been searching for ways to ensure its survival. It appeared that this method of contracting held some merit. However, further testing was necessary to ascertain its efficacy in preserving life. The contract conveyed to Li Mei that the snow leopard was on the brink of death. Witnessing the Inferno demon casually snuff out her pet instilled a sense of dread within her. This adversary's indifference towards life was chilling. Yet, Chun Yi remained unfazed by her sentiments. The Inferno demon turned its gaze to the next target, a soil bear. Do you mind if I continue my experiments? Please, no. The Inferno demon's body temperature surged, revealing its true nature. The suppressed soil bear stood no chance against such heat. It struggled to retreat. But the anchor point fluctuated unpredictably. Ultimately, before it could be roasted, the soil bear vanished from the Inferno demon's grasp. Indeed, even spatial spells could be interfered with. Do you mind if I try again? Monster. Lunatic. I knew you wouldn't let me go. Come and kill me. Come on. Chun Yi felt somewhat perplexed. Were you not the ones who initially pursued me? Why do I seem to be cast in the role of the villain? However, do as you wish. Li Mei opened her mouth, yet her voice remained caught in her throat. She quickly glanced at the other pets. Run. Hurry. Seeing Li Mei's lack of cooperation, Chun Yi sighed. His information gathering was still insufficient. Before long, he departed from the scene, leaving behind a handprint at Li Mei's location, accompanied by small droplets of blood on the asphalt. Not far from the door, a luxurious car awaited, seemingly poised for Chun Yi's arrival. A man clad in a black suit and wearing sunglasses emerged from the vehicle. He slightly bowed to the flame demon. My lord, may I have a moment of your time? Chun Yi's voice was devoid of warmth. Are other unions also preparing to intervene? In the tangible realm, his capacity for intimidation far surpassed that of the virtual world. The man in the suit shook his head. I am not here to impede you, Master Chun Yi. Chun Yi felt no surprise that the man could utter his name. Then what is your purpose? I have come to convey a message. Hoping that your battles with the dynasty remain confined to the game world, preserving peace in the real world is the bottom line for all unions. Is this true for the dynasty as well? Indeed. Chun Yi scoffed with a disdainful smile. Heh, what do you think can restrain the dynasty guild? Chun Yi's provocative tactics proved to be quite effective, as the suited man noticeably labored in his breathing, though he quickly regained his composure. It seemed that Lord Chun Yi had a limited understanding of the realities of the world. Although the dynasty guild was formidable, it did not equate to having the power to overturn the status quo. Should the dynasty guild act outside the bounds of established regulations, they would inevitably become enemies of all guilds. Within the confines of these rules, no one would intervene in the conflict between Lord Chun Yi and the dynasty guild. Meanwhile, Zhang Wu, the middle-aged president of the dynasty guild clad in a suit, gazed in astonishment at the leader of another guild. Realizing that he had been summoned for this matter, which audacious rogue had provoked such a formidable foe without reporting it? Very well, I understand. I shall impose restrictions. With that, he swiftly took his leave. Zhang Wu glanced at the video sent by the other party. This was a satellite recording of Chun Yi in the real world. The destructive capability exhibited by the flame demon in reality was no less than that of a level 50 player. However, given the youthfulness of his appearance and the time he had spent in the game world, it was impossible for him to have achieved such a high level. This indicated that he possessed unique abilities. Bring him in. Shortly thereafter, Ding Li was ushered in. At this moment, Ding Li's demeanor was strikingly different from the vengeful persona he displayed externally. He respectfully knelt on the ground. Zhang Wu tossed Chun Yi's photograph onto the floor. Do you recognize him? Ding Li immediately identified the individual. This was the lad who had refused to sell him the staff. Yes, I know him. He is a novice player with whom I have had some prior disputes. Zhang Wu nodded. That is good to hear. He has just annihilated 500 guards and a player squad in the real world. That is impossible, Ding Li instinctively retorted. But then he recalled that this was the president's information. My apologies, President. I was presumptuous. Zhang Wu observed Ding Li's contemplative silence, and the air around them suddenly grew heavy, causing beads of cold sweat to form on Ding Li's brow. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Wu's voice broke the tension. Other guilds have already issued warnings. No incidents are permitted in the real world. Understood. Regardless of whether you eliminate him in the game world or by other means, I expect to see this fellow's head within a month. Understood. Dismissed. In the real world. After a brief exchange with the suited man, Chen Yi suddenly grasped the essence of the so-called rules. If he could not demonstrate such power, then dying would simply be an accepted outcome, permissible by the rules. However, having showcased his strength would afford him the protection of these very rules. The Dynasty Guild was prohibited from harming Chen Yi's acquaintances in the real world. Simultaneously, Chen Yi was barred from acting recklessly in the real world. Should anyone violate these rules, those who adhered to them would unite to expel the transgressors. Very well, Chen Yi noted this. I accept your terms. With that, the flame demon turned towards the door. At that moment, the suited man inquired, "What are your thoughts on the real world, Lord Chen Yi?" The flame demon paused momentarily before entering, leaving behind a simple remark. I have no particular opinion. Indeed, Chen Yi was not inclined to alter anything. While it was true that guilds collectively distorted information within the game world, each individual's aspirations varied significantly. He held no authority to assist others in making their choices. Chen Yi contemplated the women at the market, the students just released from school, and the old classmate who refused to return to the gaming world. Although this semblance of peace was but an illusion, there remained those who willingly indulged in its embrace. Not everyone is suited for battle. The vice president made it clear that there was no intent to alter their course. Understood. I shall convey the message to the other guilds shortly. The sniping plan is hereby cancelled. Upon entering the room, the fire demon vanished, leaving Chen Yi standing alone. With the enhancement of his mental fortitude, the once formidable task of summoning the fire demon without experiencing headaches was now a triviality. Since the old classmate had no need for it, these coins would be better utilized for himself. Come forth, fire dragon. Long time no see. Roar. The fire dragon leaped forth, excited to reunite with its trainer after such a prolonged separation. All right, given the circumstances. I doubt I shall venture into the real world again anytime soon. Huh? What is the real world? How should I explain that? Just then, a familiar voice pierced through the air. Xiaolu glared at Chen Yi with clenched teeth, emitting a series of chattering sounds. How infuriating. I am so envious. She then feigned sorrow, her expression pained. I never imagined that after such a long time apart, the fire dragon would forget about me. Alas, who could blame her for feeling like the outsider in this scenario? Let me embrace my solitude and perish in loneliness, sobs. As she pretended to weep, she secretly glanced at the fire dragon, eager to gauge its reaction. However, the fire dragon had yet to absorb sufficient elements from its trainer, and thus, their bond remained unbroken. Seeing this, Xiao Lu ceased her charade and sidled up to Chen Yi, adopting a sweet, syrupy tone. Chen Yi, could you enlighten me on how to win the affection of the fire dragon? Hiss. Chen Yi inhaled sharply, recoiling at the wretched greasiness. He hastily pulled Charizard away. Xiao Lu immediately lost her composure, exclaiming, Chen, how dare you show such disrespect? What brings you to the main city? She laughed. Ha. I, with my innate intelligence, have only dabbled in potions for a brief period, yet I have already garnered my teacher's admiration. Teacher? Ong realized that one could indeed seek mentorship in the game world. Some shops were operated by high-ranking NPCs with considerable authority. Though referred to as NPCs, they were quite alive. She slyly whispered, Let me share a secret. My mentor is a stunning beauty, as she wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth. Chen Yi believed that Xiao Lu's master would undoubtedly come to regret his actions. Xiao Lu playfully kicked Chen Yi, but due to his low attributes, the game world did not interpret it as an act of aggression. Xiao Chen, I see you're feeling a bit down. Would you like your sister to offer some guidance? Oh, if you want something, just let go of my dear sprout. Oh, the little groundhog, Xiao Lu exclaimed. Xiao Lu led Chen Yi and the Charizard to an apothecary named the Warm Hearth. This establishment differed greatly from the shops operated by the system. It did not merely present a glowing screen for players to peruse at will. Instead, it resembled a jewelry store, with various potions displayed in glass cases, illuminated by diverse beams of light, borrowing a hint of charm from fruit branding. Yet, merely from its appearance, it indeed exuded an air of sophistication. Isn't it beautiful? Xiao Lu beamed. I had my master make these changes, and our sales have significantly increased. The only thing I find puzzling is the noticeable decline in male customers. Although Xiaolu had only recently become a disciple, he showed no signs of feeling like an outsider. Master, I have returned, and I've brought a guest. Chinyi said. Aren't we going to have a meal, Charizard? Let us proceed. Little Six hurriedly clung to Chinyi's leg, wailing, Please, no. I am sorry, I was wrong. Don't do this. Since we are already here, it would be unreasonable not to purchase something. It seemed that the business of this establishment was not as unremarkable as Little Six had claimed. Charizard gently tugged at Chinyi. Chinyi sighed. Reflecting on how gentle Charizard was with familiar faces. Let me take a look, he said. Little Six promptly interjected, Boss, please. Shortly thereafter, Little Six Master made her entrance. Albeit fashionably late. As Little Six had described, she was indeed strikingly beautiful, with cascading silver hair, exquisite features, and an elegant demeanor. She effortlessly garnered favorable impressions from those meeting her for the first time. I apologize, dear guest, she spoke softly. Little Six truly means no harm. Her voice was gentle. Yet one could imagine that a single blow from her could evoke prolonged tears. Chinyi shook his head, saying it's of no consequence. I too need to procure some potions. Xiaolu dashed to her master's side, sniffing like an infatuated fool. Hee, this is my master, Yilin. Isn't she beautiful? Today, fortune smiles upon you. We have some exclusive potions available. Pharmacist Yilin lowered her head, feeling somewhat shy. From beneath the table, Xiaolu produced 4 vials of black liquid, which bubbled ominously, presenting the unmistakable appearance of venom. The Micro-M, 2 elixir, of exceptional quality, enhances biological vitality significantly, restoring 20 health points per second. However, after half an hour, the organism's organs will enter a state of nearly irreversible exhaustion, making repeated use ineffective. The evaluation reads, only the brave dare to consume this. In a fleeting moment, Chinyi contemplated no less than 10 methods for employing such a potion, each one tailored for assassination. How much do I owe you? He inquired. Xiaolu beamed with delight, exclaiming, Goodness! It's on sale for merely 3,000 copper coins per vial. As she spoke, an unexpected blush crept across her cheeks. She assumed Chinyi was purchasing the potions out of regard for her, feeling a tad embarrassed about profiting from an acquaintance. Chinyi, who are you? Alas. While Xiaolu and pharmacist Yilin focused on healing, Chinyi's attention lingered on the latter half of the conversation. Chinyi left behind 12,000 copper coins to purchase all 4 bottles. What a generous boss! Suddenly, he found himself intrigued by the potions belonging to Xiaolu and her master. Are there any other potions? Xiaolu quickly dashed to the laboratory at the back of the shop and retrieved the masterpieces created by her and her master. Wisdom Potion Quality, Blue Effect, temporarily deducts 1,000 health points, restoring 650 mana. Evaluation, only wisdom is eternal. BB Milk Potion Quality, Green Effect, lasts for 30 minutes, restoring 1 health point per second, with a chance of temporarily reducing height by 1 centimeter. Evaluation, I added milk to it. The essence is in the concentrated form. Disregarding the potions crafted by Xiaolu, he purchased all the wisdom potions. The copper coins, once plentiful, dwindled to less than 20,000. Xiaolu remarked, Boss. Come again next time. The apothecary, Eileen, blushed as she welcomed him. Welcome. Her master had said, This is a significant boss. Feel free to express any ideas. My junior will certainly foot the bill. Isn't that inappropriate? Fear not. He is my junior. He would never dare to disobey me. I mean, Mr. Chinyi is still here. It may not be wise to speak ill of him in his presence. Xiaolu, like a robot lacking lubrication, turned around with a slight delay and exclaimed, Oh, isn't this Bastian? Long time no see. How may I assist you today? Ignoring the rather unappealing woman, Chinyi made his way to the library in the main city. The recent series of events had not impacted his state of mind. At the conclusion of the trials, Chinyi had not forgotten how the gaming world had healed both him and his Charizard. To prevent any unfortunate circumstances arising from insufficient funds, he decided to retain 10,000 copper coins as a backup. The remaining copper coins were insufficient for comprehending the essence of fire. It would be more prudent to study at the library instead. After overcoming the trials, he had yet to receive a notification regarding the timing of the next game in the virtual realm. It was the perfect opportunity to enrich his knowledge. Meanwhile, Charizard had ventured to the arena to engage in battlefield simulations, honing its combat skills. It vowed to protect its trainer against adversaries in the future. The library in the main city was considerably larger than that of the town. Towering at 200 meters and covering hundreds of square kilometers, filled with a myriad of books of various genres. Most of the patrons perusing the tomes were players dressed as mages, with a lesser number from other professions, particularly warriors, who were scarce. The warriors appeared somewhat distressed, clutching their books while inadvertently bumping their heads against the shelves, perhaps puzzled as to why, despite being warriors, they still had to study. After locating the front desk attendant, he acquired a membership card. The monthly fee was 2,000 copper coins, with the option for daily payments. The costs for damaged books and borrowing were separate. Though somewhat steep, it was deemed worthwhile. Chen directly arrived at the Mage district, not discerning between different types, and promptly picked up a book to read. With the enhancement of active thinking, his memorization accelerated significantly, no longer relying solely on spell deconstruction and panel enhancements to comprehend the structure of spells. This endeavor persisted for a considerable duration, spanning a month and a half, during which Chen received no notifications from the game world. To establish a contract, one could either seek the power of an unknown formidable entity from the ethereal realm or formulate a contract through written words. For Chen, however, there existed but one viable option. The contract was merely a facade. Its essence lay within the written word. In certain realms, deities had distilled the concept of runes, imbuing them with a sense of mystique. Thus, runes supplanted the conventional spell structure in the casting of spells, resulting in notable enhancements in both spell potency and casting speed. The dragon race also possessed draconic magic. Nevertheless, many scholarly mages held disdain for this approach, clinging to the belief that traditional methods were the true path. After spending several days in the library, Chen ventured into the realm of contracts to embark on his research. His intention was not to cast doubt upon the existence of fire-breathing dragons, but rather to aid them in preserving their lives. Chen initially believed that studying contracts would not enhance his abilities. However, he now realizes the narrowness of his perspective. He possesses a distinct quality that sets him apart from traditional mages, and the power of intent can be infused into words. When he inscribed the character for fire on paper, the surrounding temperature subtly increased. This character was unremarkable in itself, yet Chen, through constraints, bestowed power upon the written word. It is not that he has mastered the power of language, rather, it is a clever manipulation derived from his understanding of intent. In this light, can magical arrays and formations be perceived as a form of the application of language, merely differing in their modes of expression? The more Chen Yue delved into his research, the more he sensed its profound intricacies. Alas, he lacked the copper coins to continue his studies. After a brief respite, he resolved to commence his journey in the gaming realm early the following day. Chen proactively concluded his respite and commenced the transmission. This particular teleportation was markedly turbulent, yet still within Chen Yi's threshold of tolerance. Based on his conjectures, the greater the distance to the game world, the more pronounced the turbulence of the transmission. The assessment of distance is intrinsically linked to the power of that world, particularly in relation to the presence of entities akin to a creator god. In weaker realms, even the timeline may be manipulated by the game world to cultivate players. Transmission successful. Ding. Faction task initiated. Select a faction within 72 hours. Subsequent tasks will commence upon selection. Task rewards: 500 EXP, 100 personal guild experience. Language loading successful. Exposure of the game world is strictly prohibited. Violators will face annihilation. Game commencement. The players beside Chen are far from quiet, and soon the place becomes as bustling as a marketplace. Is there anyone knowledgeable enough to identify which world this is? Members of the Rose Guild, assemble here. Members of the Dynasty Guild, gather here. Chen, like other wanderers, swiftly departed from the scene. Before leaving, he cast a glance at the leader of the Dynasty Guild, imprinting his visage in memory. Once separated from the main group, Chen familiarized himself with the mandatory language of the game world, endeavoring to engrave it in his mind. Towering trees surrounded him as he bestowed upon himself several lightness buffs, allowing him to dart rapidly through the forest without directly summoning the fire-breathing dragon. In times of inadequate intelligence, threats from the sky were no less perilous than those on the ground. Following the river's course, Chen ran for nearly half an hour before he encountered the indigenous inhabitants. These natives bore expressions of earthiness and appeared malnourished, their conversations rife with concerns regarding crop yields. Judging by their attire, it seemed that the technology and productivity of this world were rather primitive. Yet, what purpose did the electric poles serve? Do you still have any food left, Xiangshan? Don't mention it. This year's harvest is so poor that I'm barely managing to feed myself. I truly envy you, Shimu, for having enough surplus to marry. Alas, don't even bring it up. I've heard the village chief is planning to raise taxes again. These meager supplies may not suffice. It's infuriating. Hey, keep your voice down. Xiangshan glanced around cautiously, ensuring no one was within earshot before he breathed a sigh of relief. You know how those ninjas are. Appearing out of nowhere. If what you just said reaches the village chief's ears, Shinmu looked apprehensive. Let us not speak of it anymore. Just drink more water to stave off hunger. Perched atop a nearby roof, Chani pondered, ninjas? It seemed the village chief might possess some hidden knowledge. There was no need to inquire about the chief's residence. The most well-decorated house in the village would undoubtedly belong to him, while others appeared gaunt and pallid from hunger. This individual seemed quite plump. Upon locating the village chief, Chani discovered him lounging in his courtyard. Suddenly, a rope sprang forth, deftly ensnaring the chief and hoisting him into the branches of a nearby tree. Help! Someone! Save me! The branch suddenly bore a weight beyond its capacity, creaking ominously. The chief hastily ceased his struggles, praying that the branch would endure a little longer. After all, he was suspended 5 meters above the ground, and a fall would leave him bedridden for days. Chani stood on the opposite side of the tree branch. I ask, you answer, do you understand? Upon noticing the presence of another, the village chief became agitated. However, this chief, having committed numerous wrongdoings over the years, was unfamiliar with such humiliation. You wretched scoundrel. What do you desire? Money? Or perhaps a woman? Just let me down, and I shall grant you whatever you wish. Simultaneously, he inwardly cursed that boastful individual who had always bragged about his strength. Where had he vanished when it mattered most? Thud! A makeshift arrow, crafted from earth, pierced the chief's arm, blood trickling down and dripping onto the ground. Ah, my arm! The chief lamented, clutching his injured limb and wailing. He continued to struggle, the branch threatening to snap. Chun Yi's warnings were not mere exaggerations. The branch had reached its breaking point. Noticing the precarious state of the branch, the village chief finally fell silent. Beads of cold sweat adorned his forehead as he pressed his arm tightly, striving to maintain composure. Seeing this, Chani nodded in satisfaction, finally able to engage in a meaningful dialogue. Where is this place? It is the border between the land of grass and the land of fire. Do you have a map? Yes, but it is in my house. Let me down, and I can retrieve it for you. Chani's voice turned icy cold, pointed out. Yet the village chief stubbornly clenched his jaw, his eyes brimming with resentment. If Chani were to fall into his hands, he would most certainly lavish him with special attention. Chani inscribed the character for fire in the void. Suddenly, flames erupted beneath the village chief, intermingled with an invisible inner fire. The tangible flames scorched the flesh, while the inner fire seared the spirit. Those untrained in resilience could no longer withstand the simultaneous onslaught on both body and mind. The village chief writhed in midair, seemingly attempting to evade the encroaching flames. Ultimately, with a resounding crack, he plummeted to the ground, wailing in agony. Chani leaped down from the branch. Can I speak now? I am not versed in any interrogation techniques. If you refuse to cooperate, I have the means to seek assistance. With the map in hand, Chani confirmed his own location as well as that of Orochimaru. At that moment, the player information on the public screen was incessantly updating, providing Chun-Yi with the current timeline. A cigarette, Dynasty, LV-26. The Dynasty Guild hasn't even gathered at the entrance of Konoha. Hurry up. Qianli, LV-25. I am also a ninja. Why can't I participate in the Chunin exam? Do you dare to accuse me of discrimination? Flying Pig, Divine Protection, LV-27. Bro upstairs, hurry up. Remember to call me when the hearing starts. Woohoo, Iron Fist, LV-26. Is there anyone knowledgeable here? If we inform Sarutobi Hiruzen that Orochimaru will attack Konoha during the Chunin exam, what would the consequences be? Heart of Water, Rose, LV-25, if you don't understand. Ask someone in the guild who does. If you were Sarutobi Hiruzen, would you believe a group of unknown jonin? Do you think we have been just taking missions to build trust? Qianli, LV-25. I can understand Iron Fist perspective. Heart of Water, Rose, LV-25. I can understand. 1. Flying Pig, Divine Protection, LV-27. I can understand. 1. Disrupting the formation, he silenced the public screen. After confirming his position, Chun-Yi prepared to set off. As for the village chief and the so-called ninja, they had long since gone to meet with the Sage of Six Paths, specifically the underground one. The world, Naruto, also known as I Legend or the Five Villages Conflict. The 5 most powerful ninja villages are Konoha of the Fire Country, Kirigakure of the Water Country, Kumogakure of the Lightning Country, Sunagakure of the Wind Country, and Iwagakure of the Earth Country. All other nations struggle to survive between these great powers. Current timeline, 1 month before the first Chunin exam. The main characters of this narrative are Orochimaru, the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Sunagakure. In essence, There are only three factions: Orochimaru, Konoha, and Sunagakure. At this point in time, Orochimaru should still be at his own Sound Village, or perhaps negotiating an alliance with the Kazekage of the Wind Country. Having confirmed the world and his position, Chini felt emboldened to soar through the skies. Riding on the back of a Charizard, he traversed from the land of grass, crossing the land of waterfalls and the frost country, eventually arriving in the land of rice. What a wicked pleasure! Upon entering the land of rice, Chini immediately spotted a snake lurking in the grass. This was a remnant of his encounters with Orochimaru. His vigilance towards the ground was unyielding. Orochimaru possessed a profound mastery over snakes, capable of employing even the less intelligent ones for attacks or as messengers. In other regions, this may not be significant, but in the land of rice, the sighting of a snake unequivocally indicated that Orochimaru had detected him. Orochimaru, I am here to fulfill my promise. The surroundings remained eerily quiet, with only Chin Yi's voice echoing, as if no one else existed. Yet, he knew that soon Orochimaru would receive his message. Before long, Kabuto arrived, accompanied by several ninjas wearing the headbands of the Sound Village. Kabuto appeared somewhat youthful at that moment. He adjusted his glasses, his mind racing with recollections of ninja intel. However, he found no trace of Chin Yi. Attempting to sense the atmosphere, he was met with a stinging pain from the flames. This individual is formidable. Thus, he retracted his contingency plan. Kabuto donned his signature false smile. Might I inquire what brings you, esteemed ninja, to the land of rice? Chun Yi disregarded Do's probing and stated, Take me to Orochimaru. I have come to fulfill my promise. Upon hearing Chin Yi's refusal to address Orochimaru as Lord, the ninjas from the Sound Village instantly seethed with anger. Yet they were compelled to restrain themselves in the absence of Do's permission. Do could sense Chun Yi's confidence through his words. This was not merely a test of Orochimaru's whereabouts in the land of rice. At that moment, Orochimaru himself was curious about the identity of his visitor. This way. My lord, Do gestured. After taking a few steps, Chun Yi halted, commanding, Tell Orochimaru's hounds to retract their murderous intent. Next time, it shall not be a warning. As his words resonated, the temperature around them surged, causing the ninjas from the Sound Village to collapse, clutching their heads in anguish. Do perceived in Chun Yi's gaze a glimmer of silver flames. Not a metaphor, but a statement of fact. It appears that this individual is not in a subordinate relationship with Orochimaru, he mused, clapping his hands. Ninjas lying in distress were swiftly escorted away by their ambushed companions. Do maintained his characteristic smile. I apologize for disturbing your lordship's mood. How may I address you, my lord? Chin Yi, and this is Fire Dragon. Very well. Lord Chin Yi and Lord Fire Dragon, please follow me. Do led Chun Yi through a series of twists and turns until they arrived at an entrance. From above, a staircase and walls became visible. One could not help but admire Orochimaru's talent in crafting such a refined underground space. Could it be that he possesses specialized techniques? Please. Lord Chin Yi, Do urged. However, Chin Yi remained unmoved. Should he step into the serpent's trap, even he would not fare well. Come forth, Orochimaru. If you continue to exhibit such an attitude, do not blame me for breaking my promises. From a nearby tree descended a python, its head emerging, slick with the serpent's mucus. In no time, the figure of Orochimaru slithered out from within the python, his tongue flicking like that of a snake. With his trademark hoarse voice, he remarked, It seems I have yet to make your acquaintance. Chun Yi was not surprised by Orochimaru's emergence from within the serpent. Indeed, you have never encountered me before, he remarked. Orochimaru's pupils constricted as a myriad of thoughts raced through his mind, for he was the great scientist of the ninja world. Quite an intriguing assertion, he mused. Chin Yi was unfazed by Orochimaru's skepticism, after all. If one day someone were to suddenly appear and proclaim their intention to fulfill a promise to him, it would hardly astonish him. Chin Yi's initial reaction was undoubtedly to incinerate his opponent, deeming any subsequent discussions inconsequential if the adversary was not yet extinguished. This is a common mindset among villains. The weak are deemed unworthy of collaboration, let alone fulfilling promises that hinge upon their cooperation. Suddenly, two pythons lunged at Chun Yi, but before they could draw near, they were reduced to charred remains, collapsing to the ground with a crisp sound. Fire release. Orochimaru pressed his right hand against the ground, and in an instant, an abundance of runes manifested, followed by an endless multitude of pythons emerging from within. The serpent's array. Chun Yi was prepared to cast a spell to obstruct, but he soon saw the fire dragon blocking the way. Thus, he abandoned his previous intentions, entrusting defense to the fire dragon while he focused solely on offense. A fiery circle emerged behind him, and with a mere thought, the temperature around Orochimaru began to rise, igniting flames that met the conditions of his inner fire. Suddenly, a sharp mental anguish rendered Orochimaru momentarily paralyzed, and in that instant, a flaming sword pierced through his body. On the other hand, the fire dragon disregarded the serpent's attacks. Neither bites nor venom could penetrate its resilient skin, while each strike from the fire dragon reduced the snake to mere fragments. Having undergone a qualitative transformation, the fire dragon was now beginning to reveal its true power. Its skin gradually turned pitch black, leading Chun-Yi to speculate that it might be a form of ancestral return, akin to the legendary species. In contrast to Chun-Yi's choices, the fire dragon concentrated all its traits on close combat, aspiring to one day shield its trainer from harm. At that moment, it felt itself drawing closer to its trainer. Its claws shimmered with a cerulean glow, extending slightly outward as they were forged from pure energy. Dragon Claw. With a swift motion of its arm, shadows trailed behind, and every serpent in its path was cleaved into pieces, none able to breach its defensive onslaught against Chun-Yi. Had the testing concluded? The seemingly lifeless Orochimaru began to convulse, and suddenly, a hand emerged from his corpse, followed by the intact figure of Orochimaru crawling out from within. The resurrected Orochimaru appeared unscathed, as though he had suffered no injury at all. Habitually, Orochimaru licked his lips, a violent aura of murderous intent enveloping the surroundings, a most intriguing technique and an equally fascinating spirit beast. Beneath his calm exterior, Orochimaru was filled with trepidation. Do had prepared the corpse, and Orochimaru was ever ready to initiate the impure world reincarnation. The damage inflicted by the inner fire on Orochimaru far exceeded Chun-Yi's expectations. Chun-Yi inflicted 720 points of mental damage upon Orochimaru, a figure that surpasses the damage typically inflicted by the Heartfire. This is not a mere recurrence of the Heartfire's anomalies. Rather, it indicates a significant deterioration in Orochimaru's own mental fortitude, akin to a glass riddled with cracks, shattering at the slightest touch. After vanquishing the serpent, the fire dragon returned to Chun-Yi's side. Can Orochimaru engage in a sincere conversation now? A faint smile began to grace Orochimaru's lips. It was indeed intriguing. The whispers of the powerful possess a far greater persuasiveness than the anguished cries of the weak. "Welcome to my laboratory, Chun-Yi," he said. The underground entrance that Kabuto previously guided them through was merely a trap. They have now arrived at the true abode of Orochimaru. Chun-Yi picked up a test tube and examined it closely. "The precision is commendable," he remarked. Surrounding him were computers, medical devices, beakers, and test tubes that seemed out of place in this era. The technological advancement of this world had warped to an extraordinary degree. Much like the nature of their power, it was not the group of formidable ninjas who wielded authority, but rather the so-called nobility. The ninjas existed merely as mercenaries. Even the highest authority in a ninja village, the Hokage, required the permission of a noble lord to exercise power. "Sir Chun-Yi, may I now inquire about the nature of your promise?" Chun-Yi nodded slightly, preparing the sealing technique, which dissipated swiftly into the air. He then gathered a portion of his magical energy externally, not much, approximately 100 points of mana. Was this chakra? No, that was not correct. Chakra lacked such serenity. Excitement flickered in Orochimaru's eyes, reminiscent of the projection that had once formed. A completely novel method of cultivation? Although phrased as a question, Orochimaru did not require an answer. After sealing Chun-Yi's magical energy and suppressing his research impulses, Orochimaru gazed at Chun-Yi. "What compensation do you seek, Chun-Yi? You have already paid the price, however. I wish to acquire all information you possess regarding the sealing techniques. In return, I can assist you with a task." "I agree. Moreover, Orochimaru, your position has been compromised." Noticing Orochimaru's murderous intent, Chun-Yi clarified in light of the sealing technique. "Do not misunderstand. I have no need to act against you. Your information has been transmitted through unknown means, and there are now many aware of your presence in the land of rice." A flicker of light danced in Orochimaru's eyes. "Thank you for the intelligence." Kabuto escorted Chun-Yi to a room. "I sincerely apologize, Lord Chun-Yi. The standard of living in the land of rice is rather low, and I can only offer you and the Fire Dragon Lord this humble accommodation." The Fire Dragon smiled kindly at Kabuto, a stark contrast to Kabuto's forced smile. Kabuto paused for a moment, then bashfully tapped his forehead. "Oh, my memory. Please wait a moment, Lord Chun-Yi. I will fetch the scroll regarding the sealing techniques right away." Once Kabuto departed, Chun-Yi's mental energy swept across the room several times, incinerating the snake lurking in the corner into charred remains. Subsequently, Chen-Yi cast a simple soundproof barrier. Now the fire dragon may speak. Roar? We are not friends with Orochimaru. This is a relationship of utility. Therefore, refrain from consuming anything belonging to him. The guild's warehouse is stocked with ample provisions. The fire dragon nodded, indicating his understanding. Before long, Kabuto returned with a multitude of documents. Paying no heed to the charred remains in the corner. I apologize, Lord Chen-Yi, but at present, the information on sealing techniques is limited. Lord Orochimaru has entered a state of research. Thereafter, I shall be at your service. After placing the documents down, Kabuto exited the room. Chen-Yi made a selection on the interface. Ding. Task completed. Player E has joined Orochimaru's faction, earning 500 EXP and 100 personal guild experience. Task 2. Assist Orochimaru in executing the plan for the destruction of Konoha. Task rewards, EXP and battle merit accumulation, categorized by level of contribution. Chen-Yi's decision to join Orochimaru's faction was not solely to fulfill a promise, but also to maximize his own interests. Konoha houses numerous guilds, including one with whom he shares a vendetta. Thus, venturing into Konoha was hardly a prudent choice. The Wind Village is impoverished, offering little of value beyond missions. Currently, Chen-Yi cannot utilize the Dragon Vein. In contrast, Orochimaru possesses numerous coveted items, such as the cells of the first Hokage. As Chen-Yi examined the documents in his hand, he pondered the intriguing nature of sealing techniques in this world, which theoretically can seal anything from inorganic to organic matter, from energy to living beings. Furthermore, these techniques can be incorporated into various jutsus, yielding distinct effects. However, each instance of a sealing technique is accompanied by an abundance of cryptic symbols, leading Chen-Yi to suspect that this is also an application of the power of words. With the fall of the Land of Whirlpools and the near annihilation of the Uzumaki clan, it is likely that, in the realm of sealing techniques, few surpass Orochimaru. Aside from perhaps the Sage of Six Paths. While Chen-Yi delved into the study of sealing techniques, Kabuto made his way down a narrow path, his shadow flickering on the walls as it danced with the flames of nearby torches. Lord Orochimaru, Kabuto called, do you think this person can be trusted? Orochimaru set aside his research momentarily. Kabuto was momentarily lost in thought, reminiscing about the warm yet familiar smile of the fire dragon. A smile that felt both comforting and distant. Forgive me, Lord Orochimaru, I got a bit distracted. Regarding Lord Chen-Yi, I believe it is worth considering trust. He has shown no murderous intent since his arrival. Even during his confrontation with you, he maintained this demeanor, though we cannot dismiss the possibility of ulterior motives. Orochimaru smiled with satisfaction, increasingly convinced that Kabuto resembled him, even in thought processes. By the way, Lord Orochimaru, Lord Chen-Yi has already noticed the snake in the corner. No matter, Orochimaru replied. Those who cannot even detect such things are unworthy of collaboration. With his judgment made, Orochimaru proceeded without hesitation. Meanwhile, in Konoha, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, gazed at the unknown ninjas who had seemingly appeared from nowhere, his head aching. At this point in his life, Hiruzen had grown quite old. His face lined with wrinkles and age spots, wearing a straw hat and smoking a pipe, a habit he adopted while contemplating matters. Just then, the door to the Hokage's office was kicked open, and a figure wrapped in bandages entered, covering his forehead, right eye, and right hand. If Orochimaru exuded an aura of darkness and dampness, this individual emanated a sense of decay. Hiruzen glanced at the door. Danzo, what brings you here today? Few dared to kick down the Hokage's office door, and Danzo, Hiruzen's close friend, was among them. Danzo wasted no time in getting to the point. Hiruzen, I know the village has welcomed many unfamiliar Jounin. What do you plan to do about it? The thought of so many Jounin entering the village at once caused Hiruzen great distress. It was impossible for Konoha to accommodate that many. If not handled properly, it could lead to an all-out war. I do not intend to let these ninjas enter the village, he stated firmly. Danzo's anger flared at Hiruzen's response, his single visible eye seeming to blaze with fury. He slammed his hands on the table, exclaiming, Hiruzen, are you out of your mind? You can send them to the root. With so many Jounin joining Konoha, even if it stirs up another ninja world war, it is not impossible to revive the first Hokage's grand ambitions. In the face of Danzo's challenges, Hiruzen unexpectedly exuded a formidable presence. I must be responsible for the citizens of Konoha. The Chunin exams among the 5 great shinobi countries are approaching. I do not wish for any disturbances at this time, as it would greatly tarnish Konoha's reputation and potentially lead to a prolonged period without missions. You are aware of how much the feudal lords have reduced their funding to Konoha recently. Danzo, well aware of the implications of financial constraints, understood that many of his plans had come to a halt due to insufficient funds. Hiruzen exhaled a plume of smoke, which obscured his figure, and do not let me discover that Root is in contact with these ninjas. From Hiruzen's tone, Danzo discerned a resolute determination, momentarily recalling the ambitious Hiruzen of their youth. However, that fleeting impression quickly vanished. The current Hiruzen was merely an old man. Hiruzen, you have grown old. And yet I have not. I am still the Hokage. This declaration echoed in Danzo's mind, a wave of regret washing over him. If only he had not retreated at that pivotal moment, would the outcome have been different? You will come to regret this. With that, he stormed out, leaving Hiruzen to ponder in the smoke-filled office, lost in thought. Soon, Konoha announced its decision. In a temporary residence, several players leading guilds furrowed their brows. The influx of players had raised alarms. What do you all think? One player produced a cigarette from behind, igniting it with a snap of his armored fingers. The friction generating heat to light the smoke. What can we think? It's not just us facing difficulties. The Wind Village and Orochimaru's side are equally challenged. Interestingly, the Wind Village suspects players of coming to steal gold, for the place is utterly destitute. Beyond that, they cannot conceive of what would entice players to join them. The Heart of Water, a refined and beautiful woman, had meticulously styled her hair and applied light makeup before entering the game, according to the guild players. Orochimaru has already departed from the land of rice, where not even a single snake can be found.